start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. My name is Lu Changsheng, formerly known as Han Li. The red-haired corpse outside is my flesh body. It won't move the Qingyun treasure Emperor Lotus. Qingyun Sect said so. Sure enough. Lu Changsheng thought to himself when he heard this. When he saw the remnant soul of Qingyun Sect appear just now, he suspected that it was related to the red-haired figure outside. He even suspected that the other party deliberately used the red-haired corpse to force him to come over. As if seeing Lu Changsheng's conjecture, Qingyun Sect's eyes were filled with a hint of sadness, and he sighed. I think you are still curious about why the secret realm looks like this. I failed to transform into a spirit back then, and I relied on my second Yuanying to escape and come to this secret realm. But my injuries were too severe, and even if I took over another body and cultivated again, I would not have the chance to return to the peak, so I prepared to risk my life and regenerate myself into a corpse demon through secret methods, and take revenge with my obsession in my heart. This method is dangerous, and those people are afraid of my revenge, so they cursed me with my daughter's blood. In the end, I failed to cultivate, and the whole person was tainted with ominousness. I killed people in the secret realm, and I barely suppressed the ominousness with the inheritance of Qingyun Sect. The resentful souls and ghost cultivators you saw before were the people I killed back then, and they were suppressed under the Qianbi with me. Qingyun Sect finished explaining inside. Although the people in this secret realm were his servants, they were also robbed because of him, and almost all of them were destroyed. Refined into corpse demon, blood curse. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He thought that these Yuanying Sects had many tricks, and none of them were simple. However, the blood curse made Lu Changsheng more vigilant. After all, in his situation, it was too easy for others to use the magical arts of blood curse on him. In the vast world of immortal cultivation, there are all kinds of rare secret arts, magical arts, and magics. It is hard to guard against them. We still have to be careful. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart and said, Senior, will the collapse of the secret realm affect the Qingyun Baohuang Lotus? Yes. Qingyun Sect replied directly. Now that the secret realm is exhausted, it has encountered external interference and lost the support of the heavenly monument. I am afraid that in a few days, it will completely fall apart and turn into endless space fragments, drifting in the void. Even you and the Qingyun treasure Royal Lotus will be affected. But later, when I go all out, I can consume some of my origin and send the Qingyun treasure Royal Lotus out, but I can't guarantee the specifics. It depends on you. Qingyun Sect said so. Okay, in this case, I will trouble you, Senior. Lu Changsheng said directly without much hesitation. The current situation can no longer allow him to delay. On the one hand, Chu Qingyi's situation can't be delayed any longer. On the other hand, there is a dragnet outside, and there may be a battle between Yuanying, and it will be very troublesome for him to get out. Since you are ready, I will start. In this Qingyun Bao Royal Lotus, there are some natural treasures left by me. You can take them. As for my body, when the secret realm collapses, it will be exiled to the void. There are 3 Yuanying cultivators outside the secret realm. It should be no problem to suppress my exhausted body. Qingyun Sect said, smiling freely, and his sad eyes seemed to reveal a sense of relief. These thousands of years have also been a torment for him. He insisted on relying entirely on a trace of obsession. Please rest assured, Senior, I will find a suitable successor for you. When I have enough ability, I will find your daughter's information for you and rescue her. Lu Changsheng hugged Chu Qingyu and said solemnly. This promise came not only from the benefits promised by the other party. As a father, he saw that the other party had endured thousands of years for his daughter's obsession. Good. Qingyun Sect smiled with relief, raised his palm lightly, and beams of light burst out, turning into a rich 5-color light ball, enveloping Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi. Hu, ho, ho. At the same time, the thick and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave seemed to sweep towards Lu Changsheng like water, forming a spiritual energy vortex. In the distant medicine field, crystal clear, fragrant, and colorful spiritual medicines flew over. These spiritual medicines that can be planted by Qingyun Sect are all precious and rare, and of high value. It is a blessing to meet you after death and accomplish such a beautiful thing." After Xianyun's engine finished, he laughed up to the sky, and his vague and faint figure turned into light spots in the sky like scattered sand. Boom! The space of the cave trembled violently, as if it was shaking violently. At this moment, Lu Changsheng seemed to have a little more mysterious connection with the Xianyun Baohurong Lotus, knowing that it was Xianyun's engine who ordered the Xianyun Baohurong Lotus to break through the void and go to the outside world. As for where to go, Lu Changsheng didn't know and had no time to care. Xianyun's engine's nascent soul essence sank into his body, flowing to his limbs and bones like a vast sea bursting its banks, almost making his body explode. This power is too powerful. Even if it is just a little bit of the remaining nascent soul essence, it is not something that ordinary cultivators can bear. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng practiced both the Dharma and the Body. Not only did he condense the Great Dao Golden Pill, he also had the third order mid-stage body refining, otherwise he really couldn't let this power hit his body. Fairy Qingyi. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi in his arms, gently put her on the ground, and wanted to untie her torn palace white dress. "Who are you?" Chu Qingyi's beautiful eyes were closed, her delicate and three-dimensional face was pale and bloodless, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corners of her lips, giving people a shocking and miserable beauty, like a female sword fairy exiled from the clouds. She knew that she couldn't refuse Lu Changsheng now. Even if the other party used some means, she might not refuse. But she wanted to know who Lu Changsheng was. Why did the other party have a familiar aura to her, was willing to take such a big risk to save herself, and knew the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra? Lu Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain, once used the alias Han Li, met Fairy Qingyi on the Qingyun spirit ship, and fell in love with the fairy at first sight. Lu Changsheng stopped his hand and said calmly, "Although he, Lu, is sentimental, he has always been loyal to his name and surname. Even if he sacrifices his innocence to save others, he is willing to take responsibility. As for the identity issue, after the secret realm is over, he and Chu Qingyi will return safely, which will definitely attract the attention of others." So Lu Changsheng thought about it. After returning, he went to Qingyun Sect to propose marriage to true person Qin and confessed his cultivation situation. This woman should be able to distinguish the importance of the apprentice's life and innocence. No matter what the result is, Yun Wanshang is a Jinden true person of Qingyun Sect, the master of the law enforcement hall, and a double Jinden. As long as she is willing to come forward, she can give a reason to expose the matter. Besides, as a Jinden's Henrin of Qingyun Sect, Chu Qingyi should not have any problems as long as she does not reveal her situation. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng. Chu Qingyi's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She naturally knew this name. First, Lu Changsheng was quite famous in Qingyun. Second, she asked her junior sister Xiao Xiao about Han Li in her early years, but her junior sister just evaded the question. Afterwards, she investigated and found that her junior sister had few friends, one of whom was called Lu Changsheng. Later, she learned that her junior sister and Lu Changsheng were getting closer and closer, and even had a scandal. She never thought that Lu Changsheng was the casual cultivator Han Li who had saved her. No wonder my junior sister was vague at the time. Chu Qingyi thought of how she was driven out of poison by Lu Changsheng's skin-to-skin contact, and now she wanted to. No. She felt Lu Changsheng reaching out to take off her skirt again, and her pale face flushed a little, and she wanted to protest. But before she finished speaking, Lu Changsheng leaned over and kissed her lips, blocking her from saying anything else. After Lu Changsheng kissed her, he immediately activated the life-saving technique to nourish her with his own great vitality. When Xianyun's engine disappeared just now, he had told him the key points of this method. The main thing is that Chu Qingyi's vitality must be maintained, and then the pill must be successfully transformed and formed. Whether it is the transformation of the pill or the formation of the pill, it is extremely dangerous. Even if Chu Qingyi has the origin of the nascent soul and the magical medicine of heaven and earth, it is still very dangerous. Chu Qingyi felt a strong breath of a man rushing into her mouth and nose. This breath was not pungent, and it was even very pleasant to smell. It might be mixed with the blood in her mouth, and it even had a bit of sweetness. However, she clearly felt that during this process, a warm current containing great vitality entered her mouth, and her limbs and bones were complicated. This was consuming the origin to heal herself. Except for the master, it seems that no one has ever been so selfless to herself. She wanted to say something, but now she was not only weak, But her soft and slender tongue was also wrapped by Lu Changsheng, so she could only make whimpering sounds. When Lu Changsheng heard the whimpering sound like a little animal, he thought of the other party's peerless fairy posture when she was worshipped by thousands of people at the Qingyun Sect Stanji ceremony, wearing a green cloud-patterned Taoist robe, carrying a blue long sword, walking on the rainbow bridge. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. After all, it is the desire of every man to press the high fairy under his body and taste it at will. Even though decades have passed, Patriarch Lu's heart is still pure and flawless. Chu Qingyi was obviously seriously injured, but her body still exuded a fragrance, as if teasing Lu Changsheng's mind. Under the kiss, her breathing gradually became a little faster, knowing what was going to happen next. But for some reason, besides the confusion in her heart, she didn't have much resistance. Did she accept her fate? However, at this moment, she felt Lu Changsheng let her go. Qingyi. A warm and moist voice sounded beside her ear. Chu Qingyi seemed to have a little more strength after being nourished just now. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She immediately saw a handsome face. She had seen Lu Changsheng before, but she didn't pay much attention to him. After all, there are countless handsome people in the world of immortal cultivation. Just by his appearance, he attracted others' attention. But for some reason, she felt that Lu Changsheng was handsome and pure at this time, and it made people feel close to him. Qingyi, I'm going to start. Are you ready? Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi in front of him with warm eyes and tenderness. The other party's poignant and beautiful appearance made people want to love her well and warm her coldness. Chu Qingyi didn't know how to start. It's already this time, and you're still asking me? Do I still have room to refuse? Besides, if I refuse, will you agree? And for some reason, seeing Lu Changsheng trying his best to save her, Chu Qingyi couldn't say the words of refusal for a while. Just as Lu Changsheng said, leave everything to fate. If he fails, he will die. Just treat this before he dies as a dream. If he succeeds and it is God's will, Chu Qingyi is in a state of confusion. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, knowing that the atmosphere has been set to this point. If he asks again, it will be a bit of a spoiler. But the fairy Qingyi in front of him looks really cute. He leaned over and continued to kiss the other's cold lips, and took off the last of her dress with his palm. Chu Qingyi's skin is white, slender and soft, far less enchanting and hot than Nangguang Mi. Not even as graceful as Master Yun Wancheng and junior sister Xiao Ziyu. But her body proportions are very good, almost perfect. The snow-white child is like an inverted jade bowl, which can be held in one hand. The waist is as slender as a willow, with beautiful curves, tender and upturned pink buttocks, and a pair of beautiful legs that are exquisitely symmetrical, extremely slender, without any flaws. Lu Changsheng took off the white jade boots and stockings on the snow-white long legs, revealing a pair of soft lines, even in slender jade feet. The two snow-white feet are like spring bamboo shoots, crisp and smooth. They are pinched in Lu Changsheng's hands. They want to protest, but they are powerless to struggle. They can only turn a little pink and tender, which looks beautiful. Lu Changsheng didn't play with them too much. Now the Yuanying origin of Xianyun's engine has filled his meridians, danshan, and limbs. If he doesn't refine it quickly, or transfer it into Chu Qingyi's body, even he can't bear it. Considering that the foreplay is not enough now, Lu Changsheng squinted his eyes, and a peach blossom mark between his eyebrows loomed, with a little pink luster. Gradually, Chu Qingyi's fair skin was dotted with pink, and her half-open eyes gradually became blurred. Alice. Lu Changsheng felt that his behavior was simply. But thinking that it was an extraordinary period and saving people was the most important thing, he did not continue to think about it. After a while, in the isolated cave world, a spring atmosphere gradually spread. The two figures wrapped in the 5-color light balls and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were tightly blended, and yin and yang rotated. Here, no one will disturb them. There will not even be a wisp of wind. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. The initial stiffness and resistance gradually turned into charming panting and unconscious catering. Although the method of this process is charming, Lu Changsheng always keeps his purpose in mind. Seeing that Chu Qingyi's current state is almost the same, he immediately reminded her, "Qingyi, prepare to turn the pill." However, Chu Qingyi did not respond. "Qingyi!" Lu Changsheng shouted in a low voice as he looked at Chu Qingyi, whose face was pale, eyes were closed, and tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes. This kind of pill transformation must have Chu Qingyi's cooperation. If the other party is unwilling to cooperate, he will only increase the danger if he acts forcefully. You can kill me or chop me up afterwards, Lu will do whatever you want. Now, will you be obedient? And didn't you agree to the second option? Lu Changsheng said in a low voice. How could I agree? Chu Qingyi wanted to say that. But thinking of her previous behavior, she did acquiesce and sighed slightly. Then she practiced the exercises and began to transform the real pill, and then used all the source of the real pill to nourish every inch of meridians, flesh and blood. Huh? Lu Changsheng was relieved to see the other party cooperate. He was really afraid that the other party would suddenly become stubborn. He immediately gathered the yin and yang magic power throughout Chu Qingyi's body to her Qi Hai Danshan, helping her to transform the broken real pill and use it to irrigate the meridians of her flesh. Puff. Instantly, Chu Qingyi was seriously injured and vomited blood. This kind of pill transformation is somewhat similar to being broken into pieces by others, and the process is extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng hurriedly transferred the nascent soul essence in his body into Chu Qingyi's limbs and bones. And through the yin-yang nirvana method and the life-saving technique, he helped to maintain her vitality. At the same time, he pinched his hands together and injected the elixir prepared by SYNOPSIS engine into Chu Qingyi's body to help her refine it. Boom boom boom. 3 days later, Chu Qingyi's true elixir was dangerously dissolved, nourishing every inch of her flesh, blood and meridians. When this process was the most serious, Lu Changsheng not only used the yin-yang nirvana method and the life-saving technique, but also used the 9 treasures Ruai bone. It can only be said that this elixir-making process is too dangerous. SYNOPSIS engine said that the probability is 30%, which is already a high number. If there is no 9 treasures Ruai bone, Lu Changsheng feels that even if Chu Qingyi survived, she would not be able to form an elixir in the future. Even if she forms an elixir, it will be at most a low-grade flood elixir, and it will be difficult to even form a mid-grade true elixir. With such a nascent soul origin, it is so dangerous to transform the elixir. No wonder not many people would choose to transform the elixir and break it down and then stand up. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, and clearly realized the danger of den making. It can even be said that unless ordinary cultivators have a great opportunity, den making is a dead end. Moreover, for fake pills, there is another problem for lower-grade giant cultivators to make pills, which is age and potential. If they are too old, they will not even be qualified to make pills. After a little sigh, Lu Changsheng concentrated his mind, embraced the flawless jade body in front of him, practiced the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra, and tried his best to help Chu Qingyi stabilize the situation, and then prepare to form the pill. Fortunately, with the nascent soul origin of SYNOPSIS engine, the spiritual energy in the SYNOPSIS Baohurong lotus is rich. Otherwise, with such endless consumption, Lu Changsheng felt that he would not be able to continue. At the same time, Loyan Mountains. What? Qingyi was seriously injured, rescued by a sword cultivator, and now missing. When Yun Wanchang heard Ling Feng's words, her whole face became cold, her colorful and luxurious skirt fluttered, and a surge of terrifying spiritual pressure surged out, making the air seem to solidify. In this layout, the 4 major sects worked together. Now Ling Feng, Hu Zhao, and Qingyun Henren of Qingzhu Sect, who were guarding the secret realm, have all walked out of the secret realm. Only her own disciple Chu Qingyi had an accident. How could she not be angry? Moreover, when discussing the secret realm before, it had been determined that there were no other dangers in the secret realm, and it was only used to suppress and deter the demonic cultivators. Now that the battle is over, she said that her disciple was seriously injured and was rescued. His life or death is unknown and he has disappeared. Now that the secret realm has collapsed, where can he be rescued? This is the late Qingyun stage. The Qingyun masters from the 4 major sects nearby were all shocked when they saw Yun Wanchang's magical power and spiritual pressure, and their expressions were horrified. There are 9 levels of Qingyun, and each level is a hurdle. Especially after the middle stage of Qingyun. 9 out of 10 Qingyun cultivators cannot break through to the late stage of Qingyun in their entire lives. Even though the 4 major sects have many Qingyun masters and have the foundation to continuously cultivate Qingyun masters, there are only a handful of people who can break through to the late stage of Qingyun. Yun Wanchang is relatively young among the Qingyun masters of the 4 major sects. but now she has taken the lead in breaking through to the late stage of Jinden. This is amazing. Junior sister Qingyun has actually broken through to the late stage of Jinden. A Jinden's Henren from Qingyun Sect was shocked. Others didn't know. But as a Jinden's Henren from Qingyun Sect, he remembered Yun Wanchang's age. It seemed that she was still a few years away from 200 years old. 200 years old is very young for a Jinden cultivator. There is a high probability that she will break through to Yuanying in the future. Sister Qingyun has such a talent. Even if she can't break through to Yuanying in the future, she can still cultivate to the great perfection of Jinden. He looked at Yun Wanchang with surprise. It is naturally a good thing for their Qingyun Sect that the other party has such a strong cultivation ability. But thinking of Chu Qingyi's matter, his heart sank. Zhenren Qingyun, the secret realm changed strangely at that time. At this time, Zhenren Lingfang spoke up to explain the situation in the secret realm. Although the three of them walked out of the secret realm, they were pale and weak. Huh? If anything happens to my disciples, you all have to give me an explanation. Yun Wanchang snorted coldly and said directly. Even though the Lingfang master in front of her was a Jinden master of the Qingyun Sect, she did not give him any face. Master Qingyun, calm down. No one expected this situation. True man Lingfang knew that he was in the wrong, so he said politely, why don't you go back and check on the situation of Fairy Qingyi's soul lamp? If the soul lamp is still there, I will report to True Lord and see if I can find Fairy Qingyi. Okay. Yun Wanchang knew that it was useless to be angry at this time, and the best way was to find someone. If Chu Qingyi was involved in the Great Void, only True Lord Yuanying could take action to save her. However, thinking of this battle, True Lord Zuanjian and True Lord Zhujian killed True Lord Xianxia, which consumed a lot of energy. I am afraid that they will not be able to travel in the Great Void in a short time. At this time, she thought of Lu Changsheng. The other party was called to the Qingyun secret realm by her, and now there is an accident in the secret realm, and many clan cultivators have died. Yun Wanchang swept her consciousness and did not see Lu Changsheng, and her heart sank slightly. If Lu Changsheng died in the secret realm, she would not know how to explain to Xiao Ziyu when she returned. Have you seen Lu Changsheng? She looked at the foundation building disciples of Qingyun Sect and asked. Lu Changsheng. The foundation building disciples of Qingyun Sect were all surprised and astonished when they heard this. Some did not know who Lu Changsheng was. Some were surprised why Yun Wanchang cared about such a clan cultivator. The master of Qingzhu Mountain, the master of both elixir and talisman, Lu Changsheng, is the master of the Qingyun Sect. At this time, a disciple of Qingyun Sect stepped forward and said respectfully. Yes. Yun Wanchang, wearing a colorful dress, was graceful and beautiful, and nodded slightly. Reporting to the master, at that time, the secret realm changed abnormally, and when the master of Lu Mountain was escaping, he was suddenly chased by a Jinden master, and then disappeared. The Qingyun disciple said respectfully. He was chased by a Jinden master and disappeared. Yun Wanchang's heart trembled when he heard this. Now that the secret realm has collapsed and shattered, if people do not come out, there is a high probability that they will be sucked into the void. Even if Lu Changsheng has a great opportunity and hidden strength, if he is sucked into the void, he is afraid that he will be in great danger. If the secret realm is broken, there is also a probability that he will be teleported out of the secret realm. Yun Wanchang comforted herself in this way. But when she thought about the other party being hunted by the Jinden master, her heart was heavy again. Why was Lu Changsheng hunted by the Jinden master? Yun Wanchang continued to ask. This time, master, we don't know either. The Qingyun Sect disciple said respectfully. Yun Wanchang was silent for a moment, and then she raised her jade-like hand, and a cloud-patterned colored handkerchief appeared, turning into a ball of colorful clouds. She floated down on the colorful clouds, turned into a ray of light, rushed into the nine heavens gale, and disappeared. Why would Master Qingyun ask about this Lu Changsheng? Yes, how could Master Qingyun care about such a clan cultivator? At this time, someone asked curiously. This Lu Changsheng is not simple. He was promoted to the 3rd level talisman master not long ago, and it is said that he saved junior sister Ziyu in his early years, so he was valued by Master Qingyun and became a guest worshipper of our Qingyun Sect. Immediately, an insider spoke up. I see. Tisk tisk tisk, this Lu Changsheng has such a talent for talismans, but he died in the secret realm. It's a pity. I think he got the qualification to enter the secret realm this time from Master Qingyun, so Master Qingyun would care about it. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Lu Changsheng actually died in the secret realm. Some people in the field whispered. Like Sima Qiuhua, Song Cheng was delighted to hear that Lu Changsheng actually died in the secret realm. Especially Sima Qiuhua, he wanted to immediately pass this good news back to the family. Chapter 452 Yun Wansheng, is this sword cultivator Lu Changsheng? In the northern border of Zheng State, there is Damangs. Damangs is a huge body of water, boundless, and has been covered with a layer of hazy fog for many years, which not only affects vision, but also hinders the spiritual consciousness of cultivators. Although it is rumored that the depths of Damangs are very dangerous and a forbidden area, many cultivators still come here. On the one hand, Damangs is rich in aquatic products, and both cultivators and mortals can make a living by fishing. On the other hand, in addition to Damang Fairy City, one of the 3 major fairy cities in Zheng State, Damangs also has countless islands. Among these islands, there are many with spiritual veins. Even if it is only the first level, or a low-level spiritual vein, it is very precious for casual cultivators. As long as you find such an ownerless spiritual island, you can become the owner of the island, establish a family, power, and settle down. However, over the years, the slightly better spiritual islands in Damangs have basically been occupied. At this moment, the night is like water. The bright moonlight pours from the sky onto the vast and sparkling lake. I saw a pure, green, crystal clear lotus slowly floating out from a huge dark rock. This lotus seemed to have no roots or stems, and was allowed to flow with the lake water. If a knowledgeable cultivator saw this lotus seed, he would recognize that it was the extremely precious Qingyun Baohuang lotus in the world of cultivation. At this time, in the Qingyun Baohuang lotus, I saw a man and a woman tightly entangled together, with a group of 5 colored rays of light flowing around them. Above the man's head, there was a round of Hori. And above the woman's head, there was only a round of faint moon. The two formed an invisible cauldron, with the sun and the moon rotating and blending. The pure and rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like rain, pouring on Lu Changsheng's strong, slender, and beautiful body. Boom boom boom, in addition to the external spiritual energy of heaven and earth filling his body, Lu Changsheng's nascent soul origin and Chu Qingyi's Yuan Yin origin obtained through dual cultivation filled his Qi Hai Danshan, making his golden elixir shine brightly, forming a terrifying spiritual pressure. Boom. 4 months ago, Lu Changsheng's cultivation had only broken through the second level of Jinden. Now, relying on the power of the 2 origins, his cultivation has directly broken through the 3rd level of Jinden. However, this is not the end. The surging power is still in his body, flowing wildly through his limbs and bones, causing his yin-yang creation sutra to run wildly and automatically. Pain at this time, a hoarse and weak voice sounded. Lu Changsheng saw the beautiful woman in front of him with messy black hair and pale face frowning, knowing that he had just broken through, resulting in a failure to control the power. He practiced the Balian Baodiju, and his physical body was as strong as a demon king. Even if it was gentle and drizzling throughout the process, Chu Qingyi was severely damaged. Otherwise, how could this sword fairy who had been silent throughout the process cry out in pain? I'm sorry. Lu Changsheng soothed the beauty with a gentle voice. The 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest glowed brightly, relieving Chu Qingyi's pain, and continued to practice the sun and moon reincarnation art. The pale and beautiful beauty frowned her nose and eyebrows, and groaned. A pair of snow-white feet were tense, and the toes were curled up, almost in line with the round and slender calves. After a moment, the eyebrows were stretched, and the beautiful eyes that were slightly opened and closed seemed to have a little charming rhyme. After Yun Wansheng returned to Qingyun Sect, she rushed to the sect's ancestral temple as soon as possible. Once a sect disciple enters the inner gate or breaks through the foundation, he must leave a natal card or soul lamp in the sect. This soul lamp can not only sense the situation and the approximate location when encountering danger, but also search for it. If someone betrays the sect, he can also use the natal card and soul lamp to perform some secret techniques to arrest him or curse him. Junior Sister Qingyun, what's the matter? Upon hearing the report, the head of Qingyun Sect came immediately. The ancestral temple is an important place of the sect. Even if Yun Wansheng is the master of Qingyun Peak and the master of the law enforcement hall, she cannot enter without permission. The Qingyun secret realm has changed. Qingyi's life or death is unknown. I want to enter the ancestral temple to check the condition of her soul lamp. Yun Wanchang's red lips opened slightly, and her voice was cold. What? The head of Qingyun Sect was shocked when he heard this. He knew that Chu Chengyi was brought back to the sect by Yun Wanchang when she was young and raised. Although they were master and apprentice, they were like mother and daughter. Now that Chu Chengyi had an accident under the arrangement of the sect, Yun Wanchang might have a rift in her heart. Moreover, Chu Chengyi was born with a sword heart, and her cultivation progress was rapid. She broke through the giant before she was 100 years old, and her future was limitless. If there was an accident, it would be a great loss for their Qingyun Sect. He did not hesitate to take out his head token, and together with Yun Wanchang's peak master token, he opened the ancestral temple formation and entered the hall. The outermost layer is the soul tablet of the inner sect disciples or the sect manager. Further in, there are the core of the sect, as well as the soul tablets and soul lamps of the foundation building disciples and deacons. When entering the innermost palace, it is the place where the Jindans Henrin placed the soul lamps. After a moment, Yun Wanchang and the head of Qingyun saw a dim soul lamp, like a candle in the wind. This is Chu Chengyi's soul lamp. When the head of Qingyun saw this soul lamp, he instantly knew that Chu Chengyi was in a very dangerous situation and was dying. He immediately said to Yun Wanchang, "Junior sister Qingyun, I will go and inform junior brother Du and ask him to calculate the location of Qingyi's area. Sorry to bother you, senior brother head." Yun Wanchang looked at the soul lamp in front of her, pursed her red lips, and clenched her slender jade-like palms. At this time, she seemed to have thought of something. After walking out of the ancestral temple, she came to Qingyun Peak and sent a message to Xiao Ziyu in Mingyu residence. "Ziyu, come to see me." A moment later, Xiao Ziyu, wearing a snow-white dress, with a cold and arrogant face, like a bright moon, came to the top of the peak. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, who was dressed in colorful palace clothes, graceful and noble, and incomparable, she bowed and said, "Master Ziyu, Lu Changsheng had an accident in Qinyuan's secret realm. You go to Bihu Mountain to see if he left behind a soul lamp or a natal tablet." Yun Wanchang looked at Xiao Ziyu in front of her, sighed slightly, and said, "If not, bring back something you often use." "What?" Xiao Ziyu's delicate body trembled suddenly when she heard the words of her master, and the indifferent state of mind of Tai Shongwalking was directly invalidated. Then he said with a look of disbelief, "Master, you said that Changsheng had an accident in Qinyuan's secret realm." Alice Yun Wanchang sighed deeply in her heart when she saw her apprentice like this. The most important thing in the supreme forgetting love art is the state of mind. Her apprentice practiced this technique and usually remained unmoved by emotions and unperturbed by emotions. Now, after hearing Lu Changsheng's message, he instantly broke down and his heart of Taoism trembled, which showed that his love was deep and could not be saved. If Lu Changsheng really had an accident, and something happened, her apprentice's Taoism would be completely cut off. However, when she thought that Lu Changsheng really died in the secret realm, her emotions could not help but surge, and she felt an inexplicable sadness. There was an abnormality in the Qinyuan secret realm, and Lu Changsheng's current situation is unknown. He has not left the secret realm, so I asked you to go to Bihu Mountain to take a look. Afterwards, I will ask Elder Du to calculate Lu Changsheng's situation information." Yun Wanchang looked elegant and said in a soft voice, "Something strange has happened in the secret realm, and he has not left the secret realm." Xiao Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She must see the person alive or dead. As long as she didn't see the body, she would not believe that Lu Changsheng had died. Just now, she heard that Master said that Lu Changsheng had an accident and asked her to go to Bihu Mountain to see Lu Changsheng's soul lamp and life tablet. She thought something big had gone wrong. "Master, I don't know what kind of changes have happened in the secret realm, and what kind of accident has Changsheng encountered?" Xiao Ziyu bit her lip and asked. She was wearing a moon-white dress, her black hair fluttering, and her beautiful face was not made up, but she was beautiful beyond words. Her cold eyes, which were usually quiet and indifferent, were like a rugged mountain spring at this time, full of ripples. If the disciples of Qingyun Sect saw that the usually cold and arrogant fairy Ziyu, who was like the bright moon in the sky, cared about a man like this, they would be heartbroken and think they were hallucinating. Even Master Yun Wanchang was moved when she saw Xiao Ziyu like this. She didn't know what charm Lu Changsheng had that could make her apprentice so fascinated. The Qinyuan secret realm collapsed. A wicked corpse comparable to the nascent soul appeared. When Lu Changsheng fled to the exit of the secret realm, he was suddenly chased by a giant and cultivator. His whereabouts are unknown and he did not leave the secret realm. Yun Wancheng did not hide it. She opened her red lips and spoke out. Chased by a giant and cultivator. Xiao Ziyu frowned slightly, feeling a little puzzled, and continued to ask, Master, why was Changsheng chased by a giant and cultivator? Did this giant and cultivator leave the secret realm? What's the situation? The specific situation is unknown to the master. This giant and cultivator did not leave the secret realm either, but it is not ruled out that he has some means to hide and leave. Yun Wancheng said so. Although the secret realm has set up a net of heaven and earth. But because the nascent soul of True Lord was caught, the two sides fought fiercely, resulting in many methods being damaged, and it is possible that someone took advantage of the situation to leave. Yet, Xiao Ziyu pursed her lips lightly, thinking that Lu Changsheng should be fine. On the one hand, it came from the trust she had in Lu Changsheng for many years. On the other hand, she believed in Lu Changsheng's strength. She believed that even if Lu Changsheng had only broken through to the giant stage for a few years, he was definitely not an ordinary giant who could be bullied. Master, is senior sister okay? At this time, Xiao Ziyu thought of the changes in the secret realm, and her senior sister was responsible for guarding the secret realm, and she expressed her concern. Your senior sister also had an accident, and now the situation is dangerous, and her whereabouts are unknown. Yun Wancheng sighed. How could this happen? Xiao Ziyu said in surprise. Unexpectedly, not only Lu Changsheng's whereabouts were unknown. Her senior sister Chu Qingyi's whereabouts were also unknown. If Lu Changsheng was hunted down by a giant and true person, and his life or death was unknown, it would be reasonable for him to be unknown. But as a giant and true person of Qingyun Sect, even if her senior sister was seriously injured or even died, there would be disciples of Qingyun Sect and giant and true persons from the other three sects to take her out of the secret realm. Your sister was in danger at the time and was rescued by a sword cultivator. Who knew that this sword cultivator took your sister deep into the secret realm, and did not come out even when the secret realm collapsed and shattered? Yun Wancheng's beautiful eyes were clear and cold, and she spoke out. If the Qingyun Sect disciples had not also seen this scene, she would even suspect that Ling Feng's Henren was deceiving her. Sword cultivator, entering the depths of the secret realm. Xiao Ziyu's beautiful eyes, as cold as the moon, showed a bit of strangeness. Lu Changsheng was gone. Her sister was gone. The giant's Henren who was chasing Lu Changsheng at the time was nowhere to be seen. The sister was rescued by a sword cultivator and her whereabouts are unknown. If Changsheng is this sword cultivator, Xiao Ziyu had a thought in her mind, and felt that if so, the matter seemed to make sense. After all, she knew that Lu Changsheng practiced sword techniques in his early years. Although he later switched to practicing other techniques, it shouldn't be difficult to disguise himself as a sword cultivator, right? She asked, Master, is this sword cultivator also a giant and true person? Why did he save my sister? Well, this person is a giant and cultivator, and his inheritance should be from a foreign country. As for why he wants to save Qingyi, I don't know. Yun Wancheng shook her head. This was also what she couldn't figure out. Why did such a giant and sword cultivator appear in the secret realm and rescue Chu Qingyi? The only possibility she could think of was that the other party coveted his disciple's sword cultivation inheritance. At this time, Yun Wancheng noticed that Xiao Ziyu in front of her didn't seem so sad. Although Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art, her state of mind was calm and not disturbed by emotions. But as a master, she still had some understanding of this disciple, and knew that as long as the other party mentioned Lu Changsheng, it was like a different person. He definitely wouldn't calm down so quickly. Did Ziyu know something? Did he know that Lu Changsheng was fine? Yun Wancheng frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of an incident in her early years. Chu Qingyi investigated the affairs of the Ziyahao family, and was hunted down by Ziyahao Wuwo. She was poisoned by corpses and was saved by a casual cultivator named Han Li. Afterwards, she learned that this casual cultivator Han Li was Lu Changsheng in disguise. In addition, she still remembered that her apprentice Chu Qingyi told her that when this casual cultivator named Han Li used sword energy to expel poison for her, he actually resonated with her sword heart and praised the other party for his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Sword cultivator. Lu Changsheng is a sword cultivator. Question mark. Could it be that Ziyu, do you know something? She looked at her apprentice and asked. Xiao Zhi was looked at by her master like this, as if the whole person was seen through. Knowing that the master asked this question, she should guess something. But she was not sure how much her master knew. Considering that Lu Changsheng's secret was serious, she whispered, Changsheng has obtained the swordsmanship inheritance, so I wonder if this sword cultivator who saved my senior sister is related to Changsheng. It's related to Lu Changsheng. Yun Wancheng looked at Xiao Ziyu in front of her, her eyes deep as a pool. This giant sword cultivator is related to Lu Changsheng, or this person is Lu Changsheng. If this person is Lu Changsheng, it is too amazing. She thought of the early years when she met Lu Changsheng. He was still a young cultivator at the 4th level of key refining. But after a few years, he has reached the peak of key refining and practiced both the Dharma and the body. When she met him for the 3rd time, he was already in the middle stage of foundation building. Now, decades have passed, although there is no progress in his cultivation. But when she practiced with Lu Changsheng before, she knew that he was hiding and might have broken through the late stage of foundation building. But if he broke through the Jinden, it would be too amazing. Even if Lu Changsheng was at the peak of foundation building, she could understand it. Besides, the other party is just a clan cultivator. Where did he get the Jinden spiritual objects and the Jinden Dale field? Unless Lu Changsheng is a natural spiritual root, or some kind of peerless Taoist body. Peerless Taoist body. Yun Wancheng's thoughts flowed for a moment, and she looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, well, you go to Qingzhu Mountain first. She knew what Xiao Ziyu should know, but it was inconvenient to say it, so she didn't ask more. Planned to find someone to figure out the situation first. Thank you, master. Xiao Ziyu pursed her lips lightly, bowed, turned into a beam of light and left Qingyun Peak, heading for Qingzhu Mountain. If this sword cultivator is really Lu Changsheng. Yun Wancheng looked at Xiao Ziyu's departing figure, thinking of how she was hit by the red Luan karma fire, and then was saved by Lu Changsheng, and had a relationship with him. Apprentice Xiao Ziyu was ambushed and rescued by Lu Changsheng. In order to repay his cultivation and life-saving grace, he took the initiative to help him build his foundation with his spirit body, and then if Yun Wancheng didn't dare to think about it as soon as the thought came up, and shook her head to dispel the thought. Qingyun Sect, the ancestral temple. Junior brother Du, how is it? The head of Qingyun Sect and Yun Wancheng looked at the purple-robed old man in front of them and asked, huh? The purple-robed old man looked a little tired. After a long breath, he bowed slightly and said, Master, there is a mysterious force that obscures the secrets of heaven. Even with this soul lamp, I can't figure out the situation of Chengyi's Henren in the area where she is. Obstructing the secrets of heaven. Master Qingyun and Yun Wancheng looked at each other, and both saw solemnity on each other's faces. They didn't understand the art of divination, but they also knew that there were many means in the world that could interfere with and affect the secrets of heaven. And obscuring the secrets of heaven meant that there was something wrong with what Chu Chengyi was now. The Xianyun's secret realm collapsed, and the people inside might be involved in the void. And the void has the effect of confusing and obscuring the secrets of heaven. Junior brother Du, thank you for your hard work. Master Qingyun said politely to the purple-robed old man in front of him, knowing that divination and divination were not something that could be done by force. The other party had consumed a lot of vitality to calculate Chu Chengyi's situation, and needed to recuperate for a long time. Master, you are polite. The purple-robed old man bowed slightly and said goodbye. After the purple-robed old man left, the head of Qingyun continued, don't worry, junior sister Qingyun, I will go and inform the Supreme Elder and ask Senior Bu Swanzi to help and try to deduce Chengyi's situation. Divination naturally has different levels. Although this purple-robed old man is the top fortune teller of Qingyun Sect, his skills are not that advanced. Master, there is no need to do this. I will go to Qingyun Sect later. If Chengyi is involved and takes Su, only the true Lord can rescue her. Yun Wancheng shook her head and said so. Okay. The head of Qingyun nodded, knowing that the matter of Xianyun's secret realm was led by Qingyun Sect. Now that such a thing has occurred, Qingyun Sect should help out. And the Zhuangjian true lord of Qingyun Sect is not only a sword cultivator, but also knows the art of divination. Chapter 453, Reforming the Pill, Zhuangjian's Henjin. Qingzhu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. After Xiao Ziyu arrived at Qingzhu Mountain, she informed Ling Zixio, Lu Maioji and others about the situation of Xianyun's secret realm in Lu Changsheng. What? Changsheng's whereabouts in Xianyun's secret realm are unknown. How could this be? Lu Maioji and Lu Maioyan heard this, both looked solemn and worried. Being hunted by a giant in Tenrun. Ling Zixiao frowned slightly, with a strange look. Lu Maioji and Lu Maioyan may not know Lu Changsheng's combat power, and always thought that their husbands were gentle and not good at killing. But she knew her husband's methods very well. In the early stage of foundation building, he used the talisman formation to suppress and kill the 5 foundation building cultivators. In the late stage of foundation building, he could kill the fake Danzhenrin at will, and he could escape calmly when facing the 3rd level Demon King. Now that he has broken through the giant and condensed the immortal golden elixir, you say he is hunted by a giant and cultivator? It's almost the same for a giant and cultivator to be hunted by his husband. Well, but I heard from Master that a sword cultivator appeared in the secret realm and saved my sister, so I suspect that this giant and sword cultivator is Changsheng. It was just that the situation was urgent at the time, and Changsheng was not convenient to reveal his identity, so he took my sister away from the secret realm. Xiao Ziyu continued to speak, expressing her guess, and signaled the girls not to worry too much. Giant and sword cultivator. Lu Maioji and Lu Maioyan breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, but their beautiful eyes were still filled with worry. Seriously injured. However, when Ling Zixiao heard this, his expression became even more strange. He felt that if this was the case, Lu Changsheng would come back. Wouldn't there be another sister? After all, with her husband's luck and love, and such a hero saving a beauty, it would be a bit unreasonable if nothing happened between the two of them. Besides, this giant and sword cultivator was really her husband. Would he let this fairy Qingyu go? Fellow Taoist Ling, what's wrong? Xiao Ziyu felt that Ling Zixiao's eyes looking at her were a little inexplicable, and asked out loud. Nothing, my husband didn't leave soul lamps, soul tablets and other natal items at home. Ling Zixiao shook her head and said, but. She looked at the cave in front of her and shouted respectfully, Senior Zumi, do you know about my husband's situation? Zumi Tree King was the contracted spirit beast of her husband, and there might be a connection between the two. Master, it's fine. Zumi said. It didn't have a master-servant's contract with Lu Changsheng. But there was still some mysterious connection between the two, and they knew that Lu Changsheng was still alive. Huh? Hearing this, Lu Maioji, Lu Maioyan, and Xiao Ziyu beside them all breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying that concern leads to confusion. They had forgotten the existence of Zumi before. Thank you, Senior Zumi. Lu Maioji, Ling Zixiao and other women said. Although Zumi Tree King was the spirit pet of their husband, they still showed respect to the other party as a 3rd level demon king. After Xiao Ziyu knew that Lu Changsheng was fine, she felt relieved. She came to the Changsheng palace, took the talisman pen that Lu Changsheng often used, and prepared to go back to report. However, when she was about to go back to report, she thought about it and asked Lu Maioji and Lu Qingzhu to go to Qingyun Sect together. On the one hand, the blood of Lu Qingzhu and Lu Changsheng can be used to deduce the general situation. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng encountered an accident in the Qingyun secret realm. If he did not return for a long time, other family forces might try to provoke him. Lu Maioji, the mistress of the Lu family, went to Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Peak to send a signal to the outside world, which could have a certain deterrent effect. Maioyan, when the news of the Qingyun secret realm spreads, the matter of the young master will definitely be spread by those who are interested. Now that the family chamber of commerce has just started to improve, you go and notify Lu Yun and Xingyang and let them prepare in advance. At the same time, Ling Zixiao also said to Lu Maioyan. Sister Ling, I know. Lu Maioyan nodded gently. Although she had a fresh face, like a playful girl, she had developed an elegant demeanor after years of managing the Lu family's internal affairs. Lu Maioji and Xiao Ziyu drove the spirit boat and slowly landed outside the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect. Is this Qingyun Sect? Lu Qingzhu looked at the Qingyun Sect, which was surrounded by mist, the glow of the sunset, and the peaks, and looked at it curiously. Although Qingzhu Mountain was not far from Qingyun Sect, he had never been there. Yes. Lu Maioji had a gentle face and a gentle temperament as she briefly introduced the situation of Qingyun Sect to her son. However, she had only been there twice and did not know much about Qingyun Sect. Uncle Xiao. The disciples of the mountain gate immediately bowed to Xiao Ziyu when they saw her. Yes. Xiao Ziyu looked cold and noble, nodded slightly, and took Lu Maioji and Lu Qingzhu into Qingyun Sect and came to Qingyun Peak. Master. She came to the palace on the top of the peak to pay her respects. Yun Wancheng saw Lu Maoji outside, and her heart was inexplicably throbbing. Thinking of the time when she practiced the Sunu reincarnation art and entered the soul dream of Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoji, and had sex with Lu Maoji in it. Although it was just a dream, this experience still had some impact on her. Alice. Yun Wancheng was a little upset. She felt that if Lu Changsheng really had an accident, she would not only be unable to face Xiao Xiao, but also feel guilty towards the Lu family and Lu Maoji. I hope this little thief is okay. Yun Wancheng took a deep breath, put aside her distracting thoughts, and walked out of the palace. Greetings to Master Qingyun. Lu Maoji immediately bowed with her son. Yun Wancheng nodded slightly. Then she took the talisman pen from Xiao Xiao, raised her hand lightly, and took Lu Qingzhu to find Elder Du to calculate Lu Changsheng's situation. Lu Maoji looked at Master Qingyun who was leaving, and for some reason, she felt that the other person's figure was somewhat familiar. But she knew that this was the first time she had seen this Qingyun's Henren, and she had never seen him before. However, his body and face seemed to have a hazy immortal aura flowing through them, blurry and unclear, and it was impossible to see his true appearance. What's your name? Yun Wancheng looked at Lu Qingzhu, who perfectly inherited the appearance of Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoji, and felt a little closer in her heart, and said in a soft voice. Reporting to this Henren, my name is Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu looked at Yun Wancheng, who was full of rosy clouds and flowing with an invisible oppressive aura, and felt a little restrained, but still bowed his hands and said humbly. Lu Qingzhu. Yun Wancheng nodded slightly and asked, Qingyun Sect opens its mountain gate once every 5 years to recruit new disciples. If you are interested, I can directly grant you the status of an inner disciple. Although she didn't know how talented Lu Qingzhu was, she could judge from his cultivation that his spiritual roots were not bad, or even excellent. So if he was willing to join Qingyun Sect, she would also be willing to take care of him. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal. I still need to ask my parents about this matter. Lu Qingzhu was a little flattered and did not give a direct answer. Yes. Yun Wancheng did not say anything more and took Lu Qingzhu to a mountain peak. After a while, an old man in purple robe came out to greet them. After hearing Yun Wancheng's intention, he took the talisman pen, took a drop of Lu Qingzhu's blood, and then pinched a formula to calculate. Is this the art of divination? Lu Qingzhu looked at Elder Du in front of him with a serious expression. There are hundreds of arts in cultivating immortals, which are broad and profound. Among them, if we talk about mystery, divination is definitely one of them. However, this kind of inheritance is extremely rare, and there are very few people who have entered the door. He has only seen the relevant introduction in the book and has never seen it. For a long time. Imperial Qingyun, this person has also been blinded by a force, and it is difficult to calculate a situation. Elder Du shook his head and said. He spent a lot of energy to calculate Chu Qingyi before. Now when calculating Lu Changsheng, she felt a resistance and the secret was obscured, so she did not continue to calculate. Elder Du, thank you for your hard work. Yun Wancheng nodded. On the one hand, she calculated Lu Changsheng's situation this time to see if she could get relevant clues and information. On the other hand, she also wanted to know whether the other party's situation was similar to that of her disciple Chu Qingyi. Now hearing this result, her expression was slightly condensed, and she thought that the giant and sword cultivator was Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, if the disciple Chu Qingyi was deceived, Lu Changsheng would also be deceived. Moreover, she had given Lu Changsheng a token that sealed his magical powers in his early years. If the token was activated, she could sense it in the dark. But she did not sense the activation of the token, which meant that Lu Changsheng was probably not in great danger. Yun Wancheng did not think about it anymore, and looked at Lu Qingzhu next to her. She flicked her jade finger and dropped a jade talisman in front of him, and said aloud, if you want to join Qingyun Sect in the future, you can send a message to the seat. Now that Lu Changsheng's whereabouts are unknown, Qingzhu Mountain is expected to cause some trouble. Although she would not show up for such matters, she was willing to help a little. And this jade talisman was an attitude. If Qingzhu Mountain really encountered any trouble, as long as Lu Qingzhu and Lu Maoji showed this jade talisman, it would be a deterrent to the outside world. Thank you, Immortal. Although Lu Qingzhu didn't know why this giant and Immortal valued him so much, he was still very happy and bowed. Yes. After Yun Wancheng brought Lu Qingzhu back to Qingyun Peak, she briefly told Xiao Xiao about the situation, went to Qingyun Sect, and turned into a rainbow light to leave Qingyun Sect. Zhu, I remember Xingyuan Yanlao and Qingyun Sect. If it's convenient for you, I want to visit them. At this time, Lu Miaoj spoke out. As their aunt, now that she came to Qingyun Sect, she should naturally visit and care for them. Besides, if her husband encountered such a thing, it might be heard by the two of them. She also reminded the two of them so that they could build their foundation with peace of mind and not worry about family matters. Okay. Xiao Ziyu nodded, took Lu Miaoj to visit the two, and then went to see Zhao Qingqing. Mom, before, Master Qingyun asked me if I was willing to join the Qingyun Sect. When Lu Miaoj took Lu Qingzhu away from the Qingyun Sect and returned to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Qingzhu took out Master Qingyun's jade talisman and said this. Lu Miaoj was surprised. She didn't expect that her son was valued by Master Qingyun. Although her husband thought that it was unnecessary for his children to join the Immortal Sect. But at this time, her son was actively concerned by Master Qingyun, which still made her a little moved. However, thinking of what happened to her son Lu Qingshan and her daughter Lu Qingzhu, she calmed down and planned to wait until Lu Changsheng came back. Mom, Master Qingyun gave me this jade talisman, thinking it was also to take care of our family. Not long ago, my father was a guest official in Qingyun Peak, and now he encountered an accident in Xianyun's secret realm at this time. Lu Qingzhu pursed her lips and said softly. When Lu Miaoj heard this, her heart trembled. She stroked her son's head with a gentle expression and whispered, Don't worry, Zuaner, your father will be fine, absolutely fine. In the Xianyun Baohurong Lotus, there is no sun, moon, or stars, and no alternation of day and night. Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyu practiced together tirelessly. The two almost forgot about time and themselves, and were completely integrated. During this process, Chu Qingyu's condition gradually improved, and her beautiful face was no longer so pale, but had a little more blood color. Dao Lu at this time, Chu Qingyu spoke in a low voice, indicating that her situation was almost the same. It's okay, the Yuanying origin is still enough, it's safer. Lu Changsheng said this while looking at the beautiful woman in front of him. At the beginning, he was so focused on saving people that he didn't really appreciate the peerless grace of this sword fairy. Now that the situation is stable, he naturally has to appreciate it. Chu Qingyu blushed, her body trembled, and she closed her beautiful eyes. However, the more the other party did this, the more Lu Changsheng couldn't help teasing the other party, making her nose snort, and her expression was shy and annoyed. It must be said that the sword fairy, who usually has clear eyebrows and full of heroic spirit, looks so shy, which is extremely moving. If there is something missing, it is that there is only one person. If Ziyu or even Qingyun's Henrin is here, Qingyi, it is dangerous to form a pill. You must not be negligent. We are here to heal our wounds and form a pill. In Lu's heart, the fairy is still pure and innocent. Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty and said gently, Chu Qingyi opened and closed her eyes covered with mist and saw Lu Changsheng, who looked gentle and affectionate. She was ashamed and annoyed in her heart, and even a little speechless. I have been treated like this by you, and I am still pure and innocent. If it is really for healing and forming a pill, what are you doing with your hands? However, the sword fairy, who is usually clear and sharp, is like an ostrich at this time. She only dared to think about it in her heart and dared not say much. After all, this situation is simply too embarrassing. Well, Qingyi, your complexion has improved a lot. It looks like you can start to form a pill after a few more days of treatment. Don't worry, with me here, you will be able to successfully form a pill and condense a top-grade golden pill. Lu Changsheng looked at the frowning face of the fairy in front of him and continued, reaching out to gently stroke her soft, smooth, and rosy pale face. Chu Qingyi pursed her lips and said nothing. Her face was as red as clouds, and she turned her head with the messy black hair to the side with some shame and anger. Obviously, she was upset by Lu Changsheng's words and could not control herself. Time passed little by little. After seeing that Chu Qingyi was in a similar situation, Lu Changsheng did not delay any further and began to help Chu Qingyi form a pill. After all, if he delayed any longer, if the Yuanying essence was refined too much by himself, or the treatment dissipated, he might miss the opportunity to form a pill. Boom! Lu Changsheng operated the Sun and Moon reincarnation art to the extreme, causing the Sun and Moon cauldron on his head to slowly merge into Chu Qingyi's Qi Si Danshan. Hu. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept and poured into Qu Qingyi's body. Even though Qu Qingyi was a Jindan's Henren before, and now he is reforming the Dan after Huadan, he still has to go through the 3 stages of Jindan. With Qu Qingyi's current situation, it is naturally difficult for her to bear such a spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring into her body. But when they were practicing dual cultivation before, Lu Changsheng had already transferred the origin of the nascent soul into Qu Qingyi's meridians, Damshan, and the sun and moon cauldron. So he directly excluded this spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing only a small part to enter Qu Qingyi's body, and then absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through himself, helping Qu Qingyi refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, Yun Wanchang came to Qingyun Sect. After stating her purpose, she was invited to a hall to wait. Yun Wanchang took out Qu Qingyi's soul lamp from her arms and took a look. I saw that the soul lamp, which was originally dim and like a candle in the wind, was much brighter. But the soul fire was still erratic, indicating that Qu Qingyi's condition was still unstable. Is Qingyi out of danger? Yun Wanchang looked at the soul lamp in her hand with a look of joy. Daoiaokin. After a moment, a man who was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, with a face that looked a bit ordinary, but handsome and masculine, with a bit of feminine softness came over. He was wearing a loose snow-white robe, with a simple green longsword hanging from his waist, giving people a feeling of being as white as jade and unstained by dust. But as soon as he entered the hall, Yun Wanchang felt that the entire hall was shrouded by an invisible force. Greetings, Master. Yun Wanchang bowed. Even though the 4 major immortal sects were of the same blood, she was the master of a peak of the Qingyun Sect, and had the cultivation level of the late Jindan stage. She did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the Yuanying master in front of her. Daoao, I already know the purpose of your visit. Did you bring your disciple's soul lamp? Master Zhuangjian's voice was calm and gentle, without the sharp edge of a sword cultivator. Yun Wanchang handed the soul lamp in her arms to Master Zhuangjian. Zhuangjian's Henjin took the soul lamp and calculated with his palm. His ordinary and handsome face was sometimes calm and indifferent, sometimes steady and solemn, sometimes high-spirited, and sometimes majestic and fierce. After a moment, he looked calm, with a faint smile on his lips, and said, Daoiaokin, your disciple was indeed a very bad omen before. But fortune is hidden in disaster, and disaster is hidden in fortune. If you can survive this disaster and turn danger into safety, it will be a very auspicious sign. Now that your disciple has passed the most dangerous situation, whether it will be good or bad next depends on her own luck. If we intervene, I am afraid it will affect her situation. Zhuangjian's Henjin spoke and said so. Thank you, Zhenjin. Yun Wanchang was slightly relieved when she heard this. Although there is no absolute accuracy in the art of divination, there is only vague information. But since Zhuangjian's Henjin said so, it is better not to intervene. Otherwise, it is easy to interfere with the destiny, derive variables, and cause Qu Qingyi to have an accident. Fellow Taoist Qian, there's no need to be polite. If you hadn't discovered the Xianyun's secret realm, Zhujian would have found it difficult to break through to the nascent soul stage, True Lord Zhuangjian said calmly. Chapter 454 Lu Wongshu, Destroy Your Jin Langling. On the vast and boundless lake, a glittering green lotus seed was swept by the waves. It was swept into the seabed and floated out of the water. Occasionally, a monster would see the lotus seed, bite it, or swallow it. But soon, the lotus seed would glow with spiritual light, emitting a terrifying aura of magic power, causing the monsters to bleed. At this moment, in the lotus seed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, forming a spiritual energy vortex like a hole, filled with surging spiritual pressure. If this goes on, it will be difficult to condense a top-grade golden elixir. Lu Changsheng used the sun and moon reincarnation art to help Qu Qingyi condense the elixir again. But he realized that if this continued, it would be difficult for the other party to condense a top-grade golden elixir. Even if she was lucky enough to condense a top-grade golden elixir, it would be at most the 3rd grade. Can I directly refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the 7-star magic power, and then merge it with her magic power? At this time, an idea came to Lu Changsheng's mind. When he was expelling poison for Qu Qingyi in his early years, the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Scripture and Qu Qingyi's skills and foundation produced a wonderful resonance. This shows that the 2 skills are similar in commonality and are not mutually exclusive. And the skill that he practiced, the Yin-Yang Creation Scripture, has the effect of governing all laws. In this case, he directly refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the seven lights magic power and passed it to Chu Qingyi's Qi Hai Danshan, and then coordinated it through the yin-yang creation scripture to make the two magic powers merge. Wouldn't it be possible to greatly improve the efficiency of Dan formation? Question mark. Although this idea sounds absurd, but the more Lu Changsheng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After all, when he condensed the yin-yang five elements Taoism, the yin and yang were not balanced, but he still relied on Yun Wanshang's spiritual energy to achieve perfect harmony. Qingyi. Immediately, Lu Changsheng told Chu Qingyi his idea. Chu Qingyi heard this and felt it was a fantasy. Not to mention that the skills have the same commonality. Even if the same technique is used, different people will practice it. After breaking through the foundation and forming the elixir, there will be differences in the mana, which makes it difficult to achieve perfect harmony. But for some reason, she subconsciously chose to believe Lu Changsheng and agreed to his actions. On the one hand, she knew that the other party would not harm her. Since he said so, she was sure. On the other hand, her mood was still very complicated. She didn't know how to face Lu Changsheng and her junior sister afterwards. Okay. Chu Qingyi's face was as red as clouds, and she thought that if she failed, she failed. In this way, she didn't have to face Lu Changsheng and her junior sister. Qingyi, don't worry. Lu Changsheng seemed to see what the other party was thinking, and gently stroked her smooth and red cheeks and said gently. Then he operated the Seven Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra and carefully transferred part of the Seven Stars mana into Chu Qingyi's meridians and the Sea of Qi and Danshan. Although the two mana have similar commonalities, they are indeed incompatible. Especially Chu Qingyi is now forming the elixir. If these seven stars mana condenses into the embryonic form of the elixir, it may even cause the inner elixir mana to be disordered, thus failing to form the elixir. Lu Changsheng began to circulate the yin-yang creation sutra, trying to merge the two powers. Under the control and coordination of the yin-yang creation sutra, the Qi magic power instantly merged into the prototype of Chu Qingyi's inner elixir, very harmoniously, and gradually merged into one. Chu Qingyi opened her beautiful eyes, which were misty and shining with a hazy luster, and looked at Lu Changsheng in surprise, wanting to know how he did it. This is amazing. It's incredible. Qingyi, if you feel it's okay, I will continue. Lu Changsheng's eyes were warm, looking into Chu Qingyi's shy beautiful eyes with a faint mist, and said in a gentle voice. Chu Qingyi was looked at by Lu Changsheng with such affection, and her heart trembled, her heart was in a mess, her face was flustered, her eyebrows were full of shyness, and she turned her head away, closed her eyes tightly, and didn't look at Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. He thought to himself, this fairy Qingyi is too shy, right? The two have been close for so long, but they are still so shy and can't let go. Qingyi. Lu Changsheng stretched out his hand and pinched her white and smooth snow-white skin, indicating that if there is no problem, he will continue. Chu Qingyi hummed softly. What does he mean? Is there a problem or not? Lu Changsheng asked. Chu Qingyi pursed her lips and said nothing, her beautiful eyes slightly opened, and looked at Lu Changsheng with some shame and annoyance. This man looks like a gentleman, but his behavior is extremely rogue. I don't pay attention to him, but he keeps chattering, deliberately provoking me to talk to him at such a shameful time. No problem. Chu Qingyi bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth and said in a muffled voice. Her voice, which is like a clear spring in the mountains on weekdays, seems to tremble a little, mixed with a bit of emotional charm. Okay, I know. Lu Changsheng replied with a smile. I thought that although this fairy Qingyi is cold, if she melts, she will definitely be a good wife and mother. I don't know if she likes children. Chu Qingyi turned her head aside and didn't respond to the man's words. She felt that the other party was getting more and more aggressive. First, he called her Qingyi in a friendly manner, and now he called himself his husband. It was obvious that she had only met him twice. The first time, he was disguised. But now he was so familiar. Chu Qingyi didn't know how thick-skinned this man was. Or, how many women did he treat like this to be so skilled and natural? Lu Changsheng didn't care about Chu Qingyi's attitude. After all, the two of them lacked an emotional foundation, and they needed to communicate more and fall in love over time. However, teasing was teasing, and Lu Changsheng didn't fall behind in business. When the 7 stars magic power was transferred to Chu Qingyi Sea of Qi and Danshan, a round of Haoshan appeared between his eyebrows, reflecting the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Qingyi! He shouted, and his soul gradually enveloped Chu Qingyi, trying to pass the 7 stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra to the other party through the fusion of soul and soul. Although the other party could not switch to this practice now. But the two techniques have the same commonality, maybe they can be intertwined through this technique, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and integrate them. Chu Qingyi felt something in her heart, and saw a golden soul wrapped around her soul. Then dense Dao patterns poured into her mind, turning into mysterious Dao and reason. 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Chu Qingyi looked at this mysterious and profound technique and didn't know what to say. Lu Changsheng not only tried his best to save her life, helped her to form a pill, and exposed all kinds of secrets to her. Now he has passed on this technique to her selflessly. She really couldn't understand why Lu Changsheng was so good to her. Fall in love at first sight. Chu Qingyi thought of Lu Changsheng's previous words, and a soft touch in her heart seemed to be touched. Her heart trembled and moved, and her soft and beautiful eyes were slightly dazed. People are not plants, who can be heartless. Even if she usually practices swordsmanship with all her heart, her emotions are rarely moved by others. But at this moment, she was also moved by Lu Changsheng's selfless behavior. Just thinking of the relationship between Lu Changsheng and her junior sister, she sighed slightly. Although she didn't know the specific situation between Lu Changsheng and her junior sister. But the fact that he had practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art to this extent showed that his relationship with her junior sister was already extraordinary, and even recognized by the master. In this case, as a senior sister, how could she interfere with her junior sister's feelings? And if the senior sister and the junior sister married the same person, how could it be? Not only would it insult the style of the sect, it would also cause criticism from others and even make the master angry. Chu Qingyi was in a state of confusion at this time. Qingyi, comprehend the skills well and concentrate on forming the elixir. The two were blending their souls at this time. Lu Changsheng vaguely caught some of Chu Qingyi's thoughts and spoke out. Chu Qingyi's heart trembled when she heard this, and her face was full of shyness. As a Jinan's Henren, she naturally knew that with such soul communication, the thoughts of the two people were easy to be seen through. Immediately, she held her breath and concentrated, comprehending the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra while forming the inner pill. However, she was able to do 2 things at the same time because most of the steps of forming the inner pill were done by Lu Changsheng, and she only needed to stabilize the embryonic form of the inner pill. What a wonderful technique! The Qingyun sword technique that Chu Qingyi practiced was only a side door technique. It was not that the Qingyun sect did not have a genuine technique. It was that she was born with a sword heart and was compatible with the sword technique. The Qingyun sect was not a sword cultivating sect, so there was no top-level sword inheritance. Of course, this Qingyun sword technique could become one of the sect's stabilizing techniques of the Qingyun sect, so it was naturally a top-level existence. Otherwise, it would not resonate with the 7 Lights Sword Sutra. At this time, all kinds of insights from the 7 Lights Sword Sutra flooded into her mind, which made her gain a lot. She subconsciously operated this technique, making the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra and the Qingyun sword technique intertwined with each other. Buzz buzz buzz, after a moment, in Chu Qingyi's Danshan, in the embryonic form of the inner elixir, the 2 originally harmonious mana forces formed a mysterious aura. Hiss, is this the gold content of the Immortal Sect's genius? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Although the 2 exercises have many similarities. But as soon as he passed the exercises to her, she started to comprehend, and made the exercises interweave and integrate. Isn't this talent too amazing? Lu Changsheng felt that Chu Qingyi's sword talent was no worse than his son Lu Qingshan, and even had a few points better understanding. Qingyi is great. Lu Changsheng praised. Since the other party can make the mana interweave and the aura harmonious, it will be much easier to condense the top-grade golden elixir. Chu Qingyi heard the tone of coaxing a child, her heart trembled, and she felt extremely ashamed. In her memory, only when she was young, her master would praise her like this. But now, she is already an adult. Moreover, this person is younger than her, but he treats her like a child. However, she knows that she must not argue with this scoundrel. Otherwise, who knows what shameful words he will say. Chu Qingyi closed her beautiful eyes, her pale cheeks flushed, and she tried her best to break through the giant with all her heart. Just when Changsheng was helping Chu Qingyu to form the Dan, a piece of news that shocked the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world came out. Qingyun Sect, Zhujian's Henren Yun Giant Fang broke through Yuanying. Moreover, when the Qingyun secret realm was opened, Liang Kingdom Qingyun Sect, Qianxia's Henjin brought people to attack. As a result, he was ambushed by Zhuangjian's Henjin and Zhujian's Henjin, and his physical body was destroyed. Only Yuanying escaped by chance. This news was too shocking. On the one hand, after hundreds of years, Qingyun Sect gave birth to another Yuanying's Henjin, making Qingyun Sect's position as the overlord of Zhang Kingdom unshakable. On the other hand, the two Yuanying's Henjins of Qingyun Sect almost ambushed and killed a Yuanying's Henjin. You know, at this level of nascent soul, it is really very difficult to kill others. Moreover, this Qianxia's Henjin is a well-known old-fashioned nascent soul. Now his physical body has been destroyed, and he escaped by relying on his nascent soul spirit body. Lion country and Yu country have been fighting each other for a long time. Qianxia's Henjin came here this time, probably to interfere with and attack our Jing country, so as to launch a war in the world of cultivation against Yu country. This Qianxia's Henjin's physical body was destroyed. It will be difficult to recover in 30 or 50 years. Not only that, I heard that Qianxia's Henjin relied on a secret technique to let his nascent soul escape into the void to escape. It is estimated that it will take 100 years to recover. As expected of Zhuangjian's Henjin, he fought 1 against 2 in his early years and repelled 2 nascent souls Henjins of Jin country alone. Now he and Zhujian's Henjin almost killed Qianxia's Henjin. After this battle, it is estimated that Lion country and Yu country will be quiet for a long time. Although this news caused a sensation, it was only circulated in the upper echelons of the world of cultivation. Ordinary key refining casual cultivators did not know about such things at all. However, some people were happy while others were sad. In addition to these 2 pieces of news that shocked the upper echelons of Zhang state, many family forces received bad news. Their own ancestors, or the seeds of the Jinden, fell in the Qingyun secret realm. The ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, was chased by a Jinden real person in the Qingyun secret realm and died in the secret realm. Yes, this is absolutely true. My 7th uncle's cousin is the ancestor of the Jin family in Jinlongling, and this has been confirmed by him. I heard that the Sima family in Zuanwuling said that this is absolutely true. Not long after, a piece of news about Lu Changsheng and Qingzhu Mountain spread rapidly in the Qingyun area. This news instantly attracted the attention of many family forces, who came to visit Qingzhu Mountain to confirm the truth. Faced with such a situation, Lu Mioj was well prepared and refuted the rumors as soon as possible, and showed the soul lamp of her husband to some familiar family ancestors. The soul lamp was not extinguished, indicating that Lu Changsheng was still alive. On that day, Lu Wangshu came to Qingzhu Mountain, found his eldest brother Lu Pinggan, and went to Jinlongling with Jiu Iao Mastiff. Boom! Lu Wangshu directly blasted a 3rd-level talisman at the gate of the Jin family, causing the Jinlongling formation to roar suddenly and flash with spiritual light. Although my father encountered some accidents in the secret realm, he will be back soon. If you Jin family dare to provoke and spread rumors again, my Qingzhu Mountain will flatten your Jinlongling. Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, with her black hair swaying and fluttering, like cold jade under the scorching sun, and her delicate body stood on the green jade phoenix, saying coldly, "To flatten my Jinlongling, what a big tone." An elder of the Jin family shouted coldly, but did not go out to meet the enemy, but just operated the family formation. A few months ago, the mistress of the Lu family, Ling Zixio, set up a formation, and worked together with Lu Pinggan, the eldest son of the Lu family, to suppress Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family. The talisman formation skills of this talisman fairy are probably no worse than those of the mistress of the Lu family, and even better. At this time, the brother and sister came, and the Jin family was really no match for them in a head-on confrontation. Even if the ancestor Jin Zuan accepted the challenge, if he was trapped by the talisman formation, he might have to repeat the same fate as the ancestor Sima. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Lu Wangshu was tall and elegant, with a delicate appearance. He looked at Jin Longling and said lightly, without any affectation, "Tell Jin Zuan that my parents could easily suppress him in the past, and my brother and sister can do the same today. If he is not afraid of death, just come out and try." After that, Lu Wangshu said to Lu Pingyan next to him, "Let's go, big brother." Then he didn't even look at Jin Longling, rode on the Qingyu Luan bird, and left with his big brother Lu Pingyan and Jiu Iao Mastiff. Damn it. A junior dared to bully my Jin family like this. It's too much? The elders of the Jin family looked at the two people who left safely, and their faces were extremely ugly. Lu Wangshu's behavior and words were simply a naked slap in the face. By slapping the face of their Jin family, he established his authority. I didn't expect the Lu family to be so strong. With Lu Pingyan and Lu Wangshu, even if Lu Changsheng really dies outside, it will be difficult to shake the status of the Qingzhu Mountain fake dam family. Alice, how can Lu Changsheng have such a pair of children? The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has become powerful. After this news spread, many family forces nearby sighed. Unless the Sima family of Zhuangwu Mountain and the Yuan family of Daoan Mountain completely tear their faces with Qingzhu Mountain and fight. Otherwise, even without Lu Changsheng, the current strength of Qingzhu Mountain is not something that ordinary forces can provoke. Not long after, another piece of news came out. The ancestor of the Jin family, Jin Zuan, was also seriously injured in the Qingyun secret realm, so he did not dare to go out to fight. I don't know if this Jin family ancestor is really seriously injured or just pretending to be seriously injured. I heard that the Jin ancestor was indeed injured, but not too seriously. I don't know if the Sima family will take action against Qingzhu Mountain again. The matter between the two families has not been settled for long. Even if the Sima family wants to take action, they can't do it openly. Now that Qingzhu Mountain has 4 spiritual lands under its name and has established a chamber of commerce, I'm afraid that Lu Pingyan and Lu Wangshu, brother and sister, can't control this situation. Although Lu Pingyan and Lu Wangshu fought back strongly, the storm has not subsided. Many family forces are paying attention to the situation in Qingzhu Mountain, wanting to see if the Lu family has the ability to stabilize the current situation. After all, many families have been on good terms with the Lu family before. In addition to Lu Pingyan's fake dam-level combat power, it is also related to Lu Changsheng, a 3rd-level talisman master. At the same time, Qingyun Sect. Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, has reached the 3rd level of physical training at a young age. He and the Lu family mistress Ling Zixio suppressed Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family in Zhuangwu Mountain. A woman in her 20s, with narrow eyes and red lips, a pretty face, and a heroic appearance, wearing a high ponytail, frowned slightly when she heard the news. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan. She pursed her red lips, came to the Xianyuan building of the sect, took out her identity jade card, and asked, "Do you have detailed information about Qingzhu Mountain?" Chapter 455 Qin Yi, 2nd grade golden elixir. Qingzhu Mountain, 40 years ago, the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Changsheng, seized it from the Yu family and established the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. His family. Qinyu took a look at the information about Qingzhu Mountain in the jade slip in her hand. When she saw that the information about Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, was only briefly mentioned, she asked again, "Brother, do you have detailed information about Qingzhu Mountain and Lu Pingyan?" Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan? Wait a minute, junior sister. After a while, the disciple of Xianyuan building handed over a jade slip. There was not much information about Lu Pingyan in it, only his appearance, identity information, and current combat power. As for his life experience, there were only 2 pieces of information about defeating the ancestors of the Tao family and the Sima family. It was indeed him. Qinyu was slightly startled when she saw the tall and strong young man with a round and tough face in the jade slip, and pursed her red lips. After she parted ways with Lu Pingyan, she embarked on the road to Qingyun Sect. Looking back now, it was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. At the 4th level of key refining, he dared to go to Qingyun Sect alone from Qingyun territory to become a disciple. If Lu Pingyan hadn't given him a stack of talismans and 3 bottles of elixirs when they parted, he would have died on the road before he even got halfway there. But even so, he was lucky to meet an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to join the Qingyun Sect. He not only started cultivating immortals as he wished, but also grew to this point. It seems that he should have some kind of hidden spiritual roots, or even a spiritual body, but his spiritual roots were not obvious back then, so he couldn't cultivate immortals. Qinyu looked at Lu Pingyan on the jade slip, murmured in her heart, relieved and relieved. After the two separated that year, She felt empty deep in her heart and wanted to find Lu Pingyan. But the two separated and had no contact information. And when she was young, she also wanted to find a way for him to cultivate immortals as immortal. But when she came to the Qingyun Sect and gradually understood the cultivation of immortals, she realized the heaviness of the four words. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. The world of cultivating immortals does have natural treasures that can give mortals spiritual roots. But such treasures are extremely rare. Even Jinden's Henren and Yuanying's Henjin may not have them. But she didn't give up. After breaking through the foundation, she went to travel in the sect, slaying demons and monsters, trying to find news about this. But 20 years later, there was no sign of progress. Unexpectedly, she heard that Lu Pingyan had embarked on the cultivation of immortals and had grown to such a level as soon as she returned to the sect. She felt relieved and happy, and her mind seemed to be light and free. So, it was him in the purple nether secret realm back then. At this time, Qingyun raised her sword-like eyebrows like a willow, thinking of the Anping she met in the purple nether secret realm. At that time, her intuition told her that the other party was Lu Pingyan. It's just that the other party didn't admit it, and it was too incredible for mortals to cultivate immortals, so she herself was not sure. At this time, seeing Lu Pingyan embark on the cultivation without the quasi-third level body refining, she was immediately confirmed. Why doesn't he recognize me? Qingyun frowned slightly, and clenched the palm holding the jade slip tightly. Yes, he disguised himself to enter the Zio secret realm, which means he didn't want to reveal his identity. And judging from his appearance, he has been hiding his strength. Qingyun paused in her heart, thinking about the information about Lu Pingyan. She guessed that Lu Pingyan's talents should have awakened later, and then he was hidden by the family. After all, this kind of thing is common in family forces. Small family forces have top geniuses, and they dare not be exposed before they grow up, so as not to be strangled by other family forces. But why didn't he write a letter afterwards? Qingyun bit her lip lightly, silent in her heart. If Anping is Lu Pingyan, she clearly told him that she was in the Qingyun Sect at that time. Why didn't he write a letter? She didn't think about it anymore, and prepared to go to Qingzhu Mountain to meet Lu Pingyan and ask for clarification. After so many years, the regrets of youth have long been engraved in her heart. The memories, guilt, and feelings after separation have fermented for decades. The early years were like a dream and became an obsession in her heart. After Qingyun arrived at the recorder's hall to complete the registration, she suddenly paused, turned around and went to the letter building, took out her identity J token, and asked, "Excuse me, do you have any letters for me?" A key refining boy verified the token, then found a stack of letters in a package in a corner and said, "Uncle Master, can you see if these letters are yours?" Qingyun looked at the sender on the letter, and was slightly stunned by the stack of more than 10 letters, with a trance. A smile appeared on her expressionless face, and then another bitter smile, and she walked out of the letter building with the letters. She quickly returned to her dusty cave, and without even using the cleaning technique, she opened the letter in her hand with anticipation and read the contents. But when she saw the contents of the letter, she was stunned and froze in place with a confused face. Misty Rain Market. The Lord of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, died in Qiangyun secret realm. I am a widow before I even get married. A beautiful woman in her 20s, wearing a light blue dress, looked a little strange when she heard the news. Before, the Sima family sent people to Yunifang City to ask for punishment. She immediately went to Qingzhu Mountain for help and agreed to Qingzhu Mountain's vassal request, just hoping that the Lord of Qingzhu Mountain would take her as a concubine. But she never expected that before she got married, this Lord Lu was suspected to have died in Qiangyun secret realm. Sister, this ancestor Lu died in Qiangyun secret realm. The Sima family may take this opportunity to test and provoke Qingzhu Mountain. And if we take refuge in Qingzhu Mountain, we may become the target of the Sima family. I will go to Qingzhu Mountain. Yu Fei said to her sister after a moment of silence. Now that this ancestor Lu has died, will Qingzhu Mountain be willing to take action? Yan Lan said with some worry in her eyes. Although Qingzhu Mountain has pillars like Lu Pingyan and Lu Wangshu. But in her opinion, without Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family and a third-level talisman master, Qingzhu Mountain is equivalent to losing a top-level fake pill combat force, and is definitely not a match for the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge. In this case, how could they go head-to-head with the Sima family for their Yunifang City? Although my engagement with Lu Liaozu has not been finalized, I am nominally considered Lu Liaozu's concubine. I think Bihu Mountain will not ignore it. Otherwise, how will the other allies of Bihu Mountain see him? Besides, Bihu Mountain and Xuanwu Ridge are already mortal enemies, and they will not stop until they die. If they sit back and do nothing, it will be equivalent to pushing us out. Yu Fei said so. According to the interests of their Yunnaifang city's vassal tribute, it is indeed not worth it for Bihu Mountain to be hostile to the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge. But the two families are mortal enemies. In this case, if Bihu Mountain does not care about its own family, it will be equivalent to weakening its own strength. Fei, I am sorry for you. Yan Lan heard her sister's words and sighed. Before, when her sister said that she would marry Lu Liaozu as a concubine, she disagreed and felt sorry for her sister. Now that the whereabouts of this Lu patriarch are unknown, her sister still has to bear the title of a widow, which really makes her feel distressed. What's wrong with this? Yu Fei chuckled and said indifferently. She didn't feel much about Lu Changsheng's death. After all, she only met this Lu patriarch once. Although this Lu patriarch is handsome and a rare handsome man, she is willing to marry him, but she is not so much in love with him at first sight that she would die when she heard the news of his death. Besides, she chose to become Lu patriarch's concubine for her own benefit. The death of this Lu patriarch, although the interests were damaged, it was not too bad. At least he didn't have to be. Yu Fei looked at her sister next to her, stretched out her hand to hold her waist, and her graceful body was like a snake, close to her sister, exhaling like orchids and said, "Sister, it's just a title, it doesn't affect anything. Besides, sister, don't you want me to marry someone else?" While speaking, her delicate body rubbed against her sister like a snake, kissed her with her bright red lips, and made a slight panting sound, then opened her mouth, took Yan Lan's red earlobe into her mouth, and nibbled it gently. Fei. Yan Lan's cheeks flushed, her legs softened, and then her charming head leaned against her sister's red lips and kissed her affectionately. Lu Changsheng didn't know about the outside world. At this time, he was still trying his best to form a pill for Chu Qingyi. As Chu Qingyi comprehended the Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, with the help of the Yin and Yang Creation Sutra, the two forces of magic power were perfectly harmonious, and Chu Qingyi's formation of the pill was also much smoother. Although the first-grade golden pill is still a little difficult, but the top-grade golden elixir was almost certain to be obtained. In this way, time passed bit by bit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Qingyun treasure royal lotus swept wildly, pouring into Lu Changsheng's body like a funnel. At the beginning, the spiritual energy in the cave was endless and thick as water. But as it was consumed, the spiritual energy gradually became much thinner. After all, there was no spiritual vein in the Qingyun treasure royal lotus. All the spiritual energy relied on the characteristics of the Qingyun treasure royal lotus, and the spiritual energy accumulated over thousands of years. However, although the spiritual energy was much thinner, the originally accumulated spiritual energy was too rich to support Chu Qingyi's breakthrough to form an elixir. I don't know how long it took. In Chu Qingyi's Qi Hai Danshan, a brilliant golden elixir with a faint colorful cloud burst into endless divine light, broke through the sun and moon furnace cauldron, and slowly hovered above the Dao Foundation jade plate. Boom boom boom, the Dao Foundation trembled, and 1,000 feet of rosy clouds surged out, shining with this golden elixir. At this moment, a group of yin-yang fishes flowed into Chu Qingyi's Danshan, and swam around the golden elixir glowing with 7 color clouds, as if carving it. As the yin-yang fish swam, strands of yin-yang qi were steaming, as if there was a great aura flowing, causing strands of 7 color clouds like Dangwan on Chu Qingyi's golden elixir to gradually emerge. Chu Qingyi was shocked and wondered what Lu Changsheng's method was to make her golden elixir condense a little bit in an instant. But at this moment, her mind was slightly dazed. It seemed as if she saw her junior sister Xiao Ziao's grief after she formed a golden elixir and went back with Lu Changsheng. And when Lu Changsheng proposed to the master's disappointed eyes. Inner demon. Chu Qingyi had broken through the elixir before, and knew that this was the inner demon distracting thoughts when the elixir was formed. Originally, she had a clear sword heart and should not have such distracting thoughts. But these days, she has been a little unsure about how to deal with the matter between herself and Lu Changsheng. All the worries, troubles, and entanglements accumulated deep in her heart, and now they all burst out. She was born with a sword heart, practiced sword skills, and had experience in forming a pill. With the spirit of forming a pill, she instantly broke the illusion of the inner demon. But when her beautiful eyes opened and closed slightly, looking at the handsome Lu Changsheng in front of her, her mood was still very complicated. It is easy to break the thief in the mountain, but it is difficult to break the thief in the heart. Even though she has a firm heart, she is troubled by the current situation. Lu Changsheng noticed that Chu Qingyi was looking at him, and smiled slightly with a tired face, and said gently, "Calm down." "Yes." Chu Qingyi responded softly, concentrating her mind and calming her spirit, and completely forming the final pill. It takes 100 days for ordinary people to form a pill. But Chu Qingyi is forming a pill for the second time, with a deep foundation, and with the help of the Yuanying origin in Lu Changshen, it doesn't take that long. On this day, Chu Qingyi's golden elixir and the foundation of the Dao blended and intertwined, forming a mysterious resonance, and then bursts of great Dao sounds rang out, and the rays of light bloomed from the golden elixir, baptizing her flesh and blood. At this moment, her life sword also emitted a faint sound of joy. It's still a little short, but the second-grade golden elixir is okay, and it can be improved in the future. Lu Changsheng saw Chu Qingyi complete the formation of the elixir, and he let out a long breath with a happy face. It is said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Now that Chu Qingyi has been successfully rescued from the critical state of life and death, and condensed the second-grade golden elixir, Lu Changsheng is also full of a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, helping Chu Qingyi to form the elixir this time also gave him another idea for forming the elixir. In the future, when Lu Miaoj, Xiao Xiao, Ling Zixio and others form the elixir, he can also help them form the elixir in this way, greatly improving the probability and quality of the elixir. However, it is not as easy for others to condense the upper-grade golden elixir as Chu Qingyi. After all, Chu Qingyi was able to condense the top-grade golden elixir entirely thanks to Xianyu Tenjin's nascent soul origin. Although Xianyu Tenjin said that it was only a few remaining nascent soul origins. But these origins are magnificent and vast for giant and cultivators. Not only did it repair Chu Qingyi's meridians and body, and condense the second-grade golden elixir, but Lu Changsheng's cultivation also improved from the original second-level Jinden to the peak of the third-level Jinden. He only needed to break through the fourth level of Jinden. If I refine all of these nascent soul origins, I'm afraid I can reach the 5th and 6th levels of Jinden, not to mention the 4th level of Jinden. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Before, he had wasted a lot of nascent soul origins by transferring all of them into Chu Qingyi's meridians and Danshan. But he didn't feel too bad. There is gain and loss, and there is gain and loss. Besides, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Well, this fairy Qingyi is like a white jade bun, so it's not wrong to say a tiger's den. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. At this time, Chu Qingyi slowly opened her clear and beautiful eyes and whispered to Lu Changshen, still not knowing how to face Lu Changshen. Haha, congratulations to my Qingyi for condensing a top-grade golden elixir. Lu Changsheng was very familiar with the beauty's waist, kissed her white and flawless delicate face, and said softly. Chu Qingyi frowned slightly, not knowing how to chat with Lu Changshen. It felt too close, and the other party was afraid that he would immediately hit the snake with a stick, and didn't know what embarrassing words he would say. But if it was like usual, the tone would seem a little strange and hurtful. Qingyi, you have just broken through the elixir, and you still need to consolidate your realm. Lu Changsheng saw that Chu Qingyi was still a little unnatural. He knew that he couldn't force it too much, and he needed to give the other party time to slow down. Pop! Lu Changsheng stood up, put on his robe, and prepared to see what other good things there were in this cave. After all, before his death, Xianyu Tenjin said that there were still some natural treasures. Chapter 456, A Great Harvest. Nurturing flowers and heaven replenishing grass. Lu Changsheng walked into the palace. Although it was simple, it was well equipped with facilities for alchemy, refining, and quiet cultivation rooms. It was thought that in addition to cultivating here, Xianyu Tenjin's second Yuanying would also delve into the art of cultivating immortals. He walked into the alchemy room. In the center was a huge platinum-colored alchemy furnace, standing on 3 legs, with 36 golden crows engraved on it, forming a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. What a great alchemy furnace! Lu Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he instantly realized that this alchemy furnace was extraordinary. He stepped forward and looked at it carefully for a moment, and saw that it should be a 4th-level alchemy furnace. It was just that it had been stored for too long and had not been used, resulting in spiritual wear and tear, and it was estimated that it only had the effect of the third level. But it's enough, just replace the alchemy furnace at home. Lu Changsheng said with satisfaction. He was only a second-level alchemist. This alchemy furnace was more than enough for him. Even if Honglian needed to refine third-level elixirs after reshaping his body, this alchemy furnace would be enough. Moreover, if this alchemy furnace was well nurtured, there was hope that it would return to the fourth level. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to the table next to him and opened several medicine bottles and boxes on it to check. Even if these pills and spiritual medicines were stored in porcelain bottles and jade boxes, they would lose their medicinal power after thousands of years, and their effects would be greatly reduced. However, these pills looked like they were just made by Xianyun's Henjin, and there were no precious pills such as Ningjing pill and Huaying pill, so Lu Changsheng was just a little sorry, and did not feel bad. If there were a few Huaying pills whose medicinal power had been lost, Lu Changsheng would probably not be able to sleep for 2.5 years. After a simple look, Lu Changsheng came to the refining room next door. This refining room is much larger than the alchemy room. In the center is a huge black gold forging platform. Similar to the alchemy furnace in the alchemy room, this forging platform is also a fourth-level existence, and its spirituality has been worn out. However, compared with the alchemy furnace, this forging platform is in a better condition and should still be a quasi-fourth-level existence. With this treasure forging platform, it will be much easier for me to forge magic weapons in the future. Lu Changsheng looked at it for a while, his face full of joy. The refining of magic weapons is very complicated. Some magic weapons can be refined through the fire of the earth veins and the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Some magic weapons must be made with the help of forging furnaces, treasure refining platforms and other tools. Xianyun's Henjin's treasure forging platform is undoubtedly very powerful. It has all the effects of quenching, refining, smelting, melting, shaping, offering treasures, etc. With this treasure forging furnace, his third-level top-level refining skills can be perfectly exerted. Then Lu Changsheng looked at the materials piled up in several corners. There are various gold, iron, stone and ore magic weapon materials, as well as monster bones and so on. Frost black iron, red fire copper, thick earth iron essence. Lu Changsheng looked at these extremely rare spiritual materials of heaven and earth in the outside world, and some of them could not be named. Isn't this the claw of the fourth-level Great Demon King? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at a blood-red claw that was a foot long. Looking at it carefully, it feels like there is a breath of oppression on it. After thousands of years, this claw still has such an amazing aura. It is definitely not something that a third-level Demon King can do. It is most likely the claw of a fourth-level Demon King. No wonder so many people like to go to the Secret Realm dungeon. Such a rich harvest is indeed full of temptation for people. Lu Changsheng looked at the rare spiritual materials in front of him, let out a long breath, and sighed. I thought that with this system, I didn't care about any Secret Realm opportunities at all. But now, he just wants to say it's delicious. However, if he is asked to go to the dungeon Secret Realm again, he is still unwilling to take the risk. After all, how many dungeons and secret realms like the Xianyun Secret Realm in the world of cultivating immortals have such good luck in harvest? With these materials, there is no need to worry about magic weapons. If I want, I can make 3 or 5 magic weapons for myself. The materials of magic weapons are not like elixirs. Even if the spirituality is worn out, it will not be too exaggerated. Only the tendons and bones of monsters and the inner elixir will lose most of their spirituality. As for gold and iron ore, as long as it is well refined, it will not have much impact. Lu Changsheng went to the other rooms with great expectations. Next to it is a rather classical incense-making room. There are many kinds of incense slices and incense sticks. But Lu Changsheng didn't know much about incense making, so he didn't try the effects of these incense. After all, the effects of incense are all kinds of strange. Some can calm people's minds and be beneficial to practice, while others may cause hallucinations, go astray, or aphrodisiac. Lu Changsheng walked out of the incense-making room and entered the talisman room next to it, from which he obtained a third-level talisman pen. There were originally several cans of spiritual ink and talisman paper. But it has been too long, and the spirituality has been exhausted and can't be used anymore. But when Lu Changsheng came to the wine cellar room next to it, he was surprised. Most of the natural treasures and elixirs will lose their spirituality over time if they are not preserved well. But spiritual wine is another matter. By absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and warming and fermenting, the spiritual energy in the wine becomes more and more mellow and thick, and the quality is improved. Lu Changsheng opened a can of spirit wine. Instantly, the aroma of wine filled the entire wine cellar, intoxicating people. After thousands of years of storage and fermentation, this spirit wine has been upgraded to the 4th level. Hiss, these 6 cans of spirit wine, the value is now difficult to measure. Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that this Qingyun Sect had quite a wide range of hobbies. Alchemy, refining, making incense, making talismans, brewing wine, and each of them was at least 3rd level. He came to the next room and saw 6 insect nests. There were many insect eggs in it, which should be trying to cultivate spirit insects. However, after thousands of years, these insect eggs have no vitality, and Lu Changsheng didn't know what kind of insect eggs they were. He shook his head and came to the last meditation room. In addition to futon, there was also a bookshelf with many jade slips and books on it. The Travels of Huanglong's Henren Records of Strange People in the Southern Wilderness Zhuanshan Secret Records, The True Explanation of the Heavenly Star Array, The Art of Immortal Puppetry. Lu Changsheng looked at the books and jade slips on the bookshelf with a pleasant expression. Although Qingyun Sect gave me his skills inheritance, I don't have the time and energy to practice this skills inheritance. For me, these travel notes, geographical atlases, spiritual objects illustrations, and hundreds of arts inheritance that I collected casually are more precious. Lu Changsheng was delighted. Although his family has no shortage of skills inheritance. But compared with the immortal gates, it still lacks some accumulation of foundation. Especially the accumulation of knowledge, unless several immortal gates are emptied, it cannot be accomplished in one fell swoop. Now, as long as he sorts out these classics, the family accumulation can reach a new level. The operation in destiny interpretation, is this a divination inheritance? At this time, Lu Changsheng saw a book in front of him and looked surprised. The hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals are profound and extensive. Among them, divination is definitely in the top 3. It's just that there are very few inheritances in this area, and the threshold is very high. At the beginning, he also asked Honglian if the other party knew the art of divination. Honglian said that divination is different from other hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals. Only with talent in this area can you practice and get started. If you don't have talent, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. If you practice by force, you may even die on the spot and become crazy. There was once a Yuanying Zhenjin who practiced the art of divination by force. Although he achieved some success, he became crazy after studying it. So Honglian was qualified to contact the divination inheritance, but he did not study it. I don't know if I have the talent in this area. Lu Changsheng touched his chin. But on second thought, even if he had the talent in this area, he would not have the time to study it. It would be better to wait for a child with the talent of divination to be born in the family. Maybe one day I will draw a 3rd level divination. Lu Changsheng chuckled and looked down on the means of divination. Because Honglian introduced this aspect to him. He knew that divination was not as powerful as he imagined, and could only predict some vague and general information. If you frequently try to figure out the secrets of heaven, you will not only waste your energy, but also shorten your life and fortune. Therefore, many cultivators who practiced the art of divination did not live long, and even their later years were not good. This is just the place where Qingyun Sect's second Yuanying lives. If it is his own cave, how amazing the wealth in his heyday will be. Lu Changsheng flipped through the books for a while, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. These 100 arts inheritances are at least 3rd level, and even alchemy, refining, array formations, talismans, and puppets are 4th level inheritances. This kind of inheritance, in the outside world, is a priceless treasure. But now it is equivalent to an ordinary collection of books, just placed on the bookshelf. Lu Changsheng looked for a while and thought that Qingyun Sect also had a medicine garden. He immediately came to check the situation of the medicine garden. Previously, several spiritual medicines were used to repair Chu Qingyi's meridians and body. Now, in the medicine field that looks like chalcedony, there are only 3 crystal clear ancient medicines. Is this pine flower? Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw one of the 4-leafed, 5-color glowing, crystal flowing flowers. Pine flower, a top-level infant condensing spiritual object. It can nourish the Yuanying in the process of breaking the pill and transforming into an infant, and increase the probability of condensing the infant and the quality of the Yuanying. As far as Lu Changsheng knows, after the infant cultivating flower has 3 leaves, it can be used as an infant condensing spiritual object, which can increase the probability of infant condensation by about 10%. And this infant cultivating flower has 4 leaves, which means that it can increase the probability to 15% or even 20%, which is extremely rare. In addition to the Qingyun Mountain lotus, this infant cultivating flower is the biggest gain of my trip. Lu Changsheng smiled and was extremely happy. Although in Honglian's words, he condensed the great Dao Jiandan and had no worries about the future of the Yuanying. But Lu Changsheng felt that things like Yuanying's spiritual objects and infant transforming pills should be prepared. After all, without a 98% probability of condensing the infant, what is the difference between that and failure? Is this Butian Zhi? Lu Changsheng looked at the Lingzi next to him, which was white and covered with light golden veins, frowned slightly, and said uncertainly. When his son Lu Quanzhan obtained the Butian and improved the quality of his spiritual roots after taking it, he paid attention to this kind of elixir, wondering if he could refine it stably. Later, he learned about the effect of the Butian through Honglian. The main ingredient is called Butian Zhi. I'll ask Honglian later. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he didn't have the recipe for the Butian and couldn't refine the Butian, but he was naturally very happy to get such a rare spiritual medicine. Then he looked at the last vine grass with a purple gold luster and a bit messy. Lu Changsheng didn't recognize this vine grass. After all, there are many kinds of rare flowers and herbs in the 3rd and 4th levels, and his understanding is indeed limited. The reason why he knew about Pei Ying flower and Butian Zhi was that he happened to learn about it with Honglian. However, this vine grass, Pei Ying flower, and Butian Zhi were left together, and it was obvious that they were extremely rare. Lu Changsheng didn't touch these 3 ancient medicines. He planned to transplant them after returning to see the situation. If it is useful to him, he can also cultivate it well in the 1-ling bottle. Lu Changsheng returned to the front of the hall. Chu Chengyi was sitting cross-legged, consolidating his cultivation realm. At this time, she was wearing the green cloud-patterned Taoist robe that she wore at the Jiandan ceremony. Her long black hair was simply tied up and draped down softly. Her delicate and 3-dimensional face was beautiful and charming, and she was incomparable. She was both feminine and gentle, and had a bit of cold and heroic spirit, which made people amazed. As if she had noticed Lu Changsheng's return, her eyelashes, which were as thin and thick as a field, trembled slightly, as if she was a little nervous. Good man, am I so scary? As a Jiandan cultivator, Lu Changsheng's soul was sharp, so he naturally noticed Chu Chengyi's subtle movements and was speechless. Although he felt a little hot when he saw Chu Chengyi, who was wearing a green cloud robe, had picturesque eyebrows, a heroic figure, and a sword fairy appearance, he was a little excited. But he didn't think about this all the time. Moreover, he had been healing Chu Chengyi day and night for such a long time, and condensing the golden elixir. Even though his body was made of magic weapons and was nurtured by the origin of the nascent soul, he was a little tired and needed to rest and stabilize his realm. I don't know where I am now. Lu Changsheng looked at the outside world with his consciousness. He had observed the outside world before and knew that the Qingyun Mountain lotus fell into a body of water after breaking through the void. But the specific location was not clear. It was just that when it felt that there were monsters interfering with the Qingyun Mountain lotus, it would make a slight move. Without thinking any more, Lu Changsheng came to Chu Chengyi, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his state and stabilize the situation. But for some reason, he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Chu Chengyi was slightly relieved to see Lu Changsheng just sitting next to her. She did not reject Lu Changsheng, but she was a little afraid that Lu Changsheng would be intimate with her and didn't know how to get along with him. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Peak. In a gorgeous palace. Well, Qingyi is out of danger. Yun Wanshang was wearing a colorful and gorgeous palace dress, with an exquisite and beautiful face, graceful and elegant. Looking at the soul lamp in front of her, she was overjoyed. After she came back from Qingyun Sect, she had no intention of practicing, and had been paying attention to the soul lamp of her apprentice Chu Chengyi. At this time, seeing the soul lamp that was originally like a candle in the wind restored to its original state, knowing that Chu Chengyi was out of danger, she was happy and relieved. I wonder what opportunity Qingyi got. Yun Wanshang remembered that Zhuangjian's Henjin said that Chu Chengyi's fortune and misfortune depend on each other this time. After surviving a great disaster, there will be a great omen. Although it was not said what this great omen was, being able to depend on such a great disaster showed that the opportunity was extraordinary. I don't know how the little thief is. At this time, Yun Wancheng thought of Lu Changsheng's situation again, and she was a little worried. She had told Xiao Ziyu before that if Lu Changsheng returned to Bihu Mountain, she would notify her. But after so long, Bihu Mountain has not sent any news. If that giant and sword cultivator is really Lu Changsheng, Qingyi is out of danger, then this little thief should also be out of danger. Yun Wancheng thought of the previous guess and sighed in her heart. Although she hoped that the giant and sword cultivator was Lu Changsheng, she was very worried that the sword cultivator was Lu Changsheng. After all, when she thought about the two of them being out there together, escaping danger, Yun Wancheng had a bad premonition. She simply didn't dare to think about this premonition. Huh? Yun Wancheng took a deep breath, put aside her thoughts, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. Now that her apprentice Chu Chengyi was out of danger, she could practice with peace of mind. But not long after she sat down, she felt upset. She thought about what kind of relationship and emotional disputes the two had if that giant and sword cultivator was really Lu Changsheng, and how she should deal with it. What's going on? After a moment, Yun Wancheng opened her beautiful eyes and sighed deeply. She felt that since she met Lu Changsheng, she had been upset more times than in the previous 100 years. Chapter 457, Don't be too aggressive at this age. Misty Rain Market. Since this Misty Rain Market is a vassal of our Bihu Mountain, we cannot tolerate your Sima family's presumptuous behavior. Lu Wangshu, wearing a pink and white dress, with flowing black hair and a pair of beautiful eyes like flowing moonlight, said in a cold voice. Miss Lu, we in Xuanwu Ridge do not want to be enemies with your Bihu Mountain. But I have a Sima family member missing in this Misty Rain Market, and I came to investigate the situation. Why do you Bihu Mountain also want to interfere? Isn't it too overbearing? Outside the market, the elders of the Sima family stood with their hands behind their backs and said in a deep voice. They were going to ask the Misty Rain Market for punishment before, but they learned that the second owner of the Misty Rain Market directly married Lu Changsheng as a concubine. They were unwilling to have a direct conflict, so they gave up the matter. But now that Lu Changsheng has died in the Qingyun secret realm, it is naturally impossible for their Sima family to give in on everything and think about getting back some ground. Otherwise, if it gets out, the world will think that their Sima family is afraid of Bihu Mountain. Domineering. Lu Wangshu heard this, her beautiful face without makeup was full of disdain. At your age, there is no need to make up such excuses to deceive children. I'm putting it here. If you dare to step into the market today, you will bear the consequences. The calm and crisp words were full of endless contempt and disdain. Hiss, this fairy fu is really domineering. She does have the capital to be arrogant. She broke through the foundation at a young age and killed 5 foundation cultivators by herself. But this person is not simple either. He is an elder of the Sima family and a cultivator in the late foundation. Even if the talisman formation is powerful, he is not his opponent, right? A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Many cultivators in Yanayu market saw this scene and sighed in a low voice. Even the masters of the market, Yanlin and Yufei, looked at each other and felt that this Miss Lu was too arrogant. Both of them have higher cultivation than Lu Wangshu. One is at the 6th level of foundation building, and the other is at the 4th level of foundation building. But facing this Sima family elder, no one dared to be so disrespectful. HMPH, you little girl dare to speak so arrogantly. I have eaten more salt than you have walked. This is not bad for Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingyun. The Sima family elder said with a slightly gloomy face. At his age, he values face the most. At this time, he was provoked and looked down upon by a junior like Lu Wangshu, and he was a little angry. Moreover, Lu Pingyun and Ling Zixiao killed his Sima family's dam-forming seeds. If he could take this opportunity to abolish Lu Wangshu, not only would he avenge his grievances and humiliate himself, but he would also make Bihu Mountain extremely sad and even risk overturning. However, he was very cautious and observed all around, wanting to know if Lu Pingyun was hiding in the dark. My father and eldest brother are here, how dare you say this? I'm afraid you have already rolled back in disgrace, or you dare not even show your face. When Lu Wangshu heard this, he looked at the Sima family elder with contempt, as if he was looking at a fool. Little girl with sharp teeth and sharp tongue, if that's the case, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. The old face of the Sima family twitched, and he said coldly, looking at Lu Wangshu with a bit more murderous intent in his eyes. "Old thing, it's dark and the road is slippery. Don't be too angry at this age, otherwise you won't know how you died." Lu Wangshu crossed his hands on his chest, raised his delicate chin slightly, glanced at him, and continued. Hiss. 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 The casual cultivators in the market and the two owners of Yanlin and Yufei couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. You know, this fourth elder of the Sima family is more than 100 years old, almost 200 years old. At this time, he was actually warned by a junior Lu Wangshu that it was dark and the road was slippery, so don't be too angry. Why does it feel like the identities of the two have been swapped? Looking for death? The old face of the Sima family suddenly became as ugly as pig liver, and he wanted to enter the market to kill Lu Wangshu. He is now 187 years old and is the elder of the family. Everyone who sees him is not respectful. Today, he was pointed at and scolded by a yellow-haired girl, which made him feel extremely frustrated. If he didn't teach Lu Wangshu a lesson, he would become a laughingstock. Clan elder, forget it, forget it. This woman is deliberately provoking you to lure you into the formation. This Lu Wangshu is proficient in the talisman formation, and he may have already set up the formation. The Sima family member who came with him hurriedly pulled him and persuaded him. Get out of here quickly, don't bark outside anymore, affecting my family's business in the market, otherwise. Lu Wangshu continued as if he didn't see the other party's face. Ah! The Sima family elder finally couldn't hold back, and he threw out a magic sword in his hand and killed Lu Wangshu. However, when he rushed to the gate of the market with murderous intent, Lu Wangshu made a hand gesture. Boom boom boom. Beams of light shot up into the sky at the entrance of the market. Immediately afterwards, talismans came out in a line, entangled the Sima family elder, bombarded and suppressed him. Alice, I told you not to get angry, why don't you listen? Lu Wangshu held the formation plate in one hand and held the 99 mysterious talisman in the other, shaking his head and saying. Her face was as bright as jade, and she was so beautiful that it was beyond description, but it made other people feel horrified. Isn't this woman a talisman master? How can she know the formation? Isn't that the Lu family mistress Ling Xiao here too? The talisman formation technique is also a formation, which can be set up in advance. No, with this kind of means, she definitely knows the formation and is a formation master. Whether it is the way of talismans or the way of formations, they are both profound. This woman is not only a talisman master, but also a formation master. Some of the cultivators who were paying attention to this place in the market saw this scene and exclaimed and whispered. I never expected that Lu Wangshu was also a formation master. ? Such talent is simply amazing. The 99 mysterious true sign in Lu Wangshu's hand shot out and suppressed the Sima family elder in the talisman formation. Then he looked at the Sima family members who were hesitant not far away, and said lightly, you go back, let the Sima family prepare the spiritual stones and come to redeem the people. Seeing this scene, the Sima family members looked at Yanlan and Yufei who were imposing beside Lu Wangshu, and finally left with gritted teeth. Well, this old man should be able to make a lot of money. At this time, Lu Wangshu looked at the Sima family elder who was suppressed by him, with beautiful eyes curved and a smile on his face. She knew that the Sima family had paid 200,000 spiritual stones, a spiritual land, and 10 shops to redeem Sima Tong. The Sima family elder who she suppressed now should be worth at least 100,000 spiritual stones, right? If you only make money by drawing talismans, how long will it take you to earn so many spiritual stones? Where can you afford to train talisman soldiers? What's more, suppressing people through talisman formations and then waiting for the other family to come to redeem them is equivalent to selling your own talismans. It's just a different way, and the price of talismans is more valuable. In the crowd, a young man with an ordinary face but eyes as bright as torches, and pupils that seemed to glow with a light golden luster saw this scene, looked at Lu Wangshu deeply, and then put the golden bean the size of an egg in his hand back into the pet bag. Lu Wangshu seemed to notice the young man's gaze and made a simple gesture to him. At the same time, Jin State, Black Mist Swamp. The sky above the entire swamp was filled with a layer of purple-black hazy mist, like poisonous gas, miasma, strange and gloomy. As you go deeper into the swamp, this purple-black poisonous miasma becomes more and more dense, as if it is eroding the vitality of all things at all times. At this time, deep in the swamp, There is a stone forest with rocks and poisonous miasma. A young man with a handsome face and wearing a black robe sat cross-legged in the poisonous miasma. An endless poisonous miasma swirled around his body. If you look closely, you can see that this poisonous miasma that erodes the vitality and life of others has been absorbed into his body. Boom. It was unknown how long it had been before the black-robed youth's whole body was filled with energy, his robes fluttering, and a purple-green flame burning, making him look like a purple-green sun burning. Now that the 10,000 poison's true body has been cultivated, the poisonous miasma in the outer area is not only harmless to me, but even has a certain benefit to me. Under such circumstances, with my strength, it should not be a problem to break through the siege and escape from this swamp mountain range. The black-robed youth tilted his head, looking in the direction of the mountain range, muttering. Even with the help of the poisonous miasma gourd and the netherworld poisonous fire, I am sure I can kill them all. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his narrow eyes, flashing with cold light and murderous intent. He was chased by someone before and fled all the way to this black fog swamp. In the end, relying on the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon art, he escaped from danger and survived in this swamp. It is said that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. When he was chased by a group of poisonous insects, he accidentally broke into a mysterious cave and obtained the opportunity inheritance from it. It was also for this reason that he broke through from the 4th level of foundation building to the 5th level, and he was only a little short of reaching the peak of the 5th level. Let's go. Lu Quanzhen stood up and stretched out his hand towards the huge rock next to him. Suddenly, a golden silkworm with a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura suddenly emerged from under the stone and flew into his palm and sleeves. Then the whole person flew in the direction he came in. 5 Poison Sect. A gorgeous palace. Sister Xiaoqin, I heard that the second Yuanying's appeared in the Qingyun Sect of Jiang Kingdom. 2 Yuanying's used the Qingyun secret realm to plan and almost ambushed and killed the Xianxia's Hunjin of the Xianxia Sect of Liang Kingdom. Will mother be in danger on this trip to Jiang Kingdom? Nangguan Yao knew that her mother went to Jiang Kingdom for the matter of the Qingyun secret realm. So she has been paying attention to the news in this regard over the years. When she heard the news from Jiang Kingdom a few days ago, she was immediately worried about her mother's safety. Yao, don't worry, I have confirmed that the Master's soul lamp is fine, which means there is no danger. Meng Xiaoqin looked at the worried look on the face of the girl in front of her, stepped forward and gently stroked her soft black hair, and comforted her softly. Now that the matter of Qingyun's secret realm is over, I think it won't be long before the Master will come back. In addition to worrying about her Master's situation, she was also very worried about Lu Changsheng's situation. After all, she knew that the Master's trip to Jiang Kingdom was not just for the Qingyun secret realm, but for Lu Changsheng. At this time, the matter of Qingyun's secret realm was over, and the Master was fine, which meant that he would definitely go to Lu Changsheng for trouble next. I hope the Master will let Lu Lang go for Yao's sake. Meng Xiaoqin sighed in her heart and thought so. Yet, Nangguan Yao heard Meng Xiaoqin say that her mother's soul lamp was fine, and her delicate and beautiful face showed a sweet smile and nodded in response. But in the depths of her beautiful eyes, which were as dreamy as stars, there was still a bit of worry. Sister Xiaoqin, I remember that you and Mother went to Jiangguo's Xianji to carry out a mission in your early years. I heard that it was very dangerous. Can you tell me about it? At this time, Nangguan Yao looked at Meng Xiaoqin in front of her, took her jade arm, blinked her big eyes, and said casually, carry out a mission. Meng Xiaoqin's heart paused when she heard this. But she still responded with a doting face, okay Mengs, the smoke and waves are vast, the water is rippling, and it is boundless. From a distance, you can see many fishing boats, bamboo rafts, sampans, black-sailed boats, spiritual boats, and even monster hunting boats on the lake. There is a saying that you live by the mountain and eat by the mountain, and you live by the water and eat by the water. Damangs is rich in aquatic products, not only with many spiritual fish, but also with many monsters. Therefore, not only mortals will come to fish, but also many casual cultivators and family forces will go out to sea to hunt monsters. At this time, Feng Li stood on the black-sailed boat, picked up the fishing net he put down yesterday, and his thin face was full of loss and depression. There are no spiritual fish. We have been out to sea for 3 days. We have burned 3 incense sticks to drive away demons, but we have not caught any. If there is no harvest, my mother's illness. Feng Li tightened her thin clothes and pursed her lips. She is a casual cultivator living on White Whale Island. Originally, her family life was pretty good. But half a year ago, her father and brother had an accident when they went out to sea to fish. When her mother heard the bad news, she was directly attacked by blood and became seriously ill. Faced with this situation, she could only earn spiritual stones by going out to sea to fish. However, in the past 6 months, she could only barely make a living by fishing. Looking at her seriously ill mother, she tried to go deep into the dam eggs, but she burned 3 incense sticks to drive away demons but still hadn't caught any spiritual fish, which made her feel depressed and distressed. You know, 1 incense stick is worth 4 low-grade spiritual stones. Even if there is a discount for 3 sticks, it still costs 10 spiritual stones, which is a huge sum of money for her. Why don't we go deeper? Fangli looked at the endless and vast lake and thought to herself. But she thought so in her heart, but her expression was a little scared. After all, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. If she encounters an accident, then her mother is afraid that she will be in trouble. But looking at the last stick of demon-repelling incense in her arms, she still gritted her teeth and paddled towards the depths. Otherwise, if there is no harvest on this trip, she will be penniless. After going several miles deep, she put down the fishing net and fish cage, waiting for the spirit fish to take the bait. If I break through the 4th level of key refining and learn the water avoidance technique and water arrow technique, I can go fishing in the sea and even join the demon hunting fleet. Fangli looked at the burning demon-repelling incense in front of her and fantasized about the future. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, she glanced in the direction of White Whale Island and prepared to pick up the fishing net. Hey, there is a harvest. As soon as she mentioned it, she realized that there was a harvest, and then she saw something shining, so she quickly pulled up the fishing net. In the fishing net, there were not only several spirit fish, but also a green lotus seed with a crystal luster. What is this? Is it a spiritual weapon? Fangli looked at the lotus seed, and was shocked and delighted. Although she was a cultivator, she had never seen a spiritual weapon. The only magic weapon she had seen was her father's fishing crossbow. But at this moment, she could see at a glance that this lotus seed looked much more precious than her father's fishing crossbow. After taking the lotus seed out of the fishing net, she held the crystal flowing lotus seed and kept looking at it, her hands trembling with excitement. At this moment, she felt that the lotus seed in her hand seemed to flow with a cool and mysterious meaning, which made her feel a little eager to break through the bottleneck that she didn't know how long it would take to break through. This. Fangli was shocked and stunned, looking at the lotus seed in her hand with an incredible face. Although she had limited knowledge of cultivation, she also knew that treasures that could help people break through the realm were definitely supreme treasures. Is this an illusion? She swallowed her saliva. Then she stretched out her hand and pinched her arm, feeling very painful, knowing that this was not an illusion. I actually picked up such a treasure. Fangli was a little dizzy from the sudden opportunity. When she was a child, she heard many stories about people who rose to prominence after picking up treasures by chance. But she didn't expect that such a thing would happen to her. This lotus seed must be kept secret. After a moment, Fangli calmed down and clenched her fist. It was not only that she needed to use the lotus seed to practice and break through the realm, or it was a crime to possess a treasure. She knew that once the news of such a treasure was leaked, it would cause endless troubles, and even the island owner would be tempted. Fangli hurriedly took out her bag and wrapped the lotus seed. Then she put the spirit fish into the fish basket and rode towards the White Whale Island with excitement in her heart. Hoola, hoola, hoola. Fangli noticed that she had gone too deep this time, and the demon-repelling incense could not support her to return safely. She kept repeating that she must not encounter demon beasts. However, the more she worried, the more it would come. Hoola! Suddenly, a ball of water exploded on the lake. A 3-foot-long, dark-bodied fish with a sharp mouth rushed out, and several water arrows shot out from its mouth. Water shield technique. Fangli quickly pinched her fingers and condensed a water shield. But just as the water shield was formed, it was corroded and pierced by the water arrows, causing a big hole in her black sailboat and began to sink. It's over. Fangli knew that once she had no boat, she would not be able to fight against such a monster. Help, baby, help. At this time, she thought of the lotus seed she had obtained. She felt that this should be a top-level treasure that surpassed spiritual tools. Maybe the treasure has a spirit and can save her life? Huh? Lu Changsheng felt something in the Qingyun Mountain lotus, opened his eyes, and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the lotus seed had been floating in this water for so long and was picked up by someone. It's good that someone can ask where this place is. Lu Changsheng's mind moved, and ripples appeared around his body, and the whole person disappeared. Chu Qingyi next to him saw this scene and was a little surprised and didn't know what was wrong with Lu Changsheng. I didn't expect that I would die here just after getting such an opportunity. Fang Li looked at the sharp-mouthed strange fish in front of her, and blocked the lotus seed in front of her, feeling desperate. However, at this moment, a tall and slender figure wearing a black and luxurious robe suddenly appeared in front of her. Swish! The figure appeared, and the sharp-mouthed strange fish that was killing her flew backwards and fell into the water with a plop. Little girl, may I ask where this place is? Lu Changsheng turned his head, looked at Fang Li, and asked, is this an immortal? Fang Li saw Lu Changsheng's face, her mouth slightly opened, and the whole person was stunned, with a look of amazement in her eyes. She has lived for almost 20 years, and she has never seen such a good-looking person, just like someone who walked out of a painting. No, the people in the painting are not so good-looking, this is the immortal. Question mark. Could it be that the lotus seed she picked up is actually a treasure of the immortal? Or is this the spirit in the lotus seed? Girl. Lu Changsheng looked at the other person with a crazy look on his face, feeling a little helpless. He tried his best to hide his charm, but his handsomeness was still like the brightest star in the night sky. Immortal, this is White Whale Island. My name is Fang Li. I am a casual cultivator living on White Whale Island. Thank you for saving my life. Fang Li came back to his senses and said excitedly, his voice trembling. White Whale Island. Lu Changsheng frowned, not knowing where this was. He continued to ask if this was Yang country, and whether there were any famous big forces or big islands nearby. Reply Immortal, this is Yang country, and the biggest force here is the Great Dream Fairy City. Fang Li said hurriedly. Great Dream Fairy City, Great Dream Lake. Lu Changsheng was relieved to hear that he was still in Yang country. If he broke through the void and appeared in other immortal cultivation countries, it would be a bit troublesome to go back. If he went to the Great Dream Fairy City, he could go back in a month at most if he made every effort. Do you know where the Great Dream Fairy City is? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. Fang Li suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for the misfortune in her family, she would never have left White Whale Island in her life. In this case, let's go to White Whale Island. Lu Changsheng was going to get a map of the Daming Sea, and by the way, he would go to Daming Fairy City to take a look, clean up some things, and then go home to Qingyun Sect to propose marriage. He raised his palm lightly, and the Changsheng Bao lotus in Fang Li's hand fell into his hand. Seeing this scene, Fang Li knew that this lotus seed should be the other party's thing. And the other party was not a weapon spirit, but a great cultivator of foundation building. Senior, please save my mother. My father and brother went out fishing and encountered danger. As a result, my mother's blood and ki attacked her hard and she was seriously ill. Senior, you have great magical powers, please save her. As long as you can save my mother, I am willing to work hard for you to repay your kindness. Fang Li gritted his teeth, knowing that he must seize the opportunity when he met such a senior master, and begged out loud. It's fate that we met, so there's no need for me to be your slave. Lu Changsheng chuckled, stepped forward and put his palm on the other's head. Suddenly, the Six Desires heart magic art started to work, and she forgot the memory of the Changsheng Bao lotus in her mind. Then he took Fang Li back to White Whale Island, took out a storage bag, put some spiritual stones, pills, talismans, puppets, and a book of exercises for the other party. Ancestor Lu has been in a very good mood recently. Since he has some fate with the other party, he is willing to help him a little. Besides, if someone picked up the Changsheng Bao lotus, he, Ancestor Lu, would not be a real person of Jinden if he just took the things and left. After Lu Changsheng bought a sea chart on White Whale Island, he turned into a rainbow light and flew towards the direction of Daming Fairy City. Opportunities are given to you, don't show them to others easily, or you may get killed. Take care of yourself. Fang Li looked at the storage bag in her hand, the dazzling treasures inside, bitter red lips, and felt that today's experience was like a dream. I don't know the name of this senior, whether I can see him again in this life. She murmured in her heart, recalling everything just now, and suddenly found that she could not remember the face of this senior. She only remembered that he was wearing a black brocade robe, with a slender figure and handsome appearance, like a banished immortal walking out of a scroll. Chapter 458, Lu was once devoted to swords. Is this the Great Dream Fairy City? From high in the sky, Lu Changsheng looked down at the huge city standing on a small island below. He had been to the three major fairy cities of Jiang Kingdom, Jiuxiao Fairy City and Qingyun Fairy City. But he had never been to the Great Dream Fairy City. Compared with the other two fairy cities, the Great Dream Fairy City is not as prosperous and powerful as the Jiuxiao Fairy City, nor is it as mixed as the Qingyun Fairy City, full of opportunities. The only advantage is that it is stable. For so many years, Lu Changsheng has never heard of any wars of forces or demons in the Great Dream Fairy City. Qing Yi, we are now in the Great Dream Lake. I am going to the Great Dream Fairy City. Do you want to go shopping with me? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of Chu Qing Yi in the Xianetun Bao Huang Lotus and sent a voice message to her. He naturally saw that the fairy Qing Yi was in a mess after being rescued by him, and didn't know how to face him. This situation has not improved, and it is even worse after the formation of the elixir. So he called her out to stroll around and relax. Chu Qing Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, heard this, and her heart suddenly pounded. She was extremely flustered and didn't know how to answer. Would it be bad if she refused him? But if she didn't refuse, the two of them would go to the fairy city to hang out like this. Wouldn't it be unclear forever? Lu Changsheng looked at the fairy who was nervous and flustered in the Xianetun Bao Huang Lotus, and sighed helplessly. Then he entered the cave, stepped forward and held the other slender hands, and asked seriously with concern, Qing Yi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Or is there something wrong with the Jinden that causes discomfort? You have to stabilize the Jinden. Chu Qing Yi. Does this person still want to heal her with dual cultivation? Chu Qing Yi quickly calmed down her chaotic mind, lowered her eyebrows, and said with a bit of shame and annoyance, I'm fine, fellow Taoist Lu, what happened before? But the words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. I know you're still blaming me in your heart, Qing Yi. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng sighed and said, it's wrong for me to save you without authorization, but I really can't bear to see you die in front of me. If you're willing, I'll go to Qingyun Sect to ask for marriage from Qingyun's Henren later when we go back. Lu Changsheng held Chu Qing Yi's soft jade hand and said sincerely. But seeing that the other party's beautiful eyes were drooping and not looking at him, he said with a gloomy face, If you don't want to, I will treat this as a dream and won't let anyone know. When you recover, I won't bother you anymore. These days, you should take good care of yourself. If you have anything, tell me at any time. Lu Changsheng looked lonely inside, and slowly let go of Chu Qing Yi's jade hand with a look of reluctance. I didn't. Chu Qing Yi's beautiful cheeks froze when she heard this, and a sense of guilt surged in her heart. Obviously, the other party had tried his best to save himself without asking for anything in return, and helped him condense the top-grade golden elixir, but it seemed as if he owed him something. Really? Qing Yi, you didn't blame me. Lu Changsheng's pale face immediately turned into surprise, and he tightly held Chu Qing Yi's smooth palm. Well, Chu Qing Yi subconsciously struggled with Lu Changsheng's hand, but did not struggle away, so she let him hold it and whispered, since you are in the Great Dream Fairy City, let's go for a walk. I haven't been here either. But fellow Taoist Lu, can you please not call me Qing Yi? On weekdays, she is called by the name of senior and junior sisters in the sect. In addition to the master, only a few elders call her Qing Yi. At this time, being called so intimately by Lu Changsheng really made her feel a little awkward. Okay, in this case, how about I call you senior sister? Lu Changsheng's eyes were warm, and he moved a little closer to Chu Qing Yi. In fact, calling Qing Yi, except for being closer, has no other meaning. But calling her senior sister has a few different meanings. When Chu Qing Yi heard this, her heart trembled suddenly, and her beautiful eyes could not help but show a sense of shame and anger, and even a little ashamed. This man clearly had a special relationship with her junior sister, but she was still unclear with him, and immediately tried to struggle against Lu Changsheng's hand. Dao Ialu, Yuan Ziayu. Chu Qing Yi still lowered her head slightly and asked in a low voice. Even though she knew the relationship between the two, she still wanted to confirm it again. Yes, Ziayu and I have become Taoist couples, but you also know that Ziayu practiced the supreme forget love art. If she can't break through the love tribulation, it will be difficult for her to form a pill. So we will hold the Taoist couple ceremony after Ziayu breaks through the pill formation. Lu Changsheng said calmly. He knew that Chu Qingyi had already guessed the relationship between him and Xiao Xiao, and now he just wanted to confirm it again. Although he could deceive the other party and coax her first. But no matter how bad he is, he would never do such a thing. Besides, the two sisters will meet sooner or later, so it is better to take the initiative to tell them. Master already knows about Xiao and I, and he agrees. The sun and moon reincarnation art was given to me and Xiao by Master for cultivation. Lu Changsheng continued, Sister, do you think this is fate? I just happened to practice the sun and moon reincarnation art, and thus obtain the inheritance of Xianlun's Henjin, and I just happened to save you through this technique. I heard from Zai that this sun and moon reincarnation art was obtained by you and Master in the Xianlun's secret realm. Lu Changsheng's palm gradually embraced Chu Qingyi's shoulders, smiling naturally. Don't say anything. Just call me Qingyi. Chu Qingyi listened to him calling Xiao, sister, and master one after another, and she didn't know what to say. An unspeakable shame surged in her heart. Although the other party had a relationship with Xiao, it was okay to call him that. But she was not clear with him now. She didn't know why Lu Changsheng could talk to her intimately with a calm face. If she knew that her master also had a relationship with Lu Changsheng, she would be dumbfounded. Okay, I won't say anything. Lu Changsheng took Chu Qingyi's hand and walked out of the Xianlun Bao Huang Lotus. You bastard, you don't say a word of truth. However, at this moment, an extremely cold and charming voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Huh? Who is talking? Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned. The next moment, he suddenly thought of Nangguang Mili in the Wuxiang Baolan. Damn, I was wondering why I seemed to have forgotten something before. It turned out that I forgot about this woman. The main reason was that Chu Qingyi was in a very urgent situation at the time and could not be distracted too much, and then she was busy and forgot about it. However, wasn't this woman suppressed in the Wuxiang realm? How could she speak? Lu Changsheng's mind moved, and he immediately knew what was going on. I don't know when the forbidden divine light I cast on Nangguang Mili had expired. So Nangguang Mili, who had magic power to use, was speaking to me through a poisonous insect. Is this the method of gu cultivation? Although Lu Changsheng has several Xianling gu, he is not really clear about the methods of gu cultivation. But when did this woman unseal it? Or has she been peeking for a long time and just opened her mouth now? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. But it was just a look by the child's mother, so she just looked. Did he, Nangguang Mili, Meng Xiaojun and Ling Zixio also watch the whole process? Mili, you are wrong. Your husband is sincere to you. How could he lie to you? You are all my wings. It's not convenient now. I will let you out immediately after your husband is done. Lu Changsheng sent a voice transmission to Nangguang Mili in the Wuxiang realm. Now Chu Qingyi is next to him, and it is really inconvenient to let Nangguang Mili out. After all, good and evil cannot coexist. Like Ling Zixio, it doesn't matter to good and evil. But Chu Qingyi is a disciple of the Immortal Sect with a red seedling, and has been influenced by the concept of slaying demons and eliminating demons since childhood, and good and evil cannot coexist. If I release a demonic Chinden's Henren, even if the other party does not make a move, it will affect my senses. Bastard. In the Wuxiang realm, Nangguang Mili's charming and beautiful face was as cold as frost, and she cursed again. When Lu Changsheng helped Chu Qingyi condense the golden elixir, she broke free from part of the ban and knew the situation outside through the Shen Nian Gu. Seeing Lu Changsheng helping Chu Qingyi condense the golden elixir, she did nothing. After all, after a brief contact, she knew that this man was soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. He showed mercy to her before because of their relationship in the past and for the sake of his daughter Nangguang Yao. If I mess up at such a critical moment and annoy the other party, I'm afraid I won't have a good ending. Moreover, after seeing Lu Changsheng's strength and seeing Lu Changsheng helping Chu Qingyi condense the top-grade golden elixir, she was shocked and had a few more thoughts in her mind. With his current strength, he couldn't suppress the other party and let the other party warm up the real pill for him. He could only use other methods. Although Nangguang Mili despised this method. But thinking of their situation, they both had daughters. If the real pill could be promoted to the immortal golden pill, he would not be so repulsive. Moreover, after seeing Lu Changsheng's talent and strength, she didn't have such a big hatred for the humiliation in her early years. It's so shameless. We must not let this dog man contact Yao. But such a righteous woman is really easy to deceive. She actually believed this dogman's sweet words and pretended to be sympathetic. Nangguang Mi saw Lu Changsheng coaxing Chu Qingyi, and looked disdainful. He felt that this dogman was shameless and this woman was brainless. If she was born in his own five-poison sect, she would have to pay money even if she was sold. But this dogman looked like a dog, and he was so sweet-talking, so it was normal for this woman to be deceived. Lu Changsheng didn't talk much with Nangguang Mi in the Wuxiang treasure wheel. As long as the other party doesn't cause trouble for me, then there won't be a big problem. After walking out of the Xianyun Baohong Lotus with Chu Qingyi, they simply disguised themselves and turned into two foundation-building monks to come to the Great Dream Fairy City. At the gate of the city, many monks came and went. After seeing Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi, the monks in line instantly made way with awe. No matter where they are, the foundation-building monks are all local figures. It seems that except for the aquatic monsters, or more water treasures, there is not much difference between this Great Dream Fairy City and Qingyun Fairy City. Lu Changsheng walked into the fairy city, looking at the shops on both sides, thinking in his heart. Thinking that if there are aquatic dragon blood spirit beasts later, he can get a few back to raise the black water dragon Taoist soldiers. He looked at Chu Qingyi and said, "Qingyi, let's go eat something first." Although the monks basically fast after building their foundation. But for so many years, he has never treated himself badly to satisfy his appetite. Now that he has come to the Great Dream Fairy City, he will also try the food here. Chu Qingyi was held by Lu Changsheng's hand, feeling a little shy and reserved. Although the two of them were disguised. But walking on the street like a couple was still a little embarrassing and uncomfortable. After the two came to the inner city restaurant, Lu Changsheng ordered a few signature dishes. Seeing that Chu Qingyi was uncomfortable, he sat beside her, stroked her cheek, and said, "Qingyi, are you feeling unwell? If you are not feeling well, you must tell me." Lu Changsheng said with concern, "I'm fine." Chu Qingyi shook her head gently. She just felt uncomfortable just now. "I don't believe it. If you are okay, smile for me." Lu Changsheng said very naturally, "By the way, I haven't seen you smile yet." Chu Qingyi. She would smile naturally. After all, there are always happy and joyful moments on weekdays. But now she was suddenly asked to smile actively, and she really didn't know how to do it. After her lips twitched, she whispered, "I can't do it." "You can do this? Then your husband will smile for you." Lu Changsheng stretched out two fingers and pulled at the corners of his mouth, making a grimace smile. Puff. Even though Chu Qingyi was tense, she was amused by Lu Changsheng's behavior, and even ignored him calling himself husband. "Look, you are smiling now." Lu Changsheng looked at her like this and smiled. "You can smile more often on weekdays, it's nice to look at." Chu Qingyi realized that she had lost her composure, and the smile on her face slightly withdrew. Then she looked up and said to Lu Changsheng in front of her, "Lu, Qingyi is very grateful for your kindness and help. But you and Xiaoyu are Taoist couples, and Xiaoyu and I are sisters. I can't do anything to let Xiaoyu down. And I am devoted to cultivation, not to love, so I hope that the matter between you and me ends here. As for Daoyao's kindness, Qingyu will remember it in my heart. If Daoyao can use Qingyi in the future, I will go through fire and water, even if it means my death. Daoyao's secret, Qingyu will keep it in my heart and will not tell anyone." Chu Qingyi mustered up the courage, looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her, and said seriously. She had thought of these words a long time ago, but she didn't know how to say them. But the two of them had been so ambiguous and close, which really made her mind confused and her sore heart dusted, so she didn't want to delay any longer and mustered up the courage to make it clear. "What do you mean by going through fire and water, and dying to pieces? Isn't it better to just pledge your love to me?" Lu Changsheng said subconsciously. However, noticing the beauty with a serious look and pursed red lips, he immediately said with a serious face, "If Xiaoyu knew the situation at that time, I think she would also hope that I would save Qingyi, so Qingyi doesn't need to blame herself. I will explain this to Xiaoyu later. As for love, it can't be forced. I fell in love with you, Qingyi, at first sight, but it doesn't mean that you must fall in love with me, Qingyi. There is no such reason in the world, so Qingyi doesn't need to feel guilty. If Qingyi feels indebted for the previous things and forces herself, it will make Lu ashamed. These days, Qingyi can treat Lu as an ordinary friend, and there is no need to force yourself." Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said, Although Chu Qingyi was troubled by the relationship with Xiao Ziyu. But without this relationship, Chu Qingyi would not be so easily moved. So Lu Changsheng did not think that after the double cultivation, he would make the other party fall in love with him. But if he got on the bus first, it would be much easier to buy a ticket later. Alice Chu Qingyi heard this, and she did not feel happy and relieved. It is said that it is the most difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful woman. She felt that she was the most difficult to accept the favor of a beautiful man when facing Lu Changsheng now. The other party expressed his feelings as soon as they met, and did not hide his love, admiration, and pursuit of beauty. Although he took advantage of her before. But now he is so measured in his advances and retreats, not only did he not ask for repayment, but he was also like a modest gentleman, making people feel like spring breeze, which really made her not know what to do. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. After Chu Qingyi finished speaking the words in her heart, the whole person seemed to be a little relieved. She planned to say goodbye to Lu Changsheng and go back after she finished shopping these few days. Otherwise, when she was with Lu Changsheng like this, her flawless sword heart would be covered with dust, causing her mood to be messy and fluctuating. Let's eat first, just be casual. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. This woman is so stupid, how could a dog man let you go so easily? In the Wuxiang realm, Nangguang Mili looked at this scene with disdain on his face. However, seeing Lu Changsheng treat Chu Qingyi like this, while he was suppressed in the realm, Nangguang Mili felt unhappy. An emotion that she had never experienced before arose in her heart, which was annoying, sour and bitter. She immediately cursed Lu Changsheng in a cold voice, "Dog man. Mili, are you jealous?" Ancestor Lu was doing two things at the same time, and he remained calm on the surface, and his face was still gentle. Get out. Nangguang Mili cursed coldly immediately. Haha. Lu Changsheng just smiled, intending to let the other party know what the husband's authority is later. Being used to eating delicious food on weekdays, this meal was only average for Patriarch Lu. Chu Qingyi might be worried that Lu Changsheng would talk to her about something again, so she ate very seriously and enjoyed herself. Let's go. After eating, Lu Changsheng naturally took Chu Qingyi's hand and continued to go shopping, preparing to go to the Chamber of Commerce store to have a look. Chu Qingyi was held by Lu Changsheng's palm, her delicate body trembled, subconsciously broke free, and whispered, "Dao Lu, didn't I just make it clear? Why is he still so close? What's wrong, Qingyi?" Lu Changsheng's eyes were clear and his expression was calm. "I am also going to buy some spiritual materials. Qingyi, do you want to buy anything?" Alice. Chu Qingyi sighed in her heart, thinking that the two of them were already like this, and they just relied on each other these days, and shook her head gently. "I don't need anything." After speaking, she paused and pursed her lips and said, "If Dao Lu needs any materials, Qingyi can also help. She is a Jiandan's Henrin of Qingyun Sect, and she can exchange natural materials and treasures in the sect's treasury on weekdays. You can also post tasks and have people look for them, which is much more convenient than ordinary casual cultivators and clan cultivators." "Okay, I'll see what I need later, and then I'll trouble you, Qingyi." Lu Changsheng replied with a smile. The other party has always felt that he owes him. Asking him for help can not only ease the situation, but also bring the two closer. Besides, he can also use this reason to find Chu Qingyi in the future. Chu Qingyi saw that the other party agreed so quickly, and wondered if he had said something wrong. Tisk, my backers in Qingyun Sect are getting stronger and stronger. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. In a few years, if Xiao Ziyu breaks through to the Jiandan stage, he will have 3 Jiandan backers in Qingyun Sect. But after Master Ki knows about Chu Qingyi, will he still be willing to help him? I'm afraid he wants to chop him with a sword, right? Do you want to eat candied haws? Lu Changsheng asked, looking at a stall in front. No. Chu Qingyi shook his head slightly. But Lu Changsheng still went forward to buy a string, tasted it himself, said it tasted good, and motioned Chu Qingyi to try it. Chu Qingyi was startled, but when she met Lu Changsheng's gentle and tender gaze, she opened her red lips and took a bite. It tasted surprisingly good. It tastes good, right? Qingyi, you don't usually go out for a stroll, do you? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. There is a saying that goes, if she is young, take her to see the world. If she is mature, take her on a merry-go-round. At Chu Qingyi's age, she has naturally experienced many things and has a lot of experience. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, Their experience is more in the field of cultivation. As for the troubles of the world, I only know about the worldly love, but I have not experienced it. So these daily bits and pieces should be able to make the other party feel very sentimental and become an unforgettable experience. Yes. Chu Qingyu nodded. Lu Changsheng smiled, and did not continue to ask anything. He held her hand and walked side by side on the street, occasionally entering the store to ask about the situation and buy spiritual materials. For some reason, Chu Qingyu gradually felt something was wrong while strolling around like this. She thought for a long time before she knew where this wrongness came from. She seemed to not reject Lu Changsheng's close behavior. And the intimate behavior of the two of them was similar to some occasional couples on the street. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw a Xian'ai pavilion next to him and said, "The skirts here are nice, Qingyi, do you want to try it?" "No." Chu Qingyi shook her head gently. "Don't you have any hobbies on weekdays?" Lu Changsheng did not force it, and said casually, "Practice swordsmanship." "Only practice swordsmanship and cultivation." Lu Changsheng sighed. No wonder Qingyi can achieve such success, but life is only cultivation and swordsmanship. Don't you feel lonely and boring? Chu Qingyu glanced at Lu Changsheng, and after a moment of silence, he said softly, "Reject Bodhi in the morning and aloe in the evening. The dangerous road is not lonely. I only love the 7-foot sword in my life. Cut me and see me. I am not me." Lu Changsheng didn't expect that his little thoughts would be seen through by Chu Qingyi, so determined. Sure enough, those who can practice to the stage of forming a pill are not stupid. Chu Qingyi has recovered from the state of being at a loss at the beginning and not knowing how to face herself. However, a strong woman is afraid of being pestered by a man. As long as you have deep skills and are willing to lose face, you will definitely be able to embrace the beauty. The purpose of our generation of cultivators is naturally to pursue the great way. The sword is indeed full of charm. Lu Mu used to be extremely devoted to the sword. But later I found that there are so many beautiful things in the world. If you put all your thoughts on practicing the sword, you will ignore and miss many beautiful things, and finally regret it. Lu Changsheng said softly. Chu Qingyi, doesn't this man have many wives and concubines, and many children and grandchildren? How come he is so devoted to swordsmanship? However, thinking of Lu Changsheng's swordsmanship inheritance and the swordsmanship methods he used before, she was half believing and half doubting. She felt that the other party might have been devoted to swordsmanship in his early years, but later gave up swordsmanship and turned to practicing talismans, focusing on the family? Oh, that's not right. When the other party helped her to form the elixir before, it seemed that he was not practicing talismans. Chu Qingyi was a little confused. However, she realized that Lu Changsheng's words were trying to change her mind by saying swordsmanship. There may be many beautiful things in the world, but for cultivators like us, practice is the foundation. If we are distracted too much, our lives will be wasted, and eventually we will delay our practice, which is the real regret. Besides, Qingyi is not completely uninterested in other things except practice and swordsmanship, but we have to prioritize things and make choices, Chu Qingyi said in a low voice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459. What if Xiao doesn't mind? Choose or just have your own opinion. Qingyi, do you really understand? Life is a journey of cultivation, and all experiences are scenery along the way. If you encounter a nice scenery, you can stop and take a look. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, besides, the road is long, and if there are 3 or 2 close friends who support each other and walk through the vast years hand in hand, isn't it a great blessing? Chu Qingyi did not refute. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, why did fellow Taoist Lu give up the sword path? Although she didn't know whether Lu Changsheng's words were true or not, but the sword energy expelling poison and the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra passed down to her all showed that the other party had an extraordinary talent for the sword path and spent a lot of thought on this aspect. Under such circumstances, he chose to switch to practicing other methods, which really puzzled her. Didn't I say that there are so many beautiful things in the world? If you put all your thoughts on one aspect, you will miss other beautiful things. Lu Changsheng pinched Chu Qingyi's smooth jade hand and continued, when I practiced swordsmanship, I was also obsessed with it. I was very focused on swordsmanship, but as I practiced, I gradually lost interest in other things, and even didn't want to touch or try them. I was a little disdainful in my bones. But later, I got a book of talisman skills. After a simple understanding, I found that I was more interested in talismans. Then, because of the needs of the family, I delved into spiritual plans, spiritual kitchens, winemaking, alchemy, and refining. I found that all the laws in the world and the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals are full of charm. Lu Changsheng walked side by side with Chu Qingyi on the street and said with a smile, Dao Lu has a rare talent in Qingyi's life. But for cultivators of my generation, cultivation is the foundation. Chu Qingyi pursed her lips, glanced at Lu Changsheng, and said. She had heard of Lu Changsheng's reputation of double excellence in alchemy and talismans. I didn't expect that Lu Changsheng had studied so many skills besides swordsmanship, alchemy, and talisman making. He even switched from sword cultivation to talisman cultivation, and now he has switched to other methods. Could this person be a reincarnation of heaven? In addition to swordsmanship, Chu Qingyi also knows some other skills and techniques, and cultivates hundreds of arts. But they are all used to cultivate sentiments and learn by analogy when the practice encounters bottlenecks. He will not spend most of his time and energy on this, and he does not have that much time and energy. But Lu Changsheng is younger than herself, and he has spent so much time and energy, but he still has such a realm of cultivation. It is amazing and unbelievable. Even though she has always been praised as a genius, she feels inferior to Lu Changsheng at this time. I naturally agree with what Qingyi said. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, saying, but 100 years of life is like a mayfly in one day. How can immortality matter to me? Even if you and I achieve the golden elixir and live to be 500 years old, we will just be in a cage again. It is better to be with a beautiful partner, have many children and grandchildren, walk hand in hand in the world, and enjoy life in time. Even if you end up wasting your life, you will have no regrets. If you only focus on practicing, and look back, you will find that you have been lonely for half your life. Can you really have no regrets in your heart? After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he said with emotion, I am different from Qingyi. I was born in a humble family. I have seen many independent practitioners who left their families, lovers, and friends behind, wandering around the world just to seek immortality, but in the end they were poor and lonely, buried in the wilderness, and achieved nothing. Who can say that their Taoism is not strong? It's just that life is like chess, and you should never regret your moves. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi and said sincerely, I am not persuading Qingyi to give up cultivation and swordsmanship. I just hope that Qingyi will look at the scenery around her more when she is practicing. Only in this way can she live a life without regrets and leave no regrets. Chu Qingyi chewed on Lu Changsheng's words carefully and felt that they made sense. She was adopted by her master Yuan Shang since she was a child and had high hopes for her. So since she could remember, she regarded cultivation as her responsibility and her only goal. And she was born with a sword heart. She could basically learn any sword tactics and skills as soon as she learned them, and she could master them as soon as she learned them. So after she put all her time and energy on swordsmanship, she gradually lost interest in other things. Dao Lu has a broad mind and is not an ordinary person. Chu Qingyi said in a low voice. She knew that Lu Changsheng wanted to convince her, and she also agreed with this concept. But she has her own ideas and reasons, and she is not so easily shaken. Moreover, she really doesn't know how to face such feelings. Ha, I am just a vulgar person who can't be more vulgar. Lu Changsheng knew that it was not so easy to convince the other party, so he laughed and said, holding Chu Qingyi's hand to the jewelry store next to him. Chu Qingyi let him lead her like a young wife, thinking about what he had just said, and felt that Lu Changsheng was very strange. He was different from most people she had met on weekdays. Before the Dan was formed, there were also many fellow disciples or other immortal disciples who wanted to pursue her. But these people all regarded her as a fairy who was high above, and never Lu Changsheng was like this. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe it, shameless, rogue, or free and easy. Come on, Qingyi, try this, I think it suits you. Just as she was thinking, Lu Changsheng held a plum tassel hairpin in his hand and wanted to put it on her. Chu Qingyi paused and wanted to say something, but looking at Lu Changsheng's clear and natural eyes, she didn't know what to say, and let him tie up her high ponytail. His movements were very skillful, and he did not take advantage of her. But seeing Lu Changsheng's gentle and intimate behavior, Chu Qingyi finally calmed down a little, but her heart was in a mess again, and her beautiful eyes were a little shy. Tisk, it's true that beauty does not need decoration, but Qingyi is still beautiful as before, heroic, with a sword spirit. Lu Changsheng touched his chin, looked at her for a while, and said with a smile. Usually, Chu Qingyi's eyebrows are dyed with ink, and her sword eyes are clear, and there is no need for too much decoration. Now the two of them are simply disguised, so that Chu Qingyi is not as cold and arrogant as usual. At this time, she has tied up her black hair, and the whole person has a bit more of the elegant temperament of a good wife and mother, which makes people want to tease her. Lu Changsheng immediately kissed Chu Qingyi on the white face. Chu Qingyi was immediately panicked, and her beautiful eyes were shy. Did this person say that he would not force himself? He had held her hand before, and now he did this again. Seeing the receptionist of the shop not far away looking at them with a smile, Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Changsheng angrily and whispered, "Friend Lu, didn't we say that we should stop here before?" "Yes, I said." Qingyi didn't need to feel guilty and force herself. Lu Changsheng chuckled, and under Chu Qingyi's embarrassed eyes, he moved a little closer and said, "If Qingyi doesn't like it, just say it directly." Chu Qingyi. This man is as shameless as ever, and he is getting more and more demanding. But for some reason, she seems to be used to it. I saw that Qingyi didn't say it all the time, and she didn't reject it, so I thought she didn't hate me like this. Lu Changsheng said softly, and before he finished speaking, he moved closer to Chu Qingyi's delicate lips. Chu Qingyi looked very embarrassed, and wanted to resist, but she didn't dare to resist too hard, so she could only purse her pink lips and gently push him away. After a few breaths, she blushed and said angrily, You go back on your word." Even though she was good-tempered, she was a little annoyed at this moment. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi, whose beautiful eyes were clear and full of water, and whose expression was shy and annoyed, and whispered, "I just saw that Qingyi has been worried, and I hope Qingyi, you are happy." Chu Qingyi. "Don't you understand why I am worried? And you are so funny?" Chu Qingyi pulled Lu Changsheng out of the store, pursed her lips, and continued to muster up her courage, and whispered, "Friend Lu, I have no intention of love between men and women, but I can't let Xiaoyu down. What if Xiaoyu doesn't mind?" Lu Changsheng suddenly said. Chu Qingyi was stunned, and the whole person was a little confused. But thinking that if there was no junior sister, there would be no need to worry about the master's scolding, and it seemed that she would not resist so much, she quickly calmed her mind, shook her head and said, "Lu, it has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. I am now devoted to cultivation and have no interest in men and women." "I know, Qingyi," Lu Changsheng said with a sad look. Lu, those who have achieved success in cultivation in the world are all obsessed with cultivation, indifferent to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the love between men and women. Dao is a natural man, so you should focus on cultivation. Chu Qingyi felt a little reluctant and said aloud. She felt that Lu Changsheng was wasting his talent by focusing on the affairs of men and women. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are human nature. If you want to become an immortal, what's the point of abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires to cultivate? Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, "Qingyi thinks I am obsessed with women and love between men and women. But everyone has their own way. I gave up the sword way, experienced all kinds of great ways, and found that this is the way I want." Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi seriously. Chu Qingyi didn't know what to say for a moment when she heard this very frank but full of magic words. So she also became his way? If she was not pursued by him, it would make his great way incomplete, right? She sighed and said, "The beauty of men and women is not conducive to cultivation. It is just a side path. Taoist friends with heavenly talents should be able to see through it. So I said I am a vulgar person. I love beauty, just like Qingyi loves swords. It has nothing to do with the great way or the small way." Lu Changsheng did not refute and said with a chuckle. Chu Qingyi stopped talking. Knowing her current situation, if she continued to argue with him, she would only be affected by this man. Lu Changsheng didn't care, and continued to stroll around holding Chu Qingyi's hand with a calm face. This dog man is really shameless. Nangguang Li of the Wuxiang realm looked at this scene with a cold and disgusted face, and cursed again, thinking that Lu Changsheng was quite suitable to be a person in the magic way. However, Thinking that Lu Changsheng was willing to coax Chu Qingyi and herself even though he was powerful, she felt that it was good for him to do so. Otherwise, he would be as reckless as some demonic cultivators, which was simply disgusting. Although the Great Dream Fairy City was prosperous, it was far from meeting Lu Changsheng's purchasing needs. Whether it was some rare materials he wanted to buy or Earth-level blood water dragon blood monsters, he could not buy them directly, and had to wait for auctions and trade fairs. When passing by an attic and seeing the three-word Cheyenne Sohi building written on it, Lu Changsheng took Chu Qingyi in and asked if there was any intelligence information about the Qingyun secret realm and the situation of Qingyun Sect and Qingzhu Mountain. After a while, Qingyun Sect, Yun Jianfang broke through the nascent soul, and ambushed and killed the attacking Xianxia's Henjin in the Qingyun secret realm with Zhuanjin's Henjin. Xianxia's Henjin's body was broken, and he escaped by chance with the help of the nascent soul. Lu Changsheng looked at the information on the jade slip and was surprised. Although he knew that there were Yuanying fighting outside when he was in Qingyun's secret realm, and Xianxia's Henjin also said that there were 3 Yuanying cultivators outside. But he never expected that the third Yuanying's Henjin was also from Qingyun Sect. It was Yun Jianfeng who suppressed the demon cultivators in Jixiao Xiancheng that year. This person condensed the upper-grade golden elixir. 50 or 60 years ago, he was called the first person under Zhuanjin's Henjin. Now it is reasonable to break through the Yuanying. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Qingyun Sect has one more Yuanying's Henjin, which is definitely a big event. It even concerns the future direction of Jiang State. Especially these 2 Yuanying's Henjin, they seem to be fierce. At that time, Zhuanjin's Henjin fought against 2 Yuanying's of Jin State alone. Now this Zhuanjin's Henjin has just broken through the Yuanying not long ago, and he and Zhuanjin's Henjin almost ambushed and killed a Yuanying's Henjin, which is obviously unusual. Could it be that Yun Wanchang told me about the land reclamation order before, that the Qingyun Sect wanted to expand the territory of Jiang Kingdom? Or, Liang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom have been in conflict for many years, and Jiang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom want to take the initiative to attack and start a war in the world of immortal cultivation. Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. It is naturally a good thing that Jiang Kingdom has one more Yuanying's Henjin. But a Yuanying's Henjin needs a huge amount of resources to practice. As the ancestor of the sect, if he does not go out to look for opportunities and resources, the most common way is to rely on war to plunder resources. Qingyi, do you know about the breakthrough of Zhujian's Henjin? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the Qingyun Sect high-level people around him and asked. Well, Zhujian's Henjin has long practiced to the peak of Jiangdan and has been waiting for the opportunity to break through Yuanying. Zhuanjin's Henjin calculated that the opportunity for Zhujian's Henjin to break through fell in the Qingyun secret realm, so the Qingyun secret realm was blocked in the early years because Zhujian's Henjin attacked Yuanying. Chu Qingyi said softly. Although this matter is a secret, it is no longer a secret now that the matter of Qingyun's secret realm is over. Did the true Lord Zhujian break through to the nascent soul in the Qingyun secret realm? Lu Changsheng was surprised. He had heard that there was a chance for the nascent soul in the Qingyun secret realm before, and thought it was fake news, and someone was deliberately muddying the water. Unexpectedly, the rumor turned out to be true, and this newly promoted true lord successfully broke through in the Qingyun secret realm. Well, I heard from the Supreme Elder that to break through to the nascent soul through the Dan, it depends not only on personal background, but also on the good fortune of heaven and earth, and the destiny of the dark. The Qingyun secret realm not only has a 4th-level spiritual vein, but also a fortune of heaven and earth, which is very suitable for the true Lord Zhujian to break through to the nascent soul. Chu Qingyi said so. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He had heard Honglian talk about the breakthrough of the nascent soul through the Dan. It not only pays attention to the right time, the right place, and the right people, but also has something to do with the destiny of heaven and earth. So in order to break through the nascent soul, many people will wait for the right time and the right opportunity. Is the true Lord Zhuanjin also a fortune teller? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of what Chu Qingyi had just said about the true Lord Zhuanjin's calculation, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked aloud. Well, Zhuanjin's Henjin's divination skills are extraordinary. He is the top divination master of our Jiang country. Chu Qingyi nodded gently. Those who can become Yuanying's Henjin are not simple, especially this Zhuanjin's Henjin. Not only is his combat power amazing, but he also knows divination. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that he was okay with dealing with Jiangdan's Henren. Yuanying's Henjin should try not to contact those who know divination. Although the divination skills can only deduce a vague approximation. But for these people, as long as they deduce that there is a problem with you, it will be troublesome. However, there is Zuanch and Lingtang to suppress the luck of the family. As long as it is not noticed, it should not be a big problem. He continued to ask, Qingyi, now that Qingyun Sect has an additional Yuanying's Henjin, will it launch a war of reclamation or a war in the world of cultivation? Qingyun Sect intends to reclaim the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As for the war in the world of cultivation, I don't know at the moment. Chu Qingyu said so. In the world of cultivation in Jiang country, there are not many spiritual veins that can be reclaimed except the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Mountains like Luan mountain range are completely looked down upon by Qingyun Sect. Even if they want to open up new land, it will be the forces like Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect that will open up new land according to their own circumstances. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that once Qingyun Sect wanted to open up new land, it would definitely affect other immortal sects. Qingyi, if you cultivate to the peak of Jiangdan and want to break through to Yuanying, can you use Qingyun Sect's dojo to break through to Yuanying? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of a question. He remembered that Qingyun Sect's spiritual veins did not have a fourth level, and could not support Jiangdan cultivators to break through to Yuanying. So he was a little curious, if Yun Wanchan cultivated to the peak of Jiangdan, could she go to Qingyun Sect to break through? After all, the four major immortal sects of Jiang Kingdom are of the same blood, and it seems reasonable to use the spiritual vein dojo to break through. It should be possible if you pay a certain price. It's just that breaking through to Yuanying requires the right time, place, people, and luck in the dark, so most people will choose to go out for training and seek the opportunity of Yuanying. Chu Qingyu said after a little thought. Although the fourth-level spiritual veins are rare, according to the records of Qingyun Sect, there are still many fourth-level immortal cities in the southern wilderness. As long as you pay the price, it is the same to go to these immortal cities to break through. Although the four major immortal sects are of the same blood, it is not certain whether Qingyun Sect hopes that they will produce Yuanying. After all, the four major immortal sects sound like they are at the same level. But everyone knows that Jiang Kingdom has only Qingyun Sect as the overlord. If you want to break through to Yuanying in the future, you can go to several fourth-level immortal cities first, Chu Qingyu said in a low voice. In her opinion, Lu Changsheng's talent will definitely break through to Yuanying in the future. I'm just asking. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. He still has a long way to go before he reaches Yuanying. Maybe one day the system will draw a fourth-level spiritual vein, but he is not in a hurry now. However, from Chu Qingyu's words, he realized that the relationship between the four major immortal sects is not as good as it seems. It's normal to think about it. Now the four major immortal sects are safe and stable. But if Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect produce a Yuanying's Henjin, can it still be so balanced? Can the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world really support so many Yuanying's Henjin? Then, Lu Changsheng looked at the recent information about Qingyun Sect and Qingzhu Mountain. From it, he saw that the whereabouts of Qingyun Sect's Qingyu's Henrin and Xiannian's secret realm were unknown, and the ancestor of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, was attacked and killed by Jiangdan's Henrin and Xiannian's secret realm, and was suspected to have fallen in the secret realm. Why is it that Qingyu is missing, and I am suspected to have fallen in the secret realm? Lu Changsheng saw this information and said a little unhappy. Although Xian's Hilao is an intelligence force, it is impossible to verify everything clearly. Some intelligence information will be judged by itself. I am an elder of Qingyun Sect. As long as the sect does not pass on the exact situation, the outside world will not talk about the information about the fall. Chu Qingyu looked at Lu Changsheng like this and suddenly felt a little funny, and said softly. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, thinking that he had such a thing, and his wife, concubines, and children at home would definitely be worried. Although he could sense that he was still alive through the Zumi Tree King and the family's spiritual pets, he was still worried. Since there is nothing wrong, it's time to go back. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, and the idea of picking up girls faded a little. Chapter 460, Husband and Wife Don't Hold Grudges Overnight. Damangs. The vast waters are magnificent and boundless. Qingyi, since you don't like this, let's say goodbye here. Lu Changsheng suddenly looked at Chu Qingyi, sighed and said, after today's separation, I will regard everything in these days as a dream. When we meet again in the future, We can call each other friends." As he spoke, he let go of Chu Qingyi's fair and slender jade hand, took out a ring and slowly put it on. As if seeing Chu Qingyi's doubts, Lu Changsheng whispered, "This is a little thing I bought just now. It's not worth much. Just treat it as a souvenir. If Qingyi doesn't like it, just throw it away by yourself." Chu Qingyi was slightly startled. She had noticed that Lu Changsheng seemed to be worried before. She thought he was worried about things at home. When she heard this, she realized that he was entangled in her own affairs. Looking at Lu Changsheng in front of her, whose eyes and words were less gentle and affectionate, and more calm, Chu Qingyi looked slightly dazed. It was as if the tender words and tender affection before were all just a dream. Did he just let it go? Was it because his previous rejection was a bit hurtful? Or did he understand what he wanted in his heart, so he chose to let go? If Master asks about the matter between you and me, fellow Taoist Chu does not need to hide it. I will explain it to Master Zaiyu at that time. As for others, I hope fellow Taoist Chu will cover up for me. If there's anything, you can come to Qingzhu Mountain to find me at any time." After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, his eyes revealed some tenderness and reluctance. But he still arched his hands with a firm look, and the whole person turned into a divine rainbow and flew towards the 9 heavens Gangfen. Chu Qingyi looked at the disappeared Lu Changshen, and the time they had spent together suddenly came to her mind. She bit her lips with her pearly teeth and looked at the ring on her slender jade finger. For a moment, she was a little at a loss, and felt lost. Alice, after a moment, Chu Qingyi sighed deeply. Whether it was the other party's painstaking efforts to treat her in the Xianyun Bao her on Lotus, or the close interactions in the Daman Fairy City these days, they were all unforgettable to her. She might think of him someday. Especially, this person gave her such a ring before leaving. I'm afraid that when I see this ring in the future, I will think of him uncontrollably. Although this person said that if he didn't like it, he would throw it away. But can I throw away the ring and erase his traces? Chu Qingyi knew that her sword heart had been stained with dust. Taking a deep breath, her beautiful eyes gradually became clear and firm, her sword intent was majestic, and then the whole person turned into a sword light, soaring into the sky and disappearing. In the 9 heavens Gangfen, Lu Changsheng stepped on the star disk, and the endless starlight flowed around him. Of course, he didn't really part ways with the other party. Simply knowing Chu Qingyi's character, it would not be a short time to capture her heart, so it would be better to alternate between cold and hot for a while. Moreover, the other party was born with a sword heart. After so many years of practice, his persistence in the sword has long surpassed emotions and external objects. Even if the heart is already moved, it is necessary to calm down for a while and wait for the seeds to slowly sprout. Don't rush. As for giving the ring, in addition to hoping that the other party will think of herself when seeing the ring, it is also a test. Even if the ring is lost, she cannot practice the skills, right? Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and the sea of qi and danshan trembled. A light golden transparent treasure wheel appeared and hovered in his hand. A purple-dressed woman with a beautiful and enchanting appearance, white skin like jade, and breathtaking curves appeared. "Meili, I have wronged you these days." Lu Changsheng looked at the purple-dressed woman in front of him with an angry face and said softly, reaching out to hold her slender jade hand that seemed to be weak and boneless. "Go away, you bastard." Nangguang Meili had seen Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi being affectionate before, and she was not happy, and her heart was sour and bitter. Now that she was released from the Wuxiang realm by Lu Changshen, the anger accumulated in her heart suddenly burst out, and she slapped his hand away. "Haha, you are still jealous. You also know the situation before. If Qingyun Sect knew that you were in Jiang Kingdom, it would definitely cause trouble, so your husband is also doing this for your own good." Lu Changsheng was not angry, and said with a smile, "Humph, that woman is still seriously injured, how can she be my opponent?" Nangguang Meili's face was as cold as frost, and her words were disdainful. Although she was suppressed by Lu Changshen, she was at least a cultivator in the middle stage of Jiandan. "Meili, you didn't cause trouble for your husband before, and your husband is very happy, but your husband doesn't like you talking like this." Lu Changsheng glanced at her, his voice was calm and indifferent, with a bit of unquestionable majesty. "For a woman like Chu Qingyi, you can speak softly. But a woman like Nangguang Meili obviously doesn't buy it. Even if you speak to her in a nice way, she will despise you. Who asked you to like me? And who is your husband and wife?" Nangguang Meili said with disgust. She was so gentle when facing Chu Qingyi before, but she is so impatient with herself? You came to Jing Kingdom this time. Besides SYNOPSIS' secret realm, there must be other purposes, right? Lu Changsheng said calmly. Before, in SYNOPSIS' secret realm, Nangguang Mili suddenly attacked him and used the means of love gu, so Lu Changsheng suspected that this woman came to seek revenge on him in addition to SYNOPSIS' secret realm. After all, this woman would definitely not be able to swallow the loss of love gu. Moreover, when the two of them had intercourse, he used the yin and yang energy to warm the true elixir for Nangguang Mili, and nurtured a little golden elixir Dao rhyme. For a giant cultivator, the transformation of the true elixir into the golden elixir is an irresistible opportunity temptation, and I think this woman is unwilling to let it go. So Lu Changsheng guessed that this woman had this idea when she used the love gu on him. Of course, you humiliated me and used the love-locking gu on me in Xiachen. How can I let this vengeance go easily? Nangguang Mili was wearing a purple gauze dress, and her figure was graceful and charming. Even though her face was as cold as ice, she was still full of charm and seduction. It takes 100 years to cultivate to be able to cross the same boat, and 1,000 years to cultivate to sleep on the same pillow. There is no overnight hatred between husband and wife. This matter has been over for so long. Let him go, right or wrong. Lu Changsheng was too lazy to argue with the other party and said aloud. Nangguang Mili didn't expect this person to say such shameless words. Who cultivated to sleep on the same pillow with you? Okay, tell me how you have been these years, and the situation of Yao Io and Xiachen. Lu Changsheng said aloud in a softer voice. He felt guilty not only for his daughter, but also for Meng Xiachen. After all, the love-locking gu has troubled the other party until now. And Nangguang Mili knew that the love-locking gu is related to Meng Xiachen, so he would definitely blame her. These have nothing to do with you. Nangguang Mili raised her eyebrows, and her narrow and beautiful eyes were cold and shining, like a thorny rose with thorns. Even though she knew that as long as she gave in, she might be able to get the golden elixir opportunity from Lu Changsheng. But she was the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, so she didn't want to save face. And if she gave in, what would this dogman do if he snatched her daughter from her later? What she was most worried about now was that Lu Changsheng would snatch her daughter away. Mili, your husband is talking to you nicely, why don't you want to talk nicely? Lu Changsheng frowned, thinking that this woman was simply endless. You know, his patience is also limited. I have nothing to say to you. Nangguang Mili just snorted with disdain. Alice. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili's beautiful and charming face and sighed helplessly. Since softness doesn't work, then he can only use hardness to educate him well and sleep him into submission. The next moment, Nangguang Mili saw Lu Changsheng approaching. An invisible field bound him, and his face changed slightly. He said in a cold voice, Lu Changsheng, what are you going to do? Husband and wife don't hold grudges overnight. If there is, they will fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili who wanted to escape, and suddenly a surge of amazing magic power surged out, and the terrifying spiritual pressure distorted the world. Buzz buzz buzz, the Wuxiang treasure wheel behind his head rotated, like a golden sun burning. The yin and yang energies flowed around his body, spreading wildly, forming a yin and yang Taoist diagram, blocking the world. The law domain has no effect on giant cultivators. But Lu Changsheng is a golden elixir of the yin and yang Dao, and he has the blessing of the Wuxiang treasure wheel. Even for Giant's Henren, it has a certain effect of imprisoning magic power and blocking the world. Boom. At the same time, the 9 treasure Ruai bone on Lu Changsheng's chest burst into a dazzling 9-color glow. One by one, the symbols like tadpoles intertwined and surged, hitting Nangguang Mili's body, meridians and Danshan. Nangguang Mili, who had originally broken through the forbidden divine light, suddenly felt that her magic power was sluggish. Then, Lu Changsheng embraced the beauty in front of him with a domineering look. It must be said that Nangguang Mili is a natural beauty. Although she is slender, her figure is extremely hot, with a protruding front and a curved back, and a well-proportioned body, which is hot and enchanting. It can be said that every inch of skin and every part of her body exudes a fatal temptation that is fascinating. Lu Changsheng, what are you going to do, you dog man? Nangguang Mili was pale and shouted hurriedly. You don't listen to your husband's words. In this case, I will let you know what is called a husband's authority. While Lu Changsheng was speaking, He tore Nangguang Milli's exquisite and gorgeous dress into tatters with a few swishes, making her frost-like and snow-white body looming, trying to cover up, and extremely tempting. "Asshole, Lu Changsheng, you bastard." Nangguang Mili was extremely ashamed and angry, and suddenly an indescribable meaning surged from the depths of her heart. Even though decades have passed, she still remembers the pain and humiliation when she was humiliated and abused by Lu Changsheng. "Mili, did you deliberately irritate me, and you were waiting for this?" Lu Changsheng's strong body made Nangguang Mili unable to struggle and move. He leaned close to her delicate ear that looked like white jade and whispered. The magnetic and deep voice made Nangguang Mili's delicate body tremble, and her crystal round and slender legs became numb and soft. "You are talking nonsense, you dog man, stay away from me." Nangguang Mili's face was full of humiliation and anger, and she gritted her teeth. Before, she saw Lu Changsheng condense the top-grade golden elixir for Chu Qingyi. Although she guessed that it might take this to nourish the Dao rhyme of the golden elixir. But how could she expect such a thing? "Really? I think your body is still very honest." Lu Changsheng licked Nangguang Mili's crystal earlobe like jade, and measured the proud fullness of the smooth and soft and the round and incomparably tempting grinding disc with his hands. "Lu Changsheng, you are such a bastard, shameless." Although Nangguang Mili looked like she was gritting her teeth, she raised her head slightly, and her beautiful and charming face was flushed with a charming blush, making her look extremely charming and attractive. Even though Lu Changsheng had been through hundreds of battles, he felt a little agitated when he saw Nangguang Mili's charming and enchanting, yet majestic and powerful appearance, and he had the urge to conquer her. However, he still remained rational, knowing that this place belonged to the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair, and there might be a giant's henren on the way. He immediately drove the starlight disc and rushed towards the damings below like a comet. Swish, at the moment of entering the water, the two entered the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. It must be said that with the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, a cave heaven magic weapon, it is much easier to do things on weekdays. "Lu Changsheng, you hiss, stop. Stop quickly. Lu Changsheng, I must kill you." Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. Nangguang Mili's delicate cheeks were rosy, with a few strands of sweaty black hair, her tender red lips slightly opened, exhaling hot air, and her whole body was soft as a silkworm, motionless. Her full forehead, beautiful cheeks, slender jade neck, delicate collarbone, and flawless jade body were all covered with fine beads of sweat, with a pink luster, holy and charming, making people's blood boil. The originally cold Danfeng beautiful eyes were now misty, half open and half closed, with a little charming rhyme flowing. "Mili," I said, "there is no overnight hatred between husband and wife." Lu Changsheng looked at the marks on the other party's white body, and it was not good to continue to toss. After all, men are always soft-hearted. Even though he had a tough attitude towards Nangguang Mili before. But after several tossings, seeing the other party so weak and powerless, he felt a little distressed. After all, it is still necessary to cherish his own wife. And this kind of thing is as bad as too little. Nangguang Mili did not speak, her beautiful eyes were filled with shame and hatred. Back then, she was humiliated and trampled by Lu Changsheng because she was seriously injured and worried about her Taoist oath and her disciple Meng Xiaochen. But now, she has no power to fight back in front of Lu Changsheng. Whether it is cultivation, magic power, or physical strength, she is completely suppressed by the other party. And according to Lu Changsheng's growth rate, she is afraid that she will never have the opportunity to take revenge. "Okay, now tell me about your situation over the years." Lu Changsheng wiped the sweat off Nangguang Mili's body and said gently. After saying that, she added, "If you keep talking tough, don't blame me for being rude." Nangguang Mili was about to retort, but the burning pain in her buttocks made her heart tremble suddenly, and an indescribable meaning surged out of her. She looked at Lu Changsheng with hatred and said coldly, "Very good, you don't have to worry about it." "Very good, why do you run to Jiang country all day? Don't you know that the Xianyun secret realm is dangerous? This time, a Yuanying's engine almost died. Aren't you looking for death with your strength?" Lu Changsheng heard this and said unhappily. A Yuanying's engine almost died. Nangguang Mili was a little surprised, although she knew that the Xianyun secret realm was in a big commotion. But she had been suppressed by Lu Changsheng in the Wuxiang realm and didn't know the outcome of the matter. Yun Jianfang broke through the nascent soul, and ambushed and killed Xianxia's Qingyun of Qingyun Sect with Zhuangjian's Qingyun outside the secret realm, causing his physical body to shatter, and only the nascent soul escaped by chance. Most of the giant and cultivators who came with you to cause trouble died. Lu Changsheng told the situation in the secret realm, and then said in a cold voice, if you have an accident, what will happen to Yao Iao? Nangguang Mili heard this, and she felt a little relieved. Although she had the mission pearl, it was hard to say whether she could get away unscathed in such a situation. However, even though she was guilty, seeing Lu Changsheng teaching her a lesson in such a cold voice, she still said unconvincedly, what does it have to do with you? Pa. A crisp sound rang out. The snow white and red millstone raised a moving wave. Lu Changsheng, I will fight you. Nangguang Mili's black hair was disheveled, and her red face was full of shame and anger, and she gritted her teeth. However, before she finished speaking, she was suppressed by Lu Changsheng. How did you get to this point in the demon sect? Don't you know how to judge the situation? Or do you dare to do this because you know I won't kill you? Lu Changsheng frowned. Nangguang Mili's heart trembled. It seems that she is not worried that Lu Changsheng will kill her subconsciously. Just like when Lu Changsheng suppressed her before, she could risk her life and use the life-saving poisonous insect, but she chose not to do so. Or do you like me to treat you like this? Lu Changsheng leaned close to her delicate crystal earlobe and whispered. Her earlobe seemed to be petite and delicate, but it was crystal and fleshy. It tasted soft and solid, sweet and sticky, and the taste was really excellent. Lu Changsheng licked it, put it in his mouth, and tasted it carefully. Nangguang Mili's breathing suddenly became urgent, her brows furrowed, she slapped Lu Changsheng away, her face was charming and seductive, and she said, go away, don't think everyone is the same as you. Lu Changsheng chuckled and reached out to touch Nangguang Mili's blushing cheeks. Nangguang Mili subconsciously wanted to avoid it and said coldly, what do you want to do? Although the man in front of her would not kill her, he would abuse her in every way. Your hair is a little messy, smooth it out. Lu Changsheng said gently, smoothing a few strands of her sweaty hair that were stuck to her cheeks behind her ears. Nangguang Mili saw his behavior, and an indescribable strangeness arose in her heart. Did you come here to find my warm and nourishing real pill? Lu Changsheng continued. Although this woman is a little strong-willed, she is also strong-willed. You can't force her too hastily or do too much. Give a big stick and then a candy, and she can be tamed slowly. Chapter 461. Does this woman have some hidden attributes? That's right. Nangguang Mili admitted frankly. After all, this was the purpose of her trip. If she denied it and said that she came here simply for revenge, it would seem too fake. But this man took the initiative to mention it. Is this to warm up her golden elixir? Lu Changsheng smiled, stroked Nangguang Mili's cold and charming cheek, and whispered, you know, your husband has always been soft and not hard. Nangguang Mili's eyes were clear and narrow, like the flow of smoke and waves, and she understood what this man meant. You can warm up the golden elixir, but you must beg him. The two of them already have this relationship, and now they are being abused by this man. It seems that it is no big deal to bow your head and be soft. After all, compared with the opportunity of the golden elixir, what is bowing your head and being soft? How many people want it but can't get it? Just thinking of everything between herself and Lu Changsheng, Nangguang Mili couldn't lower her head. Your husband doesn't want you to do anything, just speak nicely. Lu Changsheng has a handsome face and warm eyes, and said softly. Nangguang Mili suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in her heart when she heard such gentle words. Although this dog man was like a storm just now, he did not abuse her to death like he did in the past. Otherwise, with the physique of this dog man, even if she was a Jindan's Henren, I am afraid that. Moreover, Lu Changsheng treated her injuries and gave her rare treasures in his early years. Now he suppressed her, and it was she who took the initiative and indirectly saved her life. Even the humiliation and abuse of her just now was. She angered him. Thinking of this, Nangguang Mili suddenly felt that it was still her fault. Okay, tell me about the situation over the years. Your husband has really always cared about you and Yao. Lu Changsheng's eyes were still soft and gentle. He took Nangguang Mili into his arms, rested his chin on her black hair, and said softly. Although Nangguang Mili knew that Lu Changsheng was being false, she softened her tone and whispered, when I was almost injured, I crossed the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with Xiachen to return to Jin. As for the rest, there is nothing to say. She knew that Lu Changsheng was different from many righteous cultivators and did not have many ideas about righteousness and evil. But the other party was not a demon cultivator after all. What she did in the Five Poison Sect had nothing to say to Lu Changsheng. Crossing the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that Nangguang Mili's situation at the time was also very dangerous as Meng Xiaoqin crossed the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Moreover, if you go to Jin from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, you need to go around a big circle. Where is Yao Iao? Lu Changsheng continued to ask, which was also what he cared about most. Yao Iao is my daughter, and it has nothing to do with you. Lu Changsheng, I warn you, don't make plans for her. Nangguang Mili immediately said with a vigilant look. It's just that the spring charm on her delicate and beautiful cheeks has not faded, making the whole person look charming and incomparable, without a trace of deterrence. This is my daughter, how can I not care about her? Lu Changsheng said helplessly. However, through Nangguang Mili's reaction, he knew that the other party really loved his daughter, and there was no need to worry about his daughter being bullied. As for whether his daughter grew up crooked, Lu Changsheng no longer cared. With such a mother, and growing up in a place like the Five Poison Sect, it would be strange if she didn't grow up crooked. So Lu Changsheng had already made psychological expectations, so as not to be disappointed after seeing her. Humph, no matter what, she is my daughter, and it has nothing to do with you. Nangguang Mili's cold and beautiful eyes were erected, and she did not retreat at all. Her daughter Nangguang Yao was her bottom line. Even if she wanted Lu Changsheng to warm up the golden elixir for her, she was unwilling to hand her daughter to him. Jin State, the Five Poison Sect is not a good place after all. It is not good for Yao to grow up in such an environment. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly and said, What's wrong with the Five Poison Sect? Is it good in your Bihu Mountain? Nangguang Mili was immediately unhappy. Although the reputation of the magic way is not good. But in her opinion, the righteous and the evil are the same, how can the righteous path be better? Moreover, as the Sky Spider envoy of the Five Poison Sect, her daughter can get the most resources in the Five Poison Sect to cultivate, and she will definitely form a pill in the future, and even have the hope of forming a Yuanying. In Bihu Mountain, this dog man has many wives and concubines, and who knows how many children he has. What can he give his daughter? Okay, tell me about Yao's situation. Seeing her angry look, Lu Changsheng hugged her graceful body in his arms, gently stroked her soft black hair, and smelled her rich body fragrance. I don't know if it was her practice or the effect of Zuan'an Midi, but this fragrance is very pleasant. Nangguang Mili's little emotions just emerged dissipated immediately. I think this man is really fickle. When he contradicted me before, he was so gentle now. But this gentle look also softened Nangguang Mili's heart. Yao is very good. Now she has broken through the foundation and can stand on her own. Nangguang Mili said softly, with a little pride in his eyes. Her daughter's talent far exceeds her mother's, and her future achievements will also surpass hers, so she is very proud of her daughter Nangguang Yao. But when she thought that she had been away for so long and hadn't seen her daughter for a long time, she missed her a little. After all, she has been with her since her daughter was born. I will go to Jin State with you later to see Yao. Lu Changsheng saw Nangguang Mili like this and felt a little funny. He pinched her cheek and said, No. She is my daughter and has nothing to do with you. Nangguang Mili was furious when she heard this. She pushed Lu Changsheng away and said coldly. In her opinion, this man just wanted to take her daughter away. He was even so gentle to her and scheming all the time, all for the purpose of taking her daughter away. Just like back then, he abused her in every way, but after knowing that she had a child, he was so tender and affectionate. Thinking of this, Nangguang Mili suddenly felt a sense of grievance in her heart. This is my daughter too. Lu Changsheng was speechless when he saw her protecting her daughter, as if he would harm his own daughter. Seeing Nangguang Mili's face still as cold as frost and her eyes full of evil, Lu Changsheng immediately pressed her under him. This woman still owes. Lu Changsheng, you bastard. Shameless. Dog man. Nangguang Mili cursed, humiliation, shame, anger and surging in her heart. She was a Jinan's Henren and the Sky Spider envoy of the Five Poison Sect of Jin State, but now she was being abused by Lu Changsheng like this. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili, who was limp as mud, and suppressed her into the Wuxian Baolin again. Although the Xian'an Bao Huang Lotus has a cave, he has not yet completely refined it and cannot imprison and suppress people. And there are still many things in the Xianyun Baohuang lotus, such as Piang flower and Buxiansi. If this woman goes crazy and destroys herself, there will be no place to cry. Bastard, bastard. Nangguang Mili cursed immediately when she saw Lu Changsheng suppress her into the Wuxiang realm again. However, after the humiliation just now, her face was flushed, her body was soft and weak, and her voice was as thin as a gossamer, as if she was acting coquettishly with someone. His Nangguang Mili rubbed her burning buttocks. She thought that this man had a gentle face on his face the moment before, but changed his face the next moment, and rudely contradicted her, and even wanted to make her kneel on the ground. Bastard, this revenge. Nangguang Mili gritted her teeth and wanted to say something harsh. But she thought that she was no match for Lu Changsheng at all. What if he hurt her and tortured her again? If she continued like this, she would really die. Humph, sooner or later, I will make you pay back all the humiliation you have inflicted on me, 100-fold. Nangguang Mili snorted lightly and thought so in her heart. In her early years, she had thought about finding Lu Changsheng for revenge. The other party was full of regret, crying bitterly, kneeling in front of her begging for mercy, and licking her high heels. For some reason, when she thought of this scene again, Nangguang Mili's soft and weak body suddenly trembled uncontrollably, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. After a moment of fantasy, Nangguang Mili looked at her Qi-Hai Danshan, circling the yin-yang fish that was swimming in the Dan, and an indescribable different emotion surged in her heart. Close your eyes and quietly refine the yin and yang Qi. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili, who suddenly flushed in the Wuxiang realm, breathed quickly, and looked happy, and was a little confused. What's going on? Does this woman have some hidden attributes? It's just that when she was in front of him, she always suppressed herself, but now she stopped pretending after being suppressed by him in the Wuxiang realm. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili, who was beautiful and graceful in the Wuxiang realm, wrapped in only a layer of purple gauze, and was breathtaking. He felt extremely excited and planned to try it later. After all, Nangguang Mili's strong temperament, coupled with his status, would easily make people have other thoughts. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, exhaled, and abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind. He drove the starlight disc and flew towards the direction of Bihu Mountain with all his strength. It has been 4 months since the story of the ancestor of Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, fell in the Xianyun secret realm. Although the Lu family refuted the rumor and said that Lu Changsheng's soul lamp was still there, most forces had already tacitly accepted that the ancestor Lu had fallen. With Lu Pinggan and Lu Wangshu going to Jinlongling to establish their prestige, the reputation of Bihu Mountain was stable, and no one dared to provoke it openly. But secretly, there are still some family forces that are trying to make trouble and test the situation. For example, the Lu family caravan led by Lu Ruai encountered multiple waves of attacks on the way. However, in addition to Lu Ruai, the caravan also included Zhou Datu and a casual cultivator who had recently broken through to the foundation building stage at Bihu Mountain. With 3 foundation building cultivators in charge, they did not encounter too much danger. After all, with the lessons learned from the past, even if there were forces that wanted to provoke the Lu family, they would not dare to do so openly. After the news was passed back to Bihu Mountain, Lu Wangshu sent 3 second-level puppets. Lu Xianci also ordered his son Lu Zuanao to bring the puppet guards trained by the Lu family. 3 second-level puppets and 36 first-level top-level puppets can form a simple formation, and ordinary foundation building cultivators will be trapped. This situation directly made the Lu family puppets famous. At this moment, many forces realized that the main business of the Lu family in Bihu Mountain was not elixirs or talismans, but puppets. At this moment, Bihu Mountain. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth at Bihan Peak was suddenly aroused, and gradually formed a spiritual energy vortex. Someone is attacking the foundation building. For this situation, the Lu family disciples and cultivators were not surprised. Since the Lu family said that they could refine foundation building pills and make them for free, there have been many cultivators coming to Bihu Mountain to ask for pills and strive for foundation building. So in the past year or so, several people have already strived for foundation building in Bihu Mountain, resulting in the outside world not knowing how many foundation building cultivators there are in Bihu Mountain. After all, who knows whether they are independent cultivators or Lu family members who strive for foundation building. However, a few hours later, the vortex of spiritual energy in the sky suddenly dissipated. Failed. Many people who saw this scene shook their heads and sighed. Although there have been many people who have strived for foundation building in Qingzhu Mountain in recent years. But even if there is a foundation building pill, the probability of success is only 30% to 50%. In the secret room of the cave. Qingzhen, I'm sorry, your husband is useless and wasted your foundation building pill. Hong Xuanji's face was pale, and the whole person seemed to be much older in an instant, with shame and loss on his face. He thought he would never have the chance to build a foundation in this life. As a result, his wife took out a foundation building pill, which gave him hope of building a foundation. After his father Hong Yu knew about it, he resolutely used all the family savings to buy spiritual objects for him to build his foundation. However, in the end, it was still in vain. Husband, don't blame yourself. With your qualifications, at this age, even if you have the foundation building pill, it is normal to fail. Lu Keizhen looked at her husband who looked much older and felt a little distressed. She herself did not have much desire for building a foundation, and she was in a normal state of mind. But she knew very well that her husband was very eager to build a foundation. That's why she took out the foundation building pill left by her brother and asked her father for a chance to build a foundation for Hong Xuanji. But in the end, it still failed. Alice. Hong Xuanji sighed deeply and clenched his fists. How could he not blame himself? Husband, take good care of yourself. It doesn't matter whether you build a foundation or not. The key now is to keep your body healthy. Lu Keizhen comforted him and took out a porcelain bottle and gave it to Hong Xuanji. Although the foundation building pill was used, the failure of the foundation building pill would not backfire and endanger life. But it would also cause certain damage and blood deficiency depending on the situation. Thank you, Keizhen. Hong Xuanji took the pill with a heavy look and swallowed it. At the same time, Zumi Cave Heaven. Boom boom boom, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. In all directions of the cave heaven, the gray chaotic aura seemed to be opened up and constantly evolving. Is this the third level spiritual vein? Lu Maiyue looked at the situation in front of her with some surprise. Although she knew that the spiritual vein of Zumi Cave Heaven was advancing to the third level. But she didn't know what the third level spiritual vein looked like, and how rich the spiritual energy was. Yet, Ling Zixio nodded slightly and said, but compared to the spiritual vein promotion, Senior Zumi's promotion seems to be greater. She had some understanding of the situation of Zumi Tree King. She knew that under normal circumstances, this kind of demon plant grows very slowly, and it may take thousands of years to improve a little. However, Zumi Tree King can feed itself through the inner world and accelerate its growth. The original Zumi Cave Heaven was a chaos with only a simple outline. Now that the third level spiritual vein has been nurtured, the other party has also ushered in an improvement. Is this the true spirit? Such growth is really terrifying. In the Peachwood spirit fetus, Hong Lian also awakened because of the movement of the Zumi Tree King, and was surprised at the other party's growth speed. A third level spirit vein has such an improvement. If there is a fourth level spirit vein, wouldn't it grow directly from the third level to the fourth level? Boom boom boom, the Zumi Cave Heaven continues to evolve, expanding the size of the cave heaven. Miao Jet, Miao Yun, you watch. Ling Zixio watched for a moment, walked out of the cave heaven, and operated a family formation to prevent the Zumi Tree King from making too much noise. Hoo-la-la, the Tree King, who is like gold and jade, swayed gently at this time, and it seemed that Buddhist chanting sounded, making the entire Bayan Peak auspicious and flowing. Although the Zumi Tree King can suppress and quiet himself, Ling Zixio still fully operates the inverted five elements formation on the top of the mountain, causing a layer of invisible mist to flow slowly. Qingyun Sect, outside the mountain gate. A sword light seemed to fall from the sky, revealing a beautiful woman with a straight nose, sword eyes, a cold and heroic look. Greetings to Master Qing Yi. Greetings to Master Qing Yi. When the Qingyun Sect disciples stationed at the mountain gate saw this woman, they immediately showed surprise, joy, amazement, respect and so on in their eyes. Even though they only had key refining and foundation building cultivation, they had heard about Chu Qingyi's whereabouts in the Qingyun secret realm. Seeing their own master return safely at this time, they were naturally very happy. Yet, Chu Qingyi took out the token, walked into the sect, looked at the Qingyun peak in the distance, and subconsciously touched the ring on her ring finger. After returning from this trip, the master would definitely ask her what she encountered in the Qingyun secret realm. But after so long, she still didn't know how to tell her experience. She took a deep breath, and did not fly directly to Qingyun Peak, but walked towards Qingyun Peak step by step. When the disciples of Qingyun Sect on the way saw her, their eyes were filled with surprise, respect, admiration, and admiration, and they bowed to her. Chu Chengyi looked at these people, and thought of Lu Changsheng's previous words. Many casual cultivators do not hesitate to leave their families, lovers, and friends, wandering around, just to seek immortality, but in the end they are poor and lonely, buried in the wilderness, and have achieved nothing. Not only casual cultivators. Even if they join Qingyun Sect and become disciples of the Immortal Sect, most people have no chance to build a foundation. Even if they achieve the foundation, how many people can finally form a pill? As for Yuanying, the huge Qingyun Sect has no Yuanying's engine sitting in charge. The road is long. If there are 3 or 2 close friends who support each other and walk through the vast years hand in hand, isn't it a great blessing? Seeing people who occasionally look like lovers, Chu Chengyi's mind popped up this sentence again. Obviously, Lu Changsheng's words and actions have been successful. Her originally pure and flawless sword heart was stained with the touch of dust that could not be wiped away. Alice. Chu Chengyi sighed softly, and finally turned into a sword light, and suddenly arrived at the top of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 462 Yun Wansheng, Qingyi, you have fallen in love with him. Qingyi greets Master. Chu Chengyi came to the front of Qingyun Palace and bowed. After a while, the palace gate opened with a bang. A noble woman with a beautiful face, fairy-like appearance, and colorful palace clothes walked out. Qingyi, you are back. Yun Wansheng saw Chu Chengyi in front of her, and a relieved smile appeared on her graceful face. Just by looking at her disciple's spirit, she could see that this opportunity had brought her a lot. But the next moment, her brows knitted slightly. From her disciple Chu Chengyi, she felt a familiar breath. This breath was very similar to the breath of Lu Changsheng's magic power in the past, the yin and yang energy. Yun Wansheng's heart sank slightly, and she had an ominous premonition. She knew that the thing she was most worried about had happened. Master, I have worried you these days. Chu Chengyi said aloud. Come in first. I saw that your soul lamp was unstable before, so I asked Xuanjian's engine to calculate your situation. He said that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Now it seems that you have a great opportunity this time. Yun Wansheng took a deep breath, calmed down, and said in a gentle voice. Chu Chengyi's heart trembled when she heard this. The opportunity she had on this trip was more than just great. The original half-step golden elixir was dissolved and condensed into a second-grade golden elixir. Only half a step away, you can be promoted to the first-grade immortal golden elixir. And you can also obtain the top sword inheritance of 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Thinking of this, Chu Chengyi's heart was in a mess, and the figure of Lu Changsheng appeared in her mind. She calmed her mind, walked into the hall, and said softly, the disciple used secret skills and magical powers in the secret realm before, and suffered serious injuries, which caused the real elixir to be damaged. But by chance, the real elixir was dissolved, and the elixir was recondensed to achieve the second-grade golden elixir. Chu Chengyi said so. She was raised by her master Yun Wansheng since she was a child, and she would not deceive the other party. Besides, even if the master didn't notice it now, he would be able to detect something wrong in the future. Condensing the second-grade golden elixir. Yun Wansheng looked surprised. You know, whether it is the shattering of the true elixir, the dissolution of the true elixir, or the condensation of the second-grade golden elixir, it is very shocking. And these things happen to her apprentice all at once. Especially since her apprentice is a half-step golden elixir, it is basically impossible to transform the elixir. It is not an exaggeration to say that if he transforms the elixir under severe injuries, he will die. But the apprentice not only succeeded in transforming the elixir, but also went a step further and condensed the second-grade golden elixir. No wonder Xuanjian's engine said that great misfortune will be followed by great fortune. Yun Wansheng let out a long breath and sighed in her heart. Although this is a great event worth celebrating. But the familiar aura on the apprentice made her a little unhappy. Because the more serious the matter, the stronger the ominous premonition in her heart. Master heard that you were saved by an elixir sword cultivator at that time. Yun Wansheng's beautiful eyes were clear, sometimes gentle as water, sometimes sharp as a sword, as if she could see through people's hearts. Although this disciple is gifted and has a clear sword heart, he never hides things in front of her. So she can clearly see that Chu Chengyi has a lot on his mind under his calm appearance. Yet, Chu Chengyi nodded and said, It was this person who saved me that allowed me to condense the second-grade golden elixir. Although Lu Changsheng said that he could tell his master about the things between the two. But she felt that such things were still too shocking and chose to keep it secret for him. Alice. Yun Wancheng sighed in her heart and shook her head slightly. The disciple has grown up and has begun to hide things from her master. She picked up the teapot next to her and filled a cup. Then she flicked her fingers and the teacup fell steadily in front of Chu Qingyi. She poured herself another cup and said softly, you are upset. It is a good thing that you have such an opportunity and fortune. Your master is very pleased, but you are worried now. Obviously, you are troubled by something. Yun Wancheng looked at her disciple and said calmly. Although she roughly guessed what happened between the two. But I still want to ask clearly to see if there is any way to save it and solve it. Master. Chu Qingyi was touched by the words, her delicate body trembled, and her pearly teeth bit her red lips lightly. She really didn't know how to tell her experience. When Yun Wancheng saw her apprentice like this, she suddenly felt angry. You know, Chu Qingyi was born with a sword heart. Since the beginning of his practice, his persistence in the way of swordsmanship has far exceeded the pursuit of external things, and he has never been troubled by external things and emotions. It is precisely because of this that Chu Qingyi has practiced all the way, unimpeded, and broke through the Jinden at a young age. But now, this disciple of his is obviously disturbed by external things, and his sword heart is covered with dust. Thinking of his apprentice Xiao Ziao who has been harmed by Lu Changshen and no longer has a heart for Taoism. Now the apprentice who has been raised by him has also been harmed by this person, and his sword heart is covered with dust. Yun Wancheng's heart is burning with anger, and she wants to chop this person with a sword. This sword cultivator is Lu Changshen. Yun Wancheng asked in a dignified and noble manner. Master, how do you know? Chu Qingyi was stunned when he heard the words, and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that my master actually knew that this sword cultivator was Lu Changshen. What's going on? Could it be that my master already knew about the other party's situation, so Lu Changsheng said that the two of them could tell their master about it? It's really him. Yun Wancheng looked stern. Even though she had guessed it long ago, she was still very surprised to get the confirmation at this time. After all, more than 50 years ago, this little thief was only at the 4th level of key refining. Now more than 50 years have passed, and he has already broken through to the core forming stage. This growth rate is simply shocking. Not to mention that the other party is just a casual cultivator, a clan cultivator. Even if you look at the Qingyun Sect, or even the entire Jing Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, it is amazing, breaking the Jing Kingdom's 1,000-year record. Is this thief back? Yun Wancheng asked coldly, wishing she could go to Qingzhu Mountain right now and give Lu Changsheng 2 swords to vent her anger. In the past few months, she has been worried about her apprentice Chu Qingyi and the other party. Now the apprentice is back. But the situation she is most worried about has also appeared. It should be almost back, right? Chu Qingyi said uncertainly. But seeing that her master's face looked a little strange, she immediately said, Master, this matter is also thanks to Lu Changshen. Otherwise I am afraid that I will never see you again. Yun Wancheng was even more angry when she heard that her disciple was still speaking for this person, and she almost crushed the teacup in her hand into powder. However, she was not an unreasonable person. She suppressed her anger and asked, Tell me the specific situation between you two. Yes, Master. Chu Qingyi pursed her lips and began to tell about the secret realm. She was rescued by Lu Changshen, entered the Xianyun Bao her on Lotus, and met Xianyun's Henjin. Bang! When Yun Wancheng heard the sun and moon reincarnation art to heal her injuries, the teacup in her hand broke with a bang and was crushed into powder. A powerful aura of magic power as deep as a prison and as heavy as a mountain filled the entire hall, sweeping across the hall, making the air seem to solidify. Master, this matter is not the fault of fellow Taoist. Lu Qingyi saw this scene and naturally knew that her master was very angry, and hurriedly spoke up to explain for Lu Changshen. Of course I know. Yun Wancheng looked at her apprentice in this state, with a cold expression and upset. At this moment, she simply didn't know what to say. Just now, she still had some hope that the two of them were not deeply involved. As a result, they both knew each other well and knew each other's depth. However, after hearing this process, although she was annoyed and angry, she was also somewhat fortunate. She was glad that she called Lu Changsheng to go to the Xianyun secret realm, so that Chu Qingyi had such an opportunity. Otherwise, if such an unexpected situation occurred in the Qingyun secret realm, even if Chu Qingyi survived, I am afraid that her dam would be broken, and there would be no hope for the great Dao in this life. But thinking of this thief, who not only harmed her apprentice Xiao Xiao, but also harmed her apprentice Chu Qingyi, she was extremely angry and wanted to beat him to vent her anger. After all, the three of her family were all harmed by this thief. Well, no, I was in control of the initiative throughout the whole process. How could I be harmed by this little thief? Then fellow Taoist Lu used the Sun and Moon reincarnation art and a secret technique to heal my wounds, and used the remaining Yuanying essence of Qingyun's Henjin and the precious medicine to repair my physical meridians and condense the golden elixir. Chu Qingyi finished telling all the processes after seeing his master calm down. As for the final journey to the Great Dream Fairy City, he did not say anything. He just said that he rushed back after breaking through the giant and stabilizing his realm. This little thief is really lucky. The Qingyun secret realm has such a change, and Yuanying's Henjin almost fell, but the greatest opportunity fell into his hands. Yun Wanchang took a deep breath, calmed down her emotions, and looked solemn. When the Qingyun secret realm was decided to be opened, it had been emptied, leaving only the Inheritance Heavenly Monument. The reason why the Inheritance Heavenly Monument was not moved was, on the one hand, that this monument supported the secret realm. On the other hand, it was also to wait until the inheritance inside was exhausted before starting research. I never expected that under the Inheritance Heavenly Monument, the physical body of Qingyun's Henjin and his Qingyun Bao Huang Lotus were suppressed. You know, the reason why Qingyun's Henjin was able to dominate the southern wilds back then had a lot to do with this Qingyun Bao Huang Lotus, which can be regarded as a top treasure. What's more, there is also the inheritance of Qingyun's Henjin in it. However, when Yun Wanchang heard Lu Changsheng asking Qingyun's Henjin to rescue Chu Qingyi, and even at the cost of his own life source, he used all of Qingyun's Henjin's nascent soul source to treat Chu Qingyi and condense the golden elixir for her, she sighed in her heart. She also understood why her apprentice was like this. After all, no matter what Chu Qingyi was, she was still a person, not a sword, with 7 emotions and 6 desires. After experiencing such things, how could she not have the slightest throbbing, and still be free and untainted as before? Moreover, she raised Chu Qingyi single-handedly, and knew that her apprentice should have concealed some words. You don't have to think about it, you know that this thief must have deceived his apprentice with sweet words. Thinking of this, Yun Wanchang felt a burst of anger in her heart. He deceived me back then deceived my disciple Xiao Xiao, and now deceived my disciple Chu Qingyi. Do you really think that my family is easy to bully? Yeah, are you in love with him? Yun Wanchang took a deep breath and asked. To be honest, she didn't know how to deal with this situation now. After all, she could still give some advice on cultivation. But what can she say about emotions? She was still trapped. So she thought that if there was just a little sign, she would strangle it to death. Otherwise, there would be 3 masters and apprentices in her family. Thinking of this, Yun Wanchang was furious, wondering why she didn't kill this little thief with a sword in her early years. Master, I don't know. Chu Qingyi shook her head and said. She thought a lot about this question on the way back, but she didn't have an answer. Your mind is in turmoil. When you calm down, you will naturally have an answer. Yun Wanchang said, if you can't calm down now, go to Jin State. I heard that the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect is preparing to attack the nascent soul. You go there to learn about this matter. By the way, see if there are any movements in the Qianshi sect besides the 5 poison sect, and use this opportunity to sharpen your sword heart. When your mind is as calm as still water and your mind is free of distractions, you will have an answer. Yun Wanchang sighed slightly. According to her understanding of Lu Changsheng, the other party will definitely come to entangle Chu Qingyi again. But in the current situation of the two, she wants to intervene and say something, but she doesn't know how to intervene. Besides, both of them have formed a pill, not a child. If there's really affection, it is not good for her as a master to break up the couple. So she thought about finding something for her apprentice. On the one hand, it saves her from meeting Lu Changsheng. On the other hand, there are things to do. When busy, you won't be troubled by the love in your heart. If there is only a hint of affection in your heart, it can also be used to dilute and forget. Yes, master. Chu Qingyi pursed her red lips and nodded in response after hearing this. But after she finished speaking, she said, Master, can you help cover up Lu Changsheng's affairs? and I owe him a favor. If he encounters trouble on this trip to Jin State, please help him for the sake of your disciple. She knew that Lu Changsheng's situation was too shocking. Once it was spread out, it would be like the Qingyun secret realm, attracting many people to covet his opportunities and secrets. Even if Lu Changsheng was fearless, he still had a family. Besides looking like a human, what else is good about this man? Why are you speaking for him like this? Yun Wanchang was immediately unhappy when she heard this. Her silly disciple had been played by others and his sword heart was covered in dust. Now he was about to go out, but he didn't care about her master, asking about the sect and the secret realm, but cared about this little thief. And with this person's face, if he really encountered trouble, he would probably rush to Qingyun Sect as soon as possible. Chu Chengyu was startled, and a strange look appeared in her heart. It seemed that the master had a big opinion on Lu Changsheng. The master gave the sun and moon reincarnation art to him and his junior sister, and agreed to the two of them. Should he be optimistic about him? But thinking of the relationship between him and her junior sister, she sighed in her heart and whispered, "After all, he saved my life. How can I be ungrateful for such a favor? If he gets into trouble because of me, I will feel bad." Chu Chengyu said so. "Okay, I know, you don't have to worry about this. The master will take care of it." Yun Wanchang said so, and she was extremely irritated. She was annoyed when she heard Lu Changsheng now. Especially when such a thing happened. If Ziyu knew, how should she explain it? "Thank you, master." Chu Chengyu also saw that her master was upset now, stepped forward to pinch her shoulders, and spoke in a low voice. "Well, you can go see the headmaster brother later. There is no need to explain too much about the Qingyun secret realm and the top-grade golden elixir. Just say that you have obtained an opportunity." Yun Wanchang's face softened a bit, and she said to her apprentice, "As for Lu Changsheng, you can just say that he is a good friend you met when you were training outside. There is no need to explain too much. As Qingyun Sect's Jinden's Henren, they naturally don't need to explain everything when they get opportunities outside. Although revealing the top-grade golden elixir can win more resources. But this kind of news is not in a hurry to be released. Otherwise, it is easy to cause some unnecessary troubles, such as being noticed by enemy monks." Well, after the master and apprentice chatted for a while, Yun Wanchang asked Chu Chengyu to go and rest. She stood alone in the empty hall for a long time, sighed deeply, and sent a voice message to Ziyu. "Ziyu, come to see me finally back." Lu Changsheng was wearing a black robe, with an invisible luster flowing around him. Looking at the familiar Qingzhu Mountain below, a faint smile appeared on his face. He did not go home openly. Instead, he entered Qingzhu Mountain silently. After all, Chu Chengyu would also come back at about the same time. If he came back at about the same time as her, he might attract other people's attention. It would be better to go home and see what was going on first. My husband is back. In Bayan Peak, the Lu family mansion, Ling Zixio felt something in her heart. A moment later, she heard Lu Changsheng's voice transmission. "Has the cave heaven spirit bane finally been promoted to the 3rd level?" As soon as Lu Changsheng entered Zumi Cave Heaven, he felt a pure and rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He saw that the world, which was only 1 or 2 miles in size, expanded to about 5 miles in radius. "Changsheng, you're back." In the Changsheng Hall, Lu Miaoj, who was wearing a plain white dress and had a watery temperament, walked out and looked at Lu Changsheng with joy. Even though they knew that Lu Changsheng was fine, they were still a little worried when they saw that he hadn't come back for so long. "Sister Miaoj, I made you worry." Lu Changsheng immediately stepped forward and hugged his wife, holding her in his arms, smelling her body fragrance, and said softly, "Brother." At the same time, Bai Ling and Binger, who were pregnant, also came out of the Changsheng palace, shouted with joy, and hugged Lu Changsheng. "Linger, Binger." Lu Changsheng hugged the two girls again. It has been almost a year since Bai Ling became pregnant. But from the looks of it, there is no sign of giving birth. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about this. After all, the longer the pregnancy, the better the child's talent. The two took the yin-yang wrongling Dan, and this child would have problems if it didn't take 2 or 3 years to get pregnant. After a while, Ling Zixio, Lu Miaoyan, and Chu Hanson also came to Zumi Cave Heaven, and they all looked at Lu Changsheng with joy. "Why didn't my husband bring a sister back this time?" Ling Zixio saw Lu Changsheng, looked around, and said in surprise, Lu Changsheng immediately held his wife's hand and said with a serious face, "Who do you think of your husband? I just encountered something and was delayed, so I came back now." "Really? I heard from Xiao Diaoyao that a giant and sword cultivator appeared in Qinyun's secret realm and saved the seriously injured and endangered fairy Qingyi." Ling Zixiao was wearing a lake blue palace dress, with her black hair tied up in a bun, and said with a smile, "I thought my husband had been working hard to heal fairy Qingyi these days." He. Lu Miaoyan and Chu Zhanson heard this and immediately covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Lu Miaoyan looked at her husband with disgust, and he would flirt with other women every time he went out. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng did not quibble. He coughed twice and said, "This true man Qingyi is seen your sister Xiaoyu after all. How can I just stand by and watch her die?" After that, he immediately changed the subject and said, "Zixiao, has anything happened at home these days?" Not long after the Qinyun secret realm ended, there were news that your husband had fallen in the secret realm. Wang Shu and Pinggan went to Jinlong Ridge to establish their prestige and shock the four directions. The Sima family also took the opportunity to test and provoke. Wang Shu and Ling Xiao went to Yaniufang City to take charge and suppressed an elder of the Sima family. Although the caravan encountered some troubles, it slowed down its progress. Relying on the puppets at home, the situation is still stable. It's the Hemming Mountain that the Sima family compensated. The family is currently unable to take over the management, and other forces dare not manage and operate it on their behalf, so they can only leave it alone for the time being. Several people came to the pavilion next to them and sat down. Lu Miaoyan spoke up and told Lu Changsheng about what had happened at home in recent days. Yes, Wang Shu and the others have grown up. Lu Changsheng was very pleased to hear that his children had solved all the problems that had occurred at home in recent days. Especially his daughter, who is always playful and lazy, was the most diligent and active in recent days. Lu Changsheng, an old father, was very pleased. In his memory, this daughter was still the little girl who acted coquettishly and cutely to him all day long. Unconsciously, he has been able to take charge of his own affairs. 2 months ago, Yan Lao came back and had broken through the foundation building, while Xingaiyu failed to build the foundation. Fortunately, she took the foundation building pill and did not damage her foundation. Zuanji also tried to build the foundation a month ago, but failed. It may take 2 or 3 years to recover. Lu Miaoyan continued. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He knew about his son Lu Yanlao's foundation building. He just didn't know that his daughter Lu Xingaiyu failed to build the foundation. But this is normal. Lu Xingaiyu is only a 6th grade spiritual root. At the beginning, she was very reluctant to practice the Medicine King Treasure Tripod Sutra, and her character can only be considered average. The same is true for Hong Zuanji. Although his character and ability are good, he is a 7th grade spiritual root after all. On the contrary, his son Lu Yanlao has a 6th grade spiritual root and broke through the foundation building in one go, which shows that he is pretty good in all aspects. As for Xingaiyu, let her rest well and come back when the time comes. Lu Changsheng said after a little thought. This daughter is quite talented in spiritual plants and has been promoted to the 2nd level. She is also the daughter of Xiaoziyu. Lu Changsheng is still willing to help her and give her another chance. Yes. Lu Miaoyan nodded in response. They also tended to give Lu Xingaiyu another chance. Now that the Zumi spiritual vein has been promoted to the 3rd level, Yuner, you should sort out the situation at home later. Lu Changsheng continued to speak, asking Lu Miaoyan to arrange for the foundation building of the concubines at the 9th level of key refining at home. It is a bit troublesome to directly take concubines to build foundations at this stage. Moreover, most of them come here for benefits, and they cannot be trusted in a short time, so they need to be a little cautious. It is better to cultivate the concubines who are now completely loyal to the family and have the talent of foundation building to the foundation building stage. Now that the spiritual veins of Zumi Cave Heaven have been promoted to the 3rd level, even if there are more foundation building cultivators at home, they can be supplied, and there is no need to worry about the lack of spiritual energy. Okay, husband. Lu Miaoyan has long known that her husband has made arrangements in this regard. It's just that the spiritual veins at home cannot support so many foundation building cultivators, so they have been delayed. Lu Changsheng chatted with his wives and concubines for a while, and knew that there was no urgent or big thing at home, so he took the women into the Changsheng hall. Damn you, damn you. In the Wuxiang realm, Nangguangmili couldn't help cursing after watching the situation outside through the spiritual goo. She couldn't figure out how this dogman broke through the Jinden stage. She was suppressed in the Wuxiang realm before, and when she checked the situation outside, she saw Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyu practicing dual cultivation. Then Chu Qingyu left, and this man kept torturing her. Now that she is checking the situation outside, he is doing the same thing again. Are you an animal? Nangguangmili wanted to ask this. At this moment, she seemed to know how Lu Changsheng had so many children. How could there be few children if he was born every day? This dogman wouldn't have such thoughts about me, would he? Nangguangmili suddenly felt a little scared and shuddered. Although she could completely refine or force him out with her cultivation level, who knows if this man has any tricks? Chapter 463 Xiao Xiao, Changsheng, Master is calling you over. In the Changsheng Palace, Lu Changsheng and his wives expressed their love. After a series of battles and struggles, the passion was so beautiful that it could not be described in words. Afterwards. This time, I have gained a lot in the Xianyun secret realm. Lu Changsheng told the women about his experience and gains. However, seeing Nangguangmili break free from some of the restrictions and scold him in the Wuxiang realm, Lu Changsheng immediately asked Zumi to block her Shen Niangu. There are some things in his family that are not convenient for Nangguangmili to know. Changsheng, it is better to go to such secret realms as little as possible in the future. It is too dangerous. After hearing this, Lu Maioji's face did not have much joy. She knew that the secret realm was dangerous. Just like this trip to the Xianyun secret realm, many family ancestors died. Well, I know. Lu Changsheng felt warm in his heart and responded seriously. Then he took out the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus and said, Yuner, Zhenzhen, Huanhuan, I learned something this time. If the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus is promoted to the 4th level, it is possible to form a cave heaven. Although this cave heaven is not as good as the Zumi cave heaven, there is no problem in transplanting spiritual plants. After your husband refines it, I will try it. If possible, your husband can take you out at that time. In addition to using the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, a 4th level treasure, Lu Changsheng also thought of the idea he had once imagined. Take his wife's natal spiritual plant out with the treasure of the cave heaven. Although it is very inconvenient, at least he doesn't have to be trapped at home all the time. Thank you, husband. Lu Maioyan and Lu Maiahu looked lazy and sweaty at this time. Hearing this, their brows were filled with joy. Chu Hansun looked at the crystal clear, jade-like lotus seat in Lu Changsheng's hand with some curiosity, and said in surprise, Is this the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus? It doesn't seem to be much different from the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. There is still a big difference. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, then talked about the inheritance of the skills and ancient books in the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. These inheritances of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals are not only helpful to Ling Zixio, Lu Maioji, Lu Maioyan, Li Xingruo and others, but also to him. He is the Taiyi soul body and awakens the Taiyi divine soul. Now he has already started to make pills, refine weapons, make talismans, puppets, etc., and has a solid foundation. If he is willing to study quietly, he can go further. At the same time, Lu Changsheng thought of Xianyun Tenjin Xianyun Sutra. He plans to study it later to see if there are any children in his family who are suitable. After all, he promised Xianyun Tenjin to find a successor for him, and he, the ancestor Lu, will naturally do it, and even do it well. Zixio, Sister Maioji, you should sort out these skills, inheritance and ancient books and biographies when the time comes. Lu Changsheng chatted with his wife for a while and then rested together. The next day, Lu Changsheng prepared to enter the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus and move the things inside. As a result, the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus immediately rippled, as if it was repelling Zumi Cave Heaven. Huh? What's going on? The Cave Heaven repelling each other? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly and realized what was going on. His spiritual consciousness could enter the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, but he could not open the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus and enter it. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng asked Zumi. The other party immediately said that the two forces of the cave heaven repelled each other. If it was opened forcibly, it might cause the cave heaven to be unstable. Unless he went one step further and promoted to the 4th level, he could accommodate a small cave heaven like the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. I see. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he knew that this was the same principle as a storage bag that could not be put into a storage bag. Changsheng, what's wrong? At this time, Lu Miaoj noticed Lu Changsheng's behavior and asked out loud. Lu Changsheng smiled and explained the situation, then spent some time with the girls and walked out of the Changsheng Hall. System, extract. Now that the cave spirit vein has been promoted to the 3rd level, Lu Changsheng naturally prepared to plant the 5-element spirit fruit tree in his system space. Although it is difficult for a 3rd level spirit vein to support such a 4th level spirit plant. But he didn't want the 5-element spirit fruit tree to grow on its own, and directly use the Onling bottle to produce fruit. Hulala, in an instant, an ancient tree with a wonderful shape, full of spiritual energy, and colorful colors appeared. Its trunk is tall and thick, covered with fine textures, as if it contains some kind of heaven and earth truth. The leaves on the branches are colorful, some are shining with golden luster, sharp and hard, some are like burning flames, blazing, some are clear and blue, crystal clear, some are green and full of vitality, some are dark yellow, simple and heavy. But if you look closely, you will see that the 5-color leaves are very uniform, and the luster and veins are intertwined and flowing, forming a mysterious trajectory, like the alternation of the 5 elements. Compared to the 3rd level spiritual plants, this 4th level spiritual plant is more than 1 level more magical. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Even though this 5-element spiritual fruit tree has not yet borne fruit, it has a fragrant aroma that makes people feel relaxed and refreshed. If people who practice the 5-element exercises practice next to this spiritual fruit tree all year round, it is estimated that they will get twice the result with half the effort. Husband, what kind of tree is this? It's so wonderful. Chu Zhenzhen, Lu Miaohun and other women looked at the spiritual fruit tree in front of them and were very surprised. It is hard to imagine that an ancient tree can look so strange. Ling Zixio instantly recognized what kind of tree it was, and said in surprise, "Is this the 5-element spiritual fruit tree?" "Yes, this tree is called the 5-element spiritual fruit tree." Lu Changsheng introduced with a smile, "This tree bears fruit in 300 years and matures in 500 years. Its fruit is also called the golden pill fruit, which can increase the probability of forming a pill by 30% and help to condense a top-grade golden pill. With a Onling bottle, you can always have a few 5-element spiritual fruits at home, so that Sister Miaoj, Zixio, and Xiaolinger will have a much easier time forming a pill in the future." After saying that, he looked at Lu Miaoyan, Chu Zhenzhen, and Lu Miaohun, and smiled. "Yuner, Zhenzhen, Huanhun, you can also try one in the future when you form a pill, maybe it will help." Although the 3 women's practice of the heaven and earth longevity method theoretically does not require borrowing external objects, but it is still okay to give one to his wife to try. "Thank you, husband. Thank you, brother." The women were very moved, especially Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio. Although the 2 of them have a lot of hope to break through the dam formation. But for this realm, they are still not very sure. If there is a top-level spiritual object such as the 5-element spiritual fruit to assist, there will be a greater probability of breaking through the Jinden stage in the future. If some Jinden spiritual objects can be collected, the Qingzhu pill can even be expected to impact the upper-grade Jinden. "Brother, what about me?" Binger, who was holding Lu Changsheng's arm and sniffing his breath in his arms, suddenly spoke. She now calls her brother like Bailing. "You have it too." Lu Changsheng rubbed the girl's head and smiled dotingly. Binger seemed to not need to practice, as long as she kept sleeping, she could slowly improve. It's just that the spiritual vein environment at home is insufficient, which caused Binger to grow slowly. "Zhenzhen, from now on, you will use the Onling Shenxianlu in the Onling bottle to cultivate this 5-element spiritual fruit tree," Lu Changsheng said to his wife. Previously, most of the Onling Shenxianlu was used to cultivate Xianun Bao Wanglian, and later it was used to cultivate Xianun Baolian and Jinjia Damu. "Yes," Chu Zhenzhen nodded. "Every wife in the family will be in charge of something." And the Onling bottle was handed over to Chu Zhenzhen by Lu Changsheng. After chatting with the girls for a while, Lu Changsheng and them walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and entered Xianun Bao Huang Lotus. Having lived in Zumi Cave Heaven for a long time, they didn't have much feeling for the small cave heaven like Xianun Bao Huang Lotus, but they felt that the spiritual energy inside was quite rich. After Lu Changsheng took Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio to the study room for a while, he took Lu Miaoyan, Chu Zhenzhen, and Lu Miaohun to the jade field. He signaled the 3 girls to take action to protect the 3 precious medicines and transplant them. Gourd. After Lu Changsheng pulled up the infant cultivating flower in the Xianzhazi, He saw a gourd-like fruit under the messy vines with purple and gold luster. The fruit was dark purple with a little golden luster, and it was about the size of an adult's palm. What kind of gourd is this? Lu Changsheng looked at it for a few times, not knowing why. Immediately, he used his great magic power to collect the entire jade field soil, took the 3 girls away from Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, and returned to Zumi Cave Heaven. Honglian, do you know what kind of gourd this is? Lu Changsheng came to the Peachwood Spirit Embryo and asked Honglian. Young master, this should not be a gourd. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Zuanayao vine grass, and the fruit condensed is the Zuanayao fruit. But I remember that the Zuanayao fruit is not like this. This Zuanayao fruit may have some kind of mutation. Honglian said after a moment of silence. Okay. Lu Changsheng was a little disappointed. He was still thinking that this was some kind of gourd embryo, used to refine his own life magic weapon, the yin-yang creation gourd. What is the effect of this Zuanayao fruit? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. The Zuanayao fruit can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. Even if the Yuanying cultivator is seriously injured, he can barely keep his life and his body will not decay. It is also one of the main ingredients for refining the Zuanayao pill. The Zuanayao pill is of great help to ghost cultivators and yin corpses, or cultivators who practice this aspect of the magic method. Honglian slowly introduced the effect of the Zuanayao fruit. Well, after listening to it, Lu Changsheng knew that it was not the gourd he expected, and he was not interested at all. I plan to keep this Zuanayao vine grass like this, and use it as a life-saving medicine in the future. My dear, this Xianyun's engine has a rich heritage of ancient books. After a while, Ling Zixiao and Lu Mayaod returned to Zumi Cave Heaven, and told him about the heritage of ancient books with a happy face. Especially Ling Zixiao. She has reached the 3rd level in the way of formation, but lacks subsequent inheritance. Now that she has obtained the 4th level formation inheritance of the true explanation of the heavenly star formation, she can make another step forward in the way of formation. Haha, Zixiao, you will not be bored in the next few days. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, knowing that the other party has always wanted the 4th level formation inheritance. Let alone the 4th level formation inheritance. Even the 3rd level formation inheritance is extremely rare in the market. Congratulations to Sister Ling for taking another step forward in formation. Lu Mayaoyan smiled and congratulated. She knew that Ling Zixiao was talented in formation and had been a 3rd level formation master long ago. Now with such an inheritance, she will definitely be able to make another step forward. It's still early. Ling Zixiao has a beautiful appearance, elegant and dignified, and smiled and shook her head. Although she has entered the 3rd level in the formation, she lacks practice. Moreover, her cultivation is only at the 4th level of foundation building, and many 3rd level formations are difficult to try. It's a matter of time. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Knowing that there is no urgent matter at home, Lu Changsheng is not in a hurry to show up to see which family forces are targeting his family. He also took this opportunity to hone his children. Otherwise, it will be too difficult to break through the Jinden in the future with the support of his old father. Lu Changsheng walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and came to visit other concubines. At this time, in the Wuxiang realm, Nanguang Mili felt that the resistance disappeared, and immediately shouted, Lu Changsheng, how long are you going to lock me up? Your husband also wants to let you out, but your temper really makes your husband worry. When your husband is done and goes to Jin state, I will let you out. Lu Changsheng paused and said so. Lu Changsheng, you bastard. Nanguang Mili immediately cursed, a little flustered, afraid that Lu Changsheng would go to the 5 poison sect to snatch his daughter from him. Thinking whether he should find a chance to escape. Mili, I have wronged you during this period. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. Then his mind moved slightly, the Wuxiang Baolun rotated, and an invisible force surged, making it difficult for Nanguang Mili to see the outside world. After that, Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family mansion and visited the 2 children he had given birth to some time ago. Maybe he had broken through the Jinden stage, and now the probability of giving birth to offspring with spiritual roots has increased. Both children have spiritual roots. But the spiritual roots are very ordinary. One has a 5th grade spiritual root, and the other has a 6th grade spiritual root. Just when Lu Changsheng was accompanying his wives and concubines, he heard the news that Xiao Ziyu was here. Ziyu is here. Lu Changsheng paused slightly in his heart and asked Xiao Ziyu to come to Zumi Cave Heaven. Changsheng, you are back. After Xiao Ziyu saw Lu Changsheng, her cold and beautiful face suddenly became soft and happy. These days, she was also worried about Lu Changsheng's situation. Xiao, I made you worry. Lu Changsheng stepped forward and shook the other's palm, saying softly. Immediately, Xiao Ziyu said that his master asked him to go to Qingyun Sect after he came back. Well, Master Qingyun asked me to go to Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned when he heard this. He realized before that after Chu Chengyu went back, Yun Wancheng would probably be suspicious and guess his situation. Now that he has only been back for 3 days, Xiao Ziyu came over, which means that Yun Wancheng is likely to know about his relationship with Chu Chengyu. Although he had said to Chu Chengyu with a firm and serious face that he would go to Master Qingyun to propose marriage. But when it came to this step, he was still a little nervous. It's not that he was afraid of what Master Qingyun would do to him, but he was simply guilty. Just like when he wanted to marry Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohun in his early years, he was also guilty when facing Lu Yuanding, and finally asked the ancestor of the Lu family to matchmake and grant the marriage. Now he not only has a relationship with Xiao Ziyu and Chu Chengyu, but also with Master Qingyun. Even Lu Changsheng himself felt a little scalp numb. Okay, I'll go there later. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and nodded. This kind of thing, sooner or later, you will have to face it. Besides, I should find an opportunity to go to Qingyun Sect to meet Chu Chengyu. Changsheng, Yuan senior sister. At this time, Xiao Ziyu looked at Lu Changsheng, with a bit of suspicion and scrutiny in her beautiful eyes. Although the master did not elaborate, she realized that there was something unusual. Besides, she had been with Lu Changsheng for so many years and knew his personality very well. She had been away from her senior sister for so long, and they lived and died together. If she said that there was no connection at all, she herself would not believe it. Xiao Ziyu would know about this sooner or later. Lu Changsheng didn't want to deceive her, so he sighed and said, Alice, it's fate. At that time, I saw Zhenren Chengyi seriously injured and on the verge of life and death. How could I stand by and watch? But after I rescued Zhenren Chengyi, I found that she was seriously injured. Not only were her meridians and bones shattered, but even her true elixir was damaged. In this situation, no medicine can help. Even if she can barely prolong her life, she will become a cripple. However, at this moment, a voice said that she could be saved. I hesitated for a moment, half believing and half doubting, and went to the source of the voice. Who knew that Zhenjin Xianyun was not a good person, and his way of saving people was to save people through the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra? How could I be willing to do that? But seeing that Zhenren Chengyi's life was in danger, I could only choose to do so in the end. At this point, Lu Changsheng sighed deeply again and said helplessly. Xiao Ziyu looked at Lu Changsheng, who was shaking his head and sighing, and looked helpless. She immediately said unhappily, I think you are taking advantage of me and still acting cute. I don't believe you don't have any thoughts about my senior sister. Ziyu, you are wrong. Lu Changsheng immediately embraced his wife's slender waist, held her in his arms, and said, everyone loves beauty. Women like Chengyi's Henrin are first class in appearance and talent. If I say that I don't have any thoughts and no heartbeats, it would be a bit self-deception. Ziyu, you won't believe it either. But she is your senior sister, Ziyu, so as a husband, I will naturally keep a distance, but fate plays tricks on people. Lu Changsheng said helplessly, saying that his heart is clear and the sun and the moon can witness it. Humph. Xiao Ziyu heard this, and punched her husband's chest with a fist in anger, always feeling that he took advantage of her and still acting cute. But after she heard the general situation, she could understand. Her sister was in danger at the time, and it was better to lose her virginity than to die. Then she said with some concern, Master called you over, doesn't that mean he knows about your relationship with my sister? Although her master was a person who could distinguish right from wrong. But for her own affairs, Master seemed to have opinions about Lu Changsheng. Now Lu Changsheng has offended her sister again. Even if he saved her, Master would probably be angry, right? At this moment, Xiao Ziyu didn't know what to say. The Immortal is the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, so he is naturally a person who can distinguish right from wrong. I don't think it will be a problem. Lu Changsheng felt warm in his heart, holding Xiao Ziyu's hand, and comforted her. Well, I will go with you at that time. Xiao Ziyu said softly. Thinking that Lu Changsheng not only saved her sister, but also saved Master in his early years, Master didn't think it would be a problem, but just called Lu Changsheng to ask some questions. However, when she thought of Lu Changsheng saving her master, she felt a little strange and suddenly asked, "Changsheng, do you usually contact your master?" Lu Changsheng's heart skipped a beat, and he said calmly, "Except for the last Sima family incident, I have not been able to meet the real person. Although I have a real person token, I dare not disturb you unless there is something." He dared to tell Xiao Ziyu about Chu Qingyi's matter. But he really didn't know how to start talking about Yun Wanshang's matter. Although he was the victim in Yun Wanshang's matter, when he thought of the three masters and apprentices, Lu Changsheng didn't know why he felt a little guilty. Yet, Xiao Ziyu nodded gently. Her master had been in seclusion for these years and would not have any contact with Lu Changsheng. "Xiao, now that the real person Qingyi has just returned, if I come back immediately, it will easily attract attention, so there is no rush to go to see the real person. You can achieve a small success in the sun and moon reincarnation art with half a step, so we should seize the time." Lu Changsheng didn't say anything more, and hugged his wife into the Changsheng hall. He was going to go to Jin State. If he had to say what he was worried about, Xiao Ziyu's problem with the technique would definitely be at the top of the list. So he thought about completing the soul fusion as soon as possible these days, and then solving the problem of Taisheng Wangqingzhu according to his own idea. This way, he would have more confidence to meet Master Qingyun. Qingyun Market. The Qingyun spirit ship slowly landed. A 26 or 27-year-old woman in black with narrow eyes, red lips, a pretty face, a heroic figure, and a high ponytail walked down from the spirit ship. She took out a map from her storage bag and took a look. After seeing the location of Qingzhu Mountain, she immediately controlled the flying sword and flew towards Qingzhu Mountain. Chapter 464, Heart-Burning Flame. Is Lu Mingyu at home? Jin State, Black Mist Swamp. More than a dozen monks walked back and forth in the forest, filled with purple-black poisonous gas and miasma. If you look closely, you can see many terrifying poisonous insects lurking on the ground, and dozens of looming ghosts floating. It has been a year since Chu Changsheng entered the misty swamp. No matter what, he can't come out alive, right? We are just patrolling the outer area and are all corroded by poisonous gas. How can this man hold on for so long without the help of elixirs? The order is like this, what can we do? Hold on a little longer. I heard from senior brother Teng that it will be enough to hold on for another half a year. These people whispered in a low voice, somewhat helpless. The Black Mist Swamp is filled with poisonous gas all the time. If they hadn't purchased a batch of detoxification pills from the 5 Poison Sect, even if they were foundation-building monks, their physical blood would be corroded over time, affecting their foundation. Although Chu Changsheng, who was being hunted by them, was extraordinary, he was just a foundation-building monk after all. At this moment, a shrill voice suddenly came from not far away. Buzz buzz buzz, chi chi chi, chi chi chi. At the same time, the poisonous insects on the ground roared and trembled, and ghosts floated and screamed. They immediately saw a figure wearing a black cloak standing not far away through the purple-black haze. And on the ground, there was a figure burning with purple-green flames. Chu Changsheng, you are not dead yet. Hurry up and send a message to senior brother Teng. Seeing this scene, these people screamed as if they had seen a ghost. They did not kill him immediately, but sent a message to their own senior brothers. After all, they had all seen the strength of this Chu Changsheng. Although he was only at the 4th level of foundation building, his strength was not weaker than many late foundation building. Especially the 6-winged golden silkworm in his hand, it was simply impossible to guard against. If you are not careful, you don't know how you died. However, as soon as they started talking, they saw a black-cloaked figure flying towards them like a skyrock. Buzz! Lu Quanxian's body was burning with a surging purple-green flame, making his cold face hidden under the cloak look a bit scary. Then he sacrificed a purple-green gourd. Hoo, ho, ho, from the gourd, a thick purple-black poisonous gas rolled out, and then condensed into a poisonous hand, slapping them. Not good. Be careful. Seeing this scene, these people immediately looked solemn, and their magic power surged, and they sacrificed magic weapons. Boom. The purple-green flame and the poisonous hand blasted out together. The magic power of the closest people suddenly became disordered, and their steps staggered back. Puff, however, in the blink of an eye, a thin golden light shot out, piercing one of them between the eyebrows, and he fell to the ground with a thump. Brother Luo. Seeing this scene, they were full of horror and fear. Not only did this person not die in the black fog swamp, but his strength and state seemed to have reached a higher level. Chu Changsheng, you are still alive. I have been guarding here for so long. Just as Lu Quansun continued to take action, a loud shout came. A tall man wearing green rattan armor rushed towards here. There was anger and shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lu Quansun was not dead, but also got a chance. You know, he was squatting here, not because he knew that Lu Quansun was not dead. But he didn't know how to report to his master, Ghost Demon Hunren, so he squatted for a few more days to show that he had searched everywhere. This time I'll see where you can escape. He didn't say much, pinched his fingers, and sacrificed a fierce and intimidating dark-colored giant sword, killing Lu Quansun with surging momentum and domineering. Run. Under Lu Quansun's black cloak, his narrow eyes were shining with a cold luster, and the yin-yang five elements Kunpengju was running. A Kunpeng fish came out from behind him, making the poisonous gas in all directions like an infinite sea, with waves rising and falling. Boom. The giant sword and the Kunpeng fish collided with a loud bang, and the surging and amazing mana aftermath rolled and raged, causing the poisonous insects and ghosts around to scream and tremble. Kill. The other cultivators who were chasing Lu Quansun also rushed over and attacked him, wanting to kill him here. Poisonous miasma gourd. Lu Quansun was not afraid at all, his eyes were full of fierceness, and he slapped his chest suddenly, spitting out a blood arrow, which fell on the purple-green gourd above his head. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the gourd that was originally only a foot in size suddenly became a foot in size. A stream of poisonous gas like wolf smoke rolled out, covering the sky and the sun, and then formed a stream of dragon snakes that were a foot long and killed them ferociously. Not good. Seeing this, these people looked shocked. Just don't let him escape. Brother Teng saw this and shouted sternly, and the mana at the peak of the foundation building stage surged like a surging river, forming a terrifying spiritual pressure, causing the giant sword to shine brightly and break the Kunpeng fish open. Clang. Lu Quansun's expression remained unchanged. He instantly shot out a purple gem and a talisman to resist the giant sword that was coming towards him, and then he made a hand gesture. The Kunpeng fish that had just broken open turned into a series of inch-long dark fish, killing other cultivators. Several cultivators were wounded under the attack of the dark fish, and then their flesh and blood were eroded by the poisonous dragon snake. The six-winged golden silkworm appeared and directly pierced the hearts and heads of several people, and they fell to the ground with a plop. Damn it. Senior Brother Teng saw this, his eyes were full of ferocity. So many people died today, if he couldn't bring Lu Quansun's head back, he couldn't explain it at all. Let's go. Seeing this, Lu Quansun signaled to the six-winged golden silkworm, and the yin and yang energies flowed around his body, like a rock, and suddenly flew towards the depths of the black fog swamp. Even if I have to hurt my vitality today, I will kill you. Brother Teng saw this scene, and he made a seal with his hands. His aura rose steadily, accompanied by a burst of ghostly howls, which was breathtaking. He naturally knew that Lu Quansun had some kind of support and was not afraid of the poisonous miasma of the black mist swamp. But he also knew that if he let Lu Quansun escape again today, he would not be able to kill him. After returning, only the punishment from his master was waiting for him. Moreover, he was a little afraid of Lu Quansun. When the other party was in the early stage of foundation building in his early years, he killed his master's son. He has been wanted and hunted for these years. Not only did he not die, but he also grew wildly, and even several people in the late stage of foundation building died in his hands. Now he was forced to the black mist swamp by himself, but he survived. If he could not kill him, when Lu Quansun broke through the late stage of foundation building, he would be in danger. After all, Chu Changsheng had been vindictive for more than 10 years, and several people who had hunted him before had their entire families wiped out. Swish. Seeing Senior Brother Teng risking his life, Lu Quansun immediately took out several talismans from his arms and cast them out, then continued to fly madly. He had confirmed this road before, and knew that there were no dangers of monsters on the way. Should we chase? Seeing this situation, the remaining few people hesitated, wondering whether to continue the pursuit. Chase? If Chu Changsheng escapes, and Ghost Demon Master blames us, we can't afford it. Someone immediately flew in the direction of the two people. If they continue to chase, they may die. But if they don't chase, They may live a life worse than death when they go back later. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing this, the other few people also gritted their teeth and chased in the direction of Lu Quanzhen and Senior Brother Teng. Boom. Senior Brother Teng performed some kind of blood-burning secret technique at this time, and his speed was amazing. In a blink of an eye, he approached Lu Quanzhen and slapped out with one palm, like 100 ghosts walking at night, and thousands of ghosts howling together. The dark-colored giant sword above his head shone brightly, and chopped down with great force. Puff. Lu Quanzhen offered up his orb, and the glowing rays of light enveloped him, but under the attack of the giant sword, his throat still felt sweet and blood spit out. He immediately used this huge force to fly out, and then ordered the six-winged golden silkworm to kill Senior Brother Teng. Clang. Senior Brother Teng's body was covered with the green vine armor, and the six-winged golden silkworm hit it, causing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The six-winged golden silkworm did not continue to attack, and when it missed, it immediately turned into golden light and disappeared. Where can you escape? Senior Brother Teng's face was ferocious, and he continued to kill Lu Quanzhen, and his body gradually appeared with ferocious and terrifying ghost patterns. Facing Senior Brother Teng's pursuit, Lu Quanzhen was unable to resist, and retreated step by step. His face gradually turned pale and his breath was disordered. At this moment, buzz buzz buzz, the ground suddenly burst into black light beams, which were shimmering with a dark luster and enveloped Senior Brother Teng. Formation. Senior Brother Teng's face was fierce. He knew that Lu Quanzhen had set up an ambush long ago and deliberately led him here. But he was very knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that this was just a simple formation arranged by a formation device, not a large formation. Break it from me. He slapped his storage bag with his palm and cast a forbidden talisman, then pinched his hands together, and all the ghosts howled, crying and howling, trying to tear the formation apart. However, at this moment, boom, 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 a series of earth-shaking explosions sounded. Damn it! Senior Brother Teng's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Lu Quanzhen had buried thunder beads on the ground. He quickly pushed his green rattan armor to the extreme, forming a huge rattan wooden man to wrap him up. Under this attack, the rattan wooden man was instantly blown to pieces. A moment later, Senior Brother Teng's hair was disheveled, and he was extremely embarrassed. He roared at Lu Quanzhen like a ghost, "I want you to die." This rattan armor was his family's ancestral treasure, and it accompanied him through many life and death crises. But now it is almost scrapped. He didn't die. Lu Quanzhen looked cold and a little surprised. You know, each of these Yinlei beads is enough to kill a late-stage foundation building cultivator. He buried 7 of them, but they didn't kill him. But I finally broke this turtle shell. Lu Quanzhen saw the rattan armor on the other party's body break, the black cloak rustled, and his eyes were fierce. He was helpless in the face of this man, and it was difficult to break this strange treasure. Kill! Lu Quanzhen made a seal with both hands, and a kunpeng roared behind him, like a fish leaping into the sea, an eagle flying in the sky, with waves of demonic sounds, accompanied by a rolling poisonous gas, and killed Brother Teng. Die? Brother Teng's hideous face was covered with the ghost patterns, and his palm was like a strange ghost hand, killing Lu Quanzhen, and the dark giant sword above his head continued to swing out, with domineering power. Boom boom boom, the two offensives exploded with a rumble, stirring in all directions, causing the poisonous miasma in the air to form a tornado hurricane. Lu Quanzhen was instantly at a disadvantage. But the overwhelming poisonous gas had already submerged Senior Brother Teng, corroding his flesh and blood, and making his face purple and black. Die? Senior Brother Teng's hair was flying wildly, and the mana of the peak of foundation building was surging wildly, roaring ferociously. He knew that if he didn't kill Lu Quanzhen today, he would not be able to get out of the black fog swamp. Boom. The dark giant sword's magic pattern flowed, and it broke the kunpeng fish with a bang, allowing the strange ghost hand to penetrate Lu Quanzhen's chest directly. Lu Quanzhen lowered his eyes and looked at the ghost hand on his chest, with an unbelievable look on his face. Ho ha, Senior Brother Teng laughed. But the next moment, his figure and smile froze. A golden light suddenly broke through his chest, and he vomited blood. And Lu Quanzhen's body gradually turned into a dummy made of mud. Not far away, Lu Quanzhen appeared, his face pale and bloodless. With both hands in a seal, the poisonous miasma going across the sky instantly suppressed Senior Brother Teng, accompanied by a downpour of poisonous miasma. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, The six-winged golden silkworm no longer fled, and the brutal and bloodthirsty aura surged, biting like crazy without caring about life, eating Senior Brother Teng's internal organs, causing him to scream miserably. Senior Brother Teng. The few people who came from a distance saw this scene, all with disbelief on their faces. Ha ha ha, you dare to chase us. Seeing these people, Lu Quanzhen laughed in a hoarse voice, and a hideous black kunpeng appeared behind him, causing the poisonous gas to surge. Run, run quickly. Senior Brother Teng is dead, hurry up. Seeing this scene, these people were terrified and turned around and fled immediately. They didn't dare to chase him. Now seeing Senior Brother Teng died in Lu Quanzhen's hands, they were directly scared and had no idea of chasing him. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Lu Quanzhen did not chase him, but covered his chest and vomited blood. The strength of the Senior Brother Teng was far beyond his expectations. He only got a glimmer of hope by relying on the puppet substitution technique, and now he had no strength to fight again. If he continued to fight, he would hurt his foundation. Once these people escape, the Ghost Demon Master may come to kill them. We can't stay here for long. No, even Jin Stay can't stay any longer. Lu Quanzhen murmured in his heart, looking at Senior Brother Teng, whose vitality was almost extinguished, and the magic sword appeared in his hand, cut off his head, then rolled up the other's body and left quickly. Qingzhu Mountain. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a second-level refiner and getting a chance to draw a lottery. On this day, Lu Changsheng was practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art with Xiao Xiao, and a system prompt sounded. Second-level refiner. Lu Changsheng guessed that it should be his son Lu Yunlao who was promoted to second-level refiner. This son is quite talented in refining and has long been a first-level top refiner. Now that he has broken through the foundation, it is normal for him to improve in refining by relying on his cultivation realm and spiritual consciousness. Lu Changsheng didn't care and continued to practice sun and moon reincarnation art with Xiao Xiao. A few days later, the two stopped. Holding Xiao Xiao, whose face was flushed and lazy, Lu Changsheng also used the lottery he had won before. System, lottery. Along with a familiar big turntable interface, a flame pattern emerged. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the third-level fire seed, Burning Heart Flame. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Burning Heart Flame. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression calm. Although he has Lei Ganglongian, this Burning Heart Flame is unlikely to be used. But now ordinary lotteries are mostly useless to him unless he is extremely lucky, so there is no disappointment. Fire Seed, Burning Heart Flame, Quality, 3rd level, Description. The flame formed by a 3rd-level great demon beast falling into an endless sea of fire is invisible and colorless, and can arouse the fire of others' hearts and their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Heart fire also has the effect of burning and tempering magic power, stirring the heart fire, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw this effect. His yin and yang magic power is pure and powerful, so naturally he doesn't need to rely on external objects to temper his magic power. But this arousing the 7 emotions and 6 desires is very good in his opinion. To practice the 6 desires Heart Demon Sutra, you have to arouse the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But under normal circumstances, it is very dangerous and troublesome to practice through the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and it is difficult to grasp the degree. If you have this Burning Heart Flame, it will be much simpler and more convenient. And just because I can't use the effect of burning and tempering magic power doesn't mean that other people in the family can't use it. If the magic power of my wife, concubines, and children can be tempered once, then the overall strength of my family can be improved by 1 level. Lu Changsheng said in his heart, knowing the importance of condensing magic power. But I already have the Thunder Dragon Flame. It would be very troublesome to refine this Burning Heart Flame again, and there might even be a repulsion between the spirit fires. And even if I refine it, it would be inefficient to use the Burning Heart Flame to refine the mana for others, which would delay their practice. Wait? He paused in his heart, and found himself in a misconception. Why should he refine this Burning Heart Flame? Just like the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, just put the Burning Heart Flame somewhere. It can be used by wives, concubines, and children at home who need to refine their mana, or to sharpen their Dao heart with the help of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even the effect of the Burning Heart Flame that arouses the 7 emotions and 6 desires can be suppressed by Zumi, so that only the effect of burning and quenching mana is retained. Can this burning heart flame only refine mana? Can it also refine spiritual power? Key refining cultivators naturally cannot withstand the effect of the burning heart flame, but by some means, the effect of the heart fire can be weakened, so that key refining cultivators can withstand it. As a third-level weapon refiner, Lu Changsheng immediately had a general idea in his mind. He only needed to build a delicate tower and put the burning heart flame in it. Then, according to different tower layers, different levels of heart fire effects will be formed. Then at the very least, key refining cultivators can use the burning heart flame to temper their spiritual power. The more Lu Changsheng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him, and he even wanted to start casting it now. Changsheng, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside him with messy black hair, flushed cheeks, and a lazy voice, said softly. Nothing, I suddenly realized a problem in my cultivation before, and I was happy for a while. Lu Changsheng immediately looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and said happily, kissing her delicate lips that looked like petals. Qingzhu Mountain, outside the mountain gate. A woman in black fell from the sky on a sword. I wonder what the senior is doing in Qingzhu Mountain. The Lu family disciples and cultivators stationed at the mountain gate saw this woman and immediately bowed their hands. Although they were from the fake Dam family in Qingzhu Mountain, they still respected the foundation building cultivators. After all, no matter where they were, the foundation building cultivators were the ancestors of a region, and it was better not to offend them if possible. Besides, they were just key refining cultivators, and they were naturally in awe of the foundation building cultivators. Excuse me, is Lu Pingyan at home? The black-clothed woman asked. After that, she added, I have something to ask him. Hearing this, the two Lu family members looked at each other and said, do you have a token? Now that Lu Pingyan is an ancestor-level existence in Qingzhu Mountain, they don't know where he is, and they can't reveal it even if they know it. After all, it is very dangerous to let others know that your ancestor is out. Token. The black-clothed woman was startled and said, you can notify him and say that your good friend Qin Yi is visiting. Friend? Senior, wait a moment, I'll go and notify him. One of them spoke up and went to inform the head of the family, Lu Xingyang. Qin Yi? Does Big Brother have such a good friend? Lu Xingyang, who was busy with his work, frowned slightly and thought about it. Immediately, he went to ask Lu Yun. Qin Yi. Lu Yun also shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of this name. He stopped offering sacrifices to the dragon blood tree, came to the mountain gate and said, Senior, my elder brother is in seclusion now. I wonder if you have any token. Otherwise, my elder brother has told me before that if there is no emergency, I should not disturb him. Qingyun knew that this was an excuse for not seeing guests. She paused and said, Lu Mingyu is in the family, she should know me. Lu Mingyu. Lu Yun was stunned, and thought carefully whether there was such a person in his family. He didn't remember that there was no such name. But he did have a lot of brothers and sisters, maybe he had forgotten. After thinking for a moment, he confirmed that there was no such person, and said aloud, Senior, are you remembering it wrong? There is no such person as Lu Mingyu in my family. No. Qinyi frowned. The letters he received often praised a sister named Mingyu, and they were simply praised to the sky. And Qinyi also realized that the letters to him were not from Lu Pingyan, but from this little girl named Lu Mingyu. Did she use Yiming? Qinyi guessed in his heart immediately. After all, it can be seen from the letters that this person is very unreliable. This Mingyu may be her pseudonym. She calls herself Lu Pingyan's sister. Do you have such a person in your family? Qinyi said aloud. Although she has a lot of letters in her hands. But the contents of these letters are not too shameful, and they cannot be used as tokens if they are not from the person himself. Alias. Lu Yun pondered for a moment after hearing this, and suddenly thought of his sister Lu Wangshu's courtyard, which was called Mingyuju. The woman in front of him was a foundation building cultivator, and she came to find her elder brother, and she knew Wangshu, which made sense. But the problem was that Lu Wangshu is not at home now. Otherwise, he could find his sister by going to Bishu Lake now. It seems that there is such a person in the family, but it happens that he is not on the clan now. Lu Yun said very politely, how about you leave your contact information, and I will notify them when my elder brother comes out of retreat or Mingyu comes back. Or you can stay in my Qingzhu Mountain for a while. He has been the head of the family for many years, and he also has some ability to judge people. Through his words and expressions, he felt that the other party did not seem to be a liar and a casual cultivator, and it was indeed possible that he was his elder brother's friend. Okay. Qingyun nodded, knowing that it was very troublesome to meet someone in this situation in the world of immortal cultivation. Especially since Lu Pingyan has become the ancestor of the Lu family, it is even more impossible for him to meet guests easily. After Lu Yun invited Qin Yi to the Bei'an villa, which was arranged to receive guests, he also asked Lu Xingyang to send someone to Beihu Mountain to tell his elder brother about this. Beihu Mountain. After Lu Pingyan and his sister Lu Ling finished their boxing practice, they came home to eat. Ordinary cultivators often practice fasting. But the body-refining cultivators usually eat much more than ordinary people, and they have to eat monster meat for every meal. Brother, Xingyang sent a message saying that there is a woman named Qin Yi who claims to be your friend and came to find you. I wonder if you know her. Lu Qingsong said casually when he saw his elder brother eating heartily. Qin Yi. Lu Pingyan was stunned when he heard the name, and continued to ask, "Who are you talking about?" Seeing this, Lu Qingsong immediately took out a jade slit and handed it to his elder brother. "Why is she here?" Lu Pingyan saw the woman in black in the jade slip, and his tall and burly figure was a little stiff. "Brother, do you know this person?" Lu Qingsong had never seen his elder brother like this before, so he asked out loud. "I know him." Lu Pingyan was silent for a moment and said in a low voice. He didn't expect that the other party would come to Beihu Mountain to find him. But the other party is indeed a person who dares to love and hate, and is straightforward. When he was a teenager, in order to become the so-called Greatsword Immortal, he traveled alone to the Qingyun Sect. Before, when he was in the Ziyao secret realm, he also called him directly. But he was timid. "Hey, Dago, who is it?" Lu Ling, who was eating with a mouthful of oil, asked curiously. "An old friend," Lu Pingyan said softly. At this moment, Lu Qingsong and Lu Ling both saw that their eldest brother's expression was a little wrong. "Is it the person that Dago likes?" Lu Ling looked at his eldest brother with clear big eyes and asked. Lu Qingsong saw his eldest brother's silence, and his expression was suspicious. He felt that his sister might be right. But his eldest brother, such a person, would be like this when facing feelings? At this moment, he felt a little gossipy. Sister said before that if you like someone, you will become very stupid. Dago is stupid now. Lu Ling seemed not to see his elder brother's expression. He took another bite of meat and said vaguely, "Brother, do you want to meet this Miss Qin?" Lu Qingsong looked at his elder brother's taciturn appearance and asked carefully. After Lu Pingyan was silent for a long time, he whispered, "Well, I'm going to Beihu Mountain." If it were before, he could still pretend not to know and not think about it. But the other party has come to Beihu Mountain, and he can no longer pretend not to know. "Dago, I want to go too. I want to see this sister too." Lu Ling next to him said crisply without any tact. "Okay, you eat first." Lu Pingyan rubbed his sister's bun and said softly, thinking about how to face the other party. "Miss Qin, long time no see?" "Alice." He sighed in his heart. Sometimes it's not that you don't want to go, maybe you want to go but can't, or you really don't want to go. In any case, I didn't go after all. Chapter 465, Wingman Lu Ling. Solve the Supreme Forgetfulness Technique. White Tiger Mountain. Lu Qingsong watched his elder brother and Xiao He leave, and the fire of gossip burned in his heart. If he didn't need to stay in White Tiger Mountain, he would have wanted to go back to Beihu Mountain to see what was going on. Tisk, I didn't expect that my elder brother would be like this when facing feelings. Lu Qingsong shook his head and sighed. It was hard to believe that his elder brother, who was tall and majestic on weekdays, would still be like this. At this time, he thought of his own brother Lu Qingshan again. What would he look like if he had a loved one? However, this brother was arrogant, and I'm afraid that few women could catch his eye. Lu Pingyan looked at the familiar Beihu Mountain in front of him, and at this moment, he was actually a little timid. In his mind, he remembered a girl in black pursing her lips and introducing herself expressionlessly. "My father's surname is Qin, and my mother's surname is Yi, so my name is Qin Yi." She often told him her ambition to become a great sword fairy in the future. For this reason, she traveled alone to join the largest sword cultivation sect in Jiang Kingdom, Qingyun Sect. Big pot, we're here." Lu Ling was as tactless as ever. Seeing his elder brother standing there motionless, he urged him to meet his elder sister. Lu Pingyan took a deep breath, carried his younger sister, stepped out, entered Bihu Mountain, came to Bihan Peak, and asked Lu Yun where Qinyu was. Miss Qin is in the waterside pavilion of Bihan Villa. Lu Yun looked at his elder brother and said. Then he looked at Xiao, who was happy and excited, paused and said, Xiao, brother Yun needs your help with something, come with me. He talked about Qinyu with his mother yesterday. His mother said that his father seemed to have said that Pingan had a first love girlfriend in his early years, and Lu Maiyan didn't know the details of the two. So Lu Yun was more cautious. Seeing his elder brother come back at the first time, his expression was not as free and natural as usual, and there was a hint of speculation. In this case, he naturally didn't want his sister to disturb his brother from meeting his sweetheart. But I have to go to see Sister Qin, Lu Ling said with some embarrassment. I just made a new dessert at home, and I hope someone can taste it, so I want to ask Xiao for help. Sister Qin is not leaving right away. We can go see her after we finish eating. It will be quick. Lu Yun said, please, Xiao. Lu Ling hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, okay. Brother, you go and get busy. Lu Yun immediately said to his elder brother, and then took Xiao to the dining hall. Lu Pingan forced a smile and nodded, took a deep breath, and walked to Bihan Villa with heavy steps. At this moment, Qinyu sat on the pavilion, looking at the Bishu Lake in the distance, in a daze. After knowing Lu Pingan's situation, she set off and took the Qingyun spirit ship to Bihu Mountain. But now that she arrived at Bihu Mountain, she was a little confused and didn't know what she was doing here. Maybe she was just asking for an answer, maybe she expected something, or maybe she didn't expect anything. Who can tell about this kind of thing? At this moment, she came back to her senses and found a tall and burly young man standing in front of her. He has a tough face, not handsome, but regular. His tall and straight figure and sturdy body give people a heroic look. But at this moment, he seems a little restrained. Lu Pingan, why are all the letters sent to Qingyun Sect written by Lu Mingyu, and none by you? What's wrong with you? Qinyu saw the young man and asked directly. Lu Pingan was stunned when he heard this. I don't know what this means. Letters sent to Qingyun Sect? Lu Mingyu? However, it seems that he has never written a letter to Miss Qin. At that time, his sister Lu Wangshu also asked him about this, but he finally chose to escape. Looking at the black-clothed woman in front of him with thin eyes, red lips, delicate face, and a high ponytail, he said embarrassedly, Miss Qin, long time no see. Long time no see? If I hadn't just heard your name, Lu Pingan, I don't know when we will meet. The black-clothed woman looked at the other party's usual honest appearance and said unhappily. Lu Pingan hesitated to speak, and subconsciously wanted to scratch his head to ease the embarrassment, but then put down his hand that had just been raised. It's been a long time since we last met. But for some reason, he felt as if he was meeting for the first time. Puff. Qinyu looked at the eldest son of the Lu family in Bihu Mountain, who was now famous and had a record of suppressing the fake Dan patriarch, and laughed directly. She stepped forward and said with a smile, Lu Pingan, you haven't changed at all. Miss Qin, you've grown taller. Lu Pingan thought for a while and said to the black-clothed woman in front of him. Qinyu was barely as tall as his chest at the time, but now she's almost as tall as his shoulders. Qinyu raised her eyebrows, raised her head slightly, looked at Lu Pingan, who was a head taller than her, and said, growing tall is amazing. Lu Pingan was stunned and quickly said that he didn't mean that. What do you mean? Do you want to say that Emping in the Purple Nether secret realm was not you, and had never seen me, so he didn't know that I grew taller? The black-clothed woman continued to ask. Lu Pingan felt that he was not so nervous when he faced Simaleo Zhu, and his forehead was even sweating. He really didn't know how to answer the other party's questions. Daguo. At this time, a 16-17-year-old girl wearing a red dress, wearing wind and fire wheels, with two buns on her head, and a cute face flew over and said angrily, Brother Yun lied to me. He said there were delicious food, but there were none. She was very aggrieved. Lu Yun, who was chasing behind not far away, was sweating profusely. When Lu Pingan heard this voice, he seemed to have waited for a savior to come, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He touched her head, and then introduced to Qin Yi, Miss Qin, this is my sister. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Ling next to him stared at the black-clothed woman in front of him with a pair of bright big eyes and said, you are Sister Qin Yi, the one that Daguo likes. Lu Pinggan's face froze, and he quickly covered his sister's mouth, feeling beads of sweat on his forehead. Woo woo woo. Xiao He was speechless and looked aggrieved. Not only did Brother Yun lie to her today, but even Daguo bullied her. Lu Pinggan, is she telling the truth? Qingyun asked calmly with smooth red lips and a slight raise of her chin. Lu Pinggan looked at a loss, not knowing how to answer. Lu Yun, who was not far away, seemed to have seen a ghost. I didn't expect that my eldest brother would have such a side. It seems that this senior Qin. No, Miss Qin is my eldest brother's sweetheart. But looking at this, my eldest brother obviously hasn't forgotten Miss Qin. Why haven't they met? You don't speak, and you cover your sister's mouth to prevent her from speaking. Seeing Lu Pinggan not speaking, Qingyun frowned again, looking at Lu Ling in a red dress, thinking, is this Lu Mingyu? It doesn't seem that narcissistic, eccentric. Woo woo woo, Daguo bullies me too. After Lu Ling was released from her mouth and could speak, she immediately looked aggrieved. However, her sadness came and went quickly. She flew to the black-clothed woman and said, Sister Qin Yi, my name is Lu Ling, you can call me Xiao He. Hello, Xiao He, do you know me? Qingyun asked with a smile on her face. I heard from Brother King Song that his sister came to see Daguo, and when Daguo saw you, Sister Qin Yi, the whole person was stunned. According to what my sister said, only when you meet someone you like will you be stunned. Xiao He said crisply, with a clear voice. She usually gets along with everyone and is very familiar with everyone. She continued to ask, Sister Qin Yi, how did you and Daguo know each other? A long time ago Qin Yi's eyes were filled with memories. She still remembered that when the tiger demon was chasing her, Lu Pinggan appeared and killed the tiger demon with martial arts and talismans. She even remembered clearly that the other party looked like a stupid son of a landlord. However, as the eldest son of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, it seems that there is nothing wrong with calling him the stupid son of the landlord. Qingyun started chatting with Lu Ling in this way, while Lu Pinggan was stiff on the side, not knowing what to say. Sister Qin Yi, do you like Big Pot? Lu Ling asked. Qingyun's face, which was slightly smiling, froze slightly. Then he looked at Lu Pinggan, who was motionless, and continued to ask, Lu Pinggan, you haven't answered my question yet? Why are all the letters sent to Qingyun Sect written by Lu Mingyu, and none of them are written by you? I don't know either. Although Lu Pinggan is honest and straightforward, he is not stupid. He roughly guessed that this Lu Mingyu is his younger sister Lu Wangshu. After all, this younger sister didn't know what was going on at the beginning, and she knew about Qin Yi's affairs and asked him about everything. Unable to bear his sister's coquetry, he also told some things about the two of them back then. Qingyun Sect? Is this Miss Qin from Qingyun Sect? Lu Yun, who was not far away, was a little surprised. You know, the journey from Qingyun Sect to Qingzhu Mountain is very long, at least half a year. And this Miss Qin actually came all the way to see her elder brother, just to ask about writing a letter? But Wangshu wrote a letter to this Miss Qin, and elder brother didn't know about it. Lu Yun was also a little confused and speechless, thinking to himself what was going on. Don't know? You mean, none of Lu Mingyu's letters were written by you? Qingyun raised her eyebrows and said bluntly. Although many contents of the letters sent made her speechless. But the letter clearly knew about her and Lu Pinggan, and she thought some normal contents were instructed by Lu Pinggan. Unexpectedly, this person didn't write a single letter to her. This. Lu Pinggan was a little embarrassed and really didn't know how to respond. Lu Pinggan, are you stupid? Qingyun said unhappily. Miss Qin, I'm sorry. Lu Pinggan thought about it and apologized. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's your freedom to do what you want. Qingyun said expressionlessly. After that, she sighed again and whispered, besides, even if there's your letter in it, I can't see it. Okay, I won't embarrass you. Since there's nothing to do, I will go back too. She glanced at Lu Pinggan and said aloud. Although the other party is still the same as before. But since the other party does not want to have anything to do with herself, she will naturally not entangle and break the casserole to ask the bottom. Sister Qin Yi, are you leaving? Lu Ling next to her asked aloud. Brother, Miss Qin has come from afar. You and Xiao will receive her and take her around our house for a few days, right? Lu Yun, who was not far away, said hurriedly, and sent a message to Xiao, saying that he must keep Miss Qin. Although he didn't know why his elder brother was so timid. But it can be seen that the two have a good impression of each other, so he hopes that the two can get along well. Because of the family, Lu Yun was thoughtful. He had a very good impression of Lu Pingyan, the elder brother. He had a high level of cultivation, no arrogance, and took good care of his younger brothers and sisters at home. Not only does he take care of Qingzhu Mountain, he also treats the Lu family of Ruyi County equally. For example, in the past few decades, Lu Pingyan would care about the Lu family children who were sent to Qingzhu Mountain for spiritual root testing. From these, it can be seen that his eldest brother has a strong sense of responsibility. And for so many years, except for going to Ruyi County every year or family affairs, Lu Pingyan basically stayed in Qingzhu Mountain and had no time to go far away. Although he can write letters, Qingzhu Mountain and Qingyun Sect are far apart. In this case, it is barely reasonable for the eldest brother to be afraid of delaying the other party. Seeing Lu Ling pulling Qin Yi to take her out for fun, Lu Yun didn't think about it anymore and flew towards Bian Peak. He felt that it was necessary to tell his mother about this matter, and then let his mother tell his father. Although his father never worried about family affairs, he should at least worry about his eldest brother's lifelong event, right? Moreover, his sister Lu Wangshu knew about the affairs between his eldest brother and this Miss Qin, and he suspected that it came from his father. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art. There was a bright sun and a bright moon circling above their heads, emitting brilliant light. At this moment, the two entered a mysterious state, and their souls and consciousness gradually blended. After a long time, the spirits, thoughts, and souls of the two seemed to be integrated, and they could feel every thought in each other's heart. Boom! At this moment, a surge of mana burst out from Xiao Ziyu's Qi Danshan, and her cultivation broke through from the 7th level of foundation building to the 8th level of foundation building. The two slowly opened their eyes and saw a bright sun and a bright moon from each other's eyebrows. Congratulations to my Ziyu for breaking through. Lu Changsheng stretched out his hand and gently stroked the fairy's jade face in front of him, saying gently, Xiao Ziyu not only broke through the 8th level of foundation building, but also finally succeeded in the sun and moon reincarnation art. Now, the two can blend their souls through the sun and the bright moon. Thanks to you, Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu's jade face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were still a little spiritual, and she looked charming and beautiful. Ziyu, let's try again now and see if we can solve the Taisheng Wangqingju. Lu Changsheng said. At the beginning, through divine communication, he saw a female fairy who seemed to be ruthless in the depths of Xiao Ziyu's sea of consciousness. But because the other party's sun and moon reincarnation Ju had not yet achieved a small success, he could not take the initiative to blend and did not dare to touch her at a deep level. Now that the other party has achieved a small success in the sun and moon reincarnation Ju, he can also try further. Yet, Xiao Ziyu's eyes also showed some expectation. Immediately, the two of them practiced the sun and moon reincarnation Ju at the same time, and the sun and the moon appeared between their eyebrows, blooming with brilliant rays of light, illuminating each other. Buzz buzz buzz, this power flowed between the two people, constantly vibrating, and it was extremely mysterious. With Xiao Ziyu's initiative, the process went very smoothly. However, as Xiao Ziyu practiced the Taisheng Wangqingju, her spiritual realm still involuntarily surged with an inaccessible indifference. After a moment, Lu Changsheng saw the female fairy in the depths of Xiao Ziyu's soul, hazy and revealing the ruthlessness of the Great Way and the justice of the heaven, running the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, and began to try to further blend her soul and contact this female fairy. The other party was just like in the early years, with a hazy figure and a luster that was filled with invisible barriers, rejecting him. However, at this time, a mood of lingering affection emerged, which weakened the female fairy's repulsion and slowly blended with him. As they continued to blend, Lu Changsheng noticed that Xiao Ziyu's beautiful cheeks were filled with pain. He knew that this was a spiritual conflict from the Supreme Forgetting Love Sutra. Now, Xiao Ziyu's soul and sea of consciousness are dominated by this female fairy. Once a problem occurs, it may cause the soul to be disordered and the sea of consciousness to be broken. Lu Changsheng immediately signaled Xiao Ziyu to stop further blending, slowly running the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, embracing this female fairy, and realizing the state of the Supreme Forgetting Love. After a long time, Lu Changsheng realized that the female fairy in front of him was Xiao Ziyu. It can also be said that this is Xiao Ziyu's second personality. Even most of the time, Xiao Ziyu is this personality. Only when facing herself, Lu Wangshu, or Yun Wanshang and others, will she gradually awaken her current personality consciousness? And if the other party wants to break through the Jinden, he must completely forget about love, forget Lu Changsheng, Lu Wangshu, Yun Wanshang, and even forget himself. The way of heaven is fair, the way is selfless, and the supreme is ruthless. Lu Changsheng felt very tricky. Once the interference affects this female fairy, it will hurt Xiao Xiao. He tried to appease this female fairy and calm her down through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and the power of all things. Under this mysterious Yin-Yang power, Xiao Xiao's spiritual world gradually stabilized, and the pain on her face disappeared. Sure enough, the supreme forgetfulness, but the cultivator can't achieve the fairness of heaven and earth after all, and can be affected. Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Xiao Xiao's situation is not serious enough to be completely unaffected, he thought about how to solve this problem. He had thought about taking the Supreme Forgetfulness Sutra as a basis and taking a different path. But now Xiao Xiao's situation has reached the door of this road. It is difficult to take a different road. This female fairy is Xiao who practices the Supreme Forgetting Love art. She is just not controlled by her. Even once the Supreme Forgetting Love art is in operation, this personality will be the main one. But even if I control it, it is useless. If I want to go further, I must completely take this personality as the main one. Emotional and emotionless are yin and yang. Can they form a balance? Even if they are emotional when needed, they can be emotionless when not needed. Lu Changsheng kept thinking based on his theory of yin and yang creation sutra. After a long time, an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't interfere with this personality, how about Xiao Xiao interfere with it herself? It just so happened that the two artistic conceptions represented emotional and emotionless. Can they form a balance of yin and yang and take a different road? Xiao. Lu Changsheng immediately expressed his thoughts. He indicated that the two souls should take Xiao Xiao as the main one, let her take the initiative to blend with this female fairy, and he would assist from behind. Sure enough, when Xiao Xiao used her artistic conception to contact and blend with this female fairy, the other party would not resist and reject her as she did when facing herself. It's just that the two are far from being balanced. Lu Changsheng immediately circulated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, compatible with all things, embracing all things, helping Xiao Xiao to form a balance with him. At the same time, Lu Changsheng's Tai soul glowed with a faint golden light, and he expressed the artistic conception of his Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, just like the mysterious sound of the Tao sounded in Xiao Xiao's heart, forming a mysterious and profound rune, indicating that she should take the initiative to form a balance of yin and yang. As the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra slowly merged into the spiritual realm, the female fairy in the depths of Xiao Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed no longer as indifferent as before. Just like this, time passed little by little. The hazy female fairy was like the supreme forgetting love, and the eyes of the heavenly Dao seemed to be flowing with a yin and yang. The left eye was like the bright moon in the sky, the supreme forgetting love. The right eye was like the rising sun, and love was the seed of Tao. The sun and the moon rotated, the yin and yang flowed, and Xiao Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to be slowly changing. Feasible. Lu Changsheng saw that Xiao Xiao's soul and spiritual world were moving towards the balance of yin and yang with affection and without emotion. But he was not sure about the specifics, and could only rely on Xiao Xiao herself. Time passed little by little. He didn't know how long it had passed. Buzz! In Xiao Xiao's sea of consciousness, a yin and yang ring gradually formed behind the fairy's head. This yin and yang ring glowed with brilliant light, as if supporting her soul and spiritual world. The yin and yang of heaven and earth embrace everything. Affection and without emotion are yin and yang. The Supreme forgets emotions, and being heartless can also be affectionate. Cultivating immortality is the great Dao. He is also the great Dao. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's conflicting artistic conception and conflicting skills that violated the Supreme forgets emotions were resolved in a balanced way. The two opened their eyes and exited the state of soul fusion. Changsheng. Xiao Xiao's beautiful eyes were sparkling, full of affection and joy. Xiao, how do you feel? Lu Changsheng looked a little tired and asked with concern. This process consumed a lot of him. If it weren't for his cultivation far higher than Xiao Xiao's, and if he had the Tai soul, he would not be able to help the other party maintain the balance of soul. These days are more tiring than when he first rescued Chu Qingyi. However, Seeing that the situation has been temporarily resolved, he was also delighted and felt that all the hard work was worth it. I am in a very good state now. Xiao Ziyu spoke softly, saying that not only has her situation been resolved, but she has also gained great benefits and can perfectly control her soul state. The only problem is that the original Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu is no longer applicable to her now. She must continue the current concept on the original practice and walk out a unique path of her own. Otherwise, if she continues to practice, she will gradually return to the original situation. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Changsheng hugged her and said softly. It is indeed difficult to deduce the practice. But he has so many practices to refer to, and he also has Honglian, the Yuanying Zhenjian, and the Dongsun Baojian. He doesn't believe that he can't find a way. Moreover, the practice does not need to be deduced all at once. At present, it is enough to deduce Xiao Ziyu's breakthrough to the realm of Jiangdan, and it can be deduced slowly later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Miss Qin, I Like You. In the Changsheng Palace, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were thinking about the subsequent practice of the Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu. Thinking that this practice was also based on the theory of Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, Lu Changsheng prepared to call his wife Lu Mayaoj. The Shongshan Ruo Shuiju that Lu Mayaoj practiced integrated many of the practice characteristics and magic power characteristics of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. Many of the theories are worth learning from. However, as soon as Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng Palace, he saw a message. His wife Lu Mayaoyan asked him to tell her after he came out of seclusion. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family mansion and asked Lu Mayaoyan what was going on. It's about Ping'an. Lu Mayaoyan spoke and briefly told Lu Ping'an and Qin Yi about it. This girl is not bad. She dares to love and hate. Lu Changsheng chuckled when he heard this. I remember that when his son Lu Quanzhen told him about this, it was the girl who took the initiative. But he was a little surprised. Back then, he asked his daughter Lu Wangshu to help Lu Ping'an to make an appointment with someone, but his daughter kept saying that there was no reply, so there was no follow-up. Now it seems that the letter was sent to the wrong person? Yuner, have you met this Xiao Qin? Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. He thought that since the girl had come to his house, why was his son still hesitating? If his son didn't like her, there was nothing to say. But his son clearly had this intention, but he was hesitant. I just met her when I met Xiaohe, and we chatted briefly. She was a nice person. But I don't know the details of the two, so it's not easy to talk too much. Lu Mayaoyan said so. If it was her son Lu Yun, or other Lu family members, she might ask more details. But Qin Yi and Lu Ping'an were both foundation-building cultivators, so she couldn't intervene and ask too much. Okay, I'll go and see. Lu Changsheng nodded. After speaking, he paused and said, Yuner, you should release the news of your husband's return later. And you can spread the word that your husband was chased by a Jiangdan's Henren in the Shianoan secret realm at that time because... Lu Changsheng paused and gave the reason he had thought of before. When Lu Mayaoyan heard this, she was slightly startled, then she said with a smile, okay, husband. In the Bishu Lake, Lu Ping'an was on a boat with Qin Yi and his sister Lu Ling. However, he was the only one playing with him. His sister and Qin Yi kept talking all the time, and he would only speak when they occasionally asked him. Ping'an, come and see me. At this moment, a voice sounded in Lu Ping'an's mind. He immediately recognized it as his father's voice. Miss Qin, I have something to do and need to leave. Xiao, you and your sister can have fun. Lu Ping'an paused and said to the two girls. But what happened? Qin Yi looked at Lu Ping'an and asked. As if to say that if there was anything she needed help with, she could say it. Nothing, just called me over. Lu Ping'an smiled and said. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Yi did not ask any more questions. Dad, you're back. Lu Ping'an came to Bian Peak and looked at the slender figure in a green robe in front of him and shouted. He has been in Qingzhu Mountain these days, partly because of Qin Yi. Partly because his aunt Lu Mayaoyan told him that Lu Changsheng was back and would talk to him later. Yet, Lu Changsheng turned around and said with a smile, Ping'an, you have worked hard at home these days. He was away during these days, thanks to Lu Ping'an and Lu Wangshu. Otherwise, the family would have to face a lot of open and secret attacks. This is what a child should do. Lu Pinggan said with a grin without any pride. How do you feel about Xiaoqin? Lu Changsheng did not talk much about this and went straight to the point. Xiaoqin? Which Xiaoqin? Lu Pinggan did not react for a while. Your first love, she was just boating with you, who could it be Xiaoqin? Lu Changsheng said with a look of disappointment. I heard from your aunt that the girl came to your house, but you were indifferent. Dad. Lu Pinggan wanted to say that they were just friends, but Lu Changsheng interrupted him directly and said, you are not young anymore. Since you have found the right person, you should settle down as soon as possible. Besides, you have feelings for Xiaoqin in your heart. Why are you timid and hesitant? As for your concerns, your father understands. You don't need to worry about them. With your father at home, you can do whatever you want boldly. Didn't you always want to travel around the world and go out more in your early years? It's the same now. You can go out anytime you want. Lu Changsheng said, stepped forward and patted his son's broad shoulders and said, it's good to be responsible, but don't wrong yourself. Your father doesn't want you to wrong yourself like this and leave regrets in the end. Dad. Lu Pinggan was stunned, and wanted to say that they might be a little ignorant, but they hadn't made any progress yet. However, Lu Changsheng didn't give him a chance to speak, and waved his hand directly, saying, go, you don't need to worry about the family affairs yet. After that, Lu Changsheng sighed again and said, take Xiaoqin to see your mother when the time comes. Although she hasn't mentioned it in these years, she still wants you to get married soon. In the early years, Lu Lanchu often talked about Lu Pinggan's lifelong event. However, as Lu Pinggan broke through the foundation and became famous in the Battle of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Lanchu also accepted the idea that her son became an immortal and a foundation ancestor, and stopped talking about it. But as a mother with traditional ideas, she still hopes to see her son get married soon. Lu Pinggan pursed his lips, feeling bitter. His mother did not tell him about this now. But when he went back to visit his mother before, he once saw his mother sitting alone in the small courtyard, mumbling with a lonely look. Go, follow your heart, no matter what the result is, don't let yourself regret it. Lu Changsheng didn't say much. It's good for his son to be filial and responsible. But he didn't want these to become a shackle to bind his son. Yes, Dad. Lu Pinggan sighed, and didn't say anything more. He walked towards the Bishu Lake, thinking about how to start. Wait. Lu Changsheng called his son, took out a pot of wine from the storage ring, threw it to his son and said, you can drink a few sips of wine to strengthen your courage. Also, this sword is now your personal sword. If you don't have any gifts later, you can give this sword to Xiaoqin as a token of love. Lu Changsheng took out another crystal flying sword from the storage ring, wiped off the mark on it, and threw it to his son. This is the flying sword he prepared for himself in his early years to perform the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. It is a second-level top flying sword. But it has never been used and has been left in the storage ring to gather dust. It is not a waste to give it to his daughter-in-law now. Ah! Lu Pinggan looked at the wine and sword in his hand, and was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Okay, go ahead. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, motioning him to go. Yes. Lu Pinggan smiled bitterly, then took a deep breath and walked towards the Bishu Lake. On the boat, Qingyun, who had narrow eyes and red lips and was dressed in black, saw Lu Pinggan coming back and said, are you done? If you have something to do, there's no need to stay here all the time. Lu Pinggan took a deep breath, but the words on his lips were a little hard to say. Then he took a deep breath, took out the wine pot given by his father, and drank it in big gulps. Seeing this, Lu Ling, who was chattering beside Qin Yi, sniffed with his nose and smelled a strong aroma of wine, and immediately shouted, Big pot, I want it too, I want it too. Lu Pinggan, be careful when you drink, don't lead Xiao astray. Qin Yi saw this and said in a clear voice. The courage that Lu Pinggan had just ignited with the wine was instantly extinguished, and the words on his lips were held back. Lu Pinggan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't be so fussy, like a woman. The woman in black said unhappily when she saw Lu Pinggan's face hesitating to speak. Lu Changsheng, who was watching this scene from a distance, also shook his head and sighed. He thought that his ancestor Lu's son was so innocent that he would be laughed at if it got out. Miss Qin. Lu Pinggan said aloud. But he shook his head again and said quickly, Qin Yi, I like you. What did you say? Say it again louder. The woman in black raised her long eyebrows and raised her red lips when she heard this. Qin Yi. I like you. Lu Pinggan's voice was powerful, and there was a bit of heroic spirit that soared to the sky, causing waves on the calm lake. Oh, I see. Qin Yi nodded seriously. Ah. Lu Pinggan was stunned and a little confused. He didn't expect Qin Yi to reply like this, and for a moment he didn't know what to do next. Gululu. At this time, Lu Ling, who was wearing a red dress, held the wine pot in her eldest brother's hand and took a sip. Her little face suddenly flushed and she said, "Big pot, this is not as sweet as my sister's." However, as soon as the words came out, an invisible magic hand stretched out and lifted her up, and the whole person screamed. Huh? Qin Yi saw this scene and her face suddenly became pale and she wanted to draw her sword. But the next moment, she noticed that a handsome young man appeared in front of her. Daddy. Lu Ling saw this young man and shouted happily. Ah. Qin Yi was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that this person was the father of Lu Pinggan and Lu Ling, the master of Qingzhu Mountain, the ancestor of the Lu family. Did they say that the ancestor of the Lu family had an accident in the Qingyun secret realm? How could he appear here? Moreover, as a sword cultivator, he had sharp 5 senses and 6 senses, but he didn't notice the other party's appearance at all, which was amazing. I have something to do with Xiao, you guys continue. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, and then took away the little daughter who ruined the atmosphere. Otherwise, his son and this little girl, who had finally created some atmosphere, would be ruined by this daughter. And he also understood that although his son couldn't say a word for a long time, he and this girl's personality complemented each other, so he was too lazy to get involved. Daddy, I miss you so much. Lu Ling threw herself into her father's arms and said cutely. Daddy also misses my Xiao. Lu Changsheng pinched his daughter's red face and said with a gentle look. Daddy. Lu Ling immediately shared interesting and fun things with Lu Changsheng, and also said that when Sister Qin Yi came over before, Brother Yun lied to her and chattered non-stop. Lu Changsheng listened to his daughter's words with a smile on his face. Greetings to the mountain master. Father. The two walked on the road, and other Qingzhu Mountain cultivators and some Lu family children saw Lu Changsheng, all with a look of doubt, surprise, and then bowed respectfully. After all, in the past 6 months, the outside world has been saying that Lu Changsheng fell in the Qingyun secret realm. Lu Ling usually doesn't pay attention to things, so she doesn't know as long as no one tells her, but most of the Qingzhu Mountain monks still know. If Lu Pinggan and Lu Wangshu hadn't gone to Jinlongling to establish their prestige and shock the 4 sides, I'm afraid this rumor would have a great impact on Qingzhu Mountain. Now that Lu Changsheng has returned, everyone is naturally excited. Yet, Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Seeing his children, he asked about their recent situation with concern. Now that Xiao Xiao's problem with the Supreme Forgetting Loveju has been temporarily solved, he is also preparing to go to Qingyun Sect. So there is nothing to hide about the news of his return. And if he doesn't show up, his son Lu Pinggan probably won't feel at ease going out. After Lu Changsheng disappeared, Qin Yi's tense figure relaxed slightly, looking at Lu Pinggan and said, I heard that my uncle is in the secret realm before. Even though she has always been free and easy and straightforward, she is still a little restrained when she sees Lu Pinggan's father in this situation. After all, it's okay at other times. But just a moment ago, Lu Pinggan shouted that he liked her. Dad should have come back a few days ago, but there is no news yet. Lu Pinggan said in a low voice. Just now, it was your uncle who called you over. Qin Yi seemed to think of something, raised her eyebrows, and asked. Yes. Lu Pinggan nodded. I was wondering why you have changed your personality. Qin Yi curled her lips, sat down, hugged her knees, and said, What did your uncle say to you? Lu Pinggan was a little embarrassed, but still told the truth. Qin Yi looked at the clear water lake and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Pinggan sat quietly beside her and looked at the clear water lake with her. It was unknown how long it had been before the woman in black suddenly said, Lu Pinggan, what do you like about me? Lu Pinggan thought for a moment and said seriously, I don't know either. When I first met you, I treated you as my sister, but as we got along, I suddenly found you very cute. You look very pretty when you smile, but you keep your lips expressionless every day. You don't understand a lot of things, but you insist on being stubborn. You are the one who is stubborn. Who can be as stubborn as you? I remember one time you were injured, and you insisted on taking the medicine according to the prescription yourself. As a result, you bought the wrong medicine but you still insisted on being stubborn. You can be deceived 3 times for the same thing. Miss Qin, do you like me or not? Guess. A little bit, right? Lu Pinggan raised his arm, leaving an inch of space between his thumb and index finger. Does it mean that because I don't like you, you have to get married, have children, and start managing the family business? The woman in black saw that the other party imitated her actions in her early years, and she also imitated his words. Well, my parents won't force me. What do you think? The two of them sat on the boat, talking to each other. Their expressions and tones gradually became natural, and their figures got closer and closer. Lu Changsheng, who was holding his daughter's hand in the distance, suddenly shook his head and chuckled. Many things, sometimes, as long as you take the first step, it will be much simpler. Chapter 467, Ancestor Lu is truly a role model for our generation. Seeing that his son Lu Pinggan and Qin Yu were gradually getting on the right track, Lu Changsheng didn't worry too much. After spending a few days at home with his wife, concubines and children, he went to Qingyun Sect with Xiao Ziyu to meet Qingzhu Mountain. At the same time, a piece of news came from Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family, is back. Not only did he not fall in the Qingyun secret realm, but his cultivation level has also improved, breaking through the late stage of foundation building. As soon as this news came out, the surrounding family forces were immediately shocked. They went to Qingzhu Mountain to verify the truth of the news through various channels and means. After all, this is too amazing. In the Qingyun secret realm, he was chased by a giant's Henren. Not only did he not die, but also broke through the realm of cultivation? What the hell is this? Is he the son of destiny? Question mark. Many people don't believe it and have doubts. They think that this is Qingzhu Mountain's trickery, releasing false news, stabilizing the clan's heart, and deterring the outside world. However, not long after, another rumor came out. It means that the reason why Lu Leozu came out of the Qingyun secret realm alive was because the giant's Henren who chased him at the time did not really want to kill him. This person was a lover of Lu Leozu in his early years, but they parted ways for some reasons. Now that he saw Lu Leozu in Qingyun secret realm, he wanted to tie Lu Leozu back and renew their old relationship. But Lu Leozu didn't want to be a gigolo, and only returned to the family after persuading the other party. Fuck, Qingzhu Mountain is too wild? They even dare to spread rumors about the giant's Henren. Aren't they afraid that this giant's Henren will cause trouble for their Lu family? When some family forces heard the news, they didn't believe it at first, thinking that it was Qingzhu Mountain who spread the rumors secretly. Because this kind of thing is a routine operation for most forces. But they never dared to be so wild and release such fierce materials. After all, this is a giant's Henren. Maybe it was the Jin family of Jin Longling or the Sima family of Zuan Wuling who spread the rumors to anger the giant's Henren in this way. Someone speculated. No, it is absolutely impossible. Even if the Jin family and the Sima family are very brave, they would not dare to spread rumors about a giant master like this. Yes, if this giant master gets to know about it, the two families might be in danger of being exterminated. Some forces feel that no matter how powerful the Jin family and the Sima family are, they would not do such an unwise act. Originally I didn't believe that Ancestor Lu had come back, but now after hearing this outrageous rumor, I actually think it's somewhat true. Ancestor Lu is truly a role model for our generation in terms of Taoist companions, and cannot be measured by common sense. Is the mistress of the Lu family going to have another giant's Henren? I remember 50 years ago, when the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Bai family of Bainao Lake attacked the Red Leaf Valley, a foundation-building worshipper of the Chen family suddenly attacked the ancestor of the Chen family, causing the destruction of the Chen family. This woman has a close relationship with Lu Changsheng. Could it be that this giant's Henren is the female foundation-building cultivator from that year? Damn, what kind of luck does Lu Changsheng have in love? He has Lu Mioj who practices the combined cultivation method, the formation master Lingzik Xiao, the Qingyun Sect disciple Zhao Qingqing, and a top alchemist who can refine foundation-building pills. I'm so jealous. Woo woo woo, why are we all human beings, but there is such a big gap between us? Many people were discussing the matter of Patriarch Lu. Some believed in the matter between Patriarch Lu and Henren Jinden, some did not, and some were half believing and half doubting. But no matter what, this news still made many family forces fearful. After all, what if this Patriarch Lu really knew was Henren Jinden? At this moment, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu came to Qingyun Sect. Looking at the Qingyun peak towering in front of him, Lu Changsheng's originally uneasy heart gradually calmed down. If you stick your head out, you will be cut by the knife, and if you shrink your head, you will also be cut by the knife. Now that people are here, if you are still timid, you will be looked down upon. Besides, why should I feel guilty about this matter? I saved Chu Qingyi's life. If you really want to count, Yun Wancheng should owe me a favor and express her gratitude to me. Greetings to the Zhenren. Greetings to the master. The two came to the top of Qingyun Peak and bowed towards the palace hall. Boom. A moment later, the palace gate slammed open. An abyss-like, prison-like, surging and astonishing spiritual pressure swept across the air, making the air on all sides seem to solidify. Then, an invisible magical hand suddenly appeared, and slapped towards Lu Changsheng. Master. Xiao Ziyu's face changed immediately when she saw this scene, and she shouted, wanting to stand in front of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng naturally would not let her do this. His Tai soul was aware of the situation at the first time. Instantly communicating with the 9 treasures Ruai bone in front of his chest, the surging magic power was released, and a punch hit the magical hand. However, in a hurry, the whole person was still staggering and his steps were unstable. Xiao Ziyu hurriedly supported Lu Changsheng, and looked towards the hall with a hurried face. She didn't expect that her master would attack Lu Changsheng as soon as they met. Sure enough, he has broken through to the Jinden stage. Yun Wancheng in the hall saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes were like a deep pool of water, seemingly calm but with ripples. Although she wanted to vent her anger with this palm, she mainly wanted to test Lu Changsheng's cultivation strength. She wanted to see how strong the other party's cultivation was. However, seeing that Lu Changsheng was only at the 7th level of foundation building, she only used the strength of the early stage of Jinden. She even reduced some of her strength in the end. It seems that he has some secret method, to gather his cultivation and seal it deep inside his body. Yun Wancheng frowned slightly, and roughly saw the means by which Lu Changsheng concealed his cultivation. This method was very clever. As long as Lu Changsheng did not fight with others and did not use his true strength, it would be difficult for others to see his cultivation level. But the shortcomings were also very obvious. The cultivation strength was hidden too deeply, and if he was suddenly attacked, the reaction would be slower. Yun Wancheng, wearing a colorful and luxurious dress, walked out of the hall with a noble and gorgeous posture. Then she looked at Xiao Ziyu, who was usually cold and aloof, but now had a face full of tension and worry, and said in a voice mixed with a hint of majesty, "Ziyu, you go back first." As she spoke, there was a vague and terrifying spiritual pressure surging around her. After she knew about Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi, she couldn't calm down. At this time, she saw Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were so close, especially Xiao Ziyu's face full of infatuation and worry, and even stood in front of Lu Changsheng just now. She was even more angry. Her 2 good disciples were both harmed by this man. Master. Xiao Ziyu could see that her master was angry and worried that she would continue to attack Lu Changsheng. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and begged. However, Yun Wancheng was even more angry when she saw her disciple like this. It's okay, Ziyu. Lu Changsheng knew that Master Qingyun should have something to say to him, so he motioned for her to go back first. He also comforted her in a voice transmission that if the master really wanted to attack him, he would not have shown mercy just now. After hearing this, Xiao Ziyu hesitated slightly, bowed to Yun Wancheng and said, "Master, disciple will take his leave." Boom. As Xiao Ziyu walked down from the top of the mountain, she felt an astonishing surge of terrifying magical power and spiritual pressure, which made the air on the top of the mountain a little distorted. She knew that it was the master who was taking action against Lu Changsheng, and she felt worried. Boom. The spiritual pressure of Yun Wancheng's late Jinden stage magic power suppressed Lu Changsheng unprepared. His whole body sank suddenly, as if he was carrying an ancient sacred mountain on his back, and he almost fell down. Fortunately, he had an amazing physique, and a hot current instantly surged out of the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest, which slowly relieved the pressure for him. He slowly straightened his body and looked calmly at the beautiful, stunning, and elegant Yun Wancheng in front of him. Late Jinden stage. The cultivation strength of this Henren Qingyun in front of him is definitely in the late Jinden stage. Lu Changsheng has seen cultivators in the early and middle Jinden stages take action, but none of them had the terrifying oppressive power of Yun Wancheng. And he knew that Yun Wansheng was not an ordinary giant and cultivator, but a giant and Zenran. Lu Changsheng, you are so brave. Yun Wansheng's eyes were like water, with an indescribable coldness. The whole person was like a night sky goddess who was looking down on all living beings, majestic and noble. Boom boom boom, as she spoke, the terrifying power was like layers of raging waves, constantly pressing towards Lu Changsheng. She is strong as she is, the breeze blows over the hills. She is arrogant as she is, the bright moon shines on the river. Lu Changsheng was dressed in a green robe, with a tall and straight figure. The 9 treasure Ruai bone runes on his chest were intertwined, making his body flow with brilliant divine light. He said in a deep voice, I don't know what the immortal means by this. If you are talking about a matter of fairy Qingyi, Lu believes that he is not wrong. If it weren't for the face of the immortal and Xiao, I would not have taken action at that time. After all, given the situation at that time, if I took action, it might cause me countless dangerous troubles. Lu Changsheng looked calm and composed. Although he had some different thoughts when he saved people at that time. But the main reason was for the sake of Yun Wansheng and Xiao Xiao. He would not admit that the other party still blamed him for such things. Moreover, the other party already knew about his cultivation strength, so he would naturally not look aggrieved and pretend to be weak and helpless like he did in his early years. He did not believe that a woman like Yun Wansheng would fall in love with a timid and cowardly man. Yun Wansheng was surprised when she heard Lu Changsheng's words and saw that he was calm and composed under her pressure. She suddenly felt that the other party was a little strange. It was very similar to the impression of the slick and playful appearance. However, Lu Changsheng's righteous words did leave her speechless. As Lu Changsheng said, the other party took a great risk to save Chu Qingyi at that time. Moreover, the other party not only saved Chu Qingyi, but also helped her to break and then stand up, and condense the second-grade golden elixir. If you really want to count, it is obvious that Chu Qingyi owes the other party a favor, and it is a favor from an adult. For a moment, Yun Wansheng didn't know what to say. As the head of the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect, although she is a little overbearing on weekdays, she is not an unreasonable person. Naturally, she knows that not only Chu Qingyi, but even she owes a favor to Lu Changsheng. But even though she knows it, it is still hard for her to accept such a thing. As the master of a peak of Qingyun Sect and the head of the law enforcement hall, it is okay for one disciple to have an emotional relationship with Lu Changsheng, but now 2 disciples have such a relationship. Especially when Lu Changsheng saw Yun Wansheng silent and the spiritual pressure that oppressed him disappeared, he couldn't help but slow down his tone and said with a cupped hand, Master, I wonder where Fairy Qingyi is. The situation was urgent at the time, and Lu had no choice, so I did this. If Master blames me, Lu is willing to take responsibility and marry Fairy Qingyi. Although Chu Qingyi is most likely still struggling. But through that period of time together, it can be seen that the Fairy Qingyi has a more traditional personality, and should listen to the words of her master, Zhenren Kayan. If Zhenren Kayan nods to this matter, it is estimated that it will be a done deal. As for whether this matter will make Zhenren Kayan unhappy, things have calmed to this point. Instead of hesitating, it is better to go straight to a, simple and direct. Yun Wansheng. She just felt that this person was a little different from the image in her mind. But these words immediately knew that Lu Changsheng was still the original Lu Changsheng, so shameless. What do you mean by blaming yourself? Then you are willing to take responsibility and marry Qingyi. Are you still wronged? Qingyi is in retreat and doesn't want to see you. Yun Wansheng said directly in a cold voice. After she finished speaking, she paused again and said, I will not interfere too much in your affairs with Xiao and Qingyi, but if you keep affecting their practice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Although she was upset when she thought of the affairs between Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi. But she has thought a lot these days. If Chu Qingyi really has feelings for Lu Changsheng, she has nothing to say. Just let them solve it themselves, and don't bother. Besides, the disciples have already formed a pill, and as a master, she has nothing to say about emotional matters. The only thing that can be done now is to let the disciple Chu Qingyi try not to meet and contact with Lu Changsheng, and see if the seeds in his heart can be nipped in the bud. Thank you, Master. Lu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and bowed slightly. As for the affairs between him and Chu Qingyi, as long as the other party does not interfere, then everything will be fine. Otherwise, if the other party mentioned a few things to Chu Qingyi, such as the relationship between himself and Xiao Xiao, How could the senior sister and junior sister marry the same person? Chu Qingyu would probably directly cut off the love with a sword. I wonder what the master called Lu here for this time. Lu Changsheng bowed and said politely. Yun Wansheng was speechless. She asked Xiao Ziyu to call Lu Changsheng over at that time. On the one hand, she wanted to confirm the situation and explain the matter. On the other hand, she was angry and wanted to give Lu Changsheng 2 swords. But now seeing Lu Changsheng, after a lot of words, she just felt tired and boring. You want to hide the situation of your cultivation? I will cover it up for you, but you should also pay attention to yourself. The 4 major immortal gates all have fortune tellers who know how to tell fortunes. Yun Wansheng spoke up and said so. Now Lu Changsheng's situation has not entered the vision of too many people. But the top forces all have fortune tellers. As long as they tell fortunes, they can see through a lot of information, even she can't hide it. Thank you, Immortal. Lu Changsheng bowed and said. He had prepared to reveal his cultivation level before. But if possible, he still didn't want to reveal it so early. He thought that he would reveal his cultivation level when he was in the middle or late stage of Jinden. This way, even if he encountered any dangerous accidents, it would be convenient to deal with them. Chapter 468, Step onto the top of the blue sky and embrace the colorful clouds. When did you break through the Jinden stage? Yun Wansheng looked at Lu Changsheng and asked. Just now, under the pressure of her momentum, Lu Changsheng's performance was not like a newly promoted Jinden cultivator. If she didn't know the general progress of his cultivation, she would have suspected that he had broken through the middle stage of Jinden. But she realized in an instant that Lu Changsheng did not condense an ordinary golden elixir. It was a first-grade immortal golden elixir. It was precisely because of this that the other party had such strength that he could hand over the opportunity of the golden elixir to Chu Qingyi. At this moment, Yun Wansheng's heart was full of waves. After all, there were only a few people who condensed the top-grade golden elixir in the 4 major immortal sects of Zheng Kingdom. As for the immortal golden elixir, for hundreds of years, except for herself, Zuanjian's Henjin, and Zhoujian's Henjin, no one had ever said that they could condense the immortal golden elixir. At this moment, Lu Changsheng, a casual cultivator and a clan cultivator, actually condensed the first-grade immortal golden elixir, which was simply amazing. If this achievement were to be spread out, it would probably directly cause a sensation in Jiang State, and even in the surrounding countries such as Yu State and Jin State. 4 years ago, Lu got a chance and broke through to the Jinden stage by chance. Lu Changsheng said calmly. 4 years ago Yun Wansheng remembered that about 4 or 5 years ago, when she was nurturing the Jinden, she suddenly had an idea, and her body, the Jade Phoenix marrow, and the Jinden all surged with an inexplicable throbbing. Now it seems that this throbbing came from Lu Changsheng. Why did she feel such a throbbing sensation when the other party broke through to the Jinden stage? After thinking for a moment, Yun Wansheng did not think about it anymore, and waved to Lu Changsheng and said, Okay, you go back. Master, Lu also has something to say. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at Yun Wansheng, who was wearing a colorful dress, had a beautiful face, and was extremely charming, and said in a deep voice, What is it? Yun Wansheng's eyes were like water, and her momentum was like a rainbow. The Immortal said that if I can break through the foundation building stage in the future, I will give me a chance. Lu Changsheng took out the jade pendant that the other party had given him in the early years and said, Now that I have broken through the Jinden stage, I wonder if this is true. In fact, he wanted to ask this question in his early years, but he didn't dare to ask it. Now that he has broken through the Jinden stage, he has the confidence. The main reason is that the relationship between him and Yun Wansheng and his 3 disciples is extremely chaotic. Under such circumstances, if he doesn't take the initiative to attack, he will have no chance in the future. Although this will only anger Yun Wansheng. But now facing Yun Wansheng, he has no way to negotiate, so he can only go straight to the point. Lu Changsheng, you are so presumptuous. As Lu Changsheng imagined, Yun Wansheng's eyes suddenly showed an indescribable chill when she heard this. This man just harmed his 2 disciples, and now he's even planning to bully himself. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Question mark. Facing this terrifying momentum like a raging sea, Lu Changsheng's robes and hair fluttered, his chest was covered with 9 treasure ruai bones, and his posture was still tall and slender, standing still. Then he looked at Yun Wansheng with his eyes, deep and spirited, and said word by word, Master, I am very greedy. One day, I will step on the top of Qingyun and embrace the colorful clouds. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yun Wancheng raised her white arms and slapped out with a palm. The surging magic power was like a tidal wave, stirring up the world. Boom! Even Lu Changsheng's blood and qi were surging at this moment, and his body flew backwards. If Yun Wancheng hadn't made such a move, he would have even forgotten that this Qiyun master was the law enforcement hall master of Qingyun Sect, with a cultivation base of the late Jiangdan period, and was in existence standing at the top of the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. However, Lu Changsheng did not flinch. He steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and continued to grin. Lu always keeps his word. Between his eyebrows, there was a kind of youthful pride, self-confidence, and a kind of arrogance and domineering aura of a long-time high position. Yun Wancheng looked at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a green robe, had a handsome face, an upright posture, and was full of self-centeredness. She remained silent with a complicated expression. If it weren't for the matter between her apprentice Xiao Ziyu and Chu Qingyi, Lu Changsheng in front of her would indeed be a good match and qualified to be her Taoist partner. But there is no if in everything. After a moment of silence, she flicked her sleeves and drove Lu Changsheng off the peak with her powerful magic power, and she also returned to the Qiyun Palace. She knew that unless she killed Lu Changsheng today, the other party would not give up easily. And Lu Changsheng dared to face her like this, and he was sure that she would not really do anything to him. Although Yun Wancheng was ashamed and angry, she was also in a trance. The young key-refining cultivator who used to look aggrieved had unknowingly dared to face himself, saying that one day he would step onto the top of Qingyun and embrace the colorful clouds. Changsheng, are you okay? Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Ziyu saw Lu Changsheng falling and immediately stepped forward to ask with concern. Although the peak was covered by the formation, she still sensed a terrifying pressure of magic power. She knew that this was the master taking action against Lu Changsheng. I'm fine. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's palm and said with a smile. Although he was hit by Master Qiyun, the other party's silence and the last behavior made him feel good. Knowing that the lines he had drawn, the other party acquiesced. Next, he would wait for the day when he stepped onto Qingyun. Step onto Qingyun. At this time, this Master Qiyun has also broken through the nascent soul, right? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Others may not know, but he knows that Yun Wancheng has used his yin and yang energy to nourish the golden elixir, and it is very likely that she has been promoted to the first-grade golden elixir. Under such circumstances, as long as there is no unexpected situation, there is a high probability that the nascent soul can be broken through. It's just some of my words that offended the real person, Ziyu. You don't have to worry. Lu Changsheng smiled and said that he mentioned the words of the real person Qingyi, so he displeased the real person. As for the words of stepping on the green cloud and embracing the colorful cloud, Lu Changsheng planned to wait for a chance to talk to Xiao Ziyu in the future. Otherwise, I really don't know how to start. Changsheng, try not to mention the senior sister in front of the master in the future. If there's anything you really want to say to the senior sister, I will tell the senior sister for you. Xiao Ziyu pursed her lips and said softly. After so many years of getting along, she naturally knew Lu Changsheng's character. It seems that he doesn't fight or fight, and everything is casual, but there is still a strong possessiveness and male chauvinism in his bones. Now that he has such a relationship with the senior sister, how can he give up easily? Although she was a little emotional about this matter, thinking that Lu Changsheng was so easy to annoy the master, she was still willing to help. Let this matter take its course. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. He felt a little guilty towards Xiao Ziyu for this matter, so how could he let her help him capture Chu Qingyi? He immediately changed the subject and asked Xiao Ziyu about exchanging for the condensing crystal pill in the future. For example, as long as you are a disciple of Qingyun Sect and meet the requirements, you can spend contribution points to exchange. But for the condensing crystal pill, only the true disciples are eligible to compete. That's right, it's just competition, not exchange. So even if Xiao Ziyu is a disciple of Qiyun's Henren, she still needs to accumulate contributions on her own, complete the sect trials, and make certain achievements before she is eligible to obtain the condensing crystal pill. Before in the Xianyun secret realm, my contributions were enough. Now I just have to wait for the next batch of condensing crystal pill to come out, and then compete. Xiao Ziyu said softly. Condensing crystal pill is very rare, Even Qingyun Sect has limited places, and it requires many people to compete. But our master and senior sister are both Jinden's Henren, and they have a lot of say. As long as you perform well, you will have a high probability of obtaining the condensing crystal pill. Okay, if you need any help, you can notify me. Lu Changsheng smiled. For this kind of sect assessment, the general masters and elders are not allowed to intervene. But if it is a task to hunt down a demon king or kill an evil cultivator, he can definitely help. Moreover, the Immortal Sect does not prohibit such things. Because connections are also a part of strength in the world of immortal cultivation. Lu Changsheng did not stay in Qingyun Sect for long. After chatting with Xiao Ziyu for a while, he went to see his son Lu Yunlao. After praising and encouraging him, he gave him 10,000 spirit stones and a third-level refining inheritance. As for Lu Xingyu, he returned to Bihu Mountain some time ago and is not in Qingyun Sect now. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to Lingai Peak to visit Zhao Qingqing. Seeing that she was fine, he took her back to Bihu Mountain to stay for a while. What? Lu Changsheng has broken through to the late stage of foundation building. Not only did he break through to the late stage of foundation building, but he also has a Jinden's Henren lover. I don't know what kind of shit luck Lu Changsheng had before. He married an alchemist who can refine foundation building pills, and now there is another Jinden's Henren. Don't be too outrageous. Now that Lu Changsheng has broken through to the late stage of foundation building, relying on the art of talisman formation, I'm afraid that even a fake Dan's Henren may not be his opponent. And he and Lu Mayaoj practiced a joint cultivation method. If the two of them work together, it is estimated that there is no opponent below the Jinden. At the same time, the news about Lu Changsheng's return and breakthrough to the late stage of foundation building spread from the surrounding areas of Bihu Mountain to the entire Qingyun territory. Not only were the Jinlongling, Sima family, and Lingxizi family confused, even the Yashao Su family was a little shocked when they heard the news. Not to mention the matter of the Jinden's Henren. Just the fact that Lu Changsheng came back alive from the Xianyuan secret realm is amazing. And Lu Changsheng also broke through to the late stage of foundation building. You know, the transition from the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building is a hurdle. Lu Changsheng is only 81 years old now, but he has crossed this hurdle and broken through the late stage of foundation building, which means that he is expected to break through the Jinden in the future. Especially since Lu Changsheng is a third-level talisman master, proficient in the art of talisman formation, and has practiced joint cultivation with Lu Mayaoj, this kind of person can already be regarded as a fake Danzhenren. Isn't this Lu Changsheng really going to break through the Jinden? With Lu Changsheng's third-level talisman master, and the family has a top alchemist who can refine the foundation building pill, he will definitely be able to purchase the third-level demon pill in the future, so even if he can't break through the Jinden, he will most likely be able to achieve a fake pill. Lu Changshen, Lu Pinggan, and Lu Wangshu don't know how Lu Mayaoj's current cultivation is. I heard that practicing joint cultivation methods will complement each other's cultivation realms and help break through. If Lu Mayaoj also breaks through the late stage of foundation building, I'm afraid that only the Jinden's Henren will take action, and they will be the opponents of the couple. In the early years, many people believe that Lu Changsheng's 9th grade spiritual roots were blessed by heaven to be able to break through the foundation. But with the rise of the Lu family in Bihu Mountain, no one dared to look down on Lu Changsheng. They all realized that Lu Changsheng was definitely not a 9th grade spiritual root. It was probably some kind of spiritual body, or a mutated spiritual root. Otherwise, let alone low-grade spiritual roots, even high-grade spiritual roots would not have such a cultivation speed. At this moment, all family forces were more wary of the Lu family of Bihu Mountain. Yanai Market. In the cave of the owner of the market, 2 crystal-clear and graceful snow-white jade bodies were close together, 4 beautiful legs were intertwined, jade feet were bent, willow waists were swaying, and sweat was dripping. Sister. Fair, hu. I saw 2 charming women lingering endlessly. One voice was delicate and charming, with a bit of joy. The other slightly heroic voice was a bit hoarse and suppressed. After a long time, the 2 stopped, bathed together, and enjoyed the prepared fruits and meals. After enjoying it, when they walked out of the cave, the 2 came to hall, and Yan Lan checked the recent situation of the Xuxin world. As the owner of a market, they are very concerned about all kinds of information about the Xuxin world. Well, the Lu ancestor of Bihu Mountain has returned and has also broken through to the late stage of foundation building. At this time, Yan Lan saw a piece of news, her heart paused, and her expression was surprised. Huh? Yu Fei next to her looked at it with some surprise, and then smiled and said with emotion, "This Lu ancestor has been able to rise to this level in just a few decades. It is indeed extraordinary." She chose to marry Lu Changsheng after weighing many aspects, and she did not feel wronged. Now that Lu Changsheng has returned from the Qingyun secret realm, it is even a good thing in her opinion. Although she is going to be, but she is not opposed to such things. After all, as an older leftover woman, she has been waiting for a price for so long, and it is already very good to be able to wait for Lu ancestor, who is superior in all aspects. Especially in the past 6 months, the strength and foundation of Qingzhu Mountain have exceeded the expectations of all forces. Fair, it's all because of my sister's uselessness. Yan Lan sighed and said with some self-blame. If I break through to the late stage of foundation building, even the Sima family will not dare to bully them easily. And she knew that her sister was thinking of asking for a second-level high-level breakthrough pill for her. Sister, don't worry. This old ancestor Lu is back alive, which is also a good thing for our market. Yu Fei smiled and comforted her sister. As she spoke, she pressed her against the wall, and a slender and long beautiful leg squeezed in between her plump and powerful legs. Fair, go back to the cave. Yan Lan said hurriedly. Although she was the master of a market on weekdays and was extremely majestic, but when facing her sister's passionate enthusiasm, she would still show another side. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng worked hard at home for half a month. After showing up a few times, his wife Lu Miaoyan also reminded him to go to Yan'an Market. After all, Yan'an Market was originally a vassal of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, and the condition was that Lu Changsheng took the second master of Yan'an Market as a concubine. At that time, it was delayed because of the matter of Qingyun's secret realm. Now that he has been back for so long, he should go there. Okay. Lu Changsheng left Qingzhu Mountain silently and headed for Yan'an City. This Yu Fengzi was a female foundation building cultivator who had recommended herself to him, so Lu Changsheng was also prepared to treat her well and manage his reputation. In this way, other independent cultivators would be willing to give priority to joining Qingzhu Mountain when they saw it in the future. Huh? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled. For the sake of his family, he had sacrificed and paid too much? Chapter 469, Slow to warm up? Ancestor Lu doesn't think so. Yan'an Market. Lu Changsheng looked at the market in front of him. He did not send a message to Yu Fei, but paid 2 spirit stones and applied for an ID card to enter. After a simple tour of the market, he had a general understanding of the situation here. It is an ordinary small or medium-sized market, mainly for independent cultivators. The flow of people is similar to that of the Red Leaf Valley market in the early years. But these 2 women have grown from independent cultivators to this level, which is considered to be quite capable. Lu Changsheng chuckled and took out a jade talisman from his storage ring and crushed it. A moment later, 2 figures came from the central mountain of the market. One was about 30 years old, tall, graceful and slender, wearing a smoky green dress. Although she had a beautiful face, her thin willow-like eyebrows, straight nose, wheat-colored skin, and the heroic spirit between her eyebrows made her lack a sense of femininity. The other one was very different. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with fair skin and a relatively petite figure. She wore a light blue gauze skirt, with a waistband that tied her waist tightly. Her slender legs were wrapped in a pair of black stockings and black boots. Her black and beautiful hair was tied into a cloud-like bun, with a light blue jade hairpin inserted in it, and she wore dazzling gem earrings on her ears. There was a faint smile on her pretty face. Greetings to the Grand Master. Greetings to the Second Master. The casual cultivators and law enforcement monks in the market were immediately surprised, amazed, and admired when they saw the newcomers. They bowed respectfully, not knowing why the 2 masters appeared at the same time. Who are you from the Lu family? Yan Lan and Yu Fei nodded slightly, then looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of them and asked. Lu Changsheng chuckled, and light surged around him, untied his disguise. Suddenly, his ordinary appearance became as handsome as jade, and he was handsome and unparalleled. The simple, elegant and luxurious green robe sets off his tall and straight figure like a hill and jade tree, transcendent and handsome like an immortal. Not to mention women, even men can't help but pause and take a look at him. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng has a face like a crown of jade, eyes like stars, and a gentle voice. Hello. Ancestor Lu. What? He is the ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng. Keep your voice down. How can we call the name of Ancestor Lu directly? There is such a handsome man in the world. The cultivators in the field, both men and women, all looked at Lu Changsheng with expressions of shock, surprise, doubt, and awe. Like many female cultivators, their beautiful eyes were infatuated, as if their souls were hooked away by the handsome and elegant young man in front of them. Even the two masters of Yanifeng City were slightly stunned when they saw Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's temperament was too transcendent and extraordinary, and people couldn't help but palpitate and be impressed when they saw him. No wonder Fair is willing to marry this Lu Liaozu as a concubine. Yan Lan suddenly understood. She had seen the appearance of this Lu Liaozu in her early years. Although he was handsome. But it can only be said that the portrait did not have the temperament and charm of the present. The slender beautiful eyes, like an ink painting, were deep and bright like stars, as if they had some kind of magic, and the coordinated facial features made people feel like spring breeze, and subconsciously had a sense of closeness. Grandmaster Lu, please come, please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar, please. Yu Fei's beautiful eyes were shining with crystal luster, and she raised her hand with a smile and made a gesture of invitation. Master Yu Fang, you are polite. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile, and went to Yan Peak with the two women in a natural and chic manner. Although the two women were not stunning, their appearance, figure, and temperament were also good, and they could catch the eye of Lu Liaozu. Besides, after going through so many things, Lu Changsheng didn't care so much about this aspect. I heard that the market is a vassal of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Now it seems to be true. Not only that, I heard that the Lu family's condition is that the second shop owner marries Lu Liaozu as a concubine. Why did I hear that it was our second shop owner who took the initiative to make this request? This is impossible. You are not allowed to insult my goddess. How could the shop owner do such a thing? It must be for the market enforced by the Lu family ancestor. Seeing Lu Changsheng and the two shop owners leaving, the monks and the market immediately talked about it. Wow, my second shop owner? I don't know if I can see the shop owner again in the future. This Lu Liaozu has so many wives and concubines, but he still takes concubines. Will there be a way for us to live? Brother, don't say that. Even without Lu Liaozu, the shop owner would not look down on us. Many monks were angry and unwilling. Yanlin and Yu Fei were only average in Lu Changsheng's eyes. But in the eyes of these monks and the market, they were goddesses who were high above and could only be admired from afar but not blasphemed. Now, the goddess in his heart is going to marry someone else as a concubine, and he can't help but feel sad. I wonder if Lu Liaozu will take a concubine this time, and whether I have a hope of being favored. If I can serve Lu Liaozu, let alone being a concubine, even as a maid, I am willing. I heard that Lu Liaozu rarely takes concubines now. I am afraid that it is difficult for me to be favored by Lu Liaozu with my appearance and talent. Alice, it's a pity that I was born 50 years later. I heard that many women with average talent and appearance in the early years were favored by Lu Liaozu and taken as concubines. Yes, if it was 30 or 50 years ago, there might be some possibility. Not only male cultivators sighed, but many female cultivators still looked at Lu Changsheng's disappearing figure with their eyes infatuated. Thinking of strolling around the market these days to see if they can be favored by Lu Liaozu. Lu Changsheng, Yanlin, and Yu Fei came to Yan'an Pavilion. The style here is elegant and full of poetic and picturesque. Not long after the three of them sat down, a maid brought a portion of spiritual fruit meals and delicious dishes. If the hospitality is not good enough, please forgive me, Elder Lu. The second master, who was wearing a light blue gauze skirt, was very enthusiastic to Lu Changsheng, pouring wine for him, with a gentle and soft voice. Yan Lan, who was standing next to him, saw her sister being happy and enthusiastic in front of this Elder Lu, without any reservation, and a sour feeling rose in her heart. She knew that her sister had never married, and she was thinking about finding a good husband. With Yu Fei's cultivation, appearance, and conditions, there were naturally many foundation-building ancestors who were willing to marry her. But these people either had family backgrounds and looks that Yu Fei didn't like, or couldn't give good conditions, so it had been delayed until now. Now, this Elder Lu hasn't said anything, and her sister is so active and enthusiastic. It's simply. But she can probably understand it. Her sister is a beauty dog and has high requirements for appearance. And this Elder Lu, no matter his appearance, cultivation, talent, or status, is the best choice. Even when she looked at the other party's handsome face, she felt a little throbbing for the man's silent heart. In the hall, the three of them were talking happily. The topic ranged from the market situation to the Sima family, the situation in the world of immortal cultivation, the Lu family chamber of commerce, personal experience, etc. At this time, Lu Changsheng also handed over the gift he had prepared. It was the second-level advanced level breaking pill he had obtained from the hands of the true man Qi Yan in his early years. He heard from Lu Mian that this great master had stayed in the middle stage of foundation building for many years and had been seeking to buy the second-level advanced level breaking pill from outsiders, hoping to use the pill to break through to the late stage of foundation building. So Lu Changsheng thought of this pill. Although the pill was precious, he still had two in his hand. Moreover, the improvement of the strength of the Yanai market was also a good thing for his family. When the news of Yanlan's strength breaking through the late stage of foundation building came out, other forces could also guess that this level breaking pill was likely to come from their family. Thank you, Lu Lang. At this moment, the master of the rain market looked at Lu Changsheng with eyes full of tenderness and said aloud. If her sister hadn't been here, she would have almost fallen into Lu Changsheng's arms. But Yanlan next to her gradually felt that she was somewhat unable to fit in with the topic, and a feeling of bitterness flowed in her heart. Lu Lang, I can't hold my liquor. Please take me back to rest. The three of them drank a lot of wine. Even a foundation building cultivator would be a little tipsy with a second-level spiritual wine. Yu Fei did not use her magic power to refine the wine, which caused her fair face to blush lightly, charming and attractive. Okay. Lu Changsheng chuckled, stepped forward to support the other's delicate body, and smelled a rich fragrance. Even the fullness of the other's chest gently rubbed his arm. People say that women are slow to warm up, but in the eyes of Lu Laozu, it is not the case. The two walked out of the hall and walked towards a cave. Yanlan watched this scene and watched the two leave. Not only did she feel sour and depressed when she saw her sister, who had always loved her, fall into the arms of another man, and was about to be. There was also a complex emotion, like an older leftover woman seeing her best friend find her ideal husband. When Lu Changsheng and Yu Fei arrived at the cave, the usually dignified and holy second master leaned almost entirely on Lu Changsheng's arms. Her eyebrows and eyes were soft and charming. Lu Lang, am I beautiful? Yu Fei's cheeks were flushed. She was wearing a light blue gauze skirt, and a few strands of hair were scattered on her dark hair. Although her body was not as tall and graceful as her sister Yanlan, she was also curvy. Lu Changsheng did not speak, but responded directly with actions. Since the other party was so proactive, Lu Laozu naturally did not like to dawdle with the other party. After a while, the second master's gauze skirt was messy, her cheeks were red, and she seemed to be a little resistant and wanted to push Lu Changsheng away. Lu Changsheng was naturally familiar with the last reserve of the woman. He half undressed the other party's skirt, tore off the black stockings, and then gently hugged her waist and hips with words. Yanlan returned to her own cave with mixed feelings. Looking at the warm and comfortable cave in the past, for some reason, there seemed to be a surge of depression in her chest that was difficult to relieve. Thinking of what she encountered in her daily life, she would talk to her sister. And her sister would also help her relieve her worries. But now, she picked up the teacup and drank it all. The spiritual tea that used to have a delicate taste and was refreshing and natural seemed to be a bit bitter at this moment. She was stunned for a long time, and suddenly sighed. I thought I had already accepted that my sister would get married sooner or later. But when this day came, I still couldn't let it go. After walking out of the cave, she looked at the cloudless blue sky, and suddenly came to the outside of her sister's cave. Although both of their caves were in the Yanai pavilion, there were also restrictions. But I don't know if my sister drank alcohol and went in with the old ancestor Lu, but did not open the restrictions, resulting in a faint sobbing sound in the cave, like crying and complaining, with a bit of joy. Yanlan frowned like a willow, and her cheeks were slightly hot. I didn't expect the two to be intimate so quickly. This old ancestor Lu is really impatient. But thinking of her sister's initiative before, she felt that it might be her sister who took the initiative, and the bitterness in her heart surged out again. She sighed, turned around and left with a look of loss. But after taking a few steps, her steps suddenly stopped, and she was a little curious, wanting to know what her sister looked like now. Although she knew about the blooming of lilies and the affairs of men and women. But she had never seen such a man-woman affair, and her sister's appearance. After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth, and a magic weapon appeared in her hand. Then she slowly probed a wisp of consciousness into the cave. The next moment, she saw the scene in the cave. She saw her sister's hair was disheveled, her skirt was half unbuttoned, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, and a pair of white hands and jade arms were supporting the bed. Even if she had guessed it long ago, seeing this scene, her heart was still like being hit hard, and it was extremely sour. Lu Changsheng was holding Yu Fangzhu's waist, and suddenly sensed a faint spiritual power. Although this spiritual power was vague, it was difficult to discern. But he had awakened the Tai soul, and his consciousness had already reached the peak level of Jinden. Such subtle situations naturally could not escape his consciousness. Yan Lan. Lu Changsheng felt a little strange. He did not expect that it was this big shop owner who was peeping outside. Could it be that the two shop owners of Yan'an Market have any special hobbies? But the next moment, his consciousness noticed that the Yan shop owner's breathing was disordered, and his face was full of sourness, grief, shame, and a little desire. Why does this look a bit like being possessed by a bull? As a pure love war god, Lu Changsheng also knew a thing or two about bull-headed people. When he first took in concubines, many young people saw their goddess marrying him as a concubine, and then drank with a sour and bitter face. The appearance of Yan Lan in front of him was like this, even worse. But the question is, aren't these two sisters? Lu Changsheng had a vague guess in his heart. He had read the intelligence information of Yan'an Market before. He knew that although Yan Lan and Yu Fei were not biological sisters, they were better than many sisters. Since the establishment of Yan'an City, there has never been any conflict of interest over the years. Before, he just sighed at the deep sisterly love between the two. Now he couldn't help but sigh again. Sisterly love is deep. Yu Fei closed her beautiful eyes, her eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks and temples were full of sweet saliva. Suddenly, she noticed that the old ancestor Lu in front of her had some movement, and said in a soft voice, "Lu Lang, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that your sister seems to be outside." Lu Changsheng has always respected women. Now that they met for the first time, he naturally didn't want to deceive the other party, and said softly, Yu Fei's delicate body trembled suddenly, and her beautiful legs in black boots became weak. "I didn't expect that my sister was actually outside." Although my sister had already expressed that she was mentally prepared for her marriage and sincerely wished her well. But after nearly 100 years of getting along, she knew her sister's character and it was not so easy to let go. She still had a little emotion and was ready to find her after she was done. But she never expected that her sister would come over and was still outside. What was her sister doing outside? Wait. At this time, she also noticed that she had forgotten to open the restriction of her cave again. "Lu Lang." She shouted hurriedly, trying to signal to stop. "It's okay, I don't mind, let's continue." Lu Changsheng held the other's plump waist, understanding, and pushed back vigorously. This was the first time he encountered such a thing, and Lu Changsheng's heart also surged with a different kind of fun. "Yu Fei. You don't care, but I do." But for some reason, knowing that her sister was outside looking at her current appearance, she inexplicably surged with a different kind of excitement in her heart, and she felt that her body, as soft as a silkworm, couldn't help trembling. Yan Lan. Lu Changsheng and Yu Fei had such a conversation, and they didn't transmit their consciousness, so she naturally heard it. Originally, she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to leave quickly and find a stone to hit herself to death. But after hearing Lu Changsheng's words, she was filled with anger. This Lu patriarch is simply shameless and shameless. Knowing that she was outside, he didn't care at all. It seems that he even acted more strongly towards his sister. What is this for, provoking herself? Yan Lan was able to come to this point today, and she was still a bit strong and stubborn in her bones. On weekdays, her sister Yu Fei could persuade her. But at this moment, she was filled with a spirit of not admitting defeat. She wanted to see how long this Lu patriarch could be shameless and compromise. No, her sister had already offered tea to the mistress of the Lu family before, so it was not considered compromise. While she was thinking about it, Lu Changsheng had already changed his position while holding Yu Fei. Originally, thinking that the other party was a virgin, Patriarch Lu chose to move gently and gradually. But in this situation, Patriarch Lu immediately showed his skills. Yu Fei in his arms had already had a red face like clouds, her eyes were blurred, She was about to cry, and she had no strength to speak. Even if she realized that her sister was outside, it was difficult for her to speak, and even a sense of excitement gradually surged into her heart. I want to ask my sister, is she beautiful in this way? Yan Lan outside the cave was already breathing rapidly, and her face was as hot as fire. Although she felt bitter and unbearable at this moment, she also felt angry, thinking that her sister was actually abused like this. Usually, she and her sister would make her feel like a knife in her heart, bitter and unbearable. At this moment, she suddenly saw Lu Changsheng holding her sister and heading outside. She could clearly see her sister, who was usually playful and dignified, with elegant manners, and now her cheeks were like peach blossoms in February, beautiful beyond words. And between her eyebrows, there seemed to be a sense of beauty that had never been seen before. Wu Yufei's eyes were half open and half closed, as if she could see through the cave and see her sister outside looking at her. Suddenly, she felt shy and unbearable, and a different kind of excitement surged out, and she trembled with excitement. Her jade feet in the black boots were tight and curled up tightly. Yan Lan outside clenched her hands, with mixed emotions in her heart. Her sister, who originally belonged to her, was being abused like this. In addition to shame, anger, and bitterness, for some reason, there was also a sense of jealousy and inexplicable emotions in her heart. Who? Her hot body was soft and weak. She gasped for a while and chose to leave here. Today's shock was too great for her. Even though she was a foundation-building cultivator, she had come all the way, overcame many difficulties, and experienced a lot. It was hard for her to watch it anymore. The life song in the cave lasted for an unknown period of time. Lu Changsheng hugged Yufei with a refreshed mind. The other party's snow-white skin was greasy and soft, lying in his arms like a ball of mud. At this time, Yufei was still exhaling fragrance, and it took a long time to recover. Her face was full of shame and anger, her voice was charming and soft, and she said with a faint breath, "How can I see my sister in the future?" Although she felt very ashamed and irritated just now, and intended to stop. But facing the means of Lu Liaozhu, she had no power to fight back. After this conquest and whipping, she even suspected that Lu Liaozhu had the strength to refine his body in addition to breaking through the late stage of foundation building. Because in addition to her third-level foundation building, she also has the first-level top-level body refining strength. But even so, she still acted overwhelmed. I didn't know how to face people when the situation stopped. You can just pretend you didn't know afterwards. Besides, she didn't feel guilty when she peeked at us, so why should we feel guilty? Lu Changsheng put her on the bed, took her into his arms, and said calmly. After in-depth communication, the relationship between the two naturally warmed up a lot. Yufei looked ashamed and annoyed, thinking how could she not feel guilty? I think Fair seemed to like this feeling at that time, right? Lu Changsheng pinched his palm on the smooth and condensed fat and whispered. Ancestor Lu could have seen the leopard through the tube. At that time, he naturally noticed that something was wrong with the other party. He was sure that the two sisters had met on a narrow road and the lilies had bloomed. Lu Lang, stop talking. Yufei said with shame and anger. As the second owner of Yan'an Market, she usually makes many decisions about the market, and she is not a shy person. Otherwise, she would not be able to face Lu Changsheng calmly, or even take the initiative to recommend herself. But today's situation is too exciting. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said nothing more. The two of them hugged each other quietly to rest. After resting for a long time, Yufei buried her head in Lu Changsheng's strong chest, and her mood gradually calmed down, realizing some intriguing meanings. This Lu patriarch, facing such a situation at that time, did such a behavior. Could it be that he wanted to attract her sister's attention? As soon as this thought came out, she immediately felt that it was the case. After all, this Lu patriarch is famous. She and her sister are famous, how could he have no thoughts about her sister? Besides, the relationship between her and her sister would probably make many men feel a desire to conquer, right? Yufei thought about the process at that time, and a variety of exciting emotions surged in her heart, and her legs rubbed gently. But when she thought about her sister's situation, her heart was sad again. Chapter 470 Yanlan, is this inviting a wolf into the house? After Yanlan returned to her cave, her cheeks were still red as clouds, full of shame and anger. She picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp, but her mouth was still dry. Huff, huff. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down and dispel the images lingering in her mind. But the more she did this, the clearer the previous scenes emerged, making her upset, breathing rapidly, and unable to calm down for a long time. Soon, she came to the meditation mat, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes to practice. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the scene of her sister being played with by Lu Changsheng emerged in her mind, and she couldn't calm down at all. At this time, she found that her back had been soaked with sweat without her knowing when, sticky and uncomfortable all over. She immediately went to the bathtub and took a bath. Thinking of the joy lingering between her sister's eyebrows before, she gently stroked it with her bare hands. But the electric shock-like feeling made her whole body shudder, and disgust immediately appeared on her face. After soaking in the water for a long time, she finally suppressed the images in her mind. She put on a plain gauze skirt, walked out of the bath with her plump and powerful legs, took out a bottle of incense from the cabinet, lit it, lay on the bed, and began to close her eyes and fall asleep. But the previous images appeared in her mind again, making her toss and turn. It was unknown how long it had passed before the owner of the tobacco shop fell into deep sleep. But in her sleep, her mind gradually began to churn again. One after another, inexplicable dream images appeared. One moment she dreamed that Lu Changsheng and his sister Yu Fei were hand in hand, close and intimate. Another moment she dreamed that her sister came to chat with her, but in her words, she could not do without Lu Changsheng. Even turning around, she dreamed of today's scene again. Her sister's cheeks were red, her expression was shy, and she looked happy to be played with by Lu Changsheng in every way. At this moment, she suddenly saw that Lu Changsheng in the cave actually walked out of the cave with her sister in his arms, looking straight at her. Master Yan has been watching for so long, but do you want to join in? The handsome young man held his sister in his arms like he was holding a child to pee, and then looked at her with a greedy and anxious look, wanting to do something indecent to her. She subconsciously scolded him. But she found that she couldn't make any sound with her mouth. She couldn't even move at all. Then, a rustling sound was heard, and her clothes were forcibly untied by the other party, revealing her spring scenery. As the pictures rotated, she seemed to have a God's perspective, and saw that she looked like her sister under Lu Changsheng's collision. Her delicate body trembled violently, screamed, and suddenly woke up from the bed. The body wrapped in a gauze dress was already hot as fire, covered with fine beads of sweat. Even the smooth and full forehead, the curvy swan neck, and the flat and tight belly were all oozing with sweat. Am I dreaming? The face of the owner of the tobacco house, which was originally too hard and heroic and lacked femininity, was now extremely red and had a different kind of charm. After a cultivator breaks through the foundation, he rarely dreams. Unless he is in a weak state, or is possessed by a demon, and is restless, he may dream. She knew that she had such a nightmare because of the strong impact of the previous events. This Lu Changsheng has a bad reputation. His behavior yesterday. Maybe he had such an idea in mind. Yan Lan's face was hot, and her pearly teeth bit her lips lightly. Although she had a good first impression of Lu Changsheng when she first met him yesterday. But after seeing the situation between him and her sister, her sense of taste plummeted. Combined with the Lu Changsheng's reputation for women, she felt that Lu Changsheng might be thinking in the dream. If so, Fifi is not letting a wolf into the house. Yan Lan bit her lips tightly, her heart full of worry. If this Lu patriarch really wanted to do something bad to me, I would not be his opponent at all. Besides, my sister fell in love with him at first sight and married him as a concubine, so I couldn't tear my face off with him. She sat cross-legged on the bed with her plump and powerful legs, and grabbed her long black hair with both hands, feeling upset. In the past, she would immediately ask her sister Yu Fei how to deal with it. But now. Moreover, she thought of the dream in which she was bullied by Lu Changsheng, and her sister Yu Fei was indifferent, did not speak out to stop him, and even prepared to help the tyrant. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was chatting with his children stationed in Yan'ai Market, caring about the situation in the market. He didn't know what Yan Lang thought. If he knew, he would be very speechless and scold her for being a low-class woman. Although he, Lu Patriarch, was somewhat interested in the two lesbian sisters, that was all. How could he coerce the other party? Besides, he, Lu Patriarch, advocated respecting women and never violated women's wishes. Further, there are 3 Lu family members stationed in Yunnaifang City. The leader is named Lu Yunfei. He is the son of Lu Changsheng and Bai Fifei, the daughter of the Bai family. He is now at the peak of key training. When this mission is almost over, he will go home to attack the Foundation. Lu Yanfei respectfully recounted the situation of Yunnaifang City and some of his family's subsequent arrangements for the market. Yunnaifang City is a vassal of Qingzhu Mountain, which is naturally not as simple as paying tribute to the income every year. It is also necessary to allow Qingzhu Mountain to open shops, build workshops, and recruit casual cultivators in the market. This will not only increase the income for Qingzhu Mountain, but also increase its popularity. Well, you can arrange these as you see fit. The main energy should be spent on cultivation, not daily trivial matters. Lu Changsheng said after listening for a while, not interested in these. The annual tribute income of Yunnaifang City is at most 10,000 or 20,000 spirit stones. After opening shops and building workshops, the income may increase, but it will be at most 30,000 or 40,000 spirit stones. For the foundation building family, this is indeed a huge sum of money. But for Lu Changsheng, it was better than nothing. Moreover, a large amount of spirit stones would be needed for the initial preparation. The benefits would not be seen until 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years later. Yes, father. Lu Yanfei and the other two said respectfully, knowing that their father never cared about these matters. But for such matters, the other party could not care, but he had to pay attention. He had made preparations after hearing the news that his father had returned from the Qingyun secret realm. After chatting with his son about the general situation of Yunnaifang City, Lu Changsheng continued to return to Yan'an Pavilion. He came here mainly to establish a relationship with Yu Fei. Now that the relationship has been established, the next step is naturally to have a baby. Yan'an Pavilion, in the elegant cave with a curling sandalwood. Creaky, 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 the crisp sound and the sound of the bed kept echoing. Suddenly, this bed made of a second-level spirit model, finely crafted, and with a calming effect, could not bear the weight and collapsed. Yu Fei, who was holding the bed, also whimpered for a long time, and the whole person seemed to be melted. This Lu patriarch was too brave. If she hadn't had the foundation building cultivation and the first-level top-level body refining, she felt that she couldn't withstand Lu Changsheng's attack at all. If it were my sister, I think she would be able to. At this time, she thought of her sister Yanlan. The other party not only had the 6th-level foundation building cultivation. In terms of body refining, she also broke through the 2nd level in her early years, and her physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. But she didn't just want to drag her sister into the water. But when she went to see her sister Yanlan before, she saw that the other party's expression was a little wrong. Even when the two sisters chatted, there was an invisible barrier. The two have depended on each other for many years, so she naturally guessed what was going on. It must be that she was too proactive with this Lu patriarch before, which made her sister feel uncomfortable. Then her sister happened to come outside her cave and saw that she and Lu patriarch were so facing this situation. She had an idea in her heart, calling her sister to marry Lu Changsheng together. This would not only eliminate the gap between the two sisters, but also share the pressure for her. Even in the future, when they enter Qingzhu Mountain, the sisters can be united and support each other. My dear husband, I'm really exhausted. Yu Fei saw that Lu Changsheng was still full of energy, her body trembled suddenly, and her cheeks were charming. I have always heard that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. But facing this Lu patriarch, she felt that she was completely played. It's okay, fair, you have a good rest. Lu Changsheng chuckled, knowing that pregnancy is not something that can be rushed. Now that he has broken through the Jinden stage and condensed the yin-yang Dao Jinden, it has become more and more difficult to get pregnant. Even with a system upgrade, the 5 elements Yanzhuang method, it takes at least half a month of cultivation, or even 1 or 2 months, to have a chance of getting pregnant. After resting for a long time, Yu Fei walked towards her sister's residence. Her legs were still trembling. She touched her slightly bulging belly, wondering if she could get pregnant. She was not opposed to pregnancy. At her age and talent, she had long lost hope of Jinden. In this case, it is natural to have the idea of giving birth to an heir and continuing the bloodline. Even when she chose to marry Lu Changsheng, she had some thoughts in this regard. Because of the reputation of Lu Pinggan and Lu Wongshu, as well as the situation of the Lu family's children, there have long been rumors that Lu Changsheng is likely to be some kind of fertility spirit. Not only is he gifted in dual cultivation, but he also improves the spiritual root talents of his children to a certain extent. Otherwise, Even if the Lu family's ancestral tomb exploded, it would be impossible to have such luck, right? So she was looking forward to it, wondering if she could give birth to a child as talented as Lu Pinggan and Lu Wangshu. It's not that a mother is honored by her son. The traditional concept of the simple cultivation world is the continuation of bloodline and the passing of the torch, and entrusting one's heart of seeking immortality to children, apprentices, and younger generations. Hello, Second Master. Hello, Master. In addition to Yanlan and Yufei, Yan'ai Pavilion also has some orphans and confidants they have cultivated. When she saw Yufei coming, she immediately looked respectful. Yet, a moment later, Yufei found her sister in a pavilion. Today, Yanlan was wearing a smoky blue soft armor and a cape on her shoulders, which made her tall figure even more slender and heroic. Fair. Yanlan looked at her sister, her complex expression as clear as water. Her sister had given her the second-level advanced level breaking pill she had obtained before. But these days, she couldn't concentrate on practicing. Sister. Seeing her sister like this, Yufei naturally knew that she was worried. She immediately walked forward, her exquisite body sat in her arms very naturally, and her beautiful red lips held her sister's rosy and plump lips. Fair. Yanlan's face was slightly shocked and a little at a loss. Before, she saw her sister fall in love with Lu Changsheng, and even these days, the two of them had been confined to the house, and her heart was extremely bitter, and there was a kind of lifelessness. Now seeing that her sister is still the same sister as before, all the emotions and grievances in her heart these days came out at once, and she hugged her sister with both hands, and the two entered a state of ecstasy. After a while, the two of them blushed and exhaled hot breath to each other. Fair, close the door, Yanlan said with a soft moan. In the past, no one would disturb her here. But now, there's an old ancestor Lu in Yan'ai Pavilion. If she and her sister, this old ancestor Lu suddenly appeared and watched from outside, the scene was simply unimaginable. Squeak. The door of the attic closed, the band was opened, and the two people's skirts and soft armor slid to the ground. Then they stuck together tightly, inseparable, and kept tearing and grinding. After a long time, Yanlan entered the valley and suddenly smelled an extremely strange smell on her nose. This was a smell she had never smelled before. Before she could come back to her senses and realize what was going on, a torrent suddenly surged in the depths of the valley. Boom. The next moment, she realized what was going on, and her emotional eyes were suddenly filled with shame and anger, and her rosy face flushed red, delicate and beautiful. Yufei was also a little shy and completely forgot about it. Seeing her sister's appearance, she felt an unprecedented excitement in her heart. After a pause, she embraced her sister and whispered in her ear, "Sister." That day, Lu Changsheng and Yufei walked into the cave. After these days of in-depth communication, the two had already become familiar with each other. But at this time, Lu Changsheng felt a little strange. Because the moment he entered the cave, he noticed that there was someone hiding in the closet. Although the closet had a band that isolated the breath, and the other party also restrained the breath of mana, he still noticed it at the first time. Tai's spiritual sense took a look and saw that it was the owner of Yunnaifang City, Yanlan. What's going on? These two sisters are not only sisters, but also have some special hobbies. Lu Changsheng was puzzled. If Yanlan appeared outside Yufei's cave before, it could be considered a coincidence, but now there is no way to explain it. Although Lu Patriarch didn't mind her watching. But the relationship between the two women made him feel weird. But after hesitating for a moment, Lu Changsheng didn't think about it anymore. Since the Rain Master needs his sister to help him, the Tobacco Master in the closet likes this feeling, and Lu Liaozu is willing to help. Moreover, with the addition of the Tobacco Master in the closet, Lu Changsheng is also a little more interested. Especially seeing Yanlan's face flushed, her breathing rapid, her hands clenched tightly, her heart surging, and her emotions intertwined, Lu Changsheng found it very interesting. After a while, the sound of rain hiding banana leaves made Yanlan in the closet feel like a knife. I don't know if it was a coincidence. This Lu Liaozu and his sister were just facing the closet at an angle. As a result, she could clearly see the tenderness and passion of the two. Looking at her beloved sister in the man's arms, with a face full of shame and pleasure, sometimes painful, sometimes unbearable, and sometimes trembling, she only felt sweet and astringent in her throat. I don't know how long it took, Yufei suddenly moaned, and weakly called, "Sister, to save me." The closet trembled slightly, and the body inside was as hot as fire, and Yan Lan appeared weak and powerless. Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, with a playful look on his face. What's going on? The owner of the tobacco house also wants to join? Although he didn't mind, the other party's expression seemed unwilling. Immediately, Lu Changsheng cast an inquiring look at Yu Fei. Husband. Immediately, Yu Fei explained to Lu Changsheng through voice transmission that when her sister was young, she had witnessed a forced incident. From then on, a shadow and a demon appeared in her heart, and she hated men very much, especially matters between men and women. The two sisters have been dependent on each other for so many years, and the sister can't let go of herself after all. If this goes on, the two sisters will inevitably have a gap and can't be as close as before. So I thought of a way to marry Lu Changsheng together. I just hope that Lu Changsheng will treat his sister more gently. After saying that, Yu Fei blushed. So that's it. Lu Changsheng heard this and his expression suddenly became clear. He didn't say anything, but looked at Yan Lan, waiting for her to make her own choice. After all, he didn't know much about Lily. He only knew that he's being fucked by a man seemed like a man being fucked by a gay man. So he didn't force her, and let her make her own choice. Yan Lan looked at her sister, then at Lu Changsheng, clenched her fists, mustered up some courage, but resisted fear, and then looked at her sister woodenly. Seeing this, Yu Fei sighed slightly and immediately went forward to hug her sister. On weekdays, the two of them had been very familiar with each other, but with Lu Changsheng next to them, Yu Fei was still a little embarrassed. Yan Lan, on the other hand, didn't show much shyness in front of Lu Changsheng, as if she treated Lu Changsheng as heir. Sister, have you thought it through? Yu Fei didn't want her sister to be so careless for the first time and then blame herself. Fair, I've thought it through. Yan Lan nodded after hesitating for a moment. But when facing Lu Changsheng, she was still a little scared. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng had no choice but to use a little bit of the effect of the immortal heavenly fragrance body. With this effect, Yan Lan suddenly became less resistant, but she was still afraid. Yu Fei next to her kept comforting her sister. After a while, Yan Lan, who was always strong and tough, leaned her head against her sister's arms with a face full of grievance and pain, and began to cry. Lu Changsheng was also a little speechless, thinking that this kind of girl was really hard to serve, and there was no experience at all. However, thinking that the other party was also one of his own, and now with the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation building, with the help of the level-breaking pill, he would soon be able to break through the late stage of foundation building. Lu Patriarch still patiently operated the exercises silently and displayed his superb skills. He planned to wait for the other party to adapt and taste the taste, and then let her know how powerful it was. How could playing the piano and polishing the mirror be compared with a real dragon? Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng also felt a little sense of accomplishment. With the efforts of Lu Changsheng and Yu Fei, Yan Lan did not resist as much as she did at the beginning, and gradually got into the better state. However, she still couldn't be as natural as Yu Fei, and had to rest after one round. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this. The other party's situation was completely different from Yu Fei. Not only was she somewhat repulsive to him, but she was also slow to warm up. In this case, he needed to use more heat to heat up. Time flew quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time working in Yan'an Pavilion. After his unremitting efforts, Yu Fei finally got pregnant. Yan Lan was not pregnant yet. But Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry for her to get pregnant. Once a female cultivator got pregnant, her cultivation and combat power would be affected. Now the owner of the Yanfang had to stay in the market. If the sisters were both pregnant, it would be bad to get into trouble. After more than a month of in-depth and easy-to-understand, Yan Lan was not very resistant to Lu Changsheng. It was just that when the three of them were together, she still liked to be intimate with her younger sister, and she was a little coping with Lu Laozu. Lu Changsheng roughly guessed a little about this mentality, and he didn't care too much. As long as there was Yu Fei, it was only a matter of time before he conquered the owner of the Yanfang. This trip was quite long, and now that Yu Fei was pregnant, he did not stay in Yanfang City any longer. After giving a few simple instructions, he returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Chapter 471, Everyone Has Their Own Job. Bai Ling has been pregnant for 1 year and 4 months. After Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he often asked about the family situation. Lu Maoyan said that the second-level caves in the family had been opened up, and there were 5 concubines who could build foundations at any time. However, the Lu family did not have so many foundation-building pills now, so Lu Changsheng had to make the pills himself. Because Li Xingguo could only guarantee the success of one foundation-building pill at present, which was far from being like Lu Changsheng, who could make 3 pills in each furnace, and each pill was fine or even top quality. Okay, I'll arrange this. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. The Lu family does not lack foundation-building pills, but it is just relatively speaking. Now the children in the family are preparing to break through one by one, and the wives and concubines are also preparing to break through, which is a bit difficult even for Qingzhu Mountain. After all, there are too many places to use the Wanling Shenshen liquid, and it is impossible to use it to cultivate Shineling fruit all the time. It can only rely on refining foundation-building pills for others, so as to keep the extra foundation-building pills. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng asked his daughter Lu Wangshu if she had come back. I haven't seen this precious daughter for so long, and I miss her a little. Wangshu and Ling Xiao have taken over the Sima family's shops and spiritual land. They need to stay for a while and probably won't be back so soon. Lu Maoyan gently massaged Lu Changsheng's shoulders and said softly. The Sima family naturally didn't dare to make any moves on the shops and spiritual land. But if the Lu family wanted to run this spiritual land and shop, they had to have someone to stay and guard it. It's not that they were afraid that the Sima family would make trouble. With the current situation in Qingzhu Mountain, these big family forces would not make trouble at will. Most of the time, it was the scattered cultivators and robbery cultivators who made trouble. After all, they were free and unattached, and they were lone wolves. If they did something wrong, they would just disguise themselves and flee to other places. It was almost impossible to find them. The shops and spiritual land compensated by the Sima family were all of high quality. If there was no enough deterrent to stay, once they were run, they would be fat meat in the eyes of these robbery cultivators and evil cultivators. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, feeling both emotional and relieved. Now the Lu family is really on the right track, and all the children are busy. Except for the eldest son Lu Pingyan who went out to play with Qin Yi a few days ago, everyone else had things to do. Lu Qingsun was stationed at Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Qingsong was stationed at Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Ruai was in charge of the Lu family caravan. Lu Xingchen and Lu Kaishun were stationed at Hongai Valley Market. The reason why there were 2 people stationed at Hongai Valley was that both of them were not good at fighting. On the other hand, the Hongai Valley Market was becoming more and more prosperous, with people coming and going every day, and it could not rely solely on Qingzhu Mountain. Moreover, Lu Yuan's Hong is now old. 3 years ago, Lu Chenghua, one of the pillars of the family, took some of the children of Qingzhu Mountain to expand and went to the territory of Qingyun Sect to open up a branch family. In this case, Qingzhu Mountain naturally took over the task of guarding Hongai Valley. After chatting with Lu Maoyan and Ling Xiao, Lu Changsheng came to care about Bailing. The other party has been pregnant for 1 year and 4 months. But there is no sign of giving birth. You know, when Ling Xiao was pregnant with Lu Xiao and Lu Ling, it was only 1 year and 1 month. This made Lu Changsheng more and more looking forward to the child in Bailing's belly. After accompanying his wives and concubines, Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven to visit Nangguang Mili in the Wuxiang treasure wheel. Because he was worried that this woman would do something to him, Lu Changsheng directly placed the Wuxiang treasure wheel in the cave heaven when he went to Yunifang City, and suppressed it through Zumi. Damn man. The first sentence they said when they met was a familiar greeting. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this at all, and even liked to see the other party's hard mouth. Then, when the other party was hard-mouthed but honest body, he used the yin and yang 2 key to warm her golden elixir. As he broke through the elixir formation, the effect of the yin and yang 2 key was greatly improved. For a 4th grade true elixir like Nangguang Mili, it is estimated that it will be promoted to a 3rd grade golden elixir after 100 times. Although 100 times sounds like a lot. But compared with other natural materials and treasures that warm and improve the true elixir, it is already incomparable. It is equivalent to Lu Changsheng only needing to warm the true elixir for 1 person with all his strength, and it will only take about 3 years to upgrade the 4th grade true elixir to the 3rd grade golden elixir. If Lu Changsheng released this news, I'm afraid that countless female cultivators who have reached the Jinden stage would rush to Qingzhu Mountain to recommend themselves. Of course, It would also provoke countless cultivators and forces to want to abduct Lu Changsheng. From this point of view, Tong Gaifang's marrow body is really extraordinary. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of Yun Wanshang's situation. The other party also used his yin and yang qi to warm the golden elixir, but the method was completely different from other women. She transferred the yin and yang qi into her body, and then nurtured the yin and yang qi through her spirit body, constantly growing stronger, and then warmed her own golden elixir. There is no need to keep warming the golden elixir through Lu Changsheng's yin and yang qi. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng felt a little sorry. If this Qin's Henren still needs yin and yang qi, maybe he can try to turn the tables. Damn man, when are you going to let me out? Nangguangmili's jade body is enchanting and hot, revealing a kind of silky and delicateness everywhere, which arouses the desires of others. Especially now that the snow-white skin is covered with fine beads of sweat and glowing with pink luster. When you are obedient, Mili, and give birth to 10 or 8 babies, that will be enough. Lu Changsheng came back to his senses, looked at her charming and seductive appearance, and stretched out his hand to pinch her full breasts, chuckling. You are dreaming. Nangguangmili was a little panicked when she heard this. She had long suspected that Lu Changsheng had such thoughts. Now she heard that he finally revealed his wolfish ambition, and she was a little scared. After all, in her opinion, pregnancy is enough to experience it once. And she was already satisfied with her daughter Yao Iao. What would it be if she gave birth to 10 or 8 more babies? Thinking of this scene, she shuddered. Lu Changsheng was just joking and teasing him. Unexpectedly, Nangguangmili, who always had a tough mouth, would show such a look. He couldn't help but become interested. He embraced her beautiful body and whispered in her ear, "Why, do you feel it's not enough? It's okay. As long as you like it, I'm willing to have more. Go away. You dog." Wu Jinyang Sect Market. In a shop with a plaque reading Little Bamboo House. Junior Sister Qingzhu, don't be so unkind. There will be a banquet next month. As long as Junior Sister is willing to attend with me, I promise that I will never bother Junior Sister again in the future. A handsome young man in brocade robe holding a folding fan, pretending to be elegant, said to the woman in front of him. The woman has a quiet and beautiful appearance, wearing a colorful feather dress, and her temperament is ethereal and extraordinary. The man in brocade robe looked at Lu Qingzhu in front of him, and his eyes were full of heartbeats. Lu Qingzhu in front of him not only has a good appearance and temperament, but her brother Lu Qingshan is also a true disciple of Jinyang Sect and a seed of Dan. If he could form a Taoist couple with the other party, he would not only have the hope of making further progress in the sect, but also greatly improve his family's status. Brother Yi, I have no intention of you. Please respect yourself and don't disturb my shop business. Lu Qingzhu pursed her lips and said. She has been in the sect for so many years, so naturally many people approached and pursued her. Especially her brother Lu Qingshan often went out on missions in recent years. He was afraid that she would be bored alone, so he bought a shop in the Jinyang Sect market to let her kill time. This led to many fellow disciples and even clan cultivators coming to harass her. Junior Sister Qingzhu, your shop business can only make a profit of 1,000 spirit stones a day. As long as you and I. The man in brocade robe laughed and continued. The temper of this fairy Qingzhu is completely different from that of her brother Lu Qingshan. She is famous for her good temper. So when facing Lu Qingzhu, they often use the means of pestering. At this time, on the street, a tall and straight young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes walked into the small bamboo building and shouted carelessly, "Zio Zuer." Huh? However, when he saw the man in brocade robes in the shop, his eyes suddenly condensed and murderous intent was awe-inspiring. When the man in brocade robes saw the young man, his whole body trembled suddenly and he said respectfully, "Hello, Senior Brother Lu." Then he bowed to Lu Qingzhu and said, "Junior Sister Lu, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first." He knew that in the early years, an inner sect disciple harassed Lu Qingzhu, and was chopped to death by Lu Qingshan in the sect. If it weren't for the people from the law enforcement hall, this person might even be killed by Lu Qingshan. However, they dared to approach Lu Qingzhu because they knew that Lu Qingshan was away for a long time. Moreover, this junior sister Lu was famous for her good temper. As long as she didn't go too far, she would not complain to Lu Qingshan. "You bastards, I've warned you many times, and you still dare to harass my sister." Lu Qingshan raised his sword-like eyebrows, his expression was cold, and he strode forward, twisted the other's neck, and lifted him up. Brother Lu, I didn't, I just came to Sister Lu to buy some things. The young man in brocade robe said with a trembling body. Although he was a foundation-building cultivator, facing Lu Qingshan, he didn't even have the courage to fight, let alone fight. Brother. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingzhu hurriedly shouted, fearing that his brother would not be too serious. After all, fighting was forbidden in both the sect and the market. Before, his brother beat someone to a pulp in the sect, resulting in him being confined to the law enforcement hall for half a year, and he redeemed himself by completing the mission. If it weren't for his brother's extraordinary talent, such a thing would never be punished so lightly and simply passed over. Bang! Lu Qingshan snorted coldly, and the sharp sword energy lingered in his palm, and then threw him heavily to the street outside. His face turned pale, and he vomited blood. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Lu Qingshan's eyes were like two sharp swords, making people dare not look directly at them. The other cultivators on the street saw this scene, and they all looked surprised and doubtful. They wondered how someone dared to cause trouble in the market. You know, this is the market under the name of Qingyun Sect. How dare they be so bold? Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. The young man in brocade robe knew that Lu Qingshan in front of him really dared to do such a thing, and wondered how his luck was so bad that he just happened to run into this evil star. He pressed his chest, suppressed the domineering sword energy in his body, said respectfully, and then left with an embarrassed face. Xiao Zuer, you don't need to pay too much attention to this kind of people. The better your temper, the easier it is for them to get more and more. Lu Qingshan habitually rubbed his sister's black hair and said aloud. Brother, I know. Lu Qingzhu lowered his head and said softly. Alice, what do you know? Lu Qingshan looked at his sister like this and smiled helplessly. However, he also knew his sister's personality. As long as it was not too excessive, she would not care about it. And the other party did this because he did not want to cause trouble for him. Brother, you must be tired after this mission, right? Lu Qingzhu pursed her lips and smiled, changed the subject, and poured tea for him. Soon, the brother and sister came to sit next to each other, and Lu Qingshan told his sister about his mission. Although the mission was dangerous, it was naturally easy for Lu Qingshan to say it. Then he took out a bunch of natural materials and treasures from the storage bag. Because Lu Qingzhu had a pet earth spirit rat, he could identify treasures. Lu Qingzhu himself liked to read books and practice pupil skills, so he was also a treasure appraiser. So the store that Lu Qingshan opened for his sister was doing this business. And every time he came back from a mission, the natural materials and treasures he harvested would be consigned to his sister's store, making the Xiao business in the Qingyun Sect market very good. Xiao Zuer, I don't have anything to do next. It just so happens that in half a month, the Qingyun Sect spirit ship will go to Qingyun Fairy City. Let's go home. Lu Qingshan looked at his sister's quiet appearance and said with a smile. He actually felt so about going home. After all, a man who travels all over the world cannot always miss his hometown. If he really wants to go back one day, it must be when he becomes famous, shakes the country of you, and condenses the golden elixir. However, his sister Lu Qingzhu has a different personality from him and is very homesick. Now that he has time, he is naturally willing to accompany his sister home to see. Moreover, he also remembered that his father had told him to go back and recast this Haoshan Xingdao sword when he had time. But in addition to forging the sword, he had another thing to ask his father. As time went by, his cultivation improved, and his swordsmanship continued to improve. The sword seed in his body was almost completely integrated with him. And in this process, he also clearly felt that it brought more and more improvements to himself. This made him curious about where his father got this sword seed. After all, he is not a novice in cultivation in his early years. He clearly realized the preciousness of this sword seed, and it was definitely not something that could be easily picked up as his father said. Well, good. When Lu Qingzhu heard this, his eyebrows curved and he responded happily. He immediately asked his brother what gifts he should prepare. Just show your appreciation. Lu Qingshan said speechlessly. In his family's situation, even if he was rich, he couldn't afford it. Besides, it was not easy for his sister to earn some spiritual stones. After talking for a while, he also asked his sister if she had acquired any treasures in recent days. He, Lu Qingshan, never liked to owe favors to others. He had obtained this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo from Lu Ruyi in his early years, and he had always been thinking about this matter. So he had prepared several treasures over the years. But in his opinion, these treasures were still much worse than this Haoshan Xingdao sort embryo, so he thought about preparing a few more. Bihu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. Changsheng Hall. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, with a green lotus seed hovering in front of him. It's not easy to refine this Xianyun Bao Huang lotus. After a long time, he opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and said with emotion, if it weren't for Xianyun's engine helping him to establish a connection with Xianyun Bao Huang lotus, he would not be able to refine this lotus seed into a second danshan in 3 to 5 years. He did not concentrate on refining, but walked out of the cave, ready to relax, to work hard for the future of the family. As soon as he left the Changsheng Hall, Lu Changsheng saw a peach wood spirit fetus in the shape of a tree stump in the distance flowing with pink rays of light, and 9 peach blossoms like uncut jade seemed to breathe in and out, sweeping with spiritual energy, which was very gorgeous. Lu Changsheng knew that this sign meant that Honglian would soon complete the remodeling of the physical body and break out of the fetus. He looked pleased. When Honglian's physical body was remodeled, he could go to Jin State with peace of mind. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and saw a burst of heaven and earth spiritual energy sweeping in the distant back mountain, forming a loophole vortex, indicating that someone was attacking the foundation. And judging from his appearance, he will soon succeed in breaking through. Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family mansion and asked casually, only to find out that the person who was trying to build a foundation was from the Bai family of Bai Niao Lake. Bai family. Lu Changsheng was a little emotional when he heard this. He had not treated Bai Niao Lake unfairly. Over the years, except for not giving them foundation building pills, they had always helped and cared for them, and they had not lost any of the benefits they should have. The Bai family also used these resources to supply 2 people to break through the foundation, but they both failed to break through. Now that the Bai family finally gave birth to a second foundation building person, Lu Changsheng was happy for them. Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaohun and others beside them were also a little emotional. Once upon a time, the 4 major families of Bihu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain, Bai Niao Lake, and Centipede Ridge formed an alliance. Now, decades have passed, Centipede Ridge has changed its owner, Bai Niao Lake has finally cultivated the second foundation building cultivator, and Qingzhu Mountain also has 3 foundation building cultivators. However, Bihu Mountain has been ranked among the false pill families, with more than 20 foundation building cultivators. Although they were a little emotional on weekdays, they didn't feel too much. But now, when compared with Qingzhu Mountain and Bai Niao Lake, he clearly realized how amazing his family's growth was. No wonder it aroused the fear of many families. Well, Xingchen has a Taoist partner. During dinner, Lu Changsheng was chatting with his wife and concubines. When he heard a word, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, now that the children in Bihu Mountain are getting older, they are gradually starting families. He is also happy to see this situation. Now that he heard that his son Lu Xingchen also has a Taoist partner, he is slightly happy. It seems that they are not Taoist partners yet, but I heard from Keizhen that the 2 of them are almost inclined to this. Xiao's Hinayu briefly described the situation of this girl. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and didn't say much. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. He is happy to see such things, but he will not interfere. However, when he heard that the other party was a casual cultivator and was just met by his son and brought back to the market, he asked his family to investigate his identity information. After all, there are many people watching the current situation of the Lu family, and maybe someone will think of making a breakthrough from the children of the Lu family. Chapter 472 Honglian is born and heads to Jin State. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. As Honglian is about to be born and is preparing to go to Jin State, during these days, Lu Changsheng, in addition to offering sacrifices to the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus, has spent all his time accompanying his wives, concubines and children. With his 3 months of hard work, Xiao's Hinayu finally got pregnant with her 6th child, and Zhao Qingqing got pregnant with her 2nd child. The 2 women had been specially taken care of by him for a long time, but they had never gotten pregnant. Now it can only be said that hard work pays off. In addition to the 2 women, a concubine named Lin Qingyu got pregnant. Not long ago, she took the foundation building pill and successfully broke through the foundation building stage with the help of Lu Changsheng. So Lu Changsheng celebrated for her, and the pregnancy was good, and she got pregnant in a few days. However, this woman has a 4th grade spiritual root. Now that she has broken through the foundation building stage, it would be a pity if she didn't get 1 or 2 more. Master. That day, Lu Changsheng was patrolling the Lu family school with his wives and concubines. Suddenly, Zumi's voice sounded in his mind, indicating that the Peachwood spirit fetus had moved. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately looked delighted, knowing that Honglian was about to be born. He immediately waved his hand, indicating that he would stop here today. In any case, education is the family's major plan, the family's future, and it must not be ignored, otherwise there will be problems. Father, please rest assured. My husband is right. Follow my father's teachings. The wives and concubines next to him, the children of the Lu family, responded one after another. After a few instructions, Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven. I saw that the Peachwood spirit fetus, which was originally flowing with rosy clouds and swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was now radiant with divine light, very gorgeous, and there was a fragrance that made people's pores stretch and feel relaxed. It's really amazing that such a spirit fetus has been born. Lu Changsheng sighed and looked at the Peachwood spirit fetus in front of him quietly. In the Changsheng Hall, Lu Miaoj, who was practicing in seclusion, also felt some movement and walked out of the hall. She had her hair tied up high, wearing a simple yet elegant white dress, and her figure was tall and graceful, very extraordinary. Seeing the amazing vision not far away, the Peachwood spirit fetus that seemed to be flowing with fairy light, he said in some doubt and surprise, Changsheng, is Senior Honglian about to complete the physical body? Well, it looks like it won't take long. Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, holding his wife's wide and smooth slender hands, came to the jade table next to him and sat down, brewing tea with his spiritual spring, chatting while waiting for Honglian to be born. He had already told Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Ling Zixio and other women about Honglian, so the women all knew each other's situation. Thinking that Honglian would be born, he could go out with peace of mind. Lu Changsheng called Ling Zixio, Lu Miaoyan, Chu Hansun and others to get to know Honglian. Honglian was born a little later than Lu Changsheng expected. After waiting for more than half a month, the Peachwood stump with a brilliant glow finally exploded. Hoo-hoo-hoo, countless wood chips fluttered like crystal and gorgeous flower rain. Then, a flawless white girl, whiter and more delicate than white jade, walked out of the gorgeous and dreamy flower rain. She had a graceful figure, her black hair was crystal clear, and it was down to her waist, covering her snow-white back like mutton fat white jade. She had a long neck, shoulders like a knife, arms like soft orchids, waist like a willow, and legs like jade. Her appearance was even more beautiful, and it was difficult to describe it as stunning. The whole person had a beauty that was born from the spirit of heaven and earth, and a calm elegance that had been precipitated over the years, and she was graceful and luxurious. Young master. Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng, her beautiful eyes with a pink sheen, full of joy and excitement. Rebuilding her body was what she had dreamed of after waking up. Now, she finally succeeded in rebuilding her body. And she rebuilt her body with the spirit of heaven and earth. Not only could she return to the peak within a few hundred years, but she could even go further. At this moment, the whole person was extremely happy. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian in front of him, his eyes full of admiration. Previously, through the state of Honglian's soul, he could see that the other party's appearance was exquisite and beautiful, and it could be said to be peerless. Now that she has reshaped her body through the Peachwood spirit fetus, her charm has not diminished at all, and she has even gone a step further, achieving true perfection, with a fairy-like appearance and divine bones, and a charming jade charm, like a person walking out of a painting. Congratulations to Senior Honglian for reshaping her body. Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio looked at Honglian in front of them and congratulated immediately. Even though they knew that the Senior Honglian in front of them would definitely become their sisters in the future. But the other party is a Yuan Yingxianjin after all. Even if she is no longer at the peak now, she is still a Jindan's Henren, so they have respect for her. Congratulations to Senior Honglian for reshaping her body. Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaohan, Chu Hansun, Bai Ling, Binger and other women also congratulated. Fellow Daoists are so polite. You can just call me Honglian. Honglian knew that the women in front of her were all important wives of Lu Changsheng who participated in the Great Dao. In the future, she would most likely become sisters with him, so she would not be arrogant and said with a smile, Honglian, aren't you cold? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian and the women and asked, "Ah." Honglian was a little confused when she heard this and didn't understand what it meant. But the next moment, she reacted. She had just rebuilt her body and was not like the previous residual soul state. Now she was naked. Thinking of exposing her body in front of Lu Changsheng and so many people, even though she was once a Yuanying's, she was very shy at this time. Especially when Lu Changsheng looked at her body with admiration without any concealment, she was even more ashamed and wished she could find a place to hide. Lu Miaoj immediately took out a robe and handed it to Honglian. Honglian raised her hand lightly, and the crystal sawdust from the peach wood spirit fetus exploded before was directly condensed into a gorgeous red palace dress. Although she used this peach wood spirit fetus to shape her body, the remaining materials are still precious and rare. Especially on the tree stump, the 9 crystal petals like uncut jade can be sacrificed and refined into a life-saving magic weapon. 9 peach petals slowly fell on her black hair, bright and gorgeous, adding a few different kinds of beauty to her. Thank you, Taoist Miaoj, I am a spirit fetus body. These spirit fetus leftovers are in harmony with me. Wearing them for a long time will be beneficial to my practice. Honglian is also a person who has seen big scenes. She was just a little shy for a moment, then she returned to normal, and her voice was light and pleasant. Honglian, how strong are you now? Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian in front of him and asked curiously. Although Honglian had just been born and was only at the 3rd level. But as a spirit fetus body, its foundation is strong and will definitely not be weaker than the 1st grade golden elixir. Sir, my current cultivation and magic power are comparable to that of a 1st grade golden elixir. It's just that my spirit fetus has just been formed, and I haven't practiced the exercises yet. I can't use any of my previous magical powers, and I haven't sacrificed any magic weapons, so my combat power can only be considered as an ordinary early stage of Jinden. Honglian said. Originally, she could have continued to nurture the spirit fetus, and even practiced with the help of the spirit fetus to practice the exercises. But she knew that Lu Changsheng had many things to give her, so she spent all her time and energy on reshaping her body. Now that her body has just been reshaped, it has broken out of the fetus, which is equivalent to a blank Jinden. If she fights with others, she can only rely on magic power to suppress them. Ordinary Jinden. Lu Changsheng nodded. He knew that this ordinary Jinden did not refer to the kind of low-grade Jinden straw bag, but a middle-grade Jinden. But if you use some means, you can deal with some middle-stage Jinden. Honglian added. Although she is in a situation now, many of her magic skills cannot be used. But at the peak stage, she is still a Yuanying's engine, and she still has some trump cards and secrets in her hands. If she really wanted to fight, she would have a chance to seriously injure not only the middle stage of Jinden, but also the late stage of Jinden. But she felt that there was no need to show off and say too much about this matter. Okay, I'm going to go on a long journey, and I need you to stay at home. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about his fighting power and said it out loud. He has been at home with his wife, concubines and children these days, waiting for Honglian to be born, and then go to Jin State. Now that Honglian is born, he naturally doesn't plan to delay any longer. Please rest assured, Honglian will definitely take care of the situation at home. Honglian's voice was soft and pleasant, like a faint breeze. After speaking, she looked at Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio and other women and said, I will need a few Taoist friends to give me more advice at that time. You are too polite, Taoist friend Honglian. Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio and others said hurriedly. Although Honglian has no heirs and is on par with them, they are still a little restrained when facing Honglian. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything about this. After getting along for a long time in the future, it will be fine. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng gave a general description of the situation. Honglian's main job was to take over his usual tasks. Refining pills, refining equipment, and passing on skills. Refining pills, of course, means some rare pills such as foundation building pills and rank-breaking pills, which need to be refined by Honglian. The other party is a 3rd-level upper-grade alchemist, whose level is 1 level higher than Lu Changsheng. It is naturally no problem for him to refine the pills currently needed by Qingzhu Mountain. As for refining equipment, it depends on the situation to cast a few magic tools for the family. At present, the main thing is the gas refining tower that Lu Changsheng envisioned to be cast through the burning heart flame. Lu Changsheng was very interested in this gas refining tower at the time, but he was too busy, so he has not started construction until now, and plans to let Honglian cast it. With Honglian as a third-level equipment refiner and a third-level formation master, it is even more suitable for casting this gas refining tower than Lu Changsheng. Moreover, his trip to Jin State is estimated to be only about a year. If it doesn't work out, the two can still work together to cast it after returning. As for the final transmission of skills, it was also something that Lu Changsheng wanted to hand over to Honglian from the beginning. After that, Lu Changsheng extracted the heart-burning flame from the system space and floated directly in Zumi Cave Heaven. Then he wiped his mark on the Dongsun treasure mirror and handed it to the other party. Honglian looked at the invisible and colorless heart-burning flame, and after taking the Dongsun treasure mirror, she said seriously, "Please rest assured, young master." Lu Changsheng's behavior made her feel a sense of trust. By the way, there is also this magic weapon. You can also recast it when you have time. Lu Changsheng took out another magic weapon, which was the life magic weapon of Master Beifeng. He killed Master Beifeng and obtained 3 magic weapons. The set of magic weapons composed of 9 small arrows is now useful to him. He didn't like the other party's flying magic weapon before, so he gave it to his daughter Lu Wangshu to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. As for this white gold hill, he originally wanted to recast it himself and use it as a means of body cultivation. But as I said, working day and night, with so many things to do, he really has no time and energy to refine the weapon. Even now, he occasionally draws some talismans. Ling Zixiao looked at the watermelon-sized platinum mountain, which exuded a thick and heavy aura. He couldn't help but take a closer look and said, "Why is this magic weapon a bit similar to the life magic weapon of the Beifeng Immortal?" Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ling Zixiao to recognize this magic weapon at a glance. It seems that the reputation of this Beifeng Immortal is really not small. But it also shows that Ling Zixiao has been paying attention to the situation in the world of immortal cultivation. He smiled and said, "Well, it is the life magic weapon of the Beifeng Immortal." Ah! Ling Zixiao was stunned and looked at Lu Changsheng in a daze. The women beside him, Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaoyan, also looked at their husbands in surprise. Even if they had never been far away, they had heard of the name of Beifeng Immortal. He once challenged Qingyun Immortal, and later entered Qingyun Immortal City and served as the city lord. But the most shocking thing was that not long after he became the city lord, this Beifeng Immortal was beaten and killed for no reason, and the circumstances were unclear. But now, the life magic weapon of this Beifeng Zhenren appeared in the hands of her husband. Could it be that this is too amazing? Although her husband happened to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range when Beifeng Zhenren fell, it is not such a coincidence. Moreover, this Beifeng Zhenren is a veteran Jindan, and his strength is self-evident to be able to enter Qinglun Fairy City. At that time, her husband had just broken through the Jindan, and he didn't even have a magic weapon. Even if he condensed the immortal golden elixir, it would be impossible to kill this Beifeng Zhenren. This is a coincidence, Sister Miaoj, Huanhuan, Zixiao. Do you remember the treasure map of the group of robbers in Hongai Valley? Lu Changsheng smiled and spoke out, briefly telling the story of Beifeng Zhenren. Since he talked about this kind of thing, he had nothing to hide. Moreover, he was going to Jin State soon, and his wife was always a little worried about his strength. And if he just said that he didn't have it, this matter would also allow his wife to have a clear comparison and cognition of his strength, and she didn't need to worry too much. I didn't expect that this Beifeng Zhenren was killed by her husband. After hearing this, Ling Zixiao and the other girls all looked dazed, surprised, and a little bit unbelievable. Even Ling Zixiao, who usually trusted Lu Changsheng's strength the most, was surprised at this moment. After all, she recognized the magic weapon of Beifeng Zhenren, and she also read the life experience of Beifeng Zhenren and knew how powerful he was. Although he was born as a casual cultivator, his rise experience can be called a legend of a generation. It was just that he met Qinglun Zhenren and was forced to leave Jianghu, resulting in a lack of reputation for nearly 100 years. But he finally returned and took over Qinglun Xiansheng, which was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. But such a person was killed by her own husband, which was simply horrifying. Honglian next to him looked calm and thought it was very normal. Although Lu Changsheng had just broken through the Jindan not long ago, he had no magical powers and his own magic weapon. But not having a life magic weapon does not mean that there are no other magic weapons. Apart from anything else, the Dongsun treasure mirror that was just given to him was obviously a top-level magic weapon. Under such circumstances, if you say that Lu Changsheng has no magic weapon, she will not believe it even if you kill her. There is also the burning heart flame, which is a spiritual fire of heaven and earth that can arouse the passions of others, and there are 7 emotions and 6 desires. It can also be called extremely precious. But Lu Changsheng used it to cultivate the children of the Lu family at home. In such a situation, how can he be a person without means? Question mark. Even in her opinion, the reason why Lu Changsheng trusts her so much is actually a kind of self-confidence. Absolute self-confidence in himself. Husband, I heard that Qingyun Fairy City has no city lord yet. Can't you go and take over? When Lu Miaohun heard this, her beautiful eyes sparkled and she said with interest. Qingyun Fairy City is a fairy city that they have heard of since childhood. Now, without knowing it, her husband has surpassed a lord of this fairy city. If she can take this fairy city for herself, she is excited just thinking about it. Qingyun Immortal City is now controlled by Zhang and Yu countries, and the 2 countries have arranged for the city lord to take over. How to take over this kind of thing, Huanhuan, you can't talk about it in other places. Seeing her sister like this, Lu Miaoj spoke softly. Although she spent most of her time practicing, she also paid attention to the situation in the world of immortal cultivation. Knowing that the matter of Beifeng's Henren caused a big stir, it was just covered by the matter of Xianyun's secret realm. If the news spreads, it will probably cause big trouble. I know, I'm just talking casually. Lu Miaohun curled her lips and said. Haha, before, Beifeng's Henren belonged to the Yu Kingdom Immortal Sect and was pushed to the stage, which is completely different from the early Qingyun's Henren. So this Qingyun Immortal City has actually been controlled by Zhang and Yu countries. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, knowing his wife's temperament, and telling some secrets out loud. After explaining the matter of Honglian, Lu Changsheng explained to Zumi again, and usually pay a little attention to the situation of Honglian. Tell Lu Miaoj if there is any situation, and listen to Lu Miaoj's arrangements when he is not there. Then he gave the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet to Ling Zixio. With the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet, Ling Zixio and Lu Miaoj could take it with them when they went out to do something, so as to avoid any accidents. On the other hand, since he had just left the Xianyun's secret realm, someone might visit him and he would need to show up occasionally. In this case, he could let the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet transform in disguise. Maybe a Jinden's Henren could see the traces of transformation. But the foundation building cultivators he dealt with on weekdays would never be able to see through the illusion and disguise of the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet. Moreover, with his current strength, it would not really matter whether he had the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet or not. It would be better to keep it at home, where the effect would be greater. After explaining and arranging the affairs at home, Lu Changsheng stayed at home with his wife for a few days, and then left Qingzhu Mountain silently. He had originally planned to wait for Bai Ling to give birth to the child. But it had been a year and a half, and there was no sign of giving birth, so Lu Changsheng really couldn't wait any longer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. It is said that a filial son is born under the stick. After leaving Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng did not go directly to Jin State, but first came to Qingyun Sect to say goodbye to Xiao Xiao. He must tell her about his trip to Jin State. Xiao, you can go to Qingzhu Mountain later and discuss the supreme forgetting love art with Honglian, maybe you can get some inspiration. If you are not in a hurry, you can also wait for me to come back, but it will probably take me 1 or 2 years to come back this time. Lu Changsheng looked at the Moon Palace Ferry in front of him and said softly. The journey from Qingzhu Mountain to Jin State is long, and even if the giant and cultivators rush at full speed, it will take 3 or 4 months. However, there are large areas of poor and dead spiritual lands on the border between the 2 countries, which makes it difficult for cultivators to rest and get replenished on the way. In addition, many robber cultivators, evil cultivators, and wanted criminals will hide in such places and rob people on the road. Therefore, when giant and cultivators cross the border, they will not rush at full speed. They will slow down and travel by spiritual boats, mounts, etc., so as not to consume too much mana and encounter danger. In this case, it will take at least more than a year to go back and forth between the two countries. Okay, Changsheng, be careful on the road. Xiao Ziyu had long known that Lu Changsheng was going to Jin State. Previously, she had retrieved a lot of intelligence information about Jin State for Lu Changsheng through Qingyun Sect. After saying goodbye to Xiao Ziyu and spending a few days with her, Lu Changsheng fled towards Qingzhu Mountain again. It has been so long since he came back from Xianyun's secret realm, but he has not been to Qingzhu Mountain or Qingzhu Mountain. Now that he is going on a long journey again, it is natural for him to come and see and care about the children at home. When Lu Changsheng came to Qingzhu Mountain, he saw that his son Lu Xianzi had aged a lot, and asked him again if he wanted to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. But Lu Xianzi still declined, smiling and saying that he was very satisfied now and was happy with the status quo. Lu Changsheng nodded and said nothing more. After leaving Qingzhu Mountain, he came to Qingzhu Mountain, briefly cared about the situation here, and then fled towards Yan'ifang City. Lu Changsheng, if you want, come to me. Fair is pregnant. What if she hurts the baby? Yan Lan saw Lu Changsheng coming and carried her sister into the cave, and immediately said nervously, "Don't worry, I have experience." Lu Changsheng glanced at her and said lightly. Then he whispered to Yu Fei, "Fair, there's an old saying that a filial son is born under the stick." Yu Fei. Yan Lan. Because of her concern for the child, Yu Fei was very restrained. Yan Lan was worried that Lu Changsheng would hurt the baby in her sister's belly, so she took the initiative and let Lu Changsheng do what he wanted, even swaying her body and actively catering to him. A few days later, Lu Changsheng left Yan'ifang City and found the Lu family caravan led by Lu Ruai. Be careful, be alert. The caravan raised several cowardly rats. This kind of monster is, as its name, very timid, and very sensitive to murderous, evil, demonic and other auras. As long as they feel the spiritual pressure, they will tremble, so many caravans use it to guard against danger. At this time, Lu Changsheng did not completely conceal his breath, so as soon as he appeared, the caravan was fully alert. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at the situation in front of him and nodded slightly. Master of the mountain. Father. Grandpa. Immediately, the monks of Qingzhu Mountain and the children of the Lu family recognized Lu Changsheng and shouted loudly, bowed respectfully, and even knelt down. Dad. In a pack animal carriage, Lu Ruai heard the movement and immediately shouted with surprise. She was tall and wore a golden soft armor. The originally slightly heroic face might be responsible for the affairs of the family chamber of commerce, but now it has a more majestic look. No need to be polite. Lu Changsheng said to everyone. Then he stepped forward and patted his daughter's head, praising, "Ruai, you have worked hard these days." Regarding the caravan, he heard from his family and knew that they had encountered many dangers. Lu Ruai was injured several times during the process, and the situation was stabilized only when Lu Wangshu brought the family puppets to take charge. These are what a daughter should do, it's nothing. Lu Ruai shook her head and said, not taking credit. As for the family chamber of commerce, the biggest obstacle had already been solved by her eldest brother and aunt. And when she encountered danger on the way, her family also fully supported her and invested a lot of supplies. In this case, she felt that she had only done what she could. You can still take credit when you should. Lu Changsheng smiled and asked briefly about the current situation of the caravan and the Chamber of Commerce. Then he cared about the situation of other Lu family members. When he saw Lu Xianzi's son Lu Zuanyu, Lu Changsheng asked him to finish this trip and go back early. This grandson has a good talent in puppets, much higher than Lu Xianzi, and is currently a top-level puppeteer of the first rank. Originally, a technical talent like him, a core figure in the puppet workshop, should not go out on weekdays. But the Lu family puppet workshop has trained a puppet guard team, so he was sent here by Lu Xianzi. Now that the family has a new 4th-level puppet inheritance, Lu Changsheng thinks that if he goes back and studies it carefully, he may be able to learn by analogy and be promoted to a 2nd-level puppet master. Yes, Grandpa. Lu Zuanai replied respectfully. After staying in the Lu family caravan for 2 days and getting a general understanding of the caravan, Lu Changsheng gave his daughter 10 3rd-level low-grade talismans to keep with her, and then left. Then he found his daughter Lu Wangshu in Hemming Mountain through the blood attraction talisman. He saw his daughter Lu Wangshu sparring with her son Lu Lingxiao. Lu Lingxiao had a black flame full of ruined and destructive aura in one hand, and a red feather fan in the other. When he raised his hands and feet, he set off a rolling fire, and his arrogance was terrifying, making the air hot and distorted. Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, tall and elegant, with dense and mysterious runes all over her body, suppressing the fire from all directions. Then, through the void drawing talismans, one after another bombarded Lu Lingxiao, causing the opponent to be constantly consumed and forced to defend. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng shook his head gently. If there was no Zhunyun Pearl, his daughter would not use the third-level talismans and second-level top-level talismans that he gave her. To be honest, she might not be a match for his son Lu Lingxiao. Although this son's Longian body is incomplete. But his talent, understanding, and character are all first class. With the guidance of famous teachers such as Honglian, his cultivation method fits Longian's body. Moreover, in the key refining stage, with his help, he refined the second-level spiritual fire such as the destruction flame, and his attack was even more domineering. Even if he met him in the middle stage of the foundation building, he would not dare to confront him head-on, and he had to be careful of the flames. But he met Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu, who had the Zhunyun Pearl, not only had a higher cultivation level than Lu Lingxiao, but also had inexhaustible mana. In this case, it can be said that he was a natural enemy of Lu Lingxiao. After all, Lu Lingxiao lacked defensive means and mainly relied on attacking. If he failed to break Lu Wangshu's talisman formation in the first place, he would gradually become passive and fall into a stalemate. Once he became passive, not to mention Lu Lingxiao who was just in the early stage of foundation building, even if he was in the late stage of foundation building, he would not be able to outlast Lu Wangshu. However, although he knew it, Lu Changsheng still did not intervene, and silently watched the two children fight. After a long time, Lu Lingxiao's magic power gradually became a little weak. Lu Wangshu stopped and said with a smile, "Lingxiao, you still need to practice more." Lu Lingxiao did not speak, but threw a storage bag to Lu Wangshu. "Next time you want to challenge me, you have to start with 5,000 spirit stones." Lu Wangshu was not polite, took the storage bag, weighed it gently with her jade hand, and said with a smile, "Huh?" Lu Lingxiao did not say anything, but just snorted coldly. Although he was very unhappy, he was always willing to accept defeat and reviewed the previous game in his mind. Good guy. Lu Changsheng was speechless watching this scene. He has always known about the situation of his son and daughter, and they often fight each other. But he didn't expect that there would be a fee. 5,000 spirit stones for each challenge. Although 5,000 spirit stones are not a lot for one time of asking Lu Wangshu to fight. But his son finally earned some spirit stones, wouldn't it all fall into the hands of his daughter Lu Wangshu? If Ling Xiao knew about it, he would be so angry that he would be speechless again. Some time ago, Ling Xiao said that Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao are now sensible, and the relationship between the siblings has improved a lot. "Wangshu, why are you bullying your brother again?" Lu Changsheng appeared from the void and said. "Ah." Lu Wangshu, who was smiling, suddenly froze and said in surprise, "Dad, why are you here?" But in an instant, she smiled brightly, and with a happy face, she took her old father's arm and said, "Oh, Dad, I miss you so much. How can I bully my brother? Lingxiao and I are just learning from each other and making progress together." She has a bright face and a sweet voice. She is completely different from the fairy Wangshu in the eyes of others. "Dad, we are just learning normally." Lu Lingxiao also said so. Seeing his son like this, Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself that he didn't know who this son's personality was like, he was just a stubborn person. But since both sides were willing to fight, he didn't bother to say anything and said with a smile, "Father has not seen you for so long, I miss you a little, so I came to see you." "Humph, I heard that you came back from Qingyun's secret realm 5 months ago, and I guess you must have returned home a long time ago, but you didn't announce it to the public, so you came to see us now." Lu Wangshu snorted and pouted. "You are the host?" Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's black hair lovingly and said, "Isn't there something to do?" Lu Wangshu didn't care too much, and said curiously, "Dad, how did you get in? Ling Xiao and I didn't notice you just now. How did you do it?" Although the situation of Qingzhu Mountain is a bit simple now, it is also protected by a second-level formation. But her father actually entered the spiritual land silently and made her completely unaware, which is very surprising. Isn't it normal for your father to have some tricks? Lu Changsheng knew what his daughter was thinking, and said with a smile. You are worthy of being called daddy. You are so powerful that your daughter can't even compare to you. Lu Wangshu nodded vigorously and said with admiration. He. Lu Changsheng smiled but said nothing. But daddy, my brother and I have been away for a long time. If we can have this method, it will not only be much easier to cover our whereabouts, but also give us more methods when we encounter danger. She continued, looking pitiful. Let's talk about it later. Your father also used a treasure, and you can't use it now. Lu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Immediately, he and his children came to Hilltop and asked about the two's recent situation. The two had encountered some attacks during their time away, but they were all safe. Unless the fake Dan monk ambushed and killed, the foundation building monk was no match for the two. Even if Lu Wangshu fought desperately and relied on the third-level talisman, the fake Dan monk would be defeated. But Lu Wangshu couldn't do that. After all, for a genius, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own is obviously not worth it. If you really encounter a fake Dan monk, run away quickly and go home to shake the man. Wangshu, how many third-level talismans do you have left? Lu Changsheng asked with concern. For ordinary foundation-building cultivators, they can only use one third-level talisman at a time. If they have more, they can't control it at all. But his daughter Lu Wangshu has a blood talisman spirit body and practices the 9-9 mysterious talisman sutra, so she can use 2 or even 3 talismans at a time. So he is willing to give his daughter more to rely on. Not many. If you have more, you can give me some. If not, you can keep them for self-defense. Lu Wangshu said very considerately. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he immediately knew that his daughter didn't use many talismans at all. But he knew that his daughter was a hamster and liked to hoard everything, so he gave his son and daughter 10 each. Don't think about the talismans in Ling Xiao's hand when the time comes. After Lu Changsheng gave them, he looked at his daughter and said, Dad, I am such a person. Lu Wangshu was a little unconvinced. Ling Xiao, when you are done with your work here, go home. Your master has already awakened. He will forge a magic weapon embryo for you. Lu Changsheng ignored his daughter and said to his son Lu Lingxiao. Although his son has consumed many natural treasures, he has not obtained any truly rare things. So he talked to Hong Lian about his son's situation a few days ago. After seeing the family's golden fire vine tree and fire mulberry tree, Hong Lian said that there is a kind of inheritance in the Suzaku Palace, which is to raise fire through spiritual wood. The golden fire vine tree is very suitable for Lu Lingxiao's spiritual body and practice. It can be refined into a magic weapon embryo and given to Lu Lingxiao. Not only is it powerful, but it can also be placed by your side to warm up the physical body and mana at all times and enhance your practice. Although the third-level spiritual plants are rare, it is not bad for Lu Changsheng now. If you really want a third-level spiritual plant, you can go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to find it. So after hearing this, he directly gave the golden fire vine tree to Hong Lian and asked her to refine it into a magic weapon embryo later and give it to his son Lu Lingxiao. Master has awakened. Lu Lingxiao was a little surprised to hear this. He had heard from his mother that his master was reshaping his body, so he was in a semi-sleeping state most of the time. Okay, Dad, I'll go back after I'm done. He glanced at Lu Wangshu next to him and nodded. Dad, what about me? What about me? Lu Wangshu next to him heard it and immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at his father. Father has something to go out for, and I'll prepare a surprise for you when I come back, okay? Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's head and said dotingly. Going out again? Didn't you just come back, Dad? Lu Wangshu pouted his red lips. There's always something to do. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. After staying in Hemming Mountain for a few days, Lu Changsheng finally set out on the road to Jin State. 9 Heavens Gangfang Lair. Lu Changsheng's key high danshan vibrated, and the Wuxian Baolin appeared in his hand and slowly circled. Suddenly, Nanguang Mi Li, with a delicate and charming appearance and a graceful and enchanting figure, appeared. Lu Changshen, you dog man, what do you want to do again? Nanguang Mi Li just appeared. The first thing she did was to glare at Lu Changsheng and scold him coldly. She was suppressed in the Wuxiang realm for a long time, which made her mood much more irritable now. Huh? But after scolding, she immediately noticed that the place she was in was wrong, as if she was in the 9 Heavens Gale Lair. She frowned and said, Lu Changshen, Where are you going? You are disrespectful, calling me husband. Lu Changsheng glanced at her, patted the plump and round attractive millstone, and said aloud. There was no way, after these days of getting along, he couldn't let go of this millstone. Lu Changsheng, you actually humiliated me like this, I will fight you. Nangguang Milli's face was ashamed and angry, and he immediately bared his teeth and claws. Nangguang Milli, are you asking for it? I'm going to Jin State now, so I don't have time to play house with you anymore. Lu Changsheng's strong and powerful arms immediately held her in his arms, making it difficult for her to move. Jin State, what are you going to Jin State for? Nangguang Milli's beautiful and charming face was full of humiliation and shame at this time. But when she heard that Lu Changsheng was going to Jin State, she was stunned and a little surprised. Of course I'm going to see my daughter. Lu Changsheng said. You want to see Yao Iao? When Nangguang Milli heard this, she immediately looked alert and said, Lu Changsheng, I warn you, Yao Iao is my daughter. If you dare to have any ideas about her, I will fight you. As if she knew that her words lacked deterrence, her voice became a little colder, and she continued to add, Nangguang Milli, always keep my word. Chapter 474 Earth Spiritual Root, Golden Winged Sky Peng. Nangguang Milli, are you sick? Lu Changsheng was speechless when he saw this woman with a cold face again. Why does she act like she will harm her own daughter all day long? Humph. Nangguang Milli's face was full of frost, and her phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent. She naturally knew that Lu Changsheng would not harm her daughter. But after spending more than half a year together, she knew that Lu Changsheng seemed gentle, but he was actually domineering in his bones. He was also very chauvinistic and had prejudices against the magic path. This trip to Jin State was definitely not as simple as seeing her daughter. She must be thinking of bringing her daughter Nangguang Yao back to Qingzhu Mountain. How could she be willing to do this? Damn it. When Lu Changsheng saw Nangguang Milli like this, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Lu Changsheng, you. Nangguang Milli saw Lu Changsheng's behavior, her seductive and charming face, as beautiful as the flowers in February, was suddenly filled with shame, anger and humiliation. This dogman is simply rude and unreasonable. He attacked me as soon as he disagreed with me. But for some reason, Nangguang Milli didn't have much rejection now. Jin State. These days, a piece of news about the Yinming Ghost Sect and the Ghost Demon Master has been making a lot of noise. The reason is that 10 years ago, a casual cultivator named Chu Changsheng killed the son of the Ghost Demon Master and was wanted by the Ghost Demon Master. Originally, only a few people paid attention to this matter. But a few months ago, another piece of news about Chu Changsheng came out. Ghost Demon Master's disciple Teng Li led 13 foundation building cultivators to hunt down this child. Not only did they return in defeat, but Teng Li, who had the 9th level of foundation building cultivation, also died directly at the hands of this Chu Changsheng. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a shock and attracted the attention of countless people. I want to know who this Chu Changsheng is. He is in the middle stage of foundation building and has such strength and means. Faced with this matter, the Ghost Demon Master was also extremely angry. He directly said that whoever can provide information about this child will be given a giant and spiritual object. If you can capture this boy, you will be granted a blood demon condensing pill. The blood demon condensing pill is a unique pill of the Yinming Ghost Sect. It is very rare. After taking it, it can help the foundation building cultivators to stimulate their potential and impact the formation of the pill. Although the impact of the formation of the pill will consume the potential of life, and at most condense a low-grade inferior pill, it can increase the probability of forming the pill by 50%. So for a while, countless family forces and late-stage foundation building cultivators tracked down Chu Changsheng's whereabouts. Not only did they want to arrest him in exchange for the blood demon condensing pill, they also wanted to obtain the opportunity inheritance on him. After all, a casual cultivator without a sect or school, but with such an opportunity inheritance, is an irresistible temptation for any force. At this moment, dozens of miles away from the fairy spider market, an 18 or 19-year-old, delicate-looking, dreamy purple-clothed woman is chasing a man in a black cloak. Buzz, the purple-clothed woman's white and slender jade hands clapped forward, like a butterfly spreading its wings, or like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue. The beautiful dream was filled with endless murderous intent. At the same time, a purple jade spider was hovering above his head, causing colorful silk threads to appear in all directions, binding the black-robed man. Boom! The black-robed young man's hair was dancing wildly, and colorful fish were lingering on his damaged black cloak, and then they all shot out, as if to devour the world and break the silk threads. The two forces competed with each other, but he was obviously no match for the purple-clothed woman. Hiss! At this moment, a straight golden light appeared, suddenly breaking a corner of the spider web, and the young man suddenly shot away like a rock and continued to escape. This person was able to kill Teng Li, so he really has some tricks, but judging from his appearance, he should have some tricks that he hasn't used yet. Seeing this scene, the purple-clothed woman paused and chose to stop, not continuing to chase. Just as she turned back to the market, a purple-dressed girl with a purple veil and stunning beauty came over and asked the purple-dressed woman with concern, "Sister Xiaochen, how is it?" "Yao, this Chu Changsheng is indeed extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, he should have consumed many natural treasures and practiced some kind of poisonous body refining technique, which makes him immune to all poisons. When you meet her in the future, never fight her alone," Meng Xiaochen said softly, wiping her beautiful black hair. She had just fought with him through poison, thinking that the poison would enter his body and he would be unable to escape. But after so long, the other party was only slightly poisoned, which showed that he had an extraordinary physique and was immune to all poisons. And considering that the other party was able to kill Teng Li, it meant that there was still a backup plan, so she did not continue to pursue him. "Sister Xiaochen, I know." Nangguang Yao nodded seriously. She had a simple fight with him in the market before. If it weren't for the protective treasure given by her mother, she would have been seriously injured by the six-winged golden silkworm. This boy's skills are extraordinary, and he has subdued a strange insect like the six-winged golden silkworm. He is definitely not an ordinary person, and he may even be the descendant of an old monster. Meng Xiaochen continued. This situation is not uncommon. Some old monsters like to throw their disciples out to train, and rise up on the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Some old monsters even train multiple descendants, let them compete, and finally choose only one. "Sister Xiaochen, is there no news from mother yet?" After a while, Nangguang Yao suddenly raised her head and said with a depressed mood. Meng Xiaochen was slightly startled, her beautiful eyes glowing with purple crystal luster, hugging the purple-dressed girl in front of her, and said softly, "Master may have been injured in the Qingyun secret realm and needs to recuperate, so he was delayed. Master's soul lamp has no accidents, which means that the situation is fine. Yao, don't worry." She knew that the other party had been depressed these days because of the master's matter. Otherwise, when he saw the six-winged golden silkworm appear this time, he would definitely not want to give up so easily and would want to continue chasing. 2 months later, Lu Changsheng and Nangguang Mili fell from the Nine Heavens gale layer. A desert came into view. Ahead was the border between Zheng and Jin. It can be seen that there was almost no spiritual power here, and the ground veins were in chaos. Looking deeper, there was a layer of misty wind and sand sweeping, affecting the flying speed and spiritual senses of the cultivators. Lu Changsheng found a place to stay, ready to restore his mana state and cross the border again. Although he was almost impossible to encounter danger in his combat power, it was better to be careful than to be afraid of one. Just as he released the spirit eye spring and sat cross-legged in meditation, a sudden throbbing of spiritual roots surged into his heart. Then, the whole person was surging with an indescribable mysterious feeling. Spiritual roots. His spiritual roots have been promoted. Finally promoted from the first-grade spiritual roots to the earth spiritual roots. This child should have the second-grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng was delighted and quietly experienced this mysterious throbbing. The children he gave birth to now basically have spiritual roots. But the spiritual roots are mostly of middle grade. That is why his spiritual roots have always been at the critical point of first-grade spiritual roots, and he has never been able to break through the barrier of earth spiritual roots. Now, with the birth of this child, his spiritual roots have also undergone qualitative changes by relying on quantity. It should not be the child in Linger's belly, but the child in Menger's belly. There are not many concubines in the family who are pregnant now. Lu Changsheng can calculate which concubine gave birth based on the approximate time of pregnancy. Menger is one of the 5 maids he took in when he was promoted to the 3rd-level talisman master. She has 5th-grade spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, he gave birth to a high-grade spiritual root in his first pregnancy. However, Lu Changsheng was not too surprised to be promoted to earth spiritual roots. After all, with his current cultivation situation, His spiritual roots really have limited improvement on him. Except for a little help in breaking through the bottleneck, other aspects are average. The main effect is to improve genes. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it. He held 2 high-grade spiritual stones and began to restore his mana through the spiritual eye spring next to him. He also took a look to see if there were any unexpected surprises in this earth spiritual root. However, his original spiritual root was at a critical point. At this time, he was promoted to earth spiritual root, and the effect of absorbing and refining spiritual energy was significantly improved, but it was not so exaggerated. At this time, Nangguang Mili, who was next to him, looked at Lu Changsheng, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and suddenly turned into a rainbow light and shot towards the distance. Well, this woman. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. Then his figure shot out like a long rainbow piercing the sun, rumbling and tearing the air, setting off layers of turbulence. After a while, a yin-yang Dao diagram wrapped in yin-yang Yiki great capture on his head went to suppress Nangguang Mili. Mili, I said I was just going to see Yao. Why are you doing this? Lu Changsheng said helplessly. Since this woman knew that he was going to Jin to see his daughter, she has been alert. Now it is estimated that she wants to go back before him, and then take his daughter away from him. Lu Changsheng also has a headache for the situation. Although he can continue to suppress the other party, she is the child's mother after all. I can't suppress the other party and then go to see my daughter, right? If so, wouldn't I, the old father, become a pure villain in the eyes of my daughter? With the teachings of Nangguang Mili, the mother, I guess my image in the heart of this daughter is not very good. If it continues like this, it will be unbearable to look at. Humph. Nangguang Mili just had a cold face and didn't believe Lu Changsheng at all. After all, this man was full of sweet words and didn't tell the truth. Mili, you want it again, so you deliberately irritate me in this way. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said so. Lu Changsheng, you bastard, shameless. Nangguang Mili, who was still cold-faced, couldn't hold it back, his beautiful eyes widened, and he cursed angrily. This dog man forced himself every day, and even slandered that he wanted it. We are already an old couple, what's there to be embarrassed about? Lu Changsheng chuckled and embraced the other's thrilling and graceful body. It has to be said that Nangguang Mili is a natural beauty. Even after such a long experience, the other party still gave him an incomparable wonderful feeling. A few days later, after teaching the yin and yang qi, Nangguang Mili's condition was much more stable. The two took the spirit boat and entered the border. Lu Changsheng had asked Nangguang Mili about the general situation of crossing the border before, and he was careful. He knew that there were only some small natural disasters and robbery cultivators, evil cultivators, and wanted criminals at the border, and there were no other dangers. However, for the demon cultivators, there was another layer of danger, which was the patrolling Qingyun Sect cultivators. The demon cultivators who wanted to cross the border and enter Jiangua must be careful and cautious. Otherwise, if they were noticed by the patrolling cultivators of the Qingyun Sect, their lives would be in danger. At this point, Nangguang Mili still cursed with an angry face, and didn't know which dog thing was so bold that he actually killed Bai Feng's Henren. As a result, some time ago, Qingyun Sect sent several Jindans Henren to patrol the border. If it weren't for his good luck and the Mi Xiansu, he would almost die here. Lu Changsheng naturally wouldn't brag that he killed it, but just cared about the other party calmly. Bihu Mountain, Zuanfu Peak. Lu Yun often came to the peak to offer sacrifices to the dragon blood tree. After nearly 2 years of baptism and sacrifice, he had already established a deep connection with the dragon blood tree. Only one step away, he could refine it into his own life spirit root. That's why he now spends all his time on this every day, and offers sacrifices to the dragon blood tree whenever he has time. Refine. Lu Yun offered sacrifices to the dragon blood tree, and suddenly felt that his spiritual power and the key of the dragon blood tree were disordered and out of control. And his spiritual power suddenly poured out and rushed towards the dragon blood tree. He was not panicked, but full of surprise. Knowing that this was the last step in refining the heaven and earth longevity method, he quickly took out a communication talisman and sent a message to his mother. A moment later, Lu Miaoyan came and saw the situation. She called Chu Zhenzhen and poured a drop of Wanling Canshan liquid from the Wanling bottle towards the dragon blood tree. This was also what Lu Changsheng had explained before, leaving a drop of Wanling Canshan liquid for Lu Yun to break through the foundation. Otherwise, Even if the opponent is at the peak of key training and has mastered the heaven and earth immortality method, it will take a long time to break through the foundation building. Boom! The Wanling Cangshan liquid dripped, and the dragon blood tree, which was already full of spiritual energy, suddenly rustled and swayed, and the spiritual energy became even more turbulent. Then it rolled towards Lu Yun like a volcanic eruption, and countless spiritual energy from all directions also poured towards Lu Yun. In this way, time passed little by little. 10 days later, Lu Yun's whole body of Qi was shaken, and his cultivation broke through the foundation building from the peak of Qi training. Foundation building, I finally broke through the foundation building. Lu Yun looked at his much stronger palms, feeling that his whole body was filled with unprecedented power. The whole person was ecstatic and cheered loudly. 2.5 years ago, he and his brothers and sisters and 5 others attacked the foundation building together, but he failed to break through. This incident was a big blow to him. There was also some reason for choosing to practice the heaven and earth immortality method. There was some inexplicable fear in his heart about attacking the foundation building. And now, he finally broke through the foundation building. Although he broke through the foundation building through the heaven and earth longevity method, even at this moment, he still wanted to say, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the old and poor. But now that I have broken through the foundation building, I am also middle-aged. Lu Yun's heart was a little more relaxed and happy. He had not taken the beauty pills before, so he looked like he was in his 50s. Now that he has broken through the foundation building, the whole life is full of vitality, and he looks only in his 30s. Yuner, congratulations on breaking through the foundation building. You should stabilize your state in these days. When the time comes, the family will hold a ceremony for you. Lu Maiyue next to him said with a smile. Yes, mother. Although at this age, Lu Yun still respects his mother Lu Maiyue very much. Jiang country border. Lu Changsheng and Nangguang Mili took the spirit boat and crossed the border. Accustomed to the speed of his full-speed travel, Lu Changsheng was a little disappointed with the speed of the quasi-third-level spirit boat. He thought about continuing to travel at full speed. After all, with the Shinitum Beao Wanglian as his second Ganshan, his mana can support it. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for having 15 offspring break through the foundation building stage and obtain bloodline effects. The offspring's spiritual inheritance rate increases by 3%, and they get a chance to draw a high-level lottery. 15. This is Yuner's heaven and earth immortality method and has broken through the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard the system prompt. 3 months ago, his daughter Lu Xingyu successfully broke through the foundation building stage with his second foundation building pill. Now that his family has children who are eligible for a breakthrough in the foundation building stage, the first person he thought of was Lu Yun. Lu Changsheng opened the system interface and took a look. Sure enough, it was his son Lu Yun who broke through the foundation building stage. System, draw a lottery. He didn't care too much, and silently said in his heart to see what good things he could get from this high-level lottery. Immediately, the high-level turntable appeared and began to rotate. After a few breaths, the golden light slowly slowed down and stayed on the spirit pet magic weapon column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spiritual pet, Golden Winged Sky Pang. The rewards have been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A golden bird with a golden glow and a majestic and handsome figure emerged from the lottery plate, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Chapter 475, Third Level Spiritual Pet, Goodbye Mang Xiachen. Golden Winged Sky Pang. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He had learned some information about true spirits from Honglian in his early years, and happened to have heard of the Sky Pang clan. It is rumored that this race is related to the legendary phoenix and the golden winged Deppen bird. Unexpectedly, he actually drew such a legendary true spirit pet. His mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system space. Spirit pet, Golden Winged Sky Pang, grade, low-level true spirit, description, the Sky Pang clan, descendants of the golden winged Deppen bird, are blessed by heaven, have a strong body, can fight against dragons, and have the fastest speed in the world. Currently in the growth stage, with third-level strength. Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised. Now for him, the bloodline grade of the spirit pet is secondary, and the main thing is whether the combat power can keep up. If it is a cub with no combat power, let alone the true spirit, Even the high-level true spirit and the top true spirit are meaningless to him. After all, the sky-level bloodline pets he drew in the early years really made him numb. Nangguang Mili, who was standing next to him, saw Lu Changsheng suddenly lost in thought, as if he was thinking about something. Her beautiful eyes were shining with a dreamy luster, and suddenly turned into a rainbow light and shut out. These days, she has always been worried that Lu Changsheng would take her daughter away, and she was very worried. So she thought about going back early to give her daughter a vaccination to prevent her from being abducted by Lu Changsheng. This woman. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng was a little helpless and wanted to suppress the other party. But thinking about suppressing the other party to see her daughter all the time, it is not a good idea. In this case, Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and his eyes were thoughtful. Then he sent a voice message to Nangguang Mili and said, "Mili, if you really don't want to go with your husband, you can go back first. I will go to the 5 Poison Sect to find you when the time comes. If you think it through, I will meet Chao again." After that, he let Nangguang Mili go away. Why did this dog man change his nature? Nangguang Mili was stunned and a little confused when he heard this. Seeing Lu Changsheng suddenly so considerate and no longer suppressing her, for some reason, she actually felt a little disappointed. However, after hesitating for a moment, she didn't think much about it, and flew away in the direction of the 5 Poison Sect of Jin State with a purple jade handkerchief. Lu Changsheng naturally didn't really intend to wait for Nangguang Mili to figure it out before visiting the 5 Poison Sect. Who knows what bad things this woman will say about herself to her daughter after she goes back. His idea is very simple, as long as he gets to the 5 Poison Sect before Nangguang Mili. As for how to find his daughter, he now has a rough idea. Back then, he and Meng Xiaochen had a communication talisman, and he could go directly to Meng Xiaochen when he arrived at the 5 Poison Sect. And he has Nangguang Mili's blood in his hand, and when the time comes, he can use the blood of the two people to directly find his daughter with the blood guide talisman. It's just right to try the speed of this golden-winged skyrock. Lu Changsheng believes that his mana state can completely get to the 5 Poison Sect before Nangguang Mili. And he just happened to get a golden-winged sky peng, which was known as the fastest in the world, so it would be even easier to get rid of the other party. Extract. Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying power that covered the sky. A golden-winged sky peng that was dozens of feet long appeared, shining all over, as if it was cast from gold, emitting 1,000 feet of brilliance, dazzling and dazzling. Its eyes were cold and sharp, like 2 golden suns, revealing a breath of supremacy. A pair of brilliant wings were like clouds hanging from the sky. When they stretched out in the air, they were filled with a breath of peerless sharpness, wanting to divide the world and strike the sky. Golden-winged sky peng. What a golden-winged sky peng! When Lu Changsheng saw the golden-winged sky peng in front of him, his heart was full of joy and his heart was surging. This golden-winged sky peng was too extraordinary. It was more powerful and domineering than any demon king he had seen in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He had wanted to get a mount for travel since he was an iron-feathered eagle in his early years. But the system is not powerful enough, and ordinary second-level spiritual beast mounts are not good enough. Now seeing this golden-winged skyrock, I know that this is the mount I should have, the mount I have been waiting for. Apart from anything else, riding this golden-winged skyrock is simply the best. In addition, Lu Changsheng also got an unexpected surprise. The strength of this golden-winged skyrock is not just at the 3rd level, but it is at the late 3rd level. The demon king with heavenly bloodline can be comparable to the cultivator of the upper-grade golden elixir. This golden-winged skyrock has the blood of the true spirit. Even if it has just entered the late 3rd level, its strength is absolutely invincible at the same level. In this way, under the nascent soul, I can walk sideways. Lu Changsheng was full of joy. In his early years, he also thought about letting the 9 other mastiff go free, and wait for the other party to become a demon king, and then take him to fly. This wish was not realized after all. Now that he has obtained such a golden-winged skyrock, it can be regarded as half of the realization, and he can experience the power of the subordinates relying on the favor. Golden-winged sky peng, I'll call you Golden Peng from now on. Lu Changsheng said, looking at the terrifying and domineering golden-winged sky peng in front of him. Yes, master. The golden-winged sky peng is a 3rd-level demon king and can already speak human language. But its voice is extremely cold, like a golden bell humming, sonorous and harsh, full of murderous aura. This is not because it has a problem with Lu Changsheng. But the golden-winged skypeng is a bird of prey, with a fierce nature and wildness. If it weren't for the system recognizing the master, even if the Yuanying's engine wanted to subdue it, it would be difficult to do so. I don't know how much time and effort it would take. Golden Peng, can you become smaller? Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged skypeng in front of him and said aloud. The other party's body is really too big, dozens of feet long. I don't need it to be so big for transportation, so I want to see if it can be smaller. Otherwise, this size of pet bag can't be put into it. Buzz! The wings of the golden-winged skypeng covered the sky, and the golden runes on its body were densely covered and flowing, and then it became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng wanted to know how small the golden-winged skypeng could be. In the end, the golden-winged skypeng became only a few feet in size and landed on his shoulder. Not bad. Lu Changsheng touched the other party's feathers with satisfaction. The feathers of this golden-winged skypeng were not as soft as most monsters. Each feather was like a peerless blade, with a sharp edge. If he had not had a third-level body refining, he would not dare to touch it easily. It can only be said that every part of this third-level monster king is equivalent to a magic weapon of a cultivator, and it is full of danger. Jinpeng, go, let me see your speed. Lu Changsheng did not play with the golden bird too much, and motioned him to walk for him. Immediately, the golden runes on the body of the golden-winged skypeng flowed, and the body grew to several feet. When Lu Changsheng landed on his back, his dazzling golden wings spread out, turning directly into golden rainbow light, shooting out and raising a layer of fierce wind. Good, good, good. Lu Changsheng's black and luxurious brocade robe was blown by the fierce wind, and his face was full of joy. Fast. Too fast. The golden-winged skypeng is indeed the fastest in the world. Even if he controls the starlight disk and flies at full speed, his speed is far less than that of this golden-winged skypeng. Unless his 9 treasures Ruai bone is fully opened, he can barely compete with the opponent. But his 9 treasures Ruai bone cannot be used for a long time, and this is the normal speed of the golden-winged skypeng. I wonder how this speed compares to that of the Yuanying's engine. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He was almost certain that there were not many Jinden's Henren or third-level demon kings whose speed could match that of the golden-winged skypeng. Maybe there is such a thing. But such a thing will never appear in places like Zhang State and Jin State. But Yuanying's engine has already involved the law of space, and cannot be discussed at a single speed. Lu Changsheng shook his head, and had no intention of relying on the golden-winged skypeng to provoke Yuanying's engine. After all, he never played with this kind of excitement. Has this dogman really changed his nature? Nangguang Millie sat cross-legged on a purple jade handkerchief, still somewhat puzzled as to why Lu Changsheng let her leave. Although she wanted to get rid of Lu Changsheng, she also hoped that Lu Changsheng would chase her. Humph, does this dogman really think that I can't leave him and will let him control me? She thought for a moment in her heart, thinking that Lu Changsheng was using a method of being close to her. Although she did have some worries in her heart now. But how could she, Nangguang Millie, give in so easily? Not good. At this moment, she suddenly felt a terrifying and amazing power flying towards her direction. Her expression suddenly changed, covering up the breath of mana, and her figure fell. Then, she saw a golden rock in the sky, spreading its wings and flying towards the direction of Jin State, raising a terrifying gale that was enough to blow away the fake pill cultivator. Swish, the rock passed by like a brilliant golden light, cutting through layers of air and tearing a long golden river, with an amazing momentum. Who is this person, who actually uses this demon king as a means of transportation? Nangguang Millie looked at the golden-winged rock in the sky, her charming and beautiful face full of horror. Just now, the poisonous insects on her body were buzzing to warn her, telling her that this fierce bird was extremely dangerous. If she was not careful, her life might be in danger. Why did this person just now look a bit like that dog man? Nangguang Millie frowned slightly. She had just seen a human figure on the back of this golden rock. Although it was just a glimpse and not very clear. But she saw a bit of Lu Changsheng's shadow. To be able to ride on such a demon king, even if he is not a Yuanying's engine, he must be at least at the peak of Jinden. I must have been thinking about this dog man these days, so I saw it wrong. Nangguang Millie shook her head and rejected this idea. After all, no matter how good Lu Changsheng is, he can't have such an amazing spirit beast as a mount, right? If there is such a divine bird to travel, why didn't he use it earlier, and still fly around bitterly? But this direction is obviously heading to Jin State. Could it be that something happened in Jin State that caused such an existence to come? Nangguang Milli's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, with a crystal luster, thinking in her heart. She didn't think much, and continued to control her jade handkerchief and flew towards Jin State. Now the most urgent task is to rush back and take her daughter back to the sect from the market as soon as possible to get a vaccination. After all, she never thought about Lu Changsheng snatching her daughter from her in her early years, so she neglected to educate her in this regard. Even when her daughter asked about the child's father when she was ignorant, she said that there was no one and he had died long ago. Lu Changsheng stood on the golden-winged sky pang, with a speed and passion like racing, and his heart was filled with an incomparable joy. But there are pros and cons. Riding this golden-winged sky pang, there were no blind robbers, resulting in many fewer opportunities to make extra money. After a while, Lu Changsheng directly let the golden-winged sky pang enter the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair. Otherwise, his current situation is really a bit ostentatious. Entering Jin State like this is likely to cause some unnecessary trouble. 1 month later. Is this the Five Poison Sect? Lu Changsheng looked at the purple-black cloud swirling in front of him, and the mysterious and strange mountains. He took out a communication talisman from the storage ring and activated it. Well, isn't she here? Lu Changsheng's heart sank slightly. The situation he was most worried about this time was that Meng Xiaochen was not on the Five Poison Sect and went out on a mission. If his daughter Nangguang Yao was in the Five Poison Sect, without Meng Xiaochen to lead the way, it would be a bit troublesome to see his daughter. After all, it was impossible for him to sneak into the Five Poison Sect, a Yuanying level force. This is also the reason why he brought Nangguang Mili with him before. I hope Yao is not on the Five Poison Sect either. A blood-attracting talisman appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand. Then he smeared his own and Nangguang Mili's blood on it. After a while, he pinched his hands together, and the blood-attracting talisman burned, turning into a blood-colored snake, slowly guiding in another direction. It seems that I am lucky. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng smiled a little, and then followed the instructions to escape. A few days later. Xianzhu Market. Lu Changsheng looked at the name of the market in front of him and stopped. Through this name, he roughly guessed that this market belonged to Nangguang Mili's industry, and the other party arranged his daughter to train here. He immediately paid 10 spirit stones and entered the market. When he came to the market, he did not go directly to his daughter Nangguang Yao. On the one hand, he was about to meet, and he didn't know how to meet this daughter. On the other hand, he also made a little preparation to understand the situation and hobbies of this daughter. Lu Changsheng came to a store selling intelligence information and asked if there was any news about Nangguang Yao. Nangguang Yao. When the shopkeeper heard this, his pupils shrank, revealing a bit of fear. Then he calmly let Lu Changsheng take a moment. Lu Changsheng's consciousness was comparable to the peak of the Jinden stage. He keenly noticed that the shopkeeper had entered the room and crushed a message talisman. He held the tea, shook his head and chuckled. It was guessed that someone should buy the relevant information of Nangguang Yao, and the other party would notify the monks in the market. This situation is also a routine operation in the market. Just like someone bought the intelligence information of Bihu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain, and Bainao Lake in the Red Leaf Valley market, it would also be recorded. Lu Changsheng didn't care, continued to drink tea, and waited peacefully. After a while, the shopkeeper sent a jade slip with information about Nangguang Yao. She is worthy of being my daughter. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Yao, whose face was covered by a veil in the jade slip, but still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. He smiled happily and read the intelligence information inside. This intelligence information was obviously processed. There was only a simple profile of Nangguang Yao, without too many detailed information. Even the realm of cultivation was recorded incorrectly. But Xiaochen is also in this market. Lu Changsheng got a useful piece of information from it. Before, he was wondering if Meng Xiaochen would be here too. Now seeing the jade slip recording that Nangguang Yao and Meng Xiaochen were in charge together, he immediately threw out a medium-grade spirit stone, walked out of the shop, sat down in a restaurant, and activated Meng Xiaochen's communication talisman. Since Meng Xiaochen was here, it would be much more convenient for him to see his daughter. He could also learn about his daughter's situation and how she had lived these years through her. In the fairy spider market, in a gorgeous palace, an 18 or 19-year-old beautiful woman in a purple dress sat cross-legged, with a 5-colored spider entwined next to her. In the 4 corners of the hall, there were a spirit snake, a jade toad, a centipede, and a poisonous scorpion, all of which were filled with wisps of poison. At this moment, the woman opened her beautiful eyes, her pupils glowing with purple crystal luster, making her delicate and beautiful face more dreamy and confusing. A brocade box appeared in her hand, and she opened it carefully. You can see several talismans inside. These talismans were given to her by Lu Changsheng in her early years. Except for some talismans that were used at that time, she was reluctant to use the rest after returning to Jin State, and kept them all. This is Lu Lang's communication talisman. Lu Lang came to the fairy spider market. Meng Xiaochen saw the flashing red communication talisman, and surprise, excitement, joy suddenly appeared on her face. Looking outside, it seemed that she saw a handsome young man with a tall and straight figure looking at her with a smile. But how could Lu Lang come to the fairy spider market? Could it be that Master brought Lu Lang back? The next moment, her heart suddenly jumped, suspecting that her master had gone to Zhang State this time and captured Lu Changsheng back. Otherwise, how could Lu Changsheng appear in the fairy spider market? She bit her lips with her pearly teeth, and without thinking too much, she quickly tidied her clothes, looked at her makeup in the mirror, and then walked out of the hall quickly, heading for the location of the communication talisman. Greetings to the master of the shop. Greetings to senior sister Meng. Meet Uncle Master. On the way, a cultivator saw Meng Xiaochen and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Compared with the righteous way, the hierarchy on the side of the demonic way is more strict. When low-level cultivators meet high-level cultivators, and between fellow disciples, they attach great importance to etiquette. Moreover, for so many years, Meng Xiaochen, as a disciple of Nangguang Mili, the sky spider envoy of the 5 poison sect, has also been notorious, which makes them full of awe. Yet, Meng Xiaochen had no time to care about these people at this time, and just walked quickly to the location of the communication talisman. As she got closer, her heart beat rapidly, and she became more nervous, excited. After a while, she came to a restaurant and saw a middle-aged man with a handsome face and wearing a black brocade robe. Although the other party did not look like Lu Changsheng, she knew clearly from the mysterious induction formed by the love laku that the other party was Lu Changsheng. Xiaochen. Seeing this woman whose appearance and temperament had changed a lot from before, Lu Changsheng stood up and whispered to her. Lu Lang. Hearing this soft call, Meng Xiaochen could no longer suppress her thoughts. So many years of longing and love surged into her heart like a tide, and she cried with joy and embraced Lu Changsheng. Hiss. 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 Some cultivators who knew Meng Xiaochen saw this scene, as if they had seen a ghost, and took a deep breath, wanting to know who Lu Changsheng was. It actually made Meng Xiaochen look like this. After all, they all knew that this market lord was not only beautiful, but also a disciple of Nangguang Mili, the sky spider envoy of the 5 poison sect, and was notorious. But at this time, she actually called a man Lu Lang, and her voice was full of inexpressible thoughts, tenderness and sweetness. However, looking at the 2 people hugging, these people did not dare to disturb them, and even signaled others not to speak, so as not to disturb Meng Xiaochen. Xiaochen, long time no see. Lu Changsheng hugged Meng Xiaochen, and could feel that she missed him, and felt a little ashamed. In fact, he did not have too many feelings for Meng Xiaochen. But the other party was affected by the love laku, and her love for him was deep in her bones, and she missed him all the time. Although the love laku was self-inflicted by the other party. But after so many years, Lu Changsheng had let it go. Besides, a man will always be soft-hearted towards a woman who has always liked him. And although Lu Patriarch likes women, he disdains to use means such as the love laku. Lu Lang, why did you come to the fairy spider market? After a while, Meng Xiaochen finally woke up from her joy, her cheeks flushed, like a girl in love, and whispered to Lu Changsheng. Let's find a place to talk first. Lu Changsheng looked at the many people around him and said. Yes. Meng Xiaochen nodded quickly, her beautiful eyes still reluctant to move away from Lu Changsheng, and took him away. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.